In the realm of Zui, amidst the ancient Dao province, lies the fierce fire sect and the spirit herb garden. Towering peaks rise majestically, enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Fields of herbs are scattered like stars, adorning the valleys shrouded in ethereal clouds. Within these fields, an array of spirit herbs flourishes, vibrant and extraordinary, shimmering with a harmonious essence. At this moment, beneath the blazing sun, a young man clad in a green tunic bends low to gather herbs. Due to the sweltering heat, beads of sweat have gathered on his brow, trickling down his handsome cheeks to the ground. His short shirt is now soaked with perspiration. Yet, despite the heat and fatigue, the young herbalist remains undeterred, diligently harvesting each ripe spirit herb. His unwavering diligence leaves the other slothful disciples perplexed. I simply cannot comprehend. Having been in the garden for over a year, how can Brother Gu still toil so selflessly? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, he spends 8 or 9 out of 12 hours each day gathering herbs, neglecting his cultivation. It seems he has resigned himself to his fate, believing he cannot break through. If only he applied this industriousness to his cultivation, he would have surely progressed beyond the mid-stage of qi refinement. In a nearby pavilion, several disciples clad in similar attire observe the young man in the herb garden, engaging in animated discussions. The laboring disciples belong to the outer sect, bound by the daily quota for spirit herb collection. Once they fulfill their harvesting duties, they seize the opportunity to practice their breathing techniques, aspiring to swiftly ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement, thus entering the inner sect. However, the Brother Gu spoken of by the laboring disciples is an anomaly. He has inverted the order of priorities, and few have witnessed in practice. Consequently, Brother Gu remains at a mere 3rd level of qi refinement, a rank that, while not the lowest among the laborers, is scarcely above. Ah, how could the sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? You believe I have surrendered to fate, but in truth, I have already shattered the shackles of destiny. At this moment, upon overhearing the murmurs behind him, the one referred to as Brother Gu pauses for a moment, then smiles knowingly, for the summer insects cannot speak of winter's ice. He resumes his harvest, and with each spirit herb he plucks, information materializes before him. You have successfully deprived flame herb grade 1 spirit herb of 30 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived blue vine grade 2 spirit herb of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived bitter bamboo grade 1 spirit herb of 40 days of lifespan. Indeed, Gu Changxing possesses a unique advantage. After a while, Gu Changxing rises and, during a brief respite, opens his information panel. Name: Gu Changxing. Age: 18923. Bone age: 5 elements spirit root fire supreme. Wood supreme, earth inferior, metal inferior, water inferior, capable of lifespan transformation. Cultivation: perfect foundation establishment capable of lifespan transformation cultivation techniques. Fire scripture foundation establishment. Perfected breath restraining technique profound level perfected. Azure flame hand profound level. Perfected capable of lifespan evolution. Fire walking step profound level perfected. Other skills: alchemy level 2 capable of lifespan evolution. Array technique level 2 capable of lifespan evolution. Weapon refining level 2 capable of lifespan evolution. Indeed, once I surpass 1,000 years of life, I shall embark on breaking through to the golden core realm. Gazing upon his information panel, Gu Changxing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. 3 years prior, he had met an untimely demise due to a lightning strike shortly after graduation, only to find himself transported to the mortal dynasty of the Chu Kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Fire Sect. Upon discovering his exceptional aptitude with 5 spiritual roots, he was taken to the Fire Sect by an elder of the Outer Sect. The Fire Sect is one of the 4 major orthodox cultivation sects of the ancient Tao state, overseeing numerous smaller sects, 3 grand cultivation dynasties, and hundreds of mortal kingdoms, thus welcoming tens of thousands of fellow disciples who joined alongside him. Through 2 years of diligent cultivation, he had attained the 2nd layer of qi refinement. In contrast, his contemporaries, blessed with single or dual spiritual roots, had all broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement or higher, with some becoming true disciples and others core disciples. A year ago, those like Gu Changsheng, deemed lacking in potential among the outer disciples, were relegated to menial tasks, while he was assigned to the spiritual herb garden, tasked with harvesting herbs. It was during this period that his long-awaited system was activated, marking the beginning of his rise. After a year of discreet development, Gu Changsheng's cultivation had surged ahead. Now he had even reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and his roots had transformed from 5 elements mixed roots to complete 5 elements roots, with both the fire and wood attributes evolving to their utmost quality. Meanwhile, those once regarded as prodigies with single or dual spiritual roots, such as the formidable water spiritual root Yin Qing Yao and the naturally gifted swordbone Zhou Mai, had only recently managed to establish their foundations, rendering their achievements pale in comparison to Gu Changsheng's brilliance, akin to fireflies against the bright moon. Were I to reveal my current cultivation, I would certainly stand above my peers. Alas, the tall tree attracts the wind. It is wiser to remain concealed and continue my development. Renowned titles, such as the foremost prodigy or strongest disciple, hold no benefit for me. As long as I persist in my cultivation, even the ethereal realm of immortality will be within my grasp. At this moment, observing several outer disciples meditating in a distant pavilion, Gu Changsheng mused to himself. He was unlike the average menial disciple. Their paths to advancement had been closed off by their inferior roots, whereas he harbored boundless potential. Generally speaking, those assigned to the spiritual herb garden, even after a century of breath absorption, would struggle to break through to the foundation establishment realm, given the limitations of their qualifications, most possessing either 4 or 5 spiritual roots. According to the fire sect's extensive experience in nurturing disciples over thousands of years, those with single spiritual roots are projected to reach the nascent soul realm, while dual-rooted talents might attain the golden core realm. 3 spiritual roots hold the promise of foundation establishment, whereas 4 and 5 spiritual roots are considered inferior, making foundation establishment exceedingly difficult. After resting for a brief moment, Gu Changsheng eagerly returned to the focused state of harvesting spiritual herbs. Time flowed slowly as the sun, now descending towards the western horizon, gracefully hung above the peaks of distant mountains. The vibrant hues of the setting sun painted half the sky in magnificent shades, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. As evening approached, Gu Changsheng reluctantly paused his work. Although he wished to continue his foraging a little longer, the overseer of the herb garden had arrived to tally the number of spirit herbs harvested by the miscellaneous disciples, ensuring that each one had diligently completed their daily task without slacking. Thus, Gu Changsheng reluctantly ended his labor for the day. The herb garden where he toiled was a modest one, spanning approximately 100 acres, with over 20 miscellaneous disciples. The overseer, Yi Chun, was a core disciple at the peak of Qi refinement. The position of the herb garden overseer was not fixed. The sect would assign inner disciples or core disciples to manage it. These overseers typically resided in the garden for 1 or 2 months, completing their tasks before returning to the inner sect for cultivation on the celestial peaks. From what Gu Changsheng understood, aside from the lower-tier herb gardens, there were also mid-tier and high-tier ones. The Flame Fire sect was a prominent sect for cultivation, boasting over 100,000 outer disciples and thousands of inner disciples. Consequently, the demand for spirit herbs was substantial, and the number of herb gardens was considerable. However, as of now, Gu Changsheng remained unaware of the exact number of herb gardens within the Flame Fire sect. Chapter 2. The injury of Qi Mei. At this moment, while the steward Yi Chen was occupied with counting the quantities of spiritual herbs collected by other disciples, 3 outer disciples approached Gu Changsheng. The trio, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, possessed unremarkable appearances, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Among the men, one was named Lu Fuguei, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, while the other was Zhang Daiden, equally at the same cultivation stage. The female disciple, known as Niu Zuohua, was at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Like Gu Changsheng, they hailed from the mortal realm, with spiritual roots classified as 5 and 4 roots, rendering their talents rather mediocre. Their relationship with Gu Changsheng was one of collaboration, wherein he undertook the task of harvesting the spiritual herbs they required, and in return, they compensated him accordingly. Senior Lu, here are 200 stalks of bitter bamboo for your count, Gu Chongqing stated, as he presented the harvested herbs to Lu Fuguwei. Junior brother Gu, your generosity is noted. Here is a seed of the moon's spirit grass, Lu Fuguwei, appearing honest and unassuming, accepted the basket filled with bitter bamboo and handed over a seed of moon spirit grass to Gu Chongqing. Senior Zhong, these are 200 flame grasses, please verify. And junior sister Niu, here are 100 green loquat vines. After securing the moon's spirit grass seed in his storage pouch, Gu Chongqing proceeded to offer the 2 baskets of herbs to Zhang Daiden and Niu Zuohua. Numbers suffice. Here are 2 seeds of dragon blood grass, Zhang Daiden, who was in a partnership with Niu Zuohua, stated after a brief count of the spiritual herbs, handing over 2 seeds to Gu Chongqing. The transaction concluded satisfactorily for all parties involved. Gu Chongqing felt content as well. As per their agreement, the trio entrusted him with the task of harvesting spiritual herbs for the latter half of the month, to which Gu Chongqing readily consented, relishing the mutual benefits. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and deliver the spiritual herbs. At that moment, the steward Yi Chun, having finished counting the herbs collected by other outer disciples, furrowed his brow and reprimanded Lu Fuguwei and the others. Dressed in white, Yi Chun's expression radiated arrogance, clearly disdainful of Gu Chongqing, whom he deemed a hopeless outer disciple, akin to an eagle looking down upon ants, filled with contempt. Brother Yi, please do not be angry. We are coming. Lu Fuguwei responded promptly, lowering his head submissively as he approached with the basket. Gu Chongqing, followed closely by Zhang Daiden and Niu Zuohua, trailed behind. Moments later, after assessing the herbs collected by Gu Chongqing and his companions, Yi Chun snorted coldly. After storing thousands of spiritual herbs in his spatial ring, he arrogantly mounted his sword and departed. The Xian-level sword technique is only practiced at the elementary level. It seems even core disciples are not all that impressive. They are not worthy of my palm strike. Gu Chongqing mused as he observed Yi Chun's retreating figure. Although Yi Chun did not recognize Gu Chongqing, the latter was all too aware of the former's identity. Yi Chun is the legitimate son of the royal family of the Yan kingdom within the mortal realm, endowed with both water and wood spiritual roots, demonstrating exceptional talent. As long as he does not falter, he is destined to become a golden core true person. Furthermore, Yi Chun is betrothed to the illustrious daughter of the Chu kingdom's imperial family, Dan Taiyu, a union arranged by the foundational ancestors of both royal families. In the mortal realm governed by the fire sect, the rulers, namely the royal family, are all foundational clans. The mortal realm of Chu, the homeland of Gu Chongqing, the original, is home to the Gu clan, a prominent family renowned for their martial prowess. Enjoying a close relationship with the royal Dantai clan, the head of the family, Gu Yuanji, Gu Chongqing's father, has reached innate mastery in martial arts and serves as a general of the Chu kingdom. Gu Chongqing and Princess Dan Taiyu played together in their youth and both entered the fire sect as disciples simultaneously. However, 2 years ago, Dan Taiyu became a core disciple and took a golden core true person as her master, entering the inner sanctum of the celestial peak for cultivation. Despite her advancement, Dan Taiyu has not forgotten Gu Chongqing, often visiting him or sending him medicinal herbs for his practice. Recently, before embarking on a journey for training, she sought out Gu Chongqing, gifting him a pouch of spiritual herb seeds to cater to his interests. Have you heard? Just yesterday, during her training expedition, core disciple Dan Taiyu encountered disciples of the demonic sect and returned severely injured, her foundational essence harmed. As soon as the steward Yi Chun departed, an inquisitive servant disciple could not resist gossiping. Dan Tai Jr.'s sister possesses both golden and fire spiritual roots, and her cultivation has reached the consummation of chi refinement. Only a step away from the foundation establishment realm, how could she possibly be defeated by a disciple of the demonic sect? Upon hearing the servant disciple's words, Niu Zuohua and her companions wore expressions of disbelief, while other disciples displayed skepticism. The disciple of the demonic sect was no ordinary individual but Lu Ruyan, a true disciple of the Bone sect, who had long since surpassed the initial stage of foundation establishment with her mutated dark spiritual roots. In response to the skepticism, the servant disciple continued to elaborate on the matter, captivating the audience. Indeed, it is Lu Ruyan from the Bone sect. Her reputation as a rising star within the demonic sect is well known, rumored to have slain numerous disciples from the 4 major righteous sections. Listening to the servant disciple's account, The crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Bone sect is one of the 3 major demonic sects within the ancient Tao province. Its strength rivaling that of the Fire sect, perhaps even subtly surpassing it. The so-called demonic maiden, Lu Ruyan, is the granddaughter of an ancient nascent soul master from the Bone sect, possessing an extraordinary background and astonishing talent, with her mutated dark spiritual roots being a rare phenomenon, marking her as a natural prodigy in the art of demonic cultivation. Harmed her foundational essence? Given her tenacious nature, this must be a significant blow to her. Oblivious to the world beyond his pursuit of spiritual herbs, Gu Changxing found himself recalling Dan Taiyu upon hearing this news. The girl, with her breathtaking beauty and aloof demeanor, had shown him considerable care over the past 3 years, and he held a favorable impression of her. Tomorrow, I shall pay her a visit. Amidst the bustling discussions of the crowd, Gu Changxing quietly resolved this in his heart and promptly returned to his dwelling. As a servant in the medicinal garden, his residence was conveniently situated near the medicinal valley for the purpose of harvesting spiritual herbs. The medicinal valley to which Gu Changxing's garden belonged lay on the outskirts of the Fire sect, and beyond it sprawled the vast and boundless Tianluo mountain range. Typically, servant disciples had the liberty to choose their own locations to erect a few dwellings, and even cultivate their own medicinal fields around their residences, this being one of the few privileges afforded to them. Gu Changxing's abode was nestled midway up a towering green mountain, approximately 100 feet high. The mountain was adorned with bamboo groves, and beside the open spaces within, a fence encircled half an acre of medicinal land and 2 bamboo huts. Within a 3-mile radius, there were no other disciples, rendering the place exceptionally tranquil and serene. As time flowed on, night descended. A full moon quietly ascended the mountain peak, casting mottled beams of light through the thin clouds, enveloping the vast earth in a silvery veil. At this moment, after resting for an hour, Gu Changxing emerged from his bamboo hut. As was customary, his perfected foundational stage consciousness swept across a radius of several miles. He observed that the other servant disciples, alongside him, were fervently engaged in the absorption of qi for cultivation. Some were even discreetly consuming pills, such as Lu Fugui, who was hastily downing nearly half a bottle of Peiyuan pills. Most absurd were the couple, Zhang Dabin and Niu Zuohua, who had been tirelessly sparring for an hour without repeating their techniques, prompting Gu Changxing to silently commend their expertise. After a long day of toil, instead of resting well at night, they were all secretly competing against one another, a veritable gathering of overachievers. It seemed I too could not afford to be complacent. With nearly over a decade remaining to reach a millennium of lifespan, it would be prudent to accumulate enough vitality tonight and directly break through to the golden core stage. Retracting his consciousness, Gu Changxing's lips twitched slightly before he made his way to his medicinal field. Under the moonlight, his half-acre private plot was lush with first-grade spiritual herbs such as dragon blood grass, flame grass, moon spirit grass, and bitterheart bamboo, along with second-grade herbs like gathering yang flower and xian yin tree. These represented the fruits of Gu Changxing's labor over the past year. The seeds of the first-grade herbs were exchanged for spiritual herbs harvested from other disciples, while the seeds of the second-grade herbs were procured through his private alchemical endeavors and the sale of elixirs. At this moment, most of these herbs had matured, and it was time for harvesting. Thus, Gu Changxing stepped into the medicinal field and executed his perfected level Azure Flame hand, his palm becoming a blur as he began to harvest the spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived dragon blood grass, first-grade herb, of 35 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived gathering yang flower, second-grade herb, of 70 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived moon spirit grass, first-grade herb, of 40 days of lifespan. Your total lifespan has reached 1,000 years, unlocking the lifespan viewing function. After a quarter of an hour, as Gu Changxing harvested nearly 90% of the ripe spiritual herbs, his lifespan finally attained the milestone of 1,000 years. Last time, it marked a century. Pertaining to the function of lifespan space, this time, is it the function of lifespan inspection? At this moment, as he gazed at the system prompt, Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively activated the lifespan inspection function. Dragon blood grass, first-grade spiritual herb, 210, age of the herb. Green loquat vine, second-grade spiritual herb, 322, age of the herb. As his gaze fell upon the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field, he was able to discern the intricate details of each herb. This function proves to be quite advantageous, enabling the observation of herb categories, ages, and lifespans. Observing the information of each spiritual herb, a slight smile crept onto Gu Changxing's lips, his spirits lifted. Furthermore, according to the description of the lifespan inspection function, this system capability extends beyond spiritual herbs. It also encompasses the investigation of cultivators' information. Without further ado, it was time to advance. With that thought, Gu Changxing withdrew his gaze and, under the cover of night, exited the medicinal valley. Half an hour later, he stepped beyond the outer sect's domain of the Flame sect, entering the wild and untamed Tianluo mountain range. After delving nearly 1,000 miles into the depths of the Tianluo mountain range, Gu Changxing discovered a secluded cave. The cave was over 10 zhang deep and 2 zhang wide. It was the same location where he had previously broken through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Gu Changxing glanced at his panel and began to utilize lifespan transformation on his primary cultivation method, the Flame Sutra Foundation Establishment Chapter. Please select the quantity of lifespan to invest. After Gu Changxing selected the method for deduction, the system provided a prompt. He decided to invest 200 years as a trial. The last time he upgraded from the Qi Refinement Chapter to the Foundation Establishment Chapter, it took over 20 years. So this time, tenfold should suffice. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changxing made his decision. You have invested 200 years of lifespan into the transformation of the Flame Sutra. Foundation Establishment Chapter. You practiced the Flame Sutra for 1 year. Your cultivation reached the consummate stage of foundation establishment. Yet your innate talent and comprehension are neither exceptional nor mediocre, thus yielding no results. You practiced the Flame Sutra for 10 years. You caught a glimpse of an opportunity, as if grasping something intangible. You practiced the Flame Sutra for 50 years. You have thoroughly comprehended the Flame Sutra, elevating your mastery and perceiving a trace of the spiritual pattern of heaven and earth. You practiced the Flame Sutra for 100 years. Your Flame Sutra has integrated with the spiritual pattern, transforming into a golden core stage cultivation method. You practiced the Flame Sutra for 150 years. Your profound grade superior cultivation method, Flame Sutra Foundation Establishment Chapter, has ascended to a profound grade supreme cultivation method, Heavenly Fire Decision, Golden Core Chapter. You practiced both Flame Sutra and Heavenly Fire Decision for 200 years, further enhancing and perfecting your Heavenly Fire Decision, which metamorphosed into an Earth-grade inferior cultivation method. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire Decision. With the investment of 200 years of lifespan into transformation, a series of system prompts appeared before him. Accompanying this influx of information, his mind became enriched with an abundance of profound and esoteric cultivation memories. As time meandered, the deep night enveloped the Tianluo mountain range, with a bright moon hanging in the sky, while the roars of demonic beasts echoed in the distance. As the floating clouds above the cave dissipated, a beam of moonlight streamed into the cavern, causing Gu Changxing, who had been meditating on his mat, to regain his focus. 2 centuries of profound contemplation had elapsed in what felt like less than an hour. Yet, at this moment, when Gu Changxing opened his eyes, a hint of weariness had settled in his gaze, a testament to the 200 years of mastery over his techniques. The 9 Heavens Profound Fire Technique, a low-grade, earth-level skill, truly exemplified extraordinary profundity. As he absorbed the essence of the Golden Core technique etched within his mind, Gu Changxing found himself savoring the experience. As an earth-level technique, the 9 Heavens Profound Fire Technique could directly extract the fire element from the ambient spiritual energy, enabling a cultivation speed several times faster than that of Xian-level techniques. Now, Gu Changxing had completely mastered the 9 Heavens Profound Fire Technique. With the technique in hand, the next step was to enhance his innate roots. Once his water, earth, and wood roots reached their pinnacle, it was certain that his cultivation would accelerate significantly. Calming his exhilaration, Gu Changxing began to invest his lifespan into refining his roots. You have dedicated 200 years of lifespan to the transformation of your spiritual roots. You have cultivated your meridians and contemplated the cosmos. 50 years have passed, and in the depths of your being, you have grasped a fragment of the Tao. After 100 years of understanding the universe, your 5 elemental spiritual roots have begun to stir. You have drawn upon the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing your roots with their warmth. After 150 years of comprehension, your earth, metal, and water attributes have ascended from inferior to superior. After 200 years of insight, your 5 elemental spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, have transformed into superior 5 element roots. What a delight! With the culmination of 2 centuries of transformative investment, Gu Chongqing felt as if he had transcended. He was filled with a sense of clarity, floating as if unbound by earthly ties. With the elevation of his roots to superior 5-element roots, he found himself in closer communion with the spiritual energy of the cosmos, his aura now radiating an ethereal quality. The superior 5-element roots absorbed spiritual energy at a rate comparable to that of singular root prodigies, and possessing all 5 elements rendered him virtually invincible among his peers. At this moment, Gu Chongqing smiled faintly, his spirits lifted. Indeed, the thrill of success was exhilarating, and the pursuit of greatness was a continuous delight. Chapter 4. 8th Layer of the Golden Core. With the elevation of his roots and techniques to a higher echelon, Gu Chongqing adjusted his mind and energy, preparing to enhance his cultivation. Please select the amount of lifespan you wish to invest for transformation. Faced with the system's offerings, and noting that he had approximately 600 years of lifespan remaining, Gu Chongqing reserved 100 years as a buffer and directly invested 500 years. According to his estimations, with his superior 5-element roots and mastery of the 9 heavens profound fire technique, 500 years should suffice for him to break through to the Golden Core realm. You have devoted 500 years of your life to the cultivation of your skills. You practiced the 9 heavens profound fire technique for a year, attempting to break through to the Golden Core stage. Yet you failed to produce the transformation pill and thus could not achieve success. After a decade of rigorous training with the same technique, you endeavored once more to transcend your limits, but again faltered in your quest for the Golden Core realm. For 50 years, you forcefully continued your practice, and through a profound understanding of the earth-level technique, 9 heavens profound fire technique, combined with your exceptional 5-element spiritual roots, you ultimately succeeded in breaking through without the aid of the transformation pill. After a century of cultivation, you ascended to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core stage. 2 centuries of relentless practice elevated you to the 4th layer, and after 5 centuries, your cultivation culminated in the late stage of the Golden Core, achieving the 8th layer. As the 500 years of life energy culminated, the heavens and earth trembled, and the elemental spiritual energies within a radius of several hundred miles surged forth, converging towards the cave where Gu Chongqing resided. At that moment, Gu Chongqing's body resembled a colossal funnel, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energies of the cosmos. Under the operation of the 9 heavens profound fire technique, a vast influx of elemental energies flooded into his dantian. From the 1st layer of the Golden Core to the 8th layer, powerful waves of pressure radiated from Gu Chongqing's surroundings, embodying the essence of the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. As this overwhelming aura enveloped the vicinity, the only early-stage demonic beast within 1,000 miles fled in terror, while the foundational and chi-refining stage beasts trembled and lay prostrate on the ground. Having finally reached the Golden Core stage, I should now possess some degree of self-defense. Half an hour later, as the breakthrough concluded, Gu Chongqing retracted his aura and nodded in satisfaction. According to his knowledge, a Golden Core practitioner has the capability to establish a dynasty or a small sect. After all, the ancestors of the various minor sects and the 3 major cultivation dynasties under the auspices of the Fire sect are all at the Golden Core level. If one does not aspire to establish a sect, a Golden Core practitioner may also serve as the master of a peak within the Fire sect. The peak master holds a status equivalent to that of an inner sect elder, enjoying a transcendent position, as those core disciples' mentors are peak masters. Currently, Golden Core practitioners represent the main combat strength of the Fire sect, while the publicly acknowledged highest combatants are 2 nascent Soul True monarchs, the sect leader Qi Xianfeng and the Grand Elder Yun Chimo. Among them, Gu Chongqing's generation of true disciples includes Zhou Mai, who possesses an innate sword bone and is a disciple of the sect leader Qi Xianfeng. Another true disciple, Yun Qingyao, is under the tutelage of Grand Elder Yun Chimo, who, according to rumors, is also Yun Qingyao's aunt. Given that the Fire sect openly boasts 2 nascent Soul True monarchs, it is likely that they have concealed celestial transformation experts as well. Moreover, with recent infiltrations by demonic spies, numerous formations protecting medicinal fields have been sabotaged. And even among the outer sect elders, there are infiltrators from the demonic faction. It is prudent for me to remain discreet. At this moment, Gu Chongqing reined in his excitement and reminded himself. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, in pursuit of hastening his accumulation of lifespan, he endeavored to gather spiritual herbs during the night. During this period, he encountered several ambushes orchestrated by infiltrators, demonic cultivators from rival sections. These late-stage qi refinement practitioners attempted to dismantle the spiritual formations protecting the herb fields, only to discover his presence as a mere trifling figure in the third layer of qi refinement. They unleashed their extermination techniques upon him, yet he effortlessly transcended their attacks. On one fateful night, while concealing his aura and altering his appearance to venture into the outer sect market, he encountered an elder from the outer sect clandestinely meeting with a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. From that moment, he realized the depths of the Lihua sect's corruption, which perhaps had already been infiltrated by demonic forces. This did not concern him, as he needed only to avoid provocation. Those who obstructed his path would meet with annihilation. With the moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery light, Gu Changsheng emerged from the cave, his eyes shimmering with profound spiritual radiance. The path of cultivation was long and boundless, with no peak to reach, only the pursuit of greater strength. He resolved to continue his diligent practice. At this moment, the clock had struck the witching hour, yet Gu Changsheng did not rush back. He intended to seize the opportunity to scour the outer regions of the Tianluo Mountains for spiritual herbs. Numerous mid-tier and high-tier herbs awaited him. With the formidable divine sense released from his 8th layer of golden core cultivation, he surveyed the surroundings, illuminating all within a 300-mile radius. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he identified over a dozen high-tier herbs and several hundred mid-tier ones. As for the low-tier herbs, although plentiful, they had already been largely harvested by disciples of the Lihua sect who had ventured out for training, given their proximity to the sect. Despite the presence of powerful beasts guarding the mid-tier and high-tier herbs, they posed no threat to him at this late stage of golden core cultivation. In an instant, Gu Changsheng's figure flickered as he made his way toward the nearest 5th-grade spiritual herb. You have successfully deprived the withered bloodvine, 5th-grade herb, of 130 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the flame spirit tree, 7th-grade herb, of 200 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the royal bloodgrass, 6th-grade herb, of 170 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the purple flame fruit, 8th-grade herb, of 250 days of lifespan. Employing his golden core prowess, Gu Changsheng traversed hundreds of miles in mere half an hour, amassing over 300 mid-tier, 4th, 5th, 6th grades, and high-tier, 7th, 8th, 9th grades, spiritual herbs. Compared to the low-tier herbs, these gathered tonight provided a far greater extension of lifespan. A single high-tier herb could equate to the lifespan offered by dozens of low-tier herbs. At this moment, he could not help but glance at his information panel. Name, Gu Changsheng, bone age, 18,327, root bone, supreme 5 elements spiritual root, capable of life extension. Cultivation, golden core level 8, capable of life extension. Techniques, 9 heavens profound fire decision golden core chapter, perfected. Breath concealment technique profound level, perfected. Azure flame hand profound level, perfected. Capable of life extension. Fire walking steps profound level, perfected. Others, alchemy 2nd grade, capable of life extension. Array technique 2nd grade, capable of life extension. Weapon refining 2nd grade, capable of life extension, having extended his lifespan by over 200 years. Gu Changsheng felt quite pleased as he gazed at the additional years displayed on his panel. At that moment, the moon shifted, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, while a few wispy clouds drifted by, thickening the night. It was already quite late, and he decided to return to the medicinal garden first. He planned to visit Dantai during the day and then learn a few combat techniques. Once he maximized his combat prowess at the Golden Core stage, he intended to seek out opportunities to explore the Tianluo mountain range and harvest some spiritual herbs. Chapter 5. The Plunder of Lifespan in the Lihua Sect, Outer Sect. Spiritual Herb Garden. Under the thick darkness of night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the herb garden. Xiangshan, have you located the array's core? Senior Brother Li. I have found it, right atop this small bamboo hill. Let us hasten to disrupt this gathering spirit array. With this one, we will have successfully dismantled 3 spirit arrays tonight, completing the task assigned by Elderine. As they whispered conspiratorially, the 2 figures crept toward the small bamboo hill where Gu Changsheng resided. Another thief incursion. Had I known earlier, I would never have built my residence so close to the array's core. These demonic spies are as bothersome as flies. Returning to his abode, Gu Changsheng's expression soured as he caught sight of the 2 figures. Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised they were indeed spies from the demonic sect. At that instant, utilizing his lifespan observation ability, he discerned their identities with clarity. Li Byron, Qi Refinement Level 8, 2430, Bone Age Lifespan. Xiangshan, Qi Refinement Level 7, 2335, Bone Age Lifespan. Their lifespans were alarmingly short. Yet their cultivation surpassed that of ordinary disciples with robust roots, indicating they had practiced a demonic technique detrimental to their lifespan, trading years for power. Hidden in the shadows. Gu Changxing's gaze hardened as he scrutinized Xiangshan and Li Byron, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In truth, slaying cultivators could also yield lifespan. And the speed of gaining life essence was no slower than harvesting spiritual herbs. Although he had previously exercised restraint, he would not hesitate when confronting spies of the demonic sect. They were ripe for the picking. Who goes there? Seemingly sensing Gu Changxing's deliberately revealed lethal aura, the more powerful Li Byron became alert. Someone is disrupting the array. Xiangshan halted as well, following Li Byron's gaze. Who is this elderine you speak of? What is his cultivation level? At that moment, Gu Changxing stepped forth from the shadows of the trees, advancing step by deliberate step toward the two intruders. As he drew near, the formidable aura of the Golden Core realm directly ensnared the two, rendering them immobile. You are merely a servant of this place, no. We have long since marked our territory. You were merely at the third layer of Qi refinement before, were you not? At this moment. Feeling the vast energy of the Golden Core, the expressions of Li Baichen and Xiangshan changed dramatically. You of the Fire Sect are truly insidious. A dignified Golden Core master hiding in such a humble herb garden, masquerading as an insignificant Qi refinement servant to ensnare others. After regaining their wits from their astonishment and fear, Li Baichen and his companion cursed indignantly. As agents of the demonic sect, they were no strangers to committing heinous acts. However, today, upon encountering Gu Changxing, this ancient Golden Core master disguised as a mere Qi refinement lamb, they were enlightened in a most unexpected manner. Confronted with the shock and terror of the two, Gu Changxing lost his patience. He harbored no expectations of extracting any secrets from them. A strand of spiritual fire erupted from his palm, enveloping the two. With a whoosh, the flames blazed forth. And Li Baichen and Xiangshan were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a scream, save for their storage pouches. A fleeting gust scattered their remains to the winds. You have successfully deprived Li Baichen, Qi Refinement 8th Layer, of 1 year of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Xiangshan, Qi Refinement 7th Layer, of 300 days of lifespan. With the demise of the two, Gu Changxing was presented with two notifications. It appeared that taking lives was a swifter means of gaining longevity. Upon reading the notifications, he was momentarily taken aback, a subtle wave of exhilaration stirring within him. The lives of two Qi refinement cultivators could yield more longevity than high-tier spiritual herbs. If he were to slay 1,000 or even 10,000 cultivators, a vast reservoir of lifespan would be readily at his disposal. Yet, as such thoughts surfaced in his mind, he swiftly extinguished them. As the saying goes, a single thought can lead one to immortality or to demonic ruin. He did not wish to become a monster reviled by all. He simply aspired to be a tranquil cultivator seeking longevity. In recent weeks, the actions of the demonic faction had grown increasingly frequent. It would be prudent to bide his time and observe their subsequent moves. After all, he was prepared to confront whatever came his way. With his cultivation at the late stage of Golden Core, he was more than capable of handling most situations. Gu Changxing employed his techniques to conceal the exposed array. And after collecting the two storage pouches, he made his way back to his bamboo cottage. As the night deepened, the full moon accompanied by drifting clouds illuminated the sky, while the wind rustled through the sparse bamboo, casting delicate shadows that danced in the night. It was a tranquil night, so serene that one could hear the gentle trickle of water and the rustling of leaves swaying in the breeze. The following day, as the sun rose, rays of resplendent light pierced the horizon. Purple mist arose in the east, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. The celestial peaks were shrouded in clouds, resembling a paradise. Today marked the bi-monthly day of rest, and Gu Changxing departed the medicinal herb garden, stepping into the gentle morning breeze. With his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he made his way toward the inner sect's purple bamboo peak. The Fire Sect did not prohibit outer sect disciples from visiting the various celestial peaks of the inner sect. After all, who among the inner sect did not have a poor relative from the outer sect? Zizhu Peak, nestled within the heart of the inner gate, occupies a realm rich in spiritual essence, enveloped in ethereal clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. The peak is presided over by the illustrious Yunjinren of the Liuhua sect, who commands a cadre of over 10 core disciples, among whom stands the remarkable Dantai Yu. Ziyunjinren, whose true name is Zhou Ziyun, possesses cultivation at the mid-golden core stage and is renowned for the formidable earth-grade technique known as Xian Gang Leihua. Mastering such a technique places Zhou Ziyun among the top 5 in combat prowess among the golden core practitioners of the Inner Gate. This information was imparted to Gu Chongxing during a leisurely conversation with Dantai Yu. Half an hour later, atop Zizhu Peak, in a courtyard suffused with spiritual energy, Gu Chongxing beheld Dantai Yu, adorned in a flowing dark cyan celestial gown. Dantai Yu, tall and exquisite, possessed an enchanting beauty that could captivate any heart. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded gracefully over her slender waist, partially concealing her rounded, delicate form. The sweeping hem of her azure dress enveloped her long, porcelain-like legs, revealing only glimpses of her fair, snow-white calves through the gaps. In the entire Liuhua sect, perhaps only the eldest elder's disciple, Yun Qingyao, could rival her in beauty and grace. Gu Chongxing had caught a distant glimpse of Yun Qingyao 2 years prior, and indeed, she was astonishingly talented, comparable to Dantai Yu. Both were unparalleled celestial beauties in their own right. Ah, you've finally broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, Brother Chongxing. Upon seeing Gu Chongxing in his azure robe, Dantai Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Guided by her intuition, she sensed something distinctly different about him today. Particularly, his calm and composed demeanor, coupled with his handsome visage, exuded an ethereal aura that momentarily enchanted her. I heard they say you were injured, little moon. Faced with the captivating celestial maiden, Gu Chongxing's gaze filled with concern. A brief scan of his spiritual sense revealed a wisp of malevolent energy entwined within Dantai Yu's dantian, gnawing at its essence like a relentless parasite. Moreover, a faint crack had manifested in her dantian, indicating tangible damage to her foundation. Given his experience as a second-tier alchemist, he discerned that only a 4th-tier elixir known as the Repairing Heaven Pill could remedy her injuries. It's merely a slight injury. There's no need for concern, Brother Chongxing. A period of rest will suffice, Dantai Yu remarked, momentarily taken aback by his worried expression, before feigning calmness. She believed it unnecessary for Gu Chongxing to know the severity of her condition, especially since even her master, Ziyunjinren, was currently at a loss regarding her plight. Knowing would only serve to add to his burdens. Dantai Yu, Qi Refinement 9th Level 1799, Bone Age Lifespan. Despite the deterioration in her cultivation, she remained steadfast. Truly, her indomitable spirit was a testament to her exceptional nature. Upon hearing Dantai Yu's words and observing her cultivation information, Gu Chongxing could not help but smile inwardly. After 3 years of companionship, coupled with the original owner's memories, he naturally comprehended the character of Dantai Yu. Her exterior was as frosty as ice, while her inner self exuded gentleness and tranquility. Her disposition was defined by strength and stubbornness. To put it simply, she was a master of verbal prowess, concerned with her pride, enduring unnecessary hardship. Chapter 6. The celestial Dantai Yu. The sun blazed high, suspended in the vast expanse of the sky. Beneath the celestial dome, the earth appeared desolate, with mountains stretching endlessly and an ethereal aura enveloping the surroundings. On the mist-shrouded purple bamboo peak, adorned with wisteria, stood a small pavilion amidst the enchanting garden of celestial herbs. Dantai Yu, clad in a celestial gown, sat beside Gu Chongxing at a jade table, engaging in conversation about recent events. Brother Chongxing, this is a premium Peiyuan pill. Take it, and strive to break through to the late stage of qi refinement, after which you may enter the inner sect. Dantai Yu gazed at Gu Chongxing with her beautiful eyes, extending her delicate hand to retrieve several bottles of elixirs. Although Peiyuan pills were classified as first-grade elixirs, those of premium quality were rare and precious, comparable to second-grade elixirs, making them extremely valuable for disciples in the qi refinement stage. In Dantai Yu's eyes, the premium Peiyuan pill was the most suitable for Gu Chongxing, who was at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Very well, I also have something to gift you. Faced with the goodwill of the celestial maiden, Gu Chongxing did not refuse. After accepting her gift, he produced a jade box. Within the box lay an 8th-grade spiritual herb, the Xian fruit, which was immensely beneficial even to foundation-building cultivators. Given that Dantai Yu had recently regressed in cultivation, descending from the peak of qi refinement to the 9th layer, the Xian fruit would undoubtedly be of great use to her. Is that truly an 8th-grade Xian fruit? This is too precious. It is your fortune, Brother Chongxing. I cannot accept it. Dan Taiyu's exquisite face displayed a hint of surprise as she instinctively pushed the jade box back toward Gu Changxing. I chanced upon this spiritual fruit at the periphery of the Tianluo mountain range, and with my cultivation at the fourth layer of qi refinement. I lack the ability to refine it. If stored for too long, it will lose its efficacy. It is better for you, little moon, to refine it. Gu Changxing gently returned the jade box to her delicate hand. Brother Changxing, this spiritual fruit will indeed be of great benefit to me, so I shall not be modest. As Gu Changxing held her hand, Dan Taiyu's stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly, and she ceased to decline the offer. Brother Changxing, I also have a quota for a foundation establishment pill. Should you reach the peak of qi refinement, do come find me. At that moment, Dan Taiyu gazed steadily at Gu Changxing, then earnestly advised him. As a core disciple of the fire sect, and with a formidable master like Ziyun Jinren, Dan Taiyu naturally had her share of quotas for foundation establishment pills. However, she was acutely aware of her severe injuries and the bleak prospects of her own cultivation. Thus she intended to reserve the pill for Gu Changxing. This girl, do I, a dignified golden core cultivator, still require a foundation establishment pill? Besides, as a second-grade alchemist, the numerous premium foundation establishment pills I previously concocted have gathered dust in the longevity space. Hearing Dan Taiyu's words warmed Gu Changxing's heart and brought a smile to his face. As the sovereign of the path of survival, Gu Changxing harbored the true extent of his cultivation, a secret known only to himself. Even his childhood companion, Dan Taiyu, remained oblivious to the slightest hint of his prowess. Furthermore, Gu Changxing concealed numerous identities, including that of the chief alchemist of the Four Seas Merchant Association and a distinguished elder of the Divine Armament Pavilion. These were merely masks he wore, unbeknownst to Dan Taiyu. Little moon, grant me a quota for the foundation establishment pill. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Gu Changxing's profound gaze fell upon the maiden before him, and he inquired earnestly, eager to witness how this Navi girl would respond. I possess 2 quotas for the foundation establishment pill, so you need not worry, Brother Changxing. In the face of Gu Changxing's scrutiny, Dan Taiyu's enchanting eyes sparkled as she fabricated her answer. 2 quotas for the foundation establishment pill? How is it that my master is unaware of this? Gu Changxing mused, bemused by the fact that this young girl, despite her modest talents and mere cultivation at the 4th stage of qi refinement, held such affection for him. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, beneath the shade of a tree, a hidden yet graceful woman shook her head in resignation, clad in a flowing purple celestial gown and veiled. She possessed an exquisite figure, tall and striking, with a slender waist adorned by a fiery red gourd of wine, enveloped in a subtle fragrance and a hint of alcoholic aroma. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of golden core, she was likely the master of the lovely Dan Taiyu, known as Ziyun. Though Gu Changxing, at the 4th stage of qi refinement, had noticed the enchanting woman outside the academy, his acting prowess and mastery of breath-concealing techniques allowed him to reveal not the slightest trace of his true capabilities. At that moment, the golden core cultivator, Ziyun, remained oblivious to Gu Changxing's real strength. My foolish disciple, so grievously wounded, struggling to continue her celestial journey, yet still concerned for others. She lamented softly, I must first break through to the late stage of golden core, then venture to the main sect of Qingzhou to seek a revitalizing pill. Observing her naive disciple gazing longingly at the handsome youth, Ziyun couldn't help but place a delicate hand to her forehead, murmuring softly before her figure flickered and vanished into the shadows. It seems that Ziyun possesses a commendable disposition. I shall offer her guidance if the opportunity arises, Gu Changxing reflected inwardly after her departure. This was his first encounter with Ziyun, and he held a favorable impression of the beautiful master of Dan Taiyu. On the summit of Ziyun Peak, where the spiritual energy flourished and the scenery was breathtaking, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the celestial structures, casting a warm glow. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. With a reluctant gaze from Dan Taiyu, Gu Changxing prepared to take his leave. Brother Changxing, during my recent training expedition, I acquired 2 jade tablets from the abode of a senior. We shall each possess one. As they prepared to part, Dan Taiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she produced a pair of jade tablets. She affixed one to Gu Changxing's waist and the other to her own, the tablets known as the Mandarin Duck Jade, discovered in the dwelling of a golden core master. The cavernous retreat was the very place where she encountered the enigmatic sorceress, Lu Ruyan. Both women vied for the opportunity presented by the golden core master, yet in the end, Dan Taiyu returned gravely injured, acquiring only a pair of unremarkable Mandarin Duck Jade pieces. Little moon, Be sure to tend to your wounds, Gu Chongqing said, warmth flooding his heart as he gazed at the exquisite maiden before him. He then departed the courtyard, making his way toward the outer reaches of Zizhu Peak. Brother Chongqing. Watching Gu Chongqing's figure gradually fade from view, Dan Taiyu's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unsure whether it was the pain of her damaged foundation or the sorrow of parting from her childhood companion. However, the girl's determination ultimately quelled her emotions, and the tears that shimmered in her lovely eyes did not coalesce into pearls, but instead dissipated into the ether. At that moment, the enchanting visage of Dan Taiyu regained its aloof and unapproachable demeanor, the warmth she had previously displayed now replaced by an icy resolve. This girl. It seems I must hasten to concoct the heaven-mending pill, but how shall I deliver it to little Moon? Observing the subtle shifts in Dan Taiyu's expressions with his formidable spiritual sense, Gu Chongqing felt a profound surge of compassion. Ah, I have it. Since your heart is inclined towards me, I shall grant you a lifetime of opportunity. With this thought, Gu Chongqing's hand brushed against the jade tablet at his waist. A slight smile gracing his lips as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 7. The chief alchemist of the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. The news of the proud daughter Dan Taiyu's severe injury had long reached the Yi family of the Yin Kingdom. On this day, at the seaside city outside the gates of the Fire Sect, within the Yi family's estate, preparations were underway for a marriage annulment with the Chu Kingdom. In a quaint and ancient courtyard, within a pavilion adorned with dark red lacquer, an elderly man clad in a gray robe regarded Yi Chun, who had just returned from the Fire Sect. An annulment? Ancestor, is this not rather hasty? I, the party involved, have not yet consented. Upon hearing his ancestor's words, Yi Chun, dressed in white, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He held deep feelings for his betrothed, the captivating and graceful Dan Taiyu. Each time he encountered her, he felt an irresistible urge to express his affection and engage in deeper conversation. Although Dan Taiyu had consistently treated him with indifference, he found himself willingly captivated by her aloofness. Now, upon learning of the family's intention to annul the engagement, Yi Chun felt utterly bewildered. Dan Taiyu is now a cripple. A mere decorative vase cannot enter my Yi family's doors, remarked the second ancestor of the Yi family with a disdainful snort. Observing Yi Chin's momentary lapse in judgment, this matter is beyond your control. After the annulment, the main family will assist you in courting the Yun family. The elder continued. While in the sect, make an effort to get closer to Yun Qingyao and strive to win her favor. Yun Qingyao, the Yun family, is a nascent soul lineage. Even with the support of the main branch of the Yi family from the Great Li dynasty, I lack the qualifications. Upon hearing that the Yi family intended to propose to Yun Qingyao, Yi Chen first felt a surge of excitement, only to be overtaken by a wave of self-deprecation. The Yun family, one of the four esteemed nascent soul clans of the Liuhua sect, stood in lofty grandeur. Moreover, the Yun family boasted two nascent soul true monarchs. One was Yun Qingyao's aunt, Yun Chumo, and the other was the family's ancestor, who also served as one of the esteemed elders of the Liuhua sect. Yi Chen and the second elder of the Yi family spoke of the main lineage of the Dali dynasty, which was the royal family itself. The Dali dynasty is one of the three great dynasties under the governance of the Liuhua sect, with the royal house being the Jindan clan of the Yi family. In contrast, the Yi family of Yin country, to which Yi Chen and the second elder belonged, was a branch of this Jindan lineage. Recently, the ancestor of the main lineage had broken through to the nascent soul realm, thereby elevating our Yi clan to the ranks of nascent soul families within the ancient Dao state. In response to Yi Chen's feelings of inadequacy, the second elder of the Yi family proudly explained the situation. The ancestor of the main lineage has actually become a nascent soul true monarch. This is truly splendid. At this moment, upon hearing the words of his elder, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Rest assured, second elder, I shall win Yun Qingyao's favor swiftly. At this juncture, a sudden surge of confidence overtook Yi Chen, compelling him to thump his chest in assurance. Ha ha! This is the true visage of my Yi family's prodigious son. Observing Yi Chen's newfound confidence, the second elder of the Yi family smiled with satisfaction. The Four Seas Merchant Association primarily engaged in the trade of elixirs, supplemented by magical artifacts, formations, and cultivation techniques. Its influence spread across the ancient Dao state, with branches in the realms of the four major orthodox sects, Liuhua sect, Qingyan sect, Danding sect, and Baihua Pavilion. Additionally, It was rumored that the Four Seas Merchant Association originated from beyond the ancient Dao state, backed by formidable forces. Linhai City and Fufeng City, located several hundred miles apart, were large cities formed by congregations of cultivators outside the Liuhua sect's mountain gate. Among them, one branch of the Four Seas Merchant Association was situated in Fufeng City. Last night, Gu Chongxing had completed his share of spiritual herb harvesting ahead of schedule and subsequently informed the newly appointed steward of his absence. Taking advantage of his leisure time today, as was his custom, he altered his appearance and assumed the alias of the alchemist Yao Yin. Arriving at the Four Seas Merchant Association in Fufeng City, in his disguised form, Yao Yin appeared tall and handsome, resembling a man in his 30s. Exuding a cultivation aura of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Elder Yao, I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Upon seeing the figure draped in a blue robe, the steward of this branch, Qian Yud, approached with a beaming smile. As the chief alchemist of the branch, even Qian Yud relied heavily on Yao Yan's expertise. After all, more than half of the Merchant Association's elixir business was upheld by the prowess of Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing. A few months prior, the elixir trade of the Four Seas Merchant Association had languished in obscurity, with no one showing interest. However, with the arrival of Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, the situation had transformed into one of bustling activity. Though Qian Yud is a golden core cultivator whose status commands respect even from the revered leader of the fire sect, Qi Xianfeng, he would not jeopardize his own livelihood. Even in the presence of the revered deity of wealth, Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, he willingly complies. Master Qian, as per our usual arrangement, I shall personally gather the spiritual herbs before refining the elixirs, Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing remarked after glancing at Qian Yud's cultivation level. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce occupies nearly an entire acre in the valuable Fufeng City, boasting its own high-quality medicinal fields spanning approximately 100 acres. Rich with numerous high-grade spiritual herbs, including several rare specimens. Very well, I shall now grant you access to the spiritual herb garden, Elder Yao, Qian Yud, hunched with a glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes, readily acquiesced. Subsequently, Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, followed Qian Yud to the exterior of the medicinal fields behind the celestial building. Once Qian Yud activated the formation of the herb garden, Gu Chongxing stepped inside. As he beheld the fields radiating with vibrant, multicolored spiritual energy, he commenced his harvest. You have successfully extracted 240 days of lifespan from the white bone flower, 8th grade spiritual herb. You have successfully extracted 300 days of lifespan from the purple cloud tree, 9th grade spiritual herb. You have successfully extracted 230 days of lifespan from the soul-returning grass, 8th grade spiritual herb. You have successfully extracted 200 days of lifespan from the gathering sun fruit, 7th grade spiritual herb. Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the herb fields. With each mature spiritual herb he plucked, delightful notifications appeared before him. After half an hour, he finally completed the harvest of nearly 100 acres. Phew, at last, I finished. What a bountiful day. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at his abundant yield with a profound sense of accomplishment. Name, Gu Chongxing, bone age, 182,700, root bone. Exceptional 5-element spiritual root, capable of lifespan transformation, cultivation, golden core 8th layer, capable of lifespan transformation. Techniques, 9 heavens profound fire decision golden core edition perfected. Concealment technique, Xian level, perfected. Blue flame hand Xian level, perfected. Capable of lifespan transformation, fire walking step Xian level, perfected. Others, alchemy technique 2nd grade, capable of lifespan transformation. Formation technique 2nd grade, capable of lifespan transformation. Weapon refining technique 2nd grade, capable of lifespan transformation. In less than 2 hours today, he had harvested over 2,000 days of lifespan, a significant windfall indeed. Elder Yao's meticulousness is truly commendable. He even personally harvested to preserve the herb's properties. It is no wonder his success rate in forming elixirs is so high, alongside the superior quality of the pills. Outside the herb garden, observing the completed harvest and wiping the sweat from his face, Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, overheard Qian Yud speaking to himself with an air of confidence. Of course, Qian Yud remained oblivious to the fact that the sweat on Yao Yan's, Gu Chongxing, face was merely an act. Furthermore, he was unaware that Yao Yin, Gu Chongxing, was, in fact, a formidable 8th layer golden core cultivator. Chapter 8. The 4th ranked pill king in the city of Fufeng, at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Elder Qian prepared the alchemy chamber, anticipating the moment to commence the refining of elixirs. After harvesting the spiritual herbs, Yaoyan, Gu Changsheng, exited the herb garden and addressed Qian Yud. Elder Yaoyan, the alchemy chamber has long been prepared for you. Upon hearing that Yaoyan, Gu Changsheng, was ready to refine pills, Qian Yud's aged visage blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. The alchemy chamber was situated deep beneath the Chamber of Commerce. The Four Seas chamber had expended a substantial sum to invite a master of formations, who inscribed a third-grade earth fire array 10 zhang below ground, designed to extract the fire's spiritual energy from the depths of the earth, converging it into the earth fire needed for alchemy. With a low hum, as Gu Changsheng entered the alchemy chamber, the earth fire array was activated. Streams of azure flames surged from the base of the alchemy furnace, beginning to preheat it, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The chamber was suffused with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, enveloping one in a fragrant breeze. Elder Yaoyan, here is the list of elixirs to be refined, along with the required spiritual herbs. At this moment, President Qian Yud handed over a spatial ring and a jade tablet containing images to Yaoyan, Gu Changsheng, before wisely withdrawing from the chamber. Gu Changsheng's divine sense swept over the jade tablet, which contained records of the spiritual elixirs to be refined this time. The spatial ring was filled with fresh spiritual herbs of varying grades required for the alchemical process. Sharpening one's axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. First, one must elevate their alchemical skills before igniting the furnace. Sitting cross-legged on the mat before the alchemy furnace, Gu Changsheng felt a surge of impatience and muttered to himself. He then gazed at his interface, intending to conduct a lifespan deduction on the alchemical skill. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest. Once Gu Changsheng selected the alchemical skill, the system provided a prompt. Let us first invest 500 years. Upon receiving the prompt, Gu Changsheng made his decision and began to invest his lifespan into the deduction of the alchemical skill. You have invested 500 years to comprehend the alchemical skill. After 10 years of comprehension, you independently derived 5 new methods for refining second-grade elixirs. After 50 years of comprehension, you learned 20 methods for refining second-grade elixirs and 2 methods for third-grade elixirs. After 100 years of comprehension, your second-grade alchemical skill reached perfection. Based on your alchemical experience, you compiled the alchemical tome Alchemy Techniques. Your understanding of the alchemical skill attained third-grade level, formally entering the ranks of third-grade alchemists. After 200 years of comprehension, you grasped the dual-purpose technique of the suspended thread method, doubling your alchemical efficiency. During this period, you learned hundreds of techniques for refining spiritual elixirs. After 400 years of comprehension, you mastered over 2,000 methods for low-grade spiritual elixirs and the refining methods for fourth-grade elixirs, such as the Celestial Repair Elixir and the Transcendental Elixir. Your suspended thread method reached perfection, and you further comprehended the secret technique of the 1,000 threads guiding method based on this foundation. After 5 centuries of profound contemplation and mastery of alchemy, you have seamlessly integrated your knowledge into the creation of the Danjing, elevating your alchemical prowess to the esteemed rank of a 4th-rank Dan King, having ascended from a 3rd-rank alchemist. As the years unfolded, an abundance of memories regarding the art of alchemy manifested within Gu Changsheng's mind, as if he had lived through those 500 years. This extensive experience endowed him with the genuine capabilities of a 4th-rank Dan King. From what Gu Changsheng comprehends, the hierarchy of alchemy categorizes 1st to 3rd ranks as alchemists, while 4th to 6th ranks are recognized as Dan Kings. The pinnacle, 7th to 9th ranks, is reserved for Dan Saints, the revered masters of alchemy. Within the entire Flame sect, the highest-ranking alchemist is the master of the Dan Peak, who, like Gu Changsheng, holds the title of 4th-rank Dan King. The status of a 4th-rank Dan King is profoundly esteemed. In the context of the ancient Tao state, this rank would command the respect of the 4 leading sects, the Flame sect, the Qingyan sect, the Dan Ding sect, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion, all of which would bestow the honor of a senior guest elder. It is noteworthy that the highest-ranking alchemist in the ancient Tao state is merely a 5th-rank Dan King, serving as the grand elder of the Dan Ding sect. As Gu Changsheng collected his thoughts and settled his mind, he skillfully manipulated 3 alchemical furnaces simultaneously, employing his exceptional abilities as a 4th-rank Dan King to concoct elixirs ranging from 1st to 3rd rank with remarkable ease. Within just 2 hours, he successfully produced dozens of batches of elixirs, achieving an exceptional success rate and quality that approached the finest standards. After fulfilling the requirements of the Four Seas commerce, Gu Changxing proceeded to refine 2 batches of 4th-rank elixirs. One batch produced the Celestial Restoration Pill, yielding 10 exquisite pills, while the other batch resulted in the Transformation Pill, also of exceptional quality, producing 9 pills. He intended to give the Celestial Restoration Pills to the young Qing Mei, Dan Taiyu. The Transformation Pill, necessary for advancing from the Foundation Establishment Realm to the Golden Core Realm, would enhance the probability of breakthrough by 10%. Previously, during his breakthrough to the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, he had accidentally rescued an injured 2-tailed fox of the same realm, which appeared to be female. Later, he sent the fox back to its homeland in the Chu Kingdom, entrusting it to secretly protect the Gu clan. The Chu Kingdom, a realm of mortals, is a place of meager spiritual energy. To compensate the little fox, Gu Changxing vowed to concoct elixirs essential for its cultivation. Thus, at the end of each month, the little fox would faithfully visit him to receive the elixirs for its training. Having completed the alchemical processes, Gu Changxing extinguished the earth fire and exited the alchemical chamber. Old Qian, I have finished the refining. Please take stock. He presented a storage ring to Qian Yud, who awaited him outside the courtyard. 200 first-rank foundation pills, 200 first-rank blood recovery pills, 100 second-rank bone strengthening pills, and 50 third-rank foundation establishment pills. Upon witnessing the impressive speed and a success rate of 70%, Qian Yud was astounded. Elder Yao, your alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. Even in distant provinces, few alchemists can achieve such a remarkable level. Upon receiving the storage ring, Qian Yud's wrinkled visage blossomed into a smile akin to a chrysanthemum, his countenance betraying a hint of astonishment. If only you knew that I still retained 2 or 3 portions of the elixirs, you might find your jaw dropping in disbelief. At this moment, observing the astonished Qian Yud, Yao Yin, Gu Changxing, silently mused. It was inevitable. His alchemical prowess stemmed from lifespan divination, yielding a success rate exceeding 90%. Some even nearing perfection. Even if Gu Changxing were to pocket a portion of the elixirs, the remaining ones still boasted a success rate surpassing 70%. Were he to reveal his success rate above 90%, he would likely attract the attention of those in the nascent soul and even the transformation stage, who might seek to extract his secrets through soul searching and dismemberment. Thus, Gu Changxing chose to maintain a low profile, prioritizing survival. Elder Yao, this is the remuneration for your alchemical efforts, exchanged entirely for spirit herb seeds and premium spirit stones. After the initial shock, Qian Yu presented a storage bag. Within it lay over 100 premium spirit stones and a plethora of spirit herb seeds. Excellent. Gu Changxing briefly scanned the contents with his divine sense, feeling quite pleased. Elder Yao, you do not yet have a companion, do you? I have a granddaughter, a stunning beauty, just turned 18, though she is a decade younger than you. In the realm of cultivation, age is but a trivial matter. At this juncture, observing the handsome Yao Yin, Gu Changxing in his 30s, Qian Yu could not help but speak. Old Qian, let us refrain from this topic. Upon hearing Qian Yud's words, Gu Changxing's lips twitched slightly. Interrupting the elder, he hastily made his exit. Although Qian Yud was a 6th-layer golden core cultivator, his appearance left much to be desired, with small eyes, a flat nose, and buck teeth. His features misaligned, resembling a rodent. Thus, it was unlikely his granddaughter would be exceptionally charming either. When did the 6th place on the Yunzhu Immortal ranking become so unappealing? Watching the flustered Yao Yin, Gu Changxing, retreat as if he could sprout 6 legs, Qian Yud wore a helpless expression. His granddaughter, Qian Duo, was the 2nd daughter of the Qian family, a direct descendant of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, currently at the initial stage of foundation establishment, a genuine prodigy. Although her cultivation could not compare to her elder sister Qian Baobao, who had entered the sacred ground, she was still impressive. Elder Yao, you are destined to become a renowned pill king across the Zhongshuan continent. The Qian family must make an investment early on. Moreover, it would be an opportune moment to invite the 2nd miss to visit the ancient road state. At this moment, after Yao Yin, Gu Changxing departed, Qian Yud squinted his eyes with contemplation. Chapter 9. Fishing for evidence. Exiting the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, twilight was approaching. The setting sun on the horizon cast a warm glow upon the undulating celestial mountains. From the vantage point of Fufeng City, one can behold the entire flame sect situated atop a lofty mountain, 100 miles away. Behind the range, clouds tinged with fiery crimson hues ascend, and the ethereal towers and palaces intermittently reveal themselves, resembling a paradise on earth. Yao Yin, Gu Changxing, did not hastily return to the outer gate's spiritual herb garden. Instead, he made his way to a residence within the inner city. The estate spans over 200 square meters, its ancient structures exuding a sense of weighty history. This is Gu Changxing's temporary abode in Fufeng City. Upon his return to the temporary residence, a watchful rogue practitioner caught a glimpse of the house from a concealed alley before vanishing from sight. "Brother, the plump prey has returned," he communicated. Moments later, the rogues, who had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, rejoined a hidden courtyard where 5 others awaited. The leader, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, emanated the aura of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Among the remaining 4, one was at the early stage of foundation establishment, while the other 3 had attained full mastery of the Qi refinement stage. His return is fortuitous. After a month of surveillance, our quarry has finally arrived, the scarred man declared with a sinister glint in his eyes. Lu, continue to monitor him. As soon as he departs the city, report back immediately. We shall devise a plan to ambush him outside. That lad carries the unmistakable scent of medicinal pills and is adorned with 2 storage pouches at his waist, as well as 2 more storage rings on his fingers. He must be a prosperous alchemist. The leader spoke with palpable malice, his words thick with murderous intent. If this venture succeeds, our supply of foundation establishment pills will surely be secured. Upon hearing the scarred man's analysis, the faces of the fully realized Qi refinement practitioners lit up with excitement. At last, we have bait for our ambush. The efforts of our recent gold-laden markets have not been in vain. Meanwhile, within the estate, Gu Changxing, having retracted his divine sense that could cover 100 miles, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Though he wished to avoid resorting to murder for the sake of extending his lifespan, if others sought to take his life, he would have no choice but to transcend them. As twilight descended, Gu Changxing did not rush to depart. Instead, he retrieved the jade tablet gifted by Dan Taiyu, a small green plum. Previously, he had wrestled with how to deliver the refined celestial repair pill to Dan Taiyu without revealing his true cultivation level. However, upon closely examining the dual jade, inspiration struck. From Gu Changxing's perspective as a second-tier artifact and formation master, the dual jade was crafted from the rare 4th-tier material, Void Spirit Jade. It bore the engraving of a 3rd-tier formation, the subtle 2-phase array, capable of transmitting thoughts and transporting small spiritual items. Unfortunately, due to damage, it seemed the dual jade could only facilitate thought transmission now, losing its teleportation capability. My current skills as a second-tier formation master may not suffice for repairs. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once I have accrued more lifespan, I shall refine this spiritual jade thoroughly. At that moment, while toying with the Void Spirit Jade tablet, Gu Changxing murmured to himself, having devoted 2 centuries of his life to the profound study of formations. Gu Changxing opened his interface and selected the option for formation techniques to enhance his longevity. After 10 years of contemplation, he grasped the intricacies of 6 second-tier formations. After a century of study, he unraveled 50 varieties of second-tier formations and the delicate second-tier formation known as the 2 instruments. His mastery of formations reached perfection at the 2nd tier, and he felt he was on the brink of accessing higher levels of this art. After 2 centuries of dedication, he comprehended over 100 second-tier formations and more than 10 third-tier formations, creating the initial understanding of formations based on his experiences, thereby attaining the 3rd tier and officially becoming a 3rd-tier formation master. As his lifespan unfolded, Gu Changxing's mind became flooded with a plethora of memories and knowledge regarding formation techniques, immersing him in the vastness of the initial understanding of formations. The art of formations is indeed profound, deserving its place among the 4 essential arts of cultivation. After a brief moment, Gu Changxing opened his eyes with satisfaction. The so-called 4 arts of cultivation naturally include alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, and talismans. However, the path of cultivation is boundless, and skills extend beyond the 4 arts to include beast taming, brewing, music, painting, and more. As for those who practice demonic or evil arts, they have even developed techniques such as poison cultivation, ghost nurturing, corpse rearing, and yin-yang supplementation. At this juncture, having become a 3rd-tier formation master, Gu Changxing began to reforge the Mandarin Duck Jade Tower. As the jade emanated with resonant formation patterns, the tower shimmered with a verdant glow. The 2 instruments formation was successfully repaired. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Changxing ceased his actions, gazing at the restored jade tower with a look of contentment. By now, night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, with drifting clouds and twinkling stars. Curious about what the little moon was up to, Gu Chongqing mused aloud, contemplating whether to take a clandestine peek. He then grasped the Mandarin Duck Jade Tower and infused it with a thread of his consciousness. Through the two instruments' formation, his consciousness connected to another Mandarin Duck Jade Tower hundreds of miles away. Master, how mischievous of you to splash water on us. It was you who provoked us first, so do not blame us for lacking respect. Ah, little Ran, little Shui, little Moon, how dare you deceive your master? On Purple Bamboo Peak, the moonlight cascaded into the tranquil pond. Ethereal figures, with skin as smooth as cream, playfully splashed water akin to enchanting mermaids. Frolicking in the clear waters, another Mandarin Duck Jade Tower lay nestled within the skirts of Dan Taiyu, buried beneath a fragrant pile of garments. As Gu Chongqing's consciousness revealed the Jade Tower, he was met with this breathtaking scene. As the saying goes, the purple peak gathers the night's emerald hue. The jade mirror washes the celestial gauze. Flowing waves startle the pure shadows, delicate steps shy from the spring tide. To Gu Chongqing's astonishment, Master Zhou Ziyun was among them. This woman, often adorned with a fiery red wine gourd at her waist, possessed a figure as graceful as a gourd, embodying great thunder, causing Gu Chongqing, who observed from hundreds of miles away, to feel a warmth in his nose. After a fleeting glimpse, the anxious Gu Chongqing hastily withdrew his ill-timed consciousness. Was that merely an illusion? Once Gu Chongqing's thread of spirit dissipated, Zhou Ziyun, who was frolicking with her female disciples, furrowed her brow momentarily before returning to her previous demeanor. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Within the confines of the residence in Fufeng City, Gu Chongqing, his handsome face flushed like a monkey's rear, urgently recited scriptures from his past life. At this moment, he genuinely comprehended the joy experienced by emperors with their myriad palaces and courtyards. Having just turned 18, should he not reward himself and seek a companion? Reflecting on the enchanting figures he had just seen, Gu Chongqing spoke with palpable eagerness. After all, he was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality. First, he must attain invincibility, and then he could relax. At this juncture, suppressing his desires, Gu Chongqing admonished himself. This realm of cultivation was a ruthless world where the weak were devoured by the strong, and deceit ran rampant. Survival was paramount. Chapter 10. Counterattack. The crescent moon hung in the sky, floating clouds scattered across the heavens, and the night descended heavily. The streets of Fufeng City lay in profound silence, save for the distant revelry of the bustling brothels, alive with song and dance. Clad in a blue robe, Yao Yin, Gu Chongqing, stepped out of the residence and made his way toward the outskirts of the city. Outside, darkness enveloped the land, the clouds obscured the sky, and starlight dimmed. The distant Tianluo mountain range loomed ominously, flickering with the glow of will-o'-the-wisps, intermittently pierced by the howls of lurking beasts. Brother, that lad appears to be heading towards Tianluo Mountain, one of the 6 black-clad bandits whispered, trailing him from a distance. How astute to choose such a location, opting for a graveyard nestled within the Tianluo Mountains. This would spare them the trouble of disposing of the body, once the scent of blood wafted through the air. The beasts would aid in obliterating any evidence. Shortly after Gu Chongqing exited the city, the 6 bandits, shrouded in black, conspired quietly as they followed him from afar. The Tianluo mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, was home to numerous foundational and golden core beasts. Moreover, rumors abounded that deeper within the mountains, one could encounter transformed Yuan-ing realm demon cultivators. Under the cover of the thick night, Gu Chongqing ventured deeper into the Tianluo mountains, gathering spiritual herbs. However, after progressing approximately 300 miles, he came to a halt as he found himself encircled by the 6 bandits. The leader, a man with a scarred face emanating the aura of a late foundational stage cultivator, wielded a blood-stained weapon, exuding a thick aura of bloodlust. Including the scarred leader, 2 among the 6 were true foundational stage cultivators, while the remaining 4 had achieved the pinnacle of Qi training. Furthermore, the 6 displayed an uncanny synergy, their stances subtly weaving the resonance of the world's spiritual essence, forming a second-tier combined attack formation known as the Yin Sha Array. Such a display was likely sufficient to thwart a fully realized foundational stage cultivator. What do you intend to do? I am a Dan Master of the 4 Seas Merchant Association. You should retreat at once. Faced with the aggressive approach of the 6, Yao Yin, Gu Chongqing, initially displayed a hint of panic before feigning calmness and admonishing them. His expressions were so vividly portrayed that the 6 observers couldn't help but smile, fully convinced that the alchemist before them was merely a plump lamb ready for slaughter. We have captured the alchemist from the 4 Seas Trading Guild, remarked the leader. Indeed, he is an alchemist. This is our chance for fortune, for alchemists are notoriously easy prey. Upon hearing Gu Changshin's words, the 6 bandits, led by the scar-faced man, were filled with excitement, believing victory was assured. Even one of the foundation-building bandits, aside from the scar-faced leader, couldn't resist licking his dagger-like artifact. Foundation Level 7 120315, Lifespan Foundation Level 298278, Lifespan Chi Refinement Completion 4597, Lifespan, not bad. Their lifespans were significantly greater than those of the demonic spies who had practiced life-draining techniques. At this moment, observing the cultivation information of the 6 bandits, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gu Changxing's eyes. To him, the 6 menacing bandits appeared as potential sources of longevity. What are you staring at? The scar-faced leader, Duan Dahai, couldn't help but glare fiercely at the alchemist, who was known as Yao Yin, Gu Changxing. Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. If we kill you here, not even the ghosts will know. At this time, the 2nd-level foundation cultivator, Shuiji, sneered. Brother, let's not waste words. Let's get to it. Right, let us not delay. Lest we invite more troubles, let us strike together and eliminate him, suggested the other 4 Chi refinement cultivators. After all, the alchemist they had cornered, whose mouth had inexplicably curled into a strange smile, was starting to unsettle them. Kill. At the command of Duan Dahai, the 6 bandits activated the 2nd-grade binding formation, the Yin Sha Array. In an instant, 6 powerful streams of spiritual energy converged, filling the area within 30 feet with a chilling malevolence. The bone-corroding Yin Sha gathered in the array, enveloping Yao Yin, Gu Changxing, completely. Yin Sha is a type of malevolent energy capable of eroding both the flesh and the spirit. The infamous elder of the Yin Sha sect within the 3 demonic sects was notorious for his mastery of this dark art. It appears he has perished. Moments later, observing the stillness within the dense, dark mist of the Yin Sha array, the 6 bandits wore smug smiles. They had previously slain several genuine foundation cultivators and had successfully thwarted a fully realized righteous practitioner using the Yin Sha array. Hence, in their eyes, the mid-foundation alchemist Yao Yin, Gu Changxing, was no match for them. Those who kill must themselves be killed. However, just as the 6 bandits celebrated prematurely, Gu Changxing emerged unscathed from the mist of Yin Sha, emanating a powerful aura characteristic of an early golden core cultivator. A golden core master? Please spare us, Master Dan. We can become your sharp blades. Grant us a path to survival, and I shall serve you faithfully. As Gu Changxing sensed the formidable aura emanating from the golden core realm, the 6 bandits initially displayed astonishment, which swiftly morphed into terror, culminating in their submission as they knelt before him. Even the 2nd brother, Shuiji, who had a penchant for licking daggers, resorted to barking like a dog in a desperate attempt to preserve his life, demonstrating an absurd flexibility in his principles. Witnessing Shuiji's canine antics, the scar-faced man and the remaining 4 bandits soon joined in, filling the forest with a cacophony of barks. How amusing. This is exhilarating. Engaging in a ruse of feigned weakness, Gu Changxing found unexpected delight in the unfolding scenario. At that moment, a stunning female cultivator, clad in a dark celestial gown with long legs, concealed among the clouds, could not restrain herself from covering her lips and erupting into laughter. However, due to her suppressed aura, her mirth went unheard by Gu Changxing. Moreover, her cultivation was so profound that Gu Changxing remained oblivious to her presence. I do not require dogs. I seek only your lives, Gu Changxing remarked coolly, observing the 6 barking bandits. He then unleashed 6 azure flames. You have successfully deprived Duan Dahai, Foundation Establishment, Level 7, of 44 years of life. You have successfully deprived Shuiji, Foundation Establishment, Level 2, of 25 years of life. You have deprived Qi Lu, Qi Refinement, Full Circle, of 8 years of life. With a single strike of his golden core, the 6 bandits were slain on the spot, and Gu Changxing gained over 100 years of lifespan. 109 years of lifespan, quite satisfactory. My efforts were not in vain. Viewing the additional lifespan on his panel, Gu Changxing felt a sense of contentment. It seems I must continue to uphold justice in the cultivation world through my vigilant enforcement of the law. After stowing away the bandit storage bags, he fell into contemplation. Bravo. My friend, such shrewd calculations. A round of applause interrupted Gu Changxing's reverie. Following the sound, he turned to find the mysterious female cultivator, who had stealthily concealed herself among the clouds, now inexplicably standing behind him. Who is this enchanting figure? Gu Changxing thought as he took a cautious step back. Wary of the woman who had appeared so silently, she could easily have dispatched him without a trace. Cloud Chimo, Nascent Soul, Level 2. 594999, Bone Age Lifespan. Amidst his wariness, Gu Changxing scrutinized the information of the enigmatic female cultivator. So, she is the Grand Elder, Cloud Chimo? A nascent soul true monarch under 60 years of age, truly a prodigy. Yet, her lifespan was astonishingly high, typically. A fully realized nascent soul cultivator possesses merely 3,000 years of life. Gazing at the veiled figure of the dark-gowned celestial, Gu Changxing felt a surge of shock and curiosity. It is said that the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect has always been elusive. Encountering her here in the Tianluo mountain range is indeed a curious twist of fate. I am Shangguan Yuchan, a direct disciple of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. A few days ago, I accompanied my master to visit the Flame Sect. Upon hearing of the spirit-melting flower hidden within the Tianluo mountain range, I ventured forth in search of it. At this moment, in response to Gu Changxing's inquiries, Yin Shumo, exuding the aura of a novice in the foundation establishment stage, earnestly fabricated a tale. Does the fairy think me a fool? For you to deceive a second-tier golden core cultivator undetected, your cultivation must exceed the foundation establishment realm. And the identity of Shangguan Yuchan is surely a guise. Upon hearing Yin Chumo's words and observing the pretense of the latter disguised as a genuine second-tier foundation establishment cultivator, Gu Changxing's lips twitched slightly. Since Yin Chumo wished to play a role, he would indulge her in this performance to see who outshines whom. Haha, my friend, your insight is truly remarkable. I did deceive you just now. After all, who doesn't he have a few layers of identity when out and about? My true identity is Moron Wanqing, an elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and I am indeed at the 4th tier of the Golden Core stage, surpassing you. In the face of Gu Changxing's assertions, Yun Chumo continued her charade, concocting yet another identity, and exhibited the aura of a 4th tier Golden Core cultivator. 4th tier Golden Core? The fairy is not being honest. You are certainly not Moron Wanqing. Otherwise, with my 6th tier Golden Core cultivation, how could I possibly fail to perceive you? Observing the crafty Yun Chumo before him, Gu Changxing's cultivation surged from the 2nd to the 6th tier of the Golden Core stage. Well, actually, I am the esteemed master of Shangguan Yuchan, Yu Yuchang. Moron Wanqing is my junior sister, and my true cultivation is at the 8th tier of the Golden Core. Upon witnessing Yao Yan, Gu Changxing unleashed the aura of a 6th tier Golden Core cultivator, Yin Chumo inwardly cursed the latter's adept concealing techniques, and immediately offered another explanation. After her clarification, her own cultivation transformed from the 4th tier to the 8th tier of the Golden Core. Is this never-ending? I did not expect the venerable Grand Elder of the Flame Sect to be so troublesome. Gu Changxing mused inwardly about Yun Chumo's layered identity shifts, realizing that the performance must continue. What a coincidence! I too am at the 8th tier of the Golden Core. At this moment, Yao Yan, Gu Changxing, ceased pretending and revealed his true cultivation, an impressive 8th tier Golden Core at the tender age of 18. My friend, this is truly outrageous. An 8th tier Golden Core at 18? The major sacred lands of the Zhongshuan continent would be envious of such a prodigy. This is even more absurd than my earlier claims. Gazing at the young male cultivator radiating the aura of an 8th tier Golden Core, Yin Chumo widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She discreetly employed her nascent soul divine sense but found no discrepancies, which astonished her while simultaneously instilling a sense of shock. What could this signify? It indicated that the individual before her was concealing his cultivation, potentially surpassing her own, perhaps even an old monster in the mid-nascent soul stage. My friend, a true nascent soul sovereign, is masquerading as a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon reaching this realization, Yin Chumo inwardly scolded Yao Yan, Gu Changxing. However, amidst her reproach, she felt a sense of camaraderie, for she too walked the path of survival, and encountering a kindred spirit today was indeed a stroke of fate. I am a true sage of the nascent soul? How could I be unaware of this? It appears I have successfully bewildered her. In reality, I am on the 1st floor, while she mistakenly believes I am on the 3rd. Upon hearing the words of Yun Chumo, Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback, silently reflecting to himself. Likewise, at this moment, facing the 6th elder, Yun Chumo, the awakened nascent soul master, Yao Yan, Gu Changxing, greeted him with a powerful clasp of his fists. To encounter a true sage of the nascent soul in the Tianluo mountain range is indeed unexpected. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yunishan. Earlier, I impersonated my sister, Yu Yuchang. along with my junior sister Muron Wanqing and my niece, Shang Wan Yuchan. Upon hearing Yao Yin Gu Changxing acknowledge his status as a true sage of the nascent soul, Yun Chimo's aura surged from the 8th layer of the golden core to the 1st layer of the nascent soul, simultaneously acquiring the identity of Yunishang, the master of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. This 6th elder is truly excessive. How dare he humiliate me in such a manner? You, who are clearly at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul, dare to impersonate others. Why this mockery, as if I lack any nascent soul cultivation? At this moment, observing Yun Chimo's eloquence, Gu Changxing clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation. Although he understood that Yun Chimo was not genuinely mocking him, he could not help but feel a flicker of frustration. Ha ha ha, my friend, continue your stroll. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At this juncture, noticing the change in Gu Changxing's expression, Yun Chimo awkwardly smiled, exchanged pleasantries, and then vanished into the woods. Phew, she has finally departed. With the 6th elder Yun Chimo gone, Gu Changxing let out a sigh of relief, almost revealing his true identity. Phew, indeed, dealing with fellow cultivators is quite daunting. A nascent soul elder has concealed his true prowess and feigned youth. This individual likely surpasses mere mid-nascent soul cultivation and may very well be a formidable practitioner of late nascent soul. Why would such an enigmatic figure appear near Malyohua's sect? Could he be a cultivator from another great state? No, I must investigate his roots further. Meanwhile, having just left the territory of the Bai Li, Yun Chimo also exhaled a sigh of relief, unable to suppress her speculations. As the grand elder of the Liohua sect, the more she pondered, the more unsettling it became, filling her with a sense of foreboding, prompting her to turn back. In the tranquil depths of the mountain forest, slender beams of moonlight cascaded onto the ground, and a cool breeze swept through, imbued with a hint of chill. After being so thoroughly played by the 6th elder Yun Chimo, Gu Changxing felt a sense of urgency arise within him. He must harvest more longevity and elevate his cultivation. Surrounded by the aura of the 8th layer of the golden core, he struck fear into the beasts, traversing the mountains and commencing the collection of various spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived the Ziyun tree, 9th tier spiritual herb, of 320 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the Xingling grass, 8th tier spiritual herb, of 240 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the Zidin Shun, 9th tier spiritual herb, of 1 year of lifespan. As he harvested the spiritual herbs, a series of notifications appeared before him, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. After half an hour, Gu Changxing had collected nearly 1,000 high-tier spiritual herbs, gaining over 900 years of longevity. Including the remaining years of his lifespan had reached an astonishing 3,000, a true master of the nascent soul realm. Yet he humbly engaged in the gathering of spiritual herbs. For half an hour, Yun Chimo, concealed among the clouds, scrutinized Yao Yin Gu Changxing with a furrowed brow, her exquisite and flawless countenance marred by an expression of perplexity. I cannot believe it. He must have grand ambitions. At this moment, unable to fathom the situation, Yun Chimo shook her head and resolutely proclaimed, then continued to conceal her presence and observe. Chapter 12. The Great Perfection of the Golden Core in the Tianluo mountain range. Where the forests were dense and the paths were obscure, a shroud of mist enveloped the area, exuding a wild and desolate atmosphere. After harvesting the spiritual herbs, Gu Changxing sought a location rich in spiritual energy and promptly established a third-grade concealment array. Within the array, Gu Changxing sat in meditation to adjust his energy flow, then turned his gaze to his cultivation status panel. Name: Gu Changxing, Bone Age, 183,012, Root Bone, Supreme 5-element spiritual root, capable of lifespan transformation, cultivation, 8th layer of golden core, capable of lifespan transformation, techniques. 9 Heavens Profound Fire Decision. Golden Core Chapter, Perfected, Breath Concealing Technique, Profound Level, Perfected, Azure Flame Hand, Profound Level, Perfected, capable of lifespan transformation, Fire Walking Step, Profound Level, Perfected, Others, Alchemy Technique. 4th grade, Qian Xiyin, Dan Jing, capable of lifespan transformation, Array Technique. 3rd grade, Array Principle Unveiled, capable of lifespan transformation, Weapon Refining Technique. 2nd grade, capable of lifespan transformation. With over 3,000 years of life, it was ample to elevate his cultivation to the perfection of the golden core. He decided to invest a millennium for a preliminary trial. Observing the cultivation lifespan panel with satisfaction, Gu Changxing nodded and commenced the cultivation evolution. You invest 1,000 years of lifespan into transformative practice. You practice the 9 heavens profound fire decision for 100 years, attempting to break through to the 9th layer of golden core, but you fail. You practice the 9 heavens profound fire decision for 300 years. Your aura reaching perfection, and once more you attempt to break through. This time, you succeed, attaining the 9th layer of golden core. You practice the 9 heavens profound fire decision for 600 years, using your supreme 5-element spiritual root to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. You successfully break through, reaching the great perfection of golden core. You practice the 9 heavens profound fire decision for 1,000 years. Perceiving the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth, your energy flow becomes harmonious, and you attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm, attracting the formidable tribulation of the 9 heavens, but you fail to overcome it. As the millennium of evolution concluded, Guchangshin's cultivation surged from the 8th layer of golden core to the great perfection of golden core. A formidable aura erupted from within the concealment array, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Had it not been for the concealment of the array, that aura could have extended for hundreds of miles. Could it be that he sensed my presence, intentionally releasing his energy? Amidst the sea of clouds, feeling the overwhelming aura of the great perfection of golden core, Yin Chumo's brows tightened in uncertainty as she pondered the possibility of being discovered. The breakthrough to the nascent soul surprisingly necessitates enduring a tribulation, revealing that the remaining 2,000 years of lifespan are far from guaranteed. It is prudent to accumulate additional longevity and upgrade the 9 heavens mysterious fire technique before attempting to ascend. At this moment, Guchangshin concealed his presence and contemplated deeply. The 9 heavens tribulation comprises a total of 36 heavenly bolts, a foreboding prospect indeed. As the adage states, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Thus, as one who adheres to a cautious path, Guchangshin naturally refrains from taking unnecessary risks. He concluded that now is not the opportune moment for a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Who knows whether, upon concluding the lifespan divination and achieving the nascent soul cultivation, he would face the same tribulation? Upon returning, he must seek records concerning tribulations. After a moment of reflection, Guchangshin quietly resolved, for the sake of prudence, to first deduce his techniques using his remaining lifespan, maximizing his combat prowess before resuming thoughts of breaking through. Setting aside the notion of immediate ascension, Guchangshin turned his attention to the 3 profound level techniques: breath concealment technique, azure flame hand, and fire walking step. The breath concealment technique serves to mask one's cultivation level. It had previously enabled him to successfully execute a fishing law enforcement operation, even deceiving the keen perception of the nascent soul cultivator Yin Chumo, all thanks to this technique. Meanwhile, the azure flame hand is Guchangshin's primary offensive technique, rather straightforward in nature. After upgrading this technique, he plans to select a sword technique for further cultivation. Lastly, the fire walking step is intended for escape. Guchangshin also intends to thoroughly analyze this technique. You have invested 300 years of lifespan into the deducing and cultivating of azure flame hand at the profound level perfection after 10 years of cultivation. Your comprehension is lacking, yielding no significant insights. After 100 years of cultivation, you grasp the essence of the earthly fire spirit, finally discerning a thread of the heavenly fire pattern. After 200 years of cultivation, you have integrated the heavenly fire pattern into the technique, achieving the profound level supreme technique flame palm. After 300 years of cultivating azure flame hand and flame palm, you have comprehended the earthly level lower grade technique fire cloud divine palm. With the 300 years of lifespan deduction concluded, Guchangshin's mind brimmed with countless memories and insights regarding flame palm and fire cloud divine palm, allowing him to integrate the 2 techniques seamlessly. I wonder how my earthly level lower grade technique, fire cloud divine palm, compares to the sect's mysterious vortex thunderfire. As he felt the profound mysteries of the techniques within his mind, Guchangshin could not resist executing a palm strike towards the heavens. Boom! A massive fire-red palm imprint, spanning 1,000 feet, surged skyward, tearing through the cloud cover above the mountains, causing a thunderous roar to resonate throughout the realm. Bang! As the clouds were rent asunder, an unsuspecting figure was caught off guard and struck by Guchangshin's fire cloud divine palm, crashing down to the earth. A section of the ground in the mountains fractured, creating a deep pit several feet wide. Curse be it, he indeed discovered my presence. Yet truly, how audacious to strike my backside. The disheveled Yin Chumo, her hair in disarray, clambered awkwardly out of the gaping fissure, rubbing her slightly perturbed dairy re. Just moments ago, the leader of the fire sect, Qi Xianfeng, communicated via a transmission talisman, announcing the discovery of a substantial spirit stone vein in the Sunset Mountain range. However, the news leaked midway and was intercepted by the Whitebone sect, one of the three major demonic sections. The Whitebone sect has dispatched 2 nascent soul true monarchs and 10 golden core realms to the Sunset Mountain range. Qi Xianfeng wishes for her to lead the golden core realms from their sect to provide support in that area. Consequently, Yun Chumo is deliberating on which golden core realms to take along. Yet, in a moment of distraction, she was unexpectedly struck by a palm from Gu Changxing. And quite ironically, it landed directly on her. This scoundrel had not yet departed. Inadvertently striking her like that, would she be enraged? At this moment, observing the flustered Yun Chumo, Gu Changxing, concealed within the concealment array, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He truly did not know that the latter had not left, had he been aware that this troublesome individual was still lurking amidst the clouds. He certainly would not have been so reckless as to unleash that palm strike. Fairy, you are rather unscrupulous, hiding away like this. Thus I had no choice but to act. Feeling somewhat guilty, Gu Changxing dismantled the concealment array and feigned composure as he addressed the disheveled Yun Chumo. Indeed, your cultivation level surpasses mine. I had harbored a sliver of hope, mistakenly believing you had not detected my presence. Gazing at the calm and poised Gu Changxing, Yun Chumo could not help but clench her silver teeth. As the second-ranked fairy of the ancient Dao state, it was her first experience of being struck in such a manner. Moreover, the one who struck her appeared to be a formidable figure of the mid to late nascent soul stage. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her grievances. Do you harbor any resentment, fairy? Gu Changxing inquired helplessly, facing the visibly irritated Yun Chumo. Your prowess is transcendent, my friend. I dare not voice any complaints. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Yun Chumo, grinding her silver teeth and tightening her jade fist, responded with conflicting sentiments. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated engaging in a confrontation. After all, they were close to the fire sect, and if she were to falter, she could easily summon the esteemed elders of her sect. As one of the 4 major righteous sects of the ancient Dao state, the fire sect indeed possesses deep roots, and the esteemed elders number more than one. Chapter 13. Sunset Mountain Range beneath the crescent moon. In the tranquil depths of the secluded forest, Gu Changxing, clad in a blue robe, and Yun Chumo, adorned in a flowing black skirt, stood in silent confrontation, the atmosphere imbued with a peculiar tension, hinting at an impending clash. Although it was the fairy who made the initial error, I must confess that I was indeed abrupt in my actions. To compensate for the fairy, I offered to concoct a potion free of charge. Of course, the medicinal materials will require your provision. Observing Yun Chumo's hardened fist, Gu Changxing extended her an opportunity to retreat. What grade of spiritual elixir can you concoct? Can you refine the embryonic nourishing pill? Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Yun Chumo's beautiful eyes immediately brightened, releasing her desire for conflict. A 5th-grade embryonic nourishing pill? That is certainly within my capabilities. In response to Yun Chumo's inquiry, Gu Changxing nodded confidently. Although he is merely a 4th-tier alchemist, he possesses the remarkable ability to refine pills across different tiers. For he has thoroughly comprehended the alchemical canon derived from his life expectancy calculations. Moreover, the embryonic nurturing pill is among the more manageable 5th-tier spiritual pills, presenting little challenge. Observing the poised Gu Changxing, Yun Chumo was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, she skeptically retrieved several high-grade spiritual herbs from her spatial ring, including 2 second-tier precious herbs, the embryonic transformation fruits. Without further ado, Gu Changxing accepted the required spiritual herbs for the embryonic nurturing pill and summoned a finely crafted alchemical furnace adorned with fire motifs. Commencing the alchemical process, his proficiency in alchemy was so adept that it could rival that of the esteemed elders of the Danding sect. Who exactly is he? As time passed, watching Gu Changxing skillfully add each spiritual herb into the furnace and inhaling the fragrant aroma of the gradually forming embryonic nurturing pills, Yun Chumo's initial skepticism transformed into astonishment. At that moment, as she was engulfed in shock, Gu Changxing extinguished the alchemical flames and lifted the lid of the furnace, releasing 8 perfectly rounded embryonic nurturing pills that soared into the air. Such an impressive success rate of 80%. Furthermore, each pill reached an exceptional quality. Could this be an illusion? Or am I merely dreaming? Gazing at the 8 pills radiating with alchemical charm, Yun Chumo was once again taken aback. Suspecting a mirage, she instinctively extended her delicate hand and pinched Gu Changxing. Why are you pinching me? Gu Chongqing exclaimed, startled by the sudden pain in his arm, staring at Yin Chumo as if she were a fool. Ha ha ha, my apologies, fellow practitioner. I am simply not accustomed to pain and have no choice but to pinch others. Besides, you are the only one here apart from me. Faced with Gu Chongqing's mournful gaze, Yin Chumo, now convinced that she was not hallucinating, offered an awkward smile. You fear pain. Do you think I do not? I suspect this is a blatant act of retaliation for my earlier playful slap. Observing the impressively intelligent woman before him, Gu Chongqing responded with bemusement. Here, take the spiritual pills and be on your way. I wish not to see you again. He placed the 8 embryonic nurturing pills into a jade vial and handed it to Yin Chumo, then gestured for her to leave without further ado. In truth, he had refined 9 embryonic nurturing pills, but to err on the side of caution, he crushed the 9th pill at its formation. As a 90% success rate was indeed too extraordinary. My dear friend, I confess my fault. I must reveal my identity. I am Yin Chumo, the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect, not the leader of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yunishang. However, I am acquainted with Yunishang, Yuchang, and Muron Waching, and our relationships are quite close. I could introduce you to them in the future. Might I ask for your contact information? After accepting the embryonic nurturing pills, Yin Chumo's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Her cunningly beautiful eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. If you wish for me to assist you in pill refining, you need not be so indirect. Gu Chongqing cast a disdainful glance at Yin Chumo, then exchanged a sound transmission talisman with her. My friend, feel free to seek me out if you require assistance in the future. While I cannot guarantee support elsewhere, I do possess a measure of influence within the domain of the Lihua sect. Even a transformation god may grant me some respect. After completing the exchange of contact information, Yin Chumo confidently patted her chest and assured him of her sincerity. Respect from a transformation god. Your bravado is quite impressive. But do you truly believe in your own words? Gu Chongqing could not help but scoff inwardly at Yin Chumo's boastfulness. My friend, there is an urgent matter within the sect that requires my attention. I must take my leave, but let us gather again when the opportunity arises. At that moment, feeling the sound transmission talisman at his waist buzz once more, Yin Chumo amiably patted Gu Chongqing on the shoulder before swiftly departing upon a cloud. Finally, she is gone. What a tumultuous evening. I nearly suffered a heart attack thanks to her. Once Yin Chumo had completely vanished, Gu Chongqing grimaced, inhaling the faint fragrance she left behind. Oh, I almost forgot to provide my friend with her alchemical reward. Just then, clad in a flowing black dress that accentuated her graceful figure, Yin Chumo unexpectedly returned. She hurriedly thrust a fragment of an ancient beast-skin scroll into Gu Chongqing's hands before vanishing once more without a trace. Toying with my heart again. Once I surpass her, should I discreetly confront her? Gu Chongqing pondered, staring in bewilderment at the ancient-feeling beast-skin scroll now in his possession. Ah, who was holding me in their thoughts? I wonder if gifting him that incomplete sword technique will cause him harm. After all, my senior brother has already ruined his cultivation with a self-inflicted sword strike. As Gu Chongqing silently criticized Yin Chumo in his mind, she, having just returned to the Lihua sect, could not suppress a yawn and murmured softly to herself. The Sunset Mountain Range, located in the southern part of the ancient Dao province, marks the southernmost boundary of the Lihua sect's territory, bordering the domain of the Bone sect. The Sunset Mountain Range is vast and expansive, with its main peak stretching over 200,000 miles, spanning nearly half of the southern domain. At this moment, within the depths of the towering and rugged mountains, a tremendous anomaly unfolded. A rich spiritual essence burst forth from a collapsed section of the earth, soaring into the sky and forming a dense cloud of spiritual mist that obscured the sun. The spiritual mist enveloped the area for nearly 1,000 miles, indicating that this location was undoubtedly a large-scale spiritual mine. Amidst the majestic mountains, a Yuaning true monarch cloaked in black robes spoke softly, Indeed, my friend from the Bone sect, this spiritual mine is destined to belong to our Bone sect. Upon hearing the words of the black-robed Yuaning true monarch, another Yuaning true monarch from the Bone sect greedily echoed his sentiment. Bone and mysterious bone. This land is within the jurisdiction of the Lihua sect, and is certainly no territory for your Bone sect to recklessly invade. Observing the two Yuan-ing from the Bone sect engrossed in their own conversation, completely disregarding his presence, the elder of the Lihua sect, Zhou Batian, could not help but feel a chill of displeasure. Zhou Leigui, you alone cannot withstand our brilliance. Why do you not hastily depart, lest you misguide yourself? In the face of Zhou Batian's reprimand, the Xiangu master and the Kugu master of the White Bone sect mocked him. their bodies radiating a sharp and menacing aura, confronting him head-on. Where's the support from our sect? Merely relying on my nearing end-of-life, Yuanying true monarch is insufficient to fend off these two fiends, Ku Gu and Xian Gu. At this moment, feeling the chilling murderous intent emanating from them, Zhou Batian silently lamented. Originally, he had intended to retire to the southern borders to enjoy his twilight years, while also mentoring a descendant gifted with innate sword bones. However, who could have foreseen the emergence of a vast Orvain in the setting sun mountain range? And the subsequent influx of the Whitebone sect's minions? That incompetent sect leader, Qi Xianfeng, who shows no respect for his elders or love for the young, allowed the sect to be infiltrated by demonic spies and yet insisted that he, an aging relic, should hold the line, claiming that reinforcements would arrive promptly. Yet, after half a day, not a single soul had appeared to assist. During this time, in a bid to intimidate Xian Gu and Ku Gu, Zhou Batian recited every fierce declaration he could recall from his life, his desperate aura momentarily causing the two Yuanying from the Whitebone sect to hesitate. Under Zhou Batian's resolute demeanor, guided by the principle of a dead comrade is preferable to a living Daoist, the two members of the Whitebone sect hesitated to make the first move, fearing that they might be dragged down by the nearly expired Yuanying. Chapter 14. Sect leader Qi Xianfeng atop the towering peak of the Fierce Fire sect, amidst swirling celestial clouds, stood magnificent palatial structures adorned with intricate carvings and glazed tiles. You say you lack comprehension, yet you insist on practicing that so-called divine slaying sword technique? What folly! At this moment, within the grand and imposing main hall, sect leader Qi Xianfeng found himself being chastised by the esteemed elder Yin Lihai. The divine slaying sword technique is an ancient secret art of the Supreme Sword sect. I merely wished to give it a try. Qi Xianfeng defended himself, his voice dwindling as he spoke. Humph, a mere attempt? You've not slain a god but rather risked your own ruin. Now that the Whitebone sect is at our doorstep, do you not feel ashamed to send the aging Zhou Batian to the front lines? Had I known it would come to this, I might as well have passed the mantle of leadership to Chuamo. Hearing Qi Xuanfeng's evasive arguments, Yun Lihai expressed his frustration. Grandfather, it's not too late to pass it on to me now. At this moment, Yin Chumo, who had been quietly observing from the side, couldn't help but interject. Junior sister, you squander your days, always mingling with the female cultivators of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Do you really aspire to be the sect leader? Do you even know how to manage such a vast sect? Although Qi Xianfeng dared not contradict his master, he felt emboldened to lecture his junior sister, saying, Grandfather, look, Qi Xianfeng scolds me for my lack of diligence. Upon hearing Qi Xuanfeng's sarcastic jibe, Yin Chumo pointed at him and then went to complain to Yun Lihai. Yun Lihai, a formidable cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, was not only a revered elder of the fire sect, but also the ancestral patriarch of the Yun family and Yun Chumo's grandfather, naturally inclined to support his granddaughter. Enough. You rebellious disciple. Silence yourself and go tend to your wounds. Once you've recovered, relinquish your position as sect leader and choose a place to guard. Yun Lihai scolded Qi Xianfeng. Upon hearing Yun Lihai's words, Qi Xianfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and vanished without a trace. He truly wished to hear no more of the elder's words, feeling that his master was excessively partial towards his junior sister, treating him, Qi Xianfeng, as an outsider. Wasn't the god-slaying sword technique already destroyed by me? Where did this lad acquire it? After Qi Xuanfeng's departure, Yun Lihai stroked his beard, pondering aloud. I gave it to Qi Xianfeng. He insisted on comparing his swordsmanship with Mu Yi, who possesses innate sword bones, so I bestowed the god-slaying sword technique upon them. As a result, the disciple mastered it, while the master utterly failed. Hearing her grandfather's musing, Yin Chumo could not help but chuckle inwardly. You ought to consider Qi Xuanfeng's aptitude. Such a secret technique of the sword sect is beyond even you and me to comprehend. Can he truly manage it? And to compete with someone with innate sword bones, he's simply asking for trouble. After listening to Yun Chumo's explanation, Yin Lihai grumbled with a hint of irritation. Cool. What grandfather says is quite reasonable, Yin Chumo replied, one hand on her waist and the other covering her mouth, laughing heartily. All right. Old Bone Zhou Baodian is probably nearing his limit. We should head to the Sunset Mountain Range. At this moment, Yin Lihai reminded Yun Chumo, then hurriedly led the 10 Golden Core practitioners through the sect's teleportation array to the Sunset Mountain Range in the southern region, 100,000 miles away. The following day, as the purple aura of dawn emerged, the sun's rays pierced the horizon, casting a golden cloak over the mountains. After a tumultuous night, having been mentally unsettled by Yinchumo, Gu Chongqing did not continue his cultivation but returned early to the small bamboo mountain of the spirit herb garden. Rising early that day, he stepped out of his bamboo house and, after bathing in the first rays of heavenly purple energy, made his way to the herb fields to begin harvesting the day's spiritual herbs. As was customary, upon Gu Chongqing's arrival, other disciples gradually followed suit. Today, Gu Chongqing publicly displayed his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi training. As for how he had swiftly advanced from the 3rd to the 5th level, he attributed it to consuming 3 bottles of Pei Yuan Dan he had previously saved up. The other disciples accepted his explanation without much doubt. Before long, across the 100-acre herb field, more than 10 miscellaneous disciples had spread out, each engaged in harvesting spiritual herbs. Some disciples delegated tasks to others while they themselves practiced breathing techniques in a pavilion, including the couple Niu Zuohua and Zhang Daiden. Regarding Lu Fugui, who frequently accompanied the two, he met a tragic fate 2 days ago while out purchasing Piyuan pills, falling victim to a demonic cultivator. By the time he was discovered, he was nothing more than a desiccated corpse. This incident caused considerable sorrow for Niu Zuohua and Zhang Daiden, and even Gu Chongqing felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, one cannot remain untouched by loss, for even the most mundane of creatures can evoke feelings over time. Thus, last night, Gu Chongqing utilized his divine consciousness, which could span hundreds of miles, to locate the Qi Refinement Level 8 demonic cultivator responsible for Lu Fugui's demise, and he swiftly eliminated the foe, avenging his companion. Regrettably, the demonic cultivator had also practiced a technique that curtailed his lifespan, leaving Gu Chongqing with a meager harvest of lifespan, less than a year. Time flowed on, and the sun continued its celestial dance across the heavens. After 7 or 8 hours, dust descended, painting the sky in hues of crimson. At that moment, Gu Chongqing, who had donned the guise of a Qi Refinement Level 5 outer sect disciple for an entire day, wiped the sweat from his brow and sought out Niu Zuohua and Zhang Daiden. Junior brother Gu, we have decided to leave the Liuhua sect and return to our homeland, Zhang Daiden unexpectedly declared as he handed over 2 baskets filled with medicinal herbs and presented 2 spirit herb seeds to Gu Chongqing. Brother Zhang, sister Niu, are you truly giving up? Not entering the inner sect? Gu Chongqing inquired, taken aback by Zhang Daiden's words. The outer sect is fraught with peril. The death of Brother Lu has profoundly impacted us. Cultivation is arduous and perilous, Zhang Daiden remarked, his expression complex, ultimately taking Niu Zuohua's hand. The ordinarily unassuming and gentle Niu Zuohua blushed, one hand resting on her abdomen as she leaned against Zhang Daiden. Ah, I wish you both happiness, Gu Chongqing said, a twinge of discomfort crossing his features as he was metaphorically showered with love. Through his divine sense, he indeed detected another life force within Niu Zuohua. Previously, Lu Fugui had indulged in pills for cultivation, while Zhang Daiden and Niu Zuohua engaged in nightly dual cultivation, so Gu Chongqing was not surprised by her swift pregnancy. The procedures for descending the mountain were completed yesterday. We intend to leave tomorrow morning and return home to inherit our titles. Thus, today marks our final collaboration with junior brother Gu, Zhang Daiden remarked with a hint of nostalgia while holding Niu Zuohua close. Returning home to inherit family estates is indeed commendable. Devoid of the intrigues and bloodshed of the cultivation world, living a peaceful life among mortals is quite appealing. Gu Chongqing replied, sharing in Zhang Daiden's sentiment. He was aware of Zhang Daiden's noble lineage as the heir of a lord from a mortal kingdom, while Niu Zuohua hailed from a farming family, with generations devoted to tilling the land. Having crossed paths, we may not meet again in the future. Let this bottle of Peiyuan pills be a gift for my future nephew, Gu Chongqing said as he retrieved a grade 1 Peiyuan pill from his storage bag and offered it to the couple. Junior brother Gu, this is far too precious. The two protested multiple times, but ultimately they could not resist Gu Chongqing's insistence and accepted the gift. The dual cultivation secret technique was an unexpected fortune bestowed upon me and Zuohua. Now that we have severed our paths to immortality, it holds no further value for us. Thus we bequeath it to you, junior brother Gu. In the future, should you find a partner on your journey, it may prove useful. As we parted ways, Niu Zuohua leaned in and whispered a few words into Zhang Daiden's ear, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. He then pressed a dark silver ancient page into Gu Chongqing's hand, and both of them, blushing, departed. The spirit concealing technique? Gu Chongqing's lips twitched slightly as he examined the dark silver ancient page in his hand. Chapter 15. The era of mining for the entire sect. After delivering the spiritual herbs, Gu Changsheng returned to Little Bamboo Mountain early. With a lifespan of over 1,700 years remaining, he wished to enhance his cultivation that very night. Under a starry sky, with the moon hanging high and radiating a soft luminescence, Little Bamboo Mountain lay in serene silence. A gentle breeze caressed the medicinal fields, rustling the leaves, while the occasional chirping of insects broke the tranquility. Gu Changsheng set up a concealed spirit array around the courtyard, then seated himself upon the stone slabs in the garden. Turning his gaze towards the cultivation panel, he selected the spirit-concealing technique and commenced a lifespan deduction. You have devoted 300 years to the comprehension and cultivation of spirit-concealing technique. After 10 years of practice, you grasp the essence of the spirit-concealing technique, faintly grasping a thread of its mystery. After 100 years, you have discerned a strand of dark spiritual patterns. Your spirit-concealing technique has transformed from a low-grade profound level to a superior-grade turtle-breathing technique. After 200 years of cultivating both spirit-concealing technique and turtle-breathing technique, you have integrated the two secret arts, and, on that foundation, you have realized the inferior-grade Xuanwu turtle-breathing technique. After 300 years of mastering Xuanwu turtle-breathing technique, you have attained complete command over it at the inferior grade of the earth level. Moments slipped away in the blink of an eye, and as the notifications concluded, Gu Changsheng gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, his aura had completely receded, returning to a state of simplicity. Even a divine transformation expert would likely be unaware of Gu Changsheng's true cultivation level. Xuanwu turtle-breathing technique is quite commendable. Let us continue the deduction. Feeling the profound essence of the earth-grade spirit-concealing technique in his mind, Gu Changsheng was notably pleased, and he proceeded with further deductions. You have devoted 300 years of lifespan to the deduction and cultivation of fire-walking technique. After 10 years of practice, you have comprehended the essence of the universe, and with your exceptional 5 elements spiritual root, you have grasped the 5 elements spiritual rhythm. After 100 years, building upon the 5 elements spiritual rhythm, you have comprehended the superior grade 5 elements step. After 200 years of cultivating both fire walking technique and 5 elements step, you have merged the profundities of the 5 elements and comprehended the earth grade intermediate 5 elements escape technique. After 300 years, your understanding of 5 elements escape technique has reached the level of perfection. Yet another half moment passed, and Gu Changsheng's mind was enriched with 2 profound techniques. Having fully mastered both fire walking technique and 5 elements escape technique, buzzing softly, Gu Changsheng, having paused his speculations, rose and employed the 5 elements escape technique. In a mere flicker, he found himself deep within the Tianluo mountain range, a distance of 1,000 miles traversed in an instant. And that was without exerting his full strength. How remarkable is the 5 elements escape technique. Hovering above the mountain peaks, Gu Changsheng felt a surge of delight. With a thought, his figure flickered once more, and he returned to the flame sect. Having enhanced 2 martial arts techniques, he expended 600 years of lifespan, leaving him with just over 1,000 years remaining. The techniques, God-slaying sword technique and dipping phoenix vitality cultivation, were retrieved from the offerings of Yun Chumo and Zhang Dandan. One was of exquisite earthly grade, the other of low mystical grade. He resolved to delve deeper into them tomorrow. After stowing away the 2 techniques, Gu Changsheng reclined upon the stone slab, leisurely gazing at the profound, star-studded sky above. Having traversed through time for over 3 years, this was the first moment he felt such contentment while observing the celestial expanse. Cultivation should balance tension and relaxation. Moreover, with his golden core perfected and possessing numerous earthly grade techniques, even when faced with a true monarch at the first or second layer of the nascent soul stage, he could retreat unscathed. As he beheld the vast, boundless firmament, Gu Changsheng mused to himself, setting a modest goal to become a transformation god within 3 years. At that instant, with the cool breeze caressing him, he spoke lightly. Time passes like a fleeting horse. The dark night dissipates, the stars recede, and once more, the great sun rises, piercing the dawn. Today, a significant event transpired within the sect, reverberating throughout. Upon arriving at the medicinal fields, Gu Changsheng learned from his fellow disciples that a fierce battle of the nascent soul had erupted in the setting sun mountain range. The esteemed elders of the Flame sect, Yun Lihai and Zhou Batian, alongside the Grand Elder Yun Chumo, engaged in a confrontation with the White Bone sects Kugu and Shuanggu. 5 nascent soul, true monarchs clashed, their battle shattering the heavens and earth. causing upheaval across a 1,000-mile radius. It was reported that a portion of the land was sunk, the carnage unbearable. Ultimately, the Flame sect, at the cost of Elder Zhou Baishan's demise, vanquished the second layer Xuangu, while the third layer Kugu fled with grievous injuries, his physical form annihilated. At the Golden Core level, among the 10 true monarchs dispatched from the Flame sect for support, 2 perished and 4 were injured. The results revealed the demise of 3 opposing Golden Core true monarchs and wounding of 5 others. Notably, Grand Elder Yun Chumo earned the primary merit, leading to Elder Yun Lihai assuming the position of acting sect leader. The former sect leader, Qi Xianfeng, was removed from his post due to lax governance and negligence, now relegated to the status of Grand Elder with diminished authority. As for the large spiritual mind that emerged in the Setting Sun mountain range, it is currently under the Flame sect's control. To maximize the spoils of victory, acting sect leader Yin Chumo issued 3 decrees. The first decree stated that any elder or disciple who ventured to mine the resources at the Setting Sun mountain range would retain 1/10 of the spiritual stones they extracted. In other words, if one mined 100 spiritual stones in a day, they would receive 10 in return, a truly lucrative opportunity. Article 2. For every disciple of the demon sect slain, the merit obtained shall be doubled. Article 3. The sect shall open its treasury, allowing all elixirs, magical artifacts, formations, talismans, and certain martial arts to be exchanged for spirit stones and contribution points. Upon assuming office, Yun Chumo ignited a fervor within the entire fire sect with 3 decisive decrees, causing a tremendous stir among all members, elders, and disciples. Ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage, sharpened their blades and rolled up their sleeves, eager for action. The promise of profit lured many reclusive individuals, drawing forth a significant portion of those who typically remained hidden within the sect, resulting in a remarkable increase in the sect's visible combat capability. In a fleeting moment, the prices of scarce spiritual items such as elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and formation plates surged due to the overwhelming demand from cultivators. Elders and disciples eagerly procured supplies, preparing to venture into the southern region's Sunset Mountain range for exploration and mining. The audacious woman, a brainy figure of the bear, displayed immense courage. If they swiftly exploit that large spiritual mine, the overall strength of the fire sect may rise significantly. Observing the miscellaneous disciples of the spiritual herb garden departing with their bags for mining, Gu Changsheng could not help but sigh inwardly. The pressing concern was, with everyone gone, who would gather the herbs? At that moment, Gu Changsheng inquired of Qinfen, the newly appointed overseer of the herb garden. Qinfen, a core disciple of the inner sect at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had just completed his tasks. I see you are quite diligent. I entrust this herb garden to you, Gu Changsheng stated, handing over the management jade token. In response to Gu Changsheng's inquiry, Qinfen tossed a jade token to him before hastily departing towards a spiritual vessel belonging to a foundation establishment elder. Is mining truly more lucrative than harvesting spiritual herbs? Gu Changsheng pondered, clutching the management token as he watched the soaring spiritual vessel. At this moment, among the clouds and skies, numerous elders and disciples soared forth on swords and flying boats, venturing beyond the sect. Their flowing spiritual auras pierced the heavens, heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 16. The 100 Flowers Pavilion in the ancient Dao province, southern region, on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, lies Li Yuan Ancient City. Li Yuan City is a grand cultivation city under the jurisdiction of the Fire Sect, the largest city in the southern region, dominating the area and influencing much of the Sunset Mountain Range. The city is guarded by the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent nascent soul families within the sect. However, recently, the Zhou family's nascent soul patriarch, Zhou Batian, has fallen, casting the entire clan into mourning. Without Zhou Batian, their only nascent soul, true monarch, the elders and disciples of the Zhou family have lost their former confidence. Elder Patian, please rest assured, Zhou Taishang fell for the sect's cause. The sect shall not forsake the Zhou family's heart. Yin Chumo, donned in an elegant black dress, asserted to Zhou Patian, the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Patian, at the 9th level of Golden Core, holds dual identities, an elder of the Fire Sect and the head of the Zhou family. Master, with no nascent soul true monarch to oversee the Zhou family, I wish to exchange the merits left by our ancestor for a transformation pill. At this moment, in response to the comforting words of the acting sect leader, Yin Chumo, the composed and steady Zhou Patian could not help but make a request. The sect had indeed agreed to this matter. After a brief contemplation, Yun Shumo readily consented to Zhou Potion's plea. However, the transformation elixir is a 5th-grade spirit pill, and currently, there is no stock available within the sect. I will promptly have Zhuodan Wang from the pill refining peak concoct a batch, so some time will be needed. As he recalled the lack of inventory in the pill chamber, Yun Shumo felt compelled to explain. Zhuodan Wang, mentioned by Yun Shumo, is the peak master of the pill peak, whose full name is Zhua Lingfeng, a 4th-grade alchemist who oversees the alchemical affairs of the Lihua sect. Upon hearing Yun Shumo's words, Zhou Padian, having his wish fulfilled, nodded with a smile. After concluding matters concerning the Zhou family, acting sect leader Yun Shumo swiftly made her way to the headquarters of the Baiwa Pavilion. Although the southern region is under the jurisdiction of the Lihua sect, the 4 major righteous sects are interconnected, and to facilitate their disciples' training in the Sunset Mountains, the other 3 sects have established outposts in the southern region, right within the city of Yuancheng. With the recent discovery of the Taichu spirit mine in the Sunset Mountains, the other 3 sects, having caught wind of the news, dispatched their leaders to investigate. The Taichu spirit mine is the name given to that large spirit mine in the Sunset Mountains, a title bestowed by Yun Shumo herself. Jieji Yun, a stunning female cultivator clad in a flowing white gown, greeted Yun Shumo in a serene and secluded courtyard. Yuchang, please call me Sister Sect Leader. Observing the enchanting beauty before her, who appeared as pure as a lotus blossom, Yun Shumo could not help but correct her. Sister Sect Leader has finally fulfilled her aspirations. In response to Yun Shumo's words, Yu Yuchang smiled and replied, "Of course, if you don't come to the Lihua sect, I shall appoint you as the Grand Elder." In light of Yu Yuchang's flattery, Yun Shumo remarked with a hint of pride, "If Yuchang joins the Lihua sect, there will be no position left for Grand Elder Qi." To Yun Shumo's jest, Yu Yuchang readily chimed in, with Qi Xinfeng being so incompetent, an old man over 400 years of age, I doubt he could even handle the role of Grand Elder. Hearing her mention Qi Xinfeng, who had recently been removed from his position as sect leader, Yun Shumo could not suppress her disdain. Qi Xinfeng, at over 400 years old, was merely at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and had even fallen to the 5th level previously. In contrast, Yun Shumo, with a bone age of less than 60 years, had already reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Since her elevation to acting sect leader, she had been invigorated, exuding a commanding presence, and there were faint signs of her breakthrough to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Diggle's sister sect leader has gained such power that even her own senior brother seems insignificant now, Yu Yuchang remarked with a playful smile at the imposing Yun Shumo. All right, enough about Qi Xinfeng. Come now, it has been a while since I last saw you. Yuchang, let me embrace you. Yun Shumo said as she approached the white-gowned Yu Yuchang and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Seemingly accustomed to Yun Shumo's affectionate gestures, Yu Yuchang merely gave her a gentle push. Ah, esteemed master and Uncle Yun. It was at the moment when Yun Shumo embraced Yu Yuchang that a young girl clad in a delicate pink, celestial gown appeared in the courtyard. Her gaze fixed on Yun Shumo, who was wrapped around her master. Unable to contain her blush, she felt the stirrings of her heart. For the rumors proved true. A certain nascent soul, true monarch from the Fire sect, harbored affections for the female cultivators of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. It was none other than the niece Yuchan, who observed that her master had lost weight, as the sect leader had just been measuring her waistline. Upon seeing the girl with a face like that of a moon concealed by flowers, Yun Shumo released Yu Yuchang and awkwardly began to explain. Yuchan, where is your little master, Wanqing? At that moment, upon seeing her disciple, Yu Yuchang could not help but inquire. Little Wanqing has come too? Before Yuchang could respond, Yun Shumo's eyes brightened with delight. I heard that Uncle Yun was coming. She has already returned to the sect. In response to Yu Yuchang's question, Yuchang cast a furtive glance at Yun Shumo and softly replied, Little Wanqing seems to be avoiding me, despite my indulgence towards her. I shall banish her to the cold palace. Listening to the conversation between the master and disciple, Yun Shumo pouted, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Yuchang, your Uncle Yun has read too many stories over the years. Do not heed her nonsense. In light of Yun Shumo's ramblings, Yu Yuchang placed a delicate hand to her forehead, helplessly explaining to her young disciple. Master, Uncle Yun, I shall return to my cultivation now. At this juncture, the enchanting Yuchang, feeling embarrassed, shyly scratched the ground with her bejeweled foot and blushed as she fled the courtyard. Allow me one more embrace. and I will permit the disciples of the 100 Flowers Pavilion to have double the allowance of those from the other two sects during their trials in the spiritual mine. Once Yuchang departed, Yun Chumo seized Yu Yuchang's slender hand. You, having just taken office as sect leader, have already learned to favor your own, Yu Yuchang thought to herself. Observing the sprightly Yun Chumo, whose graceful figure was enveloped in a flowing white gown. Very well then, I shall grant you a special provision for the 100 Flowers Pavilion. How could you view your sect leader in such a light? Love is lost. Upon hearing Yu Yuchang's playful banter, Yun Chumo pouted and playfully pushed her away. Giggles erupted from Yu Yuchang as she was pushed aside, and she turned to sit upon a jade stool in a small pavilion. Yun Chumo joined her, and soon after, the two began a formal discussion regarding the upcoming mining operation at the spiritual mine, representing the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Fire sect respectively. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. The 100 Flowers Pavilion would dispatch 2 Golden Core true persons to oversee the Tai Chu spiritual mine. In return, they would send 300 disciples to mine, receiving the same treatment as those from the Fire sect. As for the other 4 righteous sects, the Danding sect and Qingyun sect, while they too dispatched 2 Golden Core true persons, their quota for mining disciples was limited to only 200, a full 100 less than that of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Chapter 17. Mastery of the Divine Sword Technique. As evening approached, the setting sun once again painted the horizon in hues of crimson, while the mist-shrouded celestial peaks bore a gentle shadow. In the distance, clouds adorned in crimson silk drifted above the undulating mountains, stretching across a portion of the vast sky, resembling ethereal female immortals ascending from the mortal realm. In the Flame Fire sect, Gu Changsheng remained oblivious to the changes occurring in the southern territories. However, he could distinctly perceive that, following the excavation of the spiritual mines in the south, the number of individuals remaining within the sect was visibly dwindling. Gu Changsheng resided in a low-level spiritual herb garden, designated as number 106 of the Third Herb Valley. At that moment, the entire number 106 garden was desolate and devoid of life. Moreover, within the Third Herb Valley, which housed over 100 low-level spiritual herb gardens, the number of disciples left was barely over 50, resulting in a severe shortage of personnel for herb gathering. Other herb valleys nearby also faced manpower shortages, leading to a significant decrease in the quantity of harvested spiritual herbs. Basking in the crimson glow of the evening sunset, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, Gu Changsheng held a jade token denoting his authority over the herb garden. He approached the left steward of the Third Herb Valley, carrying the spiritual herbs he had gathered that day. The left steward was a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage and an elder of the Alchemy Peak. Clad in a robe adorned with alchemical patterns, he possessed a dignified presence and an approachable demeanor. Indeed, among the over 100 herb gardens under my supervision, you are the most diligent and have harvested the most. It is unfortunate, however, that your cultivation is only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, limiting your ability to gather more spiritual herbs. Casting a glance at the storage bag submitted by Gu Changsheng, the left steward nodded in satisfaction. After collecting the herbs into his spatial ring, he returned the storage bag to Gu Changsheng. Simultaneously, Gu Changsheng observed the steward's cultivation information. Zhuahongyi, Foundation Establishment Level 8. 49370, Bone Age Lifespan. A nearly 50-year-old practitioner at the late Foundation Establishment stage, his cultivation talent could only be deemed average among the cultivators Gu Changsheng had encountered, especially considering he had met a nascent soul true lord under 60 years of age in Chumo. The additional harvested spiritual herbs will be credited to your merit jade token in the form of contribution points. I recommend you use these contribution points to exchange for spiritual herbs at my Alchemy Peak, where you can enjoy a 10% discount. Furthermore, here is a yellow-grade secret technique, Phantom Hand, which will enhance your speed in harvesting spiritual herbs. At this moment, observing Gu Changsheng's composed and respectful demeanor, Zhuahongyi could not help but casually remark, ultimately gifting Gu Changsheng a tome of spells. Thank you, Elder Zhua. Upon receiving the yellow-grade secret technique Phantom Hand, Gu Changsheng expressed his gratitude to Zhuahongyi. Focus on harvesting spiritual herbs. Unlike those disciples who have ventured to the southern territories for mining, I have greater faith in your ability to remain steadfast. Once you break through to the late qi refinement stage, I shall present you with an opportunity. Zhuahongyi found Gu Changsheng's calm and composed disposition increasingly agreeable, and as he departed, he patted Gu Changsheng on the shoulder. An opportunity? Are you certain? As Gu Changsheng gazed at the receding figure of Zhuanghe, he inwardly expressed his disdain. Yet, after this moment of reflection, he found it oddly amusing. Who could say whether this elder from the pill-refining peak was merely spinning grand illusions? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. The man possessed a commendable character, thus. He resolved to observe him closely and, should he find him agreeable in the future, offer him a gentle nudge in the right direction. With the yellow-grade secret technique, Phantom Hand in hand, Gu Changxing couldn't help but smile. Then, as the night deepened, he returned to the Spirit Herb Garden number 106. At that moment, the garden, extending 2 to 3 miles around, was eerily silent and desolate. Typically, Lu Fugue would be busy meditating, while Zhang Shixiang and Yo Shimi would be engaged in combat. Alas, they had all departed. Under the cloak of night, as he surveyed the pitch-black expanse of the herb garden devoid of any light, Gu Changxing felt a twinge of melancholy. Such is the nature of cultivation. Sometimes, as one journeys forward, those around them simply fade away. If I were to reach the end of my longevity, who would remain by my side? Would I be left all alone? Lifting his gaze to the twinkling stars scattered across the sky, he whispered softly amidst the night breeze. Enough of such thoughts. I must first focus on enhancing my strength. After his moment of introspection, Gu Changxing turned his attention to his cultivation panel. Previously, he had a remaining lifespan of 1,100 years, and with the addition of 200 years harvested today, his total lifespan had now reached 1,300 years. He could have harvested even more today. However, his publicly displayed cultivation level was at the 5th layer of qi refinement, and any additional gains would surely expose him. Tomorrow, he would ascend to the 6th layer of qi refinement, and if questioned about it, he would simply attribute it to the use of medicinal herbs, coupled with Phantom Hand. Harvesting 500 years in a day should not be deemed excessive. At that moment, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the pace of his harvest, Gu Changxing mused. My offensive techniques are rather singular. I should first practice the god-slaying sword technique. With that thought, he directed 500 years of his lifespan towards the earth-grade supreme sword technique. God-slaying sword technique. For 5 centuries, you have devoted yourself to the mastery of the divine sword technique. After a decade of practice, your limited comprehension hindered your ability to grasp this ancient sword art. However, after a century of diligent training, you began to perceive its intricate subtleties, ultimately achieving a nascent understanding of the sword's momentum, which allowed you to successfully comprehend the divine sword technique at its pinnacle level, entering the threshold of mastery. With 2 centuries of relentless effort, having swung your sword 1,000,000 times, you cultivated the essence of the sword of divinity, marking a significant advancement in your swordsmanship. After 300 years, through unwavering perseverance, your understanding of the divine sword technique reached a level of expertise. For centuries into your training, having wielded your sword 5,000,000 times, you grasped the profound mysteries of the sword of divinity, culminating in your swordsmanship's remarkable achievement. After 5 centuries, you attained a complete understanding of the sword's intent, perfecting your mastery of the divine sword technique. A series of revelations flashed in Gu Changxing's mind, where countless enigmatic sword techniques materialized, and his comprehension of the divine sword technique ascended at a visible pace. Moments later, a surge of sword aura enveloped him, coalescing into a formidable sword momentum that ultimately crystallized into a piercing sword intent, cleaving through half the sky. What a powerful sword cultivator exists within our sect. As the sword intent sliced through the clouds above, several elders of the fire sect, who were deep in meditation, lifted their gaze to the heavens. What is that? The sky has been split apart. Such formidable sword energy. At this moment, the elders and disciples remaining in the fire sect turned their attention skyward, astonished beyond measure. Is this the might of a pinnacle-level sword intent? Gu Changsheng, startled by the leaked energy, cast a fleeting glance at the riven sky before hastily employing the black tortoise breathing technique, retracting all traces of sword intent. As he concealed his aura, he continued to masquerade as a disciple at the 5th level of qi refinement. A myriad of nascent souls and golden elixir consciousness swept across the sky and earth, failing to detect any energy presence, leading them to withdraw their probing. That sword intent seemed to have been triggered nearby, yet has vanished. Could it not be from this location? After a brief moment, several golden elixir practitioners and foundational cultivators soared into the clouds, repeatedly scanning the area for hundreds of miles, including the medicinal valley where Gu Changxing resided. Fortunately, Gu Changxing's black tortoise breathing technique was extraordinarily effective, allowing him to elude detection by the elders of the sect. Phew, I am relieved that I reacted swiftly. It seems that future breakthroughs will necessitate venturing outside. An hour later, observing the absence of activity outside, Gu Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this divine sword technique truly lives up to its reputation as a pinnacle-level sword art. With my perfected golden elixir cultivation and this technique, vanquishing a first-level nascent soul practitioner should be well within my capabilities. Embracing the perfected divine sword technique and its esoteric sword intent, Gu Chongqing felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Chapter 18. The Empress emerges in the stillness of the night. Beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, the crescent moon transformed into a half-moon, gracefully suspended in the vast sky. At the flame sect, atop the purple bamboo peak, ethereal clouds danced around the towering pavilions, with moonlight cascading down, casting a gentle, misty glow. Like the other celestial peaks within the sect, Purple Bamboo Peak had become rather tranquil since its leader, Zhou Ziyun, ventured to the southern regions with a group of disciples to mine, combat demons, and undergo trials. The moon pool at the summit, once frequented by fairies frolicking in the night, now lay empty. My master and several senior and junior sisters had departed for the southern lands, yet alas, due to my damaged foundation, my master did not take me along. In a secluded courtyard adorned with exquisite scenery, the enchanting Dantai Yu, adorned in a delicate dark blue gauze dress, gazed up at the starry sky. Her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of melancholy. For the past few days, she had attempted to cultivate, but her damaged dantian allowed only a trickle of spiritual energy to enter, which promptly leaked away, leaving her cultivation stagnant. However, a recent piece of news brought her joy. The Yi family had formally withdrawn their engagement with the Dantai clan. Naturally, Dantai Yu welcomed this development, for her heart had already found its affection elsewhere. She had never held any regard for Yi Chun, a fellow core disciple, now that the two families had severed ties. Her wishes had been fulfilled. Brother Changsheng, I wonder what you are doing at this moment. With a wistful gaze drawn from the heavens, Dantai Yu murmured softly to herself. Little moon, you are perhaps unaware that I am currently watching over you. Came the teasing thought from Gu Chongqing, concealed within the twin jade pendants at her waist. Of course, with Dantai Yu's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, she remained oblivious to Gu Chongqing's presence within the pendant. Buzzing just as Gu Chongqing was admiring his little green plum, the communication talisman in her storage ring began to resonate. The beautiful girl, lost in thought, seemed to sense the talisman's change, retrieving and activating it. Little moon, I have delightful news for you. As Dantai Yu activated the talisman, Zhou Ziyun's melodious voice, reminiscent of an enchanting elder sister, flowed forth. Master, what good news could it be? Have you discovered rare treasures? Dantai Yu's curious gaze brightened upon hearing her master's celestial voice. Yun Qingyao encountered Lu Ruyan, the one who injured you, in the Sunset Mountains and managed to injure that little demoness in return. Unfortunately, she ultimately escaped, but it can be considered a form of vengeance on your behalf. Zhou Ziyun's dulcet tones recounted the exploits of the Flame Sect's esteemed disciple, Yun Qingyao. Sister Qingyao possesses a water spiritual root and bears a unique constitution. Naturally, Lu Ruyan the demoness stands no chance against her. Listening to her master's words, Dantai Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she murmured in response to the celestial voice. Unbeknownst to most within the sect, Dantai Yu shared a deep camaraderie with Yun Qingyao, for true heroes and beauties recognize one another. When I first entered the sect, two little girls instantly recognized each other, and after entering the inner sanctum, they often engaged in philosophical discussions together. Even Gu Chongsheng, my childhood companion, was unaware of this. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, my dear Xiaoya. Upon my return from the southern region, I shall seek out a celestial restoration pill for you. The master and disciple exchanged thoughts through a transmission talisman for a brief moment. After Zhou Ziyun left her final words, the communication came to an end. The celestial restoration pill? Can it truly mend my Tao injuries? As I tucked away the talisman, reflecting on my master's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in my beautiful eyes, only to dim once more. Sister Qingyao is nearing the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and I find myself drifting further away from her. I fear that next time, we may not be able to discuss the Tao together. At this moment, as I pondered the impressive feats of Yun Qingyao in the southern region, a shadow of melancholy washed over me. Little one, do you wish to restore your cultivation? Do you aspire to become an unparalleled prodigy? Just then, while I was lost in self-pity, The pair of mandarin duck jade at my waist emitted a radiant five-colored divine light, and a figure enveloped in ethereal celestial glow appeared before me. The mandarin duck jade? Are you the esteemed predecessor from the Golden Core Cave? At that moment, gazing at the hazy celestial figure that had suddenly emerged from the jade, I inquired in astonishment. A mere golden core cannot even glimpse my silhouette. I am the supreme empress of the primordial era, who once upheld the original imperial city and subdued countless great epics. Confronted by the astonished expression of Dan Taiwei, the majestic voice of the hazy celestial figure resonated with authority. An empress? What realm does that signify? I was utterly taken aback by the words of the celestial figure. Although I understood little of what an empress entailed, the primordial era, or the original imperial city, the grandeur of these titles was unmistakable, exuding an air of unparalleled magnificence. The emperor is an invincible being, close to the realm of immortals. I have once defied true immortals and emerged unscathed from the celestial bloodbath. Proclaim my true name, and you may attain eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, seeing my expression shift to one of adorable bewilderment, the empress continued her explanation amidst the five-colored celestial light. Oh, esteemed predecessor. Allow me a moment to collect myself. This is simply overwhelming. As I absorbed the supreme secrets spoken by the empress, I involuntarily gasped, my heart racing, and my chest subtly rising and falling. The delicate, fair visage of mine flushed with a hint of crimson, rendering me all the more endearing. Little one, after all this discourse, do you not yet grasp my intentions? Observing my dazed demeanor, the hazy celestial figure urged me on. Does the empress wish to cultivate me? But I already have a master. The astute Dan Taiwei seemed to perceive the underlying meaning in the empress's words, hesitating slightly as she spoke. Humph. That drunken master of yours, at the 6th level of Golden Core, I could suppress her with a single strand of hair. Moreover, this emperor does not harbor any disdain towards you. Should you choose to become this empress's disciple, the knowledge you acquire from me could be generously imparted to that inebriated master of yours, thereby elevating her to unparalleled strength. Observing the hesitant Dan Taiwei, the ethereal figure of the empress let out a soft, disdainful snort before continuing. Esteemed empress, may I share the knowledge I gain with someone I hold dear? Dan Taiwei inquired with sparkling eyes after digesting the empress's words. Someone dear? Are you referring to your inept childhood companion, Gu Changsheng, who is merely at the 5th level of qi cultivation? The empress, momentarily taken aback by the hopeful glimmer in Dan Taiwei's eyes, cautiously probed further. Indeed, it is he, Dan Taiwei affirmed, her cheeks flushing crimson in response to the empress's inquiry. Very well, the empress replied, observing the girl's bashful countenance. You may. Dan Taiwei pays her respects to master, she declared promptly upon receiving the empress's consent. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be my disciple. This exquisite Tian Dan shall serve as your welcome gift. Refine it first to restore your dandian, and starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you in the art of cultivation. With her objective achieved, the empress's voice resonated softly amidst the vibrant hues of celestial light. As her words faded, the radiant light coalesced and returned to the pair of mandarin ducks carved from jade at Dan Taiwei's waist. Phew, what a thrill! With the presence of her revered empress calming, Dan Taiwei exhaled, patting her heaving chest while gently caressing the jade at her waist. She then retrieved the exquisite Tian Dan bestowed by her empress and began her healing process. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's 3rd medicinal valley, at the 106th spiritual herb garden, Gu Changxing mused, I am becoming increasingly convincing. Even I am starting to believe in the supreme empress. On the little bamboo mountain, where shadows danced, he smiled upon regaining his composure. As long as I persist, with my theoretically limitless lifespan, cultivating a legendary empress should pose no challenge. At that moment, Gu Changxing touched the jade at his waist and quietly resolved. Chapter 19. The master time flows unceasingly. The seasons shift like the tides, and within the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly passed. During this period, Gu Changxing diligently harvested spiritual herbs. Unwavering in his routine, proud of the 6th level of qi cultivation he presented to the world, combined with the concealment provided by the phantom hand, his visible yield of spiritual herbs surged dramatically. Consequently, he accrued an impressive 500 to 600 years of lifespan each day, in addition to secretly eliminating several destructive demon cultivators. Now, the total lifespan reflected on his panel approached the formidable threshold of 3,000 years. Name, Gu Changsheng, bone age, 182,780. Root bone. Supreme 5 elements spiritual root, capable of lifespan evolution. Cultivation. Perfect golden core, capable of lifespan evolution. Techniques. 9 heavens profound fire art. Earth level, low quality, perfect. God-slaying sword technique, earth level, supreme quality, perfect. Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, earth level, low quality, perfect. Fire cloud divine palm, earth level, low quality, perfect. Capable of lifespan evolution. 5 elements escape technique, earth level, medium quality, perfect. Phantom hand, yellow level, upper quality, perfect. Others. Alchemy, 4th grade, 1000 threads guide. Dan scripture, capable of lifespan evolution. Formation technique, 3rd grade, initial understanding of formation. Capable of lifespan evolution, weapon refining. 2nd grade, capable of lifespan evolution. Once he accumulates 10,000 years of lifespan, he will break through to the nascent soul realm. Gazing at his cultivation panel, Gu Changxing could not help but murmur to himself. At his current pace, gathering 10,000 years of lifespan would only take a little over 10 days, a span of time he can easily endure. After closing the panel, Gu Changxing, situated in the medicinal fields, began to harvest the spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived the moon spirit grass, 1st grade spiritual herb, of 35 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the biluoding, 2nd grade spiritual herb, of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the dragon bloodgrass, 1st grade spiritual herb, of 40 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the black sour fruit, 3rd grade spiritual herb, of 110 days of lifespan. As a series of notifications appeared, Gu Changxing's lifespan increased at a remarkable rate. Recently, the 3rd medicinal valley has been short-staffed. Aside from the 106th spiritual herb garden, Elder Zhua, the overseer of the valley, has also entrusted the 105th lower-grade spiritual herb garden to Gu Changxing. Thus, he is currently responsible for harvesting in 2 gardens. Given his cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, managing nearly 200 acres of medicinal fields has already reached his limits. Any more would risk exposure of his capabilities. Time flowed gracefully, with the golden sun hanging high in the sky, its fiery rays blazing down. Beneath the scorching sun, Gu Changxing, clad in a blue robe, was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading from his handsome face onto the fields, while a gentle breeze stirred the fabric of his attire. After several days, his mastery of the phantom hand had become remarkably proficient, indicating that while his root bone may be lacking, his understanding is commendable. From a distance, by the farmhouse, Elder Zhuahangi observed Gu Changxing diligently harvesting in the fields, nodding in satisfaction. "Father, is he the Gu Changxing you mentioned before?" A young girl in a green dress, standing behind Zhuahangi, gazed at the composed and strikingly handsome youth, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The girl possessed a graceful figure, skin as fair as snow, and a captivating visage, with long, dark hair cascading down to her slender waist. Indeed, this young man is diligent and earnest, displaying a maturity that is rare. It is unfortunate that his root bone is inadequate. We shall observe further. Zhuahangi acknowledged her words with a nod. Recently, the supply of medicinal pills in the Southern Territory has become strained. Hence, I shall return to Danfeng to refine pills. As for the supervision of spiritual herb harvesting and inventory collection, I entrust it to you, Zhuo. At this moment, as Zhuahangi withdrew his gaze, he cast it upon the young maiden in the azure dress and earnestly instructed her, "Rest assured, dear father, Zhuo will handle this matter well." In response to her father's admonition, Zhuo, adorned in her elegant azure attire that gracefully enveloped her delicate form, nodded with utmost seriousness. "However, do not neglect your cultivation. You have achieved the pinnacle of qi training, and once your grandfather refines the exquisite foundation establishment pill in due time, prepare yourself to transcend your current boundaries." After imparting further guidance to the azure-clad maiden, Zhuahangi finally took his leave. Once her father had departed, Zhuo cast a few glances at Gu Changxing, who was tending to the medicinal fields, before she turned to proceed to another herb garden. "Zhuo, qi training perfection 18110, bone age lifespan. Has the stewardship of the medicinal valley been entrusted to Elder Zhua's daughter? Like father, like daughter." With such a handsome father, it is only natural that his daughter possesses such grace and beauty. Observing the retreating figure of the enchanting Zhuo, Gu Changxing silently mused to himself. Yet, astonishingly, she too is a single spirit root, and of the wood attribute. How come I have not heard of such a prodigy within our sect before? It seems that the flame sect harbors hidden talents. After a moment of astonishment, Gu Changsheng resumed his task of harvesting the spiritual herbs. Time passed swiftly, and after several hours, as dusk approached, he ceased his efforts and made his way to the steward's hall of the medicinal valley, carrying the harvested spiritual herbs. The hall of the third medicinal valley steward was situated by a celestial lake that spanned over 10 miles, covering 100 feet with its gardens, pavilions, and small gazebos. It could be described as a miniature marvel, fully equipped despite its size. At this moment, a throng of disciples had gathered outside the hall, numbering 50 to 60, creating a bustling scene. Zhua Zhuo, resplendent in her azure dress, stood at the forefront, meticulously counting the spiritual herbs with a demeanor that exuded grace and tranquility. Oh, how gentle and beautiful she is! In my eyes, Immortal Zhuo from the Pill Refining Peak is the most stunning of all in the Flame sect. Look! Immortal Zhuo smiled at me. As they beheld the mesmerizing and captivating Zhua Zhuo, the disciples whispered among themselves, their hearts aflutter. In response to their murmurs, Zhua Zhuo, with her cascading black hair, merely offered a slight smile, calm and gentle, as though she had grown accustomed to such flattery. Soon, it was Gu Changxing's turn. After Zhua Zhuo had completed the count of the spiritual herbs, she transferred the corresponding contribution points into his identity jade token without uttering a single unnecessary word. Gu Changxing, in turn, confirmed the contribution points with a serene demeanor and departed quietly. The entire process unfolded smoothly without any unexpected occurrences. Devoid of the melodramatic encounters typical of tales where celestial beings bestow their favor upon handsome youths. The contribution points I have accumulated over these few days are quite sufficient. In a few days, I shall exchange them for a tome on spiritual consciousness techniques and some seeds for spiritual herbs. Upon returning to his courtyard in the small bamboo mountain, Gu Changxing gazed at the over 1,000 contribution points within his identity jade bottle and could not help but exclaim, "For the techniques of spiritual consciousness. Even those in the Qi training stage can cultivate them. I estimate that acquiring a yellow-grade technique will not require an exorbitant amount of contribution points. In truth, the longevity divination he previously derived from the techniques of suspended Dan and thousand threads can also be classified as secret arts of consciousness. However, these two techniques are intricately tied to alchemy and do not serve as offensive methods for confronting foes." As he pondered, the sun had quietly dipped below the horizon, and the bright moon ascended the peaks, while the night breeze danced merrily, casting shadows of trees that swayed gracefully, accompanied by the rustling of bamboo leaves. Within a small courtyard enclosed by a fence, in a half-acre medicinal herb field, clusters of spiritual herbs bathed in moonlight thrived, emanating a gentle aura of vitality. "Master." At this moment, beneath the thick veil of night, a little fox with two fluffy tails stealthily approached the courtyard, halting at the feet of a youth clad in green. Raising its head with sparkling, watery eyes. "It's Yao Yao." Observing the petite, dainty pink-furred fox, Gu Changxing smiled faintly, then playfully scooped it up, cradling it as one would a cat, gently caressing its adorably bewildered little head. Chapter 20. Tu Yao Yao in the tranquil bamboo hills of the medicinal herb garden. The little courtyard remained serene. The luminous moonlight cascaded like a silken ribbon from the mountain top, casting rippling shadows of bamboo that danced like water. "Yao Yao, is all well at home?" Gu Changxing, dressed in green, sat upon a stone stool, gazing quietly at the pink little fox on the stone table beside him. "Master, both my young father and mother, as well as the household, are well. However, there have been 3 surprise attacks, all of which I deftly neutralized." In response to Gu Changxing's inquiry, the fox, adorned with 2 fluffy tails, spoke human language. "Tu Yao Yao, how many times must I remind you? You still have not corrected your accent. It is you, not Young." After hearing the little fox's words, Gu Changxing couldn't help but chuckle as he playfully tapped the fox's head. "Master, I understand. Additionally, there is something else. Your sister seems to possess a spiritual root. Should I teach her cultivation?" In light of Gu Changxing's admonishment, the little fox nodded, its round, sparkling eyes once again gazing at Gu Changxing before continuing. "That little one is not yet 7, is she?" Upon hearing the little fox's words, a tender expression graced Gu Changxing's handsome features. At that moment, a porcelain doll-like visage of his sister, Gu Nannan, flickered in his mind. The year he departed for the Flame sect to cultivate, she had been scarcely 4 years old. Now, 3 years had elapsed, and Gu Nannan was nearing her 7th birthday. Yao Yao, what kind of spiritual root does the little one possess? At this time, Gu Chongqing affectionately stroked the little fox's head, unable to suppress his curiosity. Your sister seems to have a 5-element spiritual root. I conducted a preliminary examination, but I cannot ascertain if she possesses any other qualities. In response to Gu Chongqing's inquiry, the little fox earnestly replied, You, foreign fox, even your speech has grammatical issues. Stop saying your sister. In the local dialect, that sounds like an insult. Gazing at the adorably charming little fox, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but facepalm, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The young maiden discovered my presence. However, she remains oblivious to my true identity as a fox demon, perceiving me merely as an ordinary fox. In response to Gu Chongqing's admonitions, the little fox demon blinked and, after a moment of contemplation, retorted, She is my sister, not a young maiden, nor your sister. At this moment, Gu Chongqing found himself at a loss for words, helplessly ruffling the little fox's fur. Enough of that. Here is your remuneration for this month, Yao Yao. Within it lies a precious transformation pill. After finishing his affectionate gesture, Gu Chongqing retrieved several vials of elixirs from his lifespan space and presented them to her. Thank you, master, the little fox exclaimed, her eyes narrowing gleefully at the sight of the elixirs, sparkling like a small treasure seeker, adorably naive in her demeanor. Yet, do not be deceived by her seemingly innocent appearance. She possesses a bone age of 200 years. 2 Yao Yao, Foundation Establishment Stage 8200-3000, Bone Age Lifespan. The average lifespan of a common human Yuanying cultivator barely reaches 3,000 years. This little fox from beyond is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, as he utilized the lifespan observation feature to glance at 2 Yao Yao, Gu Chongqing silently pondered, Yao Yao, are there any other benevolent creatures like you in your homeland? After all, raising one demon is not significantly different from raising two. He lacked neither elixirs nor spirit stones. In his lifespan space, elixirs and spirit stones were accumulating to mountainous proportions. Moreover, with his identities as an alchemist, formation master, and weaponsmith, he would never be short of resources in the future. Master, there are many such little demons like me back home, 2 Yao Yao replied, her fox eyes gleaming in response to Gu Chongqing's inquiry. If you have the time, bring a couple over. I have no shortage of elixirs here. It would be ideal if you could bring back a golden core realm demon. Upon hearing the little fox's words, Gu Chongqing remarked, Understood, master. 2 Yao Yao nodded earnestly at his request. In the southern region, near the Sunset Mountain Range, a temporary marketplace had been established adjacent to the Taichu spirit mine. Built within the last 10 days. Over this short span, it had expanded over 10 miles, boasting considerable scale. The marketplace was replete with houses, towers, and courtyards, frequented by elders and disciples of the fire sect, exchanging spirit stones for corresponding cultivation resources. Besides the fire sect, many disciples from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Qingyan sect, and Danding sect also thronged the area. Furthermore, there were forces such as the Four Seas Merchant Association and Divine Weapon Pavilion, along with various lone cultivators and their factions. Guarded by several Yuanying true monarchs and golden core masters, this temporary marketplace is destined to evolve into a grand city where cultivators gather. At the heart of the marketplace, within a half-acre courtyard, a man clad in a gray robe, exuding an aura of simplicity, was leisurely sipping spirit tea. At that moment, the former sect leader, Qi Xianfeng, who had restored his cultivation to the 6th level of Yuanying, entered and interrupted the peaceful ambience. Dearest disciple, what mischief has stirred your indignation? Inquired the venerable elder. Yun Lihai, observing the weary yet agitated Qi Xianfeng. Master, I must report the actions of the deputy sect leader, Yun Chemo. She has been granting favors to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The Golden Core practitioners from the Danding sect and the Qingyun sect have come to me in protest. Qi Xianfeng responded, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. Such reports are futile. Consider the caliber of the Golden Core practitioners sent by the Danding sect and the Qingyun sect. They are all mere novices in the early stages of Golden Core development. This is nothing short of mockery. The 100 Flowers Pavilion has dispatched 2 formidable practitioners in the later stages to stand guard. Upon hearing Qi Xuanfeng's words, Yun Liahai's countenance darkened as he huffed in exasperation. Qi Xianfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by his master's rebuttal. If you have nothing of import to contribute, you may return to the sect. At 400 years old, you still behave like a petulant child, only adding to the chaos. Yun Lihai chastised, showing no restraint in his rebuke. Flushed with embarrassment, Qi Xianfeng felt a burning shame, wishing to vanish into the earth. He hastily departed from the courtyard and encountered deputy sect leader Yun Chimo, who was seeking Yun Laihai. However, overwhelmed by shame and anger, he refrained from speaking. "Let me guess, has the inept senior brother come to lodge complaints against me once more? This marks the third time, I believe," Yun Chimo remarked, watching Qi Xianfeng retreat. "He is envious of your talents. You have revitalized the Lihua sect in less than half a month, propelling it to new heights. After decades as sect leader, he allowed the demonic sect to infiltrate our ranks." In response to Yun Chimo's inquiry, Yun Laihai chose not to answer directly, but instead criticized his disciple, Qi Xianfeng. "Ha! Indeed, it seems I am the superior leader." Yun Chimo felt a swell of pride at her grandfather's words. "Chimo, you have been performing admirably of late. However, we must continue our communications with the 100 Flowers Pavilion, ideally persuading them to send a nascent soul practitioner. The Whitebone sect has been unusually quiet lately, and I suspect they may be plotting something sinister," Yun Laihai remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed the self-satisfied Yun Chimo. "The overall strength of the Whitebone sect surpasses that of the Lihua sect. Having failed to compete for the spirit mines, they will not relent easily. I have already communicated with Sister Yichang. She agreed to send a nascent soul practitioner, but the Lihua sect must provide a transformation pill in return," Yun Chimo replied. Noting the elder's concerns, producing a single furnace can yield several transformation pills. Acquiescing to the 100 Flowers Pavilion is not out of the question. The Zhou family also requires a transformation pill. Let Zhuo Lingfeng gather the necessary herbs and concoct a batch, Yun Laihai suggested after a moment of contemplation. Today, Master Zhuofeng has attempted to refine a furnace of pills, but alas, it ended in failure. In response to his father's suggestion, Yun Chimo expressed his resignation. The transformation pill is classified as a 5th-grade elixir, and given Master Zhuofeng's status as a 4th-grade alchemist, it is indeed a daunting task. Thus, the failure of a furnace is hardly surprising. Upon hearing of the unsuccessful alchemical endeavor, the esteemed elder Yun Laihai could not suppress a frown. Regrettably, within the entirety of the ancient Tao state, there exists only one 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Hong of the Pill Cauldron sect, and the cost of enlisting his services is notoriously exorbitant. At this moment, after a brief contemplation, Yun Laihai shook his head in resignation. He had considered entrusting Elder Gu Hong with the task of refining the transformation pill, but upon recalling the absurd conditions required for a single furnace, he extinguished the thought. Time flows like a river, and before long, it has been over 10 days since the little fox received the elixir. Gu Changxing's life continues in a monotonous routine, gathering spiritual herbs, delivering them, and returning home to rest. It may seem dull, yet he finds joy within it. Over the course of these 10 days, his lifespan has accumulated to nearly 9,800 years, nearly 200 years shy of reaching the remarkable milestone of 10,000 years. With one more day of harvest, he shall achieve a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Gazing at the nearing figure of his lifespan, Gu Changxing's lips curled into a smile, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Accumulating lifespan is akin to amassing wealth. The ever-changing numbers evoke a profound satisfaction. Once he breaks through to the nascent soul realm, he must also elevate his visible cultivation level, after which he can contract several medicinal gardens. Using his divine sense that spans hundreds of miles, Gu Changxing surveyed the third medicine valley, his eyes glimmering with avarice. If he could secure the entirety of the third medicine valley, he would be able to reap thousands of years of lifespan in a single day. "Master, I yearn to break through to the foundation establishment realm," he mused as he reveled in the prospects of the future. At that moment, a gentle voice from the paired jade pendants at his waist resonated with the ethereal sound of Dan Taiyue. Having refined the subtle array within the dual jades anew, he could hear her whenever she spoke. As he immersed his consciousness into the jade, the Supreme Empress re-emerged. From the jade pendant at Dan Taiyue's waist, the Radiant Empress, enveloped in a hazy celestial light, floated forth. Dan Taiyue, Chi Refinement Perfection 17110, Bone Age Lifespan, she noted. Her energy was harmonious and well-restored, and indeed, with her mastery of the fiery scripture having reached a minor completion, she was poised to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Observing Dan Taiyue's cultivation information, Gu Changxing, disguised as the Empress, remarked, "Master, once I break through to the foundation establishment realm, may I venture to the southern region for training?" Gazing at his towering and enigmatic master, Dan Taiyue tentatively inquired. For the southern region had been bustling with significant events in the ancient Tao state over the past 10 days, making it exceedingly lively. In the realm of the Flame sect, the prodigious Yun Qingao and Zhou Mai, alongside Lu Xian and Gu Guang from the Danding sect, and the illustrious twin prodigies Chu Nan and Chu Yang of the Qingyun sect, as well as the esteemed disciples Shangwan Yuchan and Li Qinghan from the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, all rose to prominence. Meanwhile, the three nefarious sects, the Whitebone sect, the Insha sect, and the 10,000 Demons sect, gathered in the Sunset Mountain Range, frequently clashing with the righteous prodigies in fierce battles. The emergence of new talents and the fall of others painted a vivid picture of a world rife with contention. Thus, Dan Taiyu felt an earnest desire to witness it firsthand. After establishing your foundation, I shall impart to you several protective techniques, and once you have mastered them, you may proceed. The Empress, sensing the eager glimmer in Dan Taiyu's beautiful eyes, spoke softly. Master is the most caring. Upon hearing the enigmatic Empress agree, Dan Taiyu's enchanting eyes narrowed into crescent shapes with delight. This girl, I did not anticipate such an adorable side. The disguised Gu Changsheng, posing as the Empress, could not help but chuckle at the charming expression of his little sweetheart. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng retrieved a top-grade foundation establishment pill from the space of longevity and, using the paired jade, transmitted it to the Empress, who then handed it to Dan Taiyu. Thank you, Master, for the gift of the pill. Grasping the pill imprinted with intricate patterns, Dan Taiyu expressed her gratitude with gleeful enthusiasm. There is no need for formalities between us, my disciple. Now, consume this pill and break through. I shall protect you. The Empress, enveloped in a hazy divine light, spoke gently. Upon hearing her words, Dan Taiyu obediently nodded, adjusted her breath, and swallowed the foundation establishment pill. On the peak of the purple bamboo, the moonlight flowed like water, enveloped in ethereal clouds, casting delicate shadows. Waves of ethereal energy began to converge towards the courtyard where Dan Taiyu resided. Buzzing half an hour later, after consuming the foundation establishment pill, Dan Taiyu felt a surge of energy enveloping her, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy forming above her head, a truly astonishing phenomenon. The rich dual attributed spiritual energy of golden fire poured into her dantian, causing her aura to swell and achieving the first layer of foundation establishment. Master, I have finally broken through. After another half hour of solidifying her cultivation, Dan Taiyu opened her beautiful eyes, gazing excitedly at the Empress, who quietly safeguarded her. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with tears of joy, overwhelmed with happiness. From once being a genius of the sect, to suffering a damaged foundation, and finally encountering the Empress who restored her dantian, allowing her to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. Dan Taiyu's journey over the past month had been fraught with trials and tribulations, tasting the bitterness of the heart. Dear child, as the saying goes, after hardship comes sweetness. With me as your master, your future knows no bounds. Observing her tear-filled eyes, Gu Changsheng, disguised as the Empress, offered comforting words. Master, do you think I am the destined daughter? She recalled a novel, Breaking the Sky, where the protagonist, Li Qiye, experienced a similar fate. Like her, he transitioned from genius to cripple, faced a broken engagement, and then encountered a transformative master, ultimately rising to become a true monarch of the nascent soul. At this moment, wiping away the joyful tears at the corners of her eyes and reflecting on her own experiences, Dan Taiyu could not help but voice her confusion. Upon hearing her inquiry, Gu Changsheng, who was masquerading as the Empress, fell silent. The reason for his pause was that Breaking the Heavens was indeed penned by him 2 years prior. Before he had awakened his system, he had to utilize memories from his past life, intertwining various dramatic plots to write numerous scripts, one of which was titled Breaking the Heavens. After completing it, he had hoped for significant success. However, he was ultimately swindled by unscrupulous merchants, receiving merely 10 inferior spirit stones. With those 10 inferior spirit stones, he purchased a yuan cultivation pill, yet upon consumption, he found himself still unable to break through. The memories flooded back vividly, and as they were recalled, it felt as if the boomerang of fate had struck his knees. Master, what troubles you? Noticing the Empress remained silent for a while, Dan Taiyu assumed she had misspoken, and a hint of anxiety crept onto her delicate face. It is nothing, my dear disciple. I merely reminisced about the past, and it concerns you not, the Empress replied, her voice tinged with a profound weariness. In truth, the path of cultivation is a test of longevity. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Those fated daughters and unparalleled prodigies may bask in glory, yet they encounter peril often. I do not wish for your name to resound throughout the world. I only desire for you to live well." At that moment, Gu Chongxing, in the guise of the empress, felt compelled to remind Dan Taiyu once more. "Your master's counsel shall be etched in my heart," Dan Taiyu replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement of the empress's heartfelt words. Subsequently, after imparting the Blazing Fire Sutra and the Divine Palm of Fire Cloud to Dan Taiyu and urging her to cultivate diligently, the empress withdrew, and Gu Chongxing's consciousness retreated from the jade pendant. "Damn those unscrupulous merchants! I must not allow them to evade me. Otherwise, they shall suffer greatly." Gu Chongxing muttered fiercely as he stood atop the small bamboo mountain, gazing at the starry sky. The memory of the old man who had taken dozens of his original scripts while only compensating him with 10 spirit stones grew increasingly loathsome with each passing thought. Meanwhile, in the Sanshuan continent, a million miles away from the ancient Dao prefecture, in Yunzhou, what a malevolent intent. In my thousands of years wandering the mortal realm, I have never encountered such profound malice. At that moment, a disheveled old man resting in a dilapidated temple suddenly froze, his murky eyes growing deep and contemplative. Strange. It cannot be calculated. The old man, who had devoted himself to cultivating virtue and vanquishing evil, recalled that he had indeed taken the life of an innocent once. Although he had indulged in the pleasures of the brothels and shared his heart with fallen female cultivators, he felt no remorse. "Let it be," he murmured, after attempting calculations for a considerable time before ultimately abandoning the endeavor. Chapter 22. A millennium of lifespan in the Blazing Fire sect, atop the Alchemy Peak. A new day dawned, as the golden rays of the sun illuminated the peak, causing purple chi to rise majestically. At this moment, the entire Alchemy Peak seemed to come alive, with numerous elders and disciples beginning their alchemical processes. Wisps of ethereal medicinal vapor gracefully ascended, enveloping the celestial peak in a rich fragrance of elixirs. In the main hall of the Alchemy Peak, above the boiling earth fire, a cauldron adorned with dragon patterns emanated a spectrum of vibrant hues. A gaunt elder, clad in a yellow robe, was currently employing intricate hand gestures to manipulate the dragon-patterned cauldron, continuously adding various high-grade spiritual herbs and treasures into it. After several moments, the dragon-patterned cauldron radiated 10 colors of spiritual light, and a rich aroma of elixirs wafted from within. Beads of sweat dotted the elder's forehead as he executed multiple secret alchemical techniques, his eyes betraying a sense of tension. Suddenly, in the critical final stage, to the elder's dismay, the entire dragon-patterned cauldron erupted with a thunderous roar. The nascent elixir within shattered, unleashing a powerful storm of spiritual energy that violently propelled the elder away. "Damn this elixir! I'm done with this," the frail elder exclaimed, clambering to his feet amidst the scattered remnants of herbs, unable to suppress his expletives. The sect leader, Yun Shumo, had tasked him, a 4th-grade alchemist, with the challenging creation of a 5th-grade nascent elixir. Was this not a burden too great for his aged bones? After 2 attempts, the first had failed, and the second had exploded, leaving him with a psychological scar. Subsequently, in a fit of frustration, the elders Wu Lingfeng exited the main hall of the Alchemy Peak and proceeded to the storage room. Why has the quantity of elixirs produced plummeted by 30%? He pondered, realizing that the situation at the Sunset Mountain Range had intensified, and the deputy sect leader had ordered an increase in elixir production by 30%. What the hell? You've managed to decrease it by 30% instead. Glaring at the account ledger, Zhuo Lingfeng could no longer contain his indignation and turned to the accounting deputy leader, Chao Zhenhai, unleashing his wrath. "You are unaware, Peak Master, that since the expansion into the southern territories, 8 out of 10 disciples responsible for harvesting spiritual herbs from our 10+ medicinal valleys have been lost. Now we lack manpower." Faced with Zhuo Lingfeng's accusations, Chao Zhenhai, a Golden Core Realm deputy leader, wore an expression of helplessness. "Damn it, none of you are making this easy for me. You deal with it yourself." After hearing Chao Zhenhai's explanation, Zhuo Lingfeng cursed before storming out of the storage room. "All I do is handle the trivial matters of Alchemy Peak." After Zhuo Lingfeng left, Chao Zhenhai muttered the elder's nickname to himself, secretly lamenting. Because of the elder's age and his frequent outbursts, the elders and disciples of the Alchemy Peak privately referred to him as Old Gramps. "My dear granddaughter, this is a high-grade foundation establishment pill crafted for you," he said as he exited the storage room and made his way to his granddaughter's Wavar's cave dwelling. "Grandfather, I already possess a foundation establishment pill, and it's a top-tier one." In the serene, fragrant courtyard of the cave, Zhuozhuo produced a top-quality foundation establishment pill. His which esteemed alchemist concocted this. Goodness, the essence of this elixir, the intricate patterns, are simply extraordinary. Seizing the exquisite foundational elixir from his granddaughter, Zhuozhuo, the fourth-tier alchemist Zhuo Lingfeng was momentarily stunned. Just days prior, during a visit to Fufeng City, he had acquired it at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce auction. Observing his grandfather's astonishment, the naturally beautiful Zhuozhuo was momentarily taken aback. So, it originated from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, yet their alchemist resides in Yunzhou. This foundational elixir was evidently crafted recently. Moreover, I am familiar with their alchemist's methods, and this foundational elixir clearly showcases a novel technique, and so flawlessly executed. Could it be that a new alchemist has emerged at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Gazing intently at the exquisite foundational elixir, Zhuo Lingfeng's astonishment deepened. As the saying goes, an outsider appreciates the spectacle, while the insider discerns the subtleties. As a fourth-tier alchemist, Zhuo Lingfeng felt incapable of producing such a flawless foundational elixir. My dear granddaughter, please utilize this exquisite foundational elixir. The superior foundational elixirs I concocted are utterly inferior, he remarked in self-deprecation as he returned the elixir to Zhuozhuo. Subsequently, he provided her with protective measures to aid in her breakthrough to the foundational realm before hastily departing from the alchemy peak, heading toward Fufeng City with the intent of visiting this new alchemist. Meanwhile, at the outer sect's number 3 Herb Valley, within the 105th Spiritual Herb Garden. After a busy morning, he arrived at the neighboring 106th Spiritual Herb Garden. The Lihua sect boasts over 10 herb valleys, with the first 3 designated as low tier, housing low-level spiritual herb gardens that cultivate first, second, and third-tier spiritual herbs. In contrast, the 4th, 5th, and 6th valleys are mid-tier, while the 7th, 8th, and 9th valleys are high-tier. The 10th herb valley remains shrouded in mystery, rumored to cultivate precious herbs. In the afternoon, under the blazing sun, Gu Changsheng, clad in a blue robe, moved gracefully amidst the herb fields, his figure nimble and ethereal. With a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, he executed the phantom hand technique to perfection, swiftly harvesting the ripe spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived the golden silver grass, first-tier spiritual herb, of 35 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the dragon bone flower, second-tier spiritual herb, of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the sunward fruit, second-tier spiritual herb, of 70 days of lifespan. As a series of system notifications chimed in, the lifespan on Gu Changsheng's cultivation panel rapidly approached the monumental threshold of 10,000. Your total lifespan has surpassed 10,000 years, unlocking the lifespan barrier feature. A moment later, Gu Changsheng's lifespan finally accumulated to 10,000 years, and a new lifespan function emerged. A lifespan barrier, you say? Observing the system's new feature, a smile graced Gu Changsheng's lips. According to the system's explanation, the lifespan barrier function consumes lifespan to provide protective barriers. The lifespan barrier possesses capabilities to obscure celestial secrets, conceal causality, and thwart inquiries, truly formidable. Does this not imply that I need not worry about the tribulations of breaking through? At this moment, the lingering concern in Gu Changsheng's heart dissipated. Previously, when he calculated his lifespan, he encountered the 4-9 tribulation of the nascent soul realm, which left him indecisive and somewhat apprehensive. However, at this instant, he was free of such trepidation. Tonight, he could ascend to the nascent soul realm in the Tianluo mountain range. Gazing at the setting sun, Gu Changsheng eagerly remarked. His desire to break through was intense, particularly as the number of demonic spies secretly sabotaging the spiritual herb garden had doubled in recent nights. And he had even encountered a demonic spy at the foundation establishment stage. His keen perception made Gu Changsheng sense something amiss. He suspected that the Taichu spiritual mine in the southern region might be a smokescreen, although the Fireblaze sect had achieved a resounding victory against the Bone sect. A significant portion of its combat strength had been dispatched to the south, resulting in a drastic reduction of defenses and leaving the sect vulnerable. Thus, he could not believe that the Bone sect would forsake this fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 23. The 5th layer of nascent soul. That night, under the full moon, the starry river stretched across the vast sky, mysterious and profound. The Tianluo mountain range exuded an aura reminiscent of the wild. Within its depths, spiritual energy surged, with towering trees and the roars of beasts echoing through the air. Rumors spoke of great demons lurking deep within the mountains. The moonlight shone brightly as Gu Changsheng, clad in a green robe, employed the 5 elements escape technique, swiftly navigating the crisscrossing peaks of the Tianluo mountain range. After a brief moment, he discovered a valley dense with spiritual energy, and with a pang of regret, he expended 1,000 years of lifespan to activate the lifespan barrier. Buzzing, as the lifespan barrier unfurled, an area of half a mile became enveloped, concealing all traces of Gu Changsheng's presence. At this moment, even a god transformation expert passing nearby would remain entirely unaware of his existence. First, I must enhance my spiritual roots. Gu Changsheng then opened his interface and directed his gaze towards the root bone section. Please select the number of years of lifespan to invest. Upon selecting the root bone for lifespan calculation, the system provided a prompt. Reflecting on the prompt, Gu Changsheng pondered briefly. Previously, he had invested 200 years of lifespan, elevating his root bone from a 5 elements all-spiritual root to an exceptional 5 elements spiritual root, comparable to a single spiritual root aptitude. This time, he intended to invest 1,000 years of lifespan to see how far he could elevate the exceptional 5 elements spiritual root. You have devoted a millennium of your life to the cultivation of spiritual roots. After a century of comprehending the cosmos, your affinity for the elemental energies has increased by 30%, yet your exceptional 5 elemental spiritual root remains unchanged. After 2 centuries of understanding the heavens and earth, your insight into the 5 elements deepens, significantly enhancing your absorption rate of spiritual energy. After 4 centuries, you grasp the essence of the yang fire, resulting in a transformation of your superior fire attribute spiritual root. 6 centuries into your enlightenment, you sequentially perceive the profound meanings of the metal of Gong, the earth of Wu, the water of Gui, and the wood of Yi, leading to the metamorphosis of your superior metal, earth, water, and wood spiritual roots. After 9 centuries, your exceptional 5 elemental roots ascend to become the 5 elemental spiritual body. After a millennium, your 5 elemental spiritual body reaches its pinnacle, flawless and complete. As the millennium of contemplation concludes, a remarkable transformation envelopes Gu Changsheng. The elemental spirits of Yang fire, Gung metal, Wu earth, Gui water, and Yi would swirl and merge into his physical form, directly evolving his superior 5 elemental roots into the 5 elemental spiritual body. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's physique resonates with spiritual energy, immaculate in essence, with every gesture influencing the celestial flow of elemental energies. In terms of absorption speed, it surpasses that of a single spiritual root by more than double, with an enhancement across all attributes. As the process culminates, Gu Changsheng revels in the exhilarating transformation of his spiritual foundation. The spiritual body, a rare talent, is even more extraordinary than a single spiritual root. To his knowledge, the fire sect publicly lacks any spiritual bodies, though he wonders if there are any concealed among them. With his roots elevated to the 5 elemental spiritual body, Gu Changsheng then turns his attention to the martial arts he practices. He currently focuses on the Earth-grade low-tier technique, 9 Heavens mysterious fire art, which leads directly to the nascent soul realm. This technique allows one to harness the essence of the 9 Heavens fire, summoning a strand of heavenly fire with formidable power. Ordinarily, Gu Changsheng utilizes this heavenly fire for alchemy, artifact crafting, or obliterating the traces of demonic spies. As he is aware, the fire sect's foundational scripture is the 9 Suns Blazing Fire Classic, an Earth-grade supreme text that leads to the transcendent realm of transformation. This time, Gu Changsheng intends to invest additional longevity to develop a technique even more potent than the 9 Suns Blazing Fire Classic. You have devoted a millennium of your lifespan to the refinement and cultivation of the 9 Heavens mysterious fire art. After a century of practice, you absorb the essence of the 9 Heavens fire into your body, resulting in a slight transformation of your technique. After 3 centuries of training, you intuitively uncover a shred of mystery, causing your 9 Heavens mysterious fire art, Earth-grade low-tier, to evolve into the 9 Heavens spiritual fire classic, Earth-grade mid-tier. After 600 years of practice with the 9 Heavens mysterious fire art and the 9 Heavens spiritual fire classic, your understanding of both techniques intertwines, further refining your 9 Heavens spiritual fire classic into an Earth-grade upper-tier technique. After a millennium of cultivating the 9 Heavens mysterious fire technique and the 9 Heavens spiritual fire scripture, you have attained enlightenment from the essence of the universe, culminating in the realization of the Purple Emperor fire. Your 9 Heavens spiritual fire scripture, high-grade Earth level, has transformed into the purple Emperor Fire Scripture, top-tier Earth level. As waves of insight flooded his mind, Gu Changsheng comprehended the profound mysteries of the techniques akin to receiving divine wisdom. And he fully grasped the essence of all the methods. Moments later, having acquired both the Nine Heavens Spiritual Fire Scripture and the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture, Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. In that instant, he skillfully operated both arcane techniques, and in his hands appeared two resplendent flames, one a deep blue, representing the Nine Heavens Spiritual Fire, and the other a dark golden hue, signifying the Purple Emperor Fire. Alas, the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture had not yet ascended to the legendary celestial level. Contemplating the intricacies of the techniques, Gu Changsheng expressed a hint of disappointment. He aspired to devise a method that would surpass the Nine-Yang Blazing Fire Scripture, the sacred technique of the Blazing Fire sect. But it seemed that a millennium was insufficient for such an endeavor. Observing the remaining 7,000 years of lifespan on his status panel, he prudently decided against further attempts at developing new techniques. The Purple Emperor Fire Scripture, being a top-tier Earth-level technique, directly leads to the transformation stage and possesses power comparable to the Nine-Yang Blazing Fire Scripture, sufficiently meeting Gu Changsheng's current needs for energy absorption. With both his foundational skills and techniques elevated, it was now time to enhance his cultivation level. Gu Changsheng gazed at the panel, selected the cultivation option, and with a grand gesture, expended 5,000 years of lifespan. You have invested 5,000 years of life into the cultivation of your cultivation level. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 500 years, attempting to break into the nascent soul stage, but faced the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and failed. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 1,000 years, attempting to break through again. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation arrived as expected, and this time you succeeded, elevating your cultivation to the first layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 2,000 years, absorbing a vast amount of elemental spiritual energy, and your cultivation advanced to the second layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 3,000 years, and through relentless effort, you successfully broke into the third layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 4,000 years, achieving a breakthrough into the mid-nascent soul stage. Reaching the fourth layer and comprehending the nascent soul divine ability, Purple Emperor Fire. You practiced the Purple Emperor Fire Scripture for 5,000 years, and through diligent and rigorous training, your cultivation advanced to the fifth layer of the nascent soul. As his lifespan was expended, the energy around Gu Changsheng surged, and outside the boundary of his lifespan, a phenomenon of tremendous proportions unfolded across nearly 1,000 miles of heaven and earth, with spiritual energy rushing frantically toward his location. As the essence of the world poured into his dantian, the resplendent golden elixir within shattered, transforming into a flawless nascent soul. In a brief moment, his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage to the fifth layer of the nascent soul. With the profound fluctuations of power radiating from the fifth layer of the nascent soul, Gu Changsheng officially became a formidable nascent soul true monarch. Is this the realm of the nascent soul? Indeed, it is extraordinary. At this moment, as Gu Changsheng gazed inward to behold the 3-inch figure of his nascent soul, clad in a robe of 5-colored mist and standing upon the purple imperial fire, he nodded with satisfaction. The nascent soul is the embodiment of the Tao, and the nascent soul true monarch can channel immense magical powers and condense formidable divine abilities. With every gesture, they wield a power akin to celestial phenomena. Chapter 24. Grand Elder Chen Songha in the Tianluo mountain range. The astonishing spectacle of spiritual energy being drawn in by Gu Changsheng upon his breakthrough had captured the attention of the nascent soul true monarchs and golden core true persons of the Flame sect. The recent phenomena were so remarkable that one might wonder if some rare celestial material had emerged. Yet, curiously, it vanished without a trace. Several nascent soul true monarchs and golden core true persons swept their spiritual senses across the Tianluo mountain range, probing every inch of its territory. However, after half an hour of searching, they found nothing and could only return in disappointment. The Tianluo mountain range lies adjacent to the Flame sect, ostensibly a wild land teeming with demonic beasts, yet in truth, it serves as the sect's private garden, where the beasts are closely monitored. This situation is rather peculiar, coinciding with the southern frontier's expansion while such strange occurrences arise. Could it be a plot by the demonic sects? Within the heart of the Flame sect, In a hall flickering with the dim light of candles, several grand elders who had just returned from the Tianluo mountain range exchanged glances of concern. The demonic sects are stirring, seeking to restore their power. In these tumultuous times, it is prudent to exercise caution, remarked Qi Songhai, one of the grand elders. Unable to restrain himself, old Qi speaks wisely. The Bone sect has suffered significant losses this time and will not easily relent, echoed another grand elder, Chen Songha, in agreement. The demonic sects have been increasingly active, and their ultimate aim must surely be the two instruments demon seal in great formation. I shall petition our main sect for the presence of a transformation god to oversee matters, added the third grand elder, Qin Munian, in a measured tone. This matter rests entirely upon the decisions of the higher-ups, he concluded. Upon hearing Qin Munian's words, both Qi Songhai and Chen Songha nodded in agreement. Qi Songhai and Chen Songha are the ancestors of the four great nascent soul families of the Flame sect and also serve as grand elders. Grand Elder Qin Munian hails from the sect's principal faction, the Xian Yandian. The Xian Yandian represents the supreme lineage of Qishu, governing the entire region and holding a status akin to that of a holy site. Qingshu and the ancient Dao state are both part of the vast Songshuan continent, which encompasses 5 states and 4 domains. The 5 states are Qingshu, Jianzhou, Laizhou, Yunzhou, and the ancient Dao state. The 4 domains consist of the demonic abyss, spirit domain, beast lair, and extreme sea domain, with the demonic abyss being a paradise for the demonic path, occupied by the supreme, true demons. Qingshu, Jianzhou, Laizhou, and Yunzhou are the territories of the righteous path. The ancient Dao state, however, is situated amid the realms of both righteous and demonic forces, historically a front line of conflict between them. Since a millennium ago, the 4 holy sites of the 5 states have joined forces, leading hundreds of sects to form a righteous alliance to wage war against the demonic factions in the ancient Dao state. In that monumental clash between righteousness and malevolence, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, an event of truly cataclysmic proportions. Ultimately, the forces of righteousness emerged victorious, subduing and sealing numerous true demons, leading to the retreat of the demonic sections. Consequently, 70% of the territories of the ancient Path state fell under the dominion of the Alliance of Righteousness, while the remaining 30% was occupied by the waning demonic sections, with the majority of the state under their control. The 4 sacred grounds established their subordinate factions within the ancient Path state, giving rise to the 4 major sects: the Flame sect, the Pill Cauldron sect, the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and the Azure Cloud Gate. On the other side, amidst the Tianluo mountain range, within the confines of the longevity barrier, Gu Changsheng was astonished to discover 3 true monarchs of the nascent soul stage residing within his sect, all of whom were in the later stages of their cultivation. Having remained within the barrier, he had witnessed the earlier appearance of these 3 nascent soul true monarchs alongside over a dozen golden core masters. Fortunately, the longevity barrier afforded him protection. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Although he was confident in his ability to confront late-stage nascent soul cultivators with his 5th-level nascent soul prowess and the sword intent of the slaughtering sword technique, he was unwilling to engage without certainty of victory. His philosophy of survival dictated that he would not reveal himself or take action without a guarantee of success. The Flame sect alone boasted 7 true monarchs of the nascent soul stage, not to mention the other 3 sects in the demonic sections. The depths of the ancient Path state were far more profound than he had anticipated. There might even be hidden old monsters at the transformation stage lurking in secrecy. At that moment, despite feeling the formidable strength of his 5th-level nascent soul, Gu Changxing found himself unable to rejoice. With his lifespan dwindling, he decided against further deductions. After surveying the external environment with his divine sense over a vast expanse, he dispelled the longevity barrier, disguised as a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner. He employed the 5 elements escape technique and commenced the harvesting of spiritual herbs in the Tianluo mountain range. Having previously mapped out the area with his divine sense, he noted that the most formidable nearby beasts were only at the late golden core stage, posing no threat to him. You successfully deprived the silver bone flower, grade 8 spiritual herb, of 230 days of lifespan. You successfully deprived the phoenix feathergrass, grade 7 spiritual herb, of 200 days of lifespan. You successfully deprived the heavenly heart flower, grade 6 spiritual herb, of 170 days of lifespan. You successfully deprived the water cloud fruit, grade 7 spiritual herb, of 190 days of lifespan. The Tianluo mountain range was abundant in high-grade spiritual herbs, with countless mid- and low-grade varieties. As notifications appeared, Gu Changshan's lifespan visibly increased at an astonishing rate. After half an hour of harvesting spiritual herbs within a radius of 3,000 miles, he surveyed the panel showing an additional 2,000 days of lifespan, filling him with immense satisfaction. Coupled with the remaining lifespan after his recent breakthrough, his total lifespan now exceeded 4,000 days. Yet, 4,000 days still felt insufficient. He resolved to remain low-key for a while before enhancing his other techniques. At that moment, having reaped a bountiful harvest, Gu Changshan withdrew his gaze from the panel and, with a fleeting motion, vanished from the Tianluo mountain range. Who could have possibly harvested all the spiritual herbs? After Gu Changshan departed, half an hour passed before Qi Songhai, who had just ventured to the Tianluo mountain range to investigate the source of the peculiar phenomenon, returned. Upon witnessing the barren expanse where once thousands of mature spiritual herbs thrived, he could not suppress his ire, exclaiming in outrage. It was common knowledge within the Lihua sect that the Tianluo mountain range served as a hidden sanctuary for the growth of spiritual herbs. Had it been plundered? Conducting a mental scan over the vast mountain territory, the prominent figure Qin Munyan, who had hurriedly arrived from the main branch, paused slightly. I suspect it was the work of the nefarious sect, he mused. This is indeed a possibility, especially since there are numerous spies from the dark sect within our ranks. Qi Songhai, his countenance darkening, conjectured further. Upon hearing Qi Songhai's words, Qin Munyan, clad in a black robe, furrowed his brows and nodded in agreement. Could it be old Qin? He was the first to leave the Earth Fire Hall, and his recent movements have been rather suspicious. At this moment, Qi Songhai, dressed in a white Taoist robe, turned to Qin Munyan, presenting his hypothesis. It appears you two harbor suspicions regarding Qin Songhai. However, it is unlikely that he is the culprit. He could not betray his own sect. He left to cultivate dark arts. And I have detected concealed demonic energy within him using a secret method. In response to Qi Songhai's speculation, Qin Munyan, whose expression was resolute, shook his head and revealed a hidden truth. Previously, I believed he would perish due to his dwindling lifespan, yet he has since rejuvenated. It seems he has indeed embraced demonic cultivation. Have you discerned which dark art he has turned to? Qi Songhai inquired, his demeanor growing increasingly serious upon hearing Qin Munyan's explanation. Not yet, he conceals it well. However, once the esteemed elder from the main sect arrives, the truth will surely be unveiled. As he responded to the inquiry from the esteemed elder Qi Songhai, a glint of lethal intent flickered in Qin Munyan's profound gaze. Indeed, Qi Songhai remarked, sensing the palpable malice in Qin Munyan's eyes, a corresponding chill of murderous intent surfacing within him as well. The Righteous Alliance, led by the Four Sacred Lands, upheld a stringent decree. Anyone practicing dark arts would be treated as a scoundrel of the nefarious sect. Chapter 25. The beautiful and kind-hearted senior sister, so the following day was bright and breezy, with the sky clear and serene. Gu Changshan, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, employed the phantom hand technique. Completing the harvest of the lower-tier spiritual herb gardens numbered 106 and 105 in just half a day, garnering over 600 years of lifespan. After accomplishing his task, he arrived early at the Taoist temple managed by the overseer of the 3rd medicinal valley. At this moment, by the tranquil side of the celestial lake, the willows swayed gently in the breeze. In the courtyard of the temple, Zhuo, adorned in a flowing green dress, sat gracefully upon a jade stool. Her figure stood tall and elegant, her skin as fair as snow, and her countenance was such that it could outshine the moon and flowers. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, concealing the alluring curve of her form. Opposite her, across a jade table, sat a young man clad in a white robe adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a charming and refined demeanor. The young man spoke with fervor, his somewhat brooding yet handsome face alight with smiles, while Zhuo maintained a polite smile throughout their exchange, offering few words. The junior sister possesses extraordinary talent, endowed with a singular wood attribute root, and successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 18. In my estimation, she is not at all inferior to Yun Qingyao, perhaps even more gifted. The young man in white, Chun Fan, cast a discreet glance at the elegantly proportioned Zhuo, then offered a compliment. Zhuo cannot compare to Sister Qingyao. Zhuo replied coolly, her words tinged with a hint of aloofness in response to the flattery from Chen Fan, the true disciple of the alchemy peak. It was evident to any discerning observer that Chun Fan harbored intentions towards Zhuo, yet the affection was unreciprocated, as she seemed disinclined to engage with him. Despite Chun Fan being the scion of the prominent Qin family, one of the 4 great nascent soul clans of the fire sect, with his grandfather being one of the esteemed elders, Qin Sungha, Zhuo Zhirua was no less impressive. Her grandfather, Zhuo Lingfeng, was the only 4th-grade alchemist of the fire sect, his status rivaling that of a revered elder. I intend to venture to the southern region to explore. Would you care to join me, junior sister? At last, Chun Fan revealed the purpose of his visit, smiling as he inquired. I had considered it, but due to recent staff shortages at the Medicine Valley, I shall not be going, Zhuo Zhirua replied politely upon hearing Chun Fan's words. That is quite unfortunate. Chun Fan remarked with a barely perceptible glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes, sighing softly. Manager Zhuo, I have come to deliver the spiritual herbs. Just then, Gu Chongqing's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Brother Chun, I must attend to my duties. Please excuse me, Zhuo Zhirua said, her expression brightening at the sound of Gu Chongqing's voice, and she promptly exited the courtyard. Has he reached the 7th layer of qi refinement? Observing Gu Chongqing clad in a green robe, with striking features and a calm, scholarly demeanor, Zhuo Zhirua's eyes sparkled with admiration. A fortunate breakthrough. Manager Zhuo, here is today's allocation of spiritual herbs, Gu Chongqing said with composure as he handed over a storage bag in response to the astonishment of the stunning young woman. The ethereal girl in the green dress nodded, accepting the storage bag and beginning to meticulously count the quantity of spiritual herbs. At that moment, Chun Fan, dressed in white, also emerged. Upon noticing the more handsome Gu Chongqing, he could not help but frown. For at that moment, Zhuo Zhirua in her green dress and Gu Chongqing in his green robe appeared as a pair of celestial beings, their attire perfectly matched, rendering Chun Fan, in his white garments, an outsider. That wretched girl has been ignoring me all this time, only to be nurturing a pretty boy within the Medicine Valley. Observing the scene before him, Chun Fan felt an unbidden pang of jealousy rise within him. As the legitimate grandson of a nascent soul true monarch, he had humbly entered the alchemy peak, ardently pursuing Zhuo Zhirua for 2 years, and today, he felt somewhat vulnerable. Zhuo Zhirua, Foundation Establishment First Layer 18500, Bone Age Lifespan. Chun Fan, Foundation Establishment Third Layer 29150, Bone Age Lifespan. Has she established her foundation so swiftly? With a lifespan of 500 years, this girl possesses remarkable talent. The 30-year-old Foundation Establishment practitioner beside her must be her admirer, I suppose. However, this fellow named Chun Fan appears to possess some hidden talents, having actually cultivated the life-diminishing demon technique. At this moment, Gu Chongqing cast a casual glance at the two, and with his nascent soul realm perception, he detected a faint trace of demonic energy emanating from Chun Fan. This aura was reminiscent of the demonic spies he had previously vanquished, all bearing the essence of the life-diminishing demon technique. It seems that the sect harbors quite a number of demonic infiltrators, to the extent that even the alchemy peak has been compromised. Sensing the deep-seated jealousy and murderous intent lurking in Chun Fan's eyes, Gu Chongqing thought to himself with a nonchalant demeanor. A mere Foundation Establishment cultivator is hardly worthy of his consideration. In his eyes, they do not even equate to ants. Should such an individual willingly approach, he would not hesitate to crush him as one would a fly. Junior Brother Gu, you have successfully broken through to the late Qi refining stage and are now eligible to become an inner disciple. Would you be willing to join our alchemy peak? At this moment, the raven-haired girl, Zhuo Zhirua, having finished tallying the spirit herbs and settling Gu Chongqing's contribution points, could not help but inquire. Her father, Zhuo Hongyi, had previously instructed her that if Gu Chongqing achieved a breakthrough, she should extend an opportunity for him to join the alchemy peak. The alchemy peak holds a prestigious status even among the inner sect, a realm that ordinary inner disciples cannot enter. Damn. This wretched girl is no longer pretending and is directly offering the handsome boy a backdoor entry. She must be desperate. Indeed, her appearance belies a profound allure, and her outward purity is merely a fade. Upon hearing Zhuo Zhirua's invitation to Gu Chongqing, Chun Fan's expression darkened. At this moment, gazing at Zhuo Zhirua's alluring and curvaceous figure, he felt a mix of desire and fury. He was covetous of her physical form, yet incensed that such ripe fruit was beyond his reach. Manager Zhuo, if I were to join the alchemy peak, would it hinder my ability to gather spirit herbs? At this juncture, Gu Chongqing, unable to restrain his curiosity regarding Zhuo's proposition, posed the question. Gathering spirit herbs? That would not be an issue. The herb valley is indeed a part of the alchemy peak's domain, Zhuo replied with a slight pause, her expression brightening as she explained. It appeared that her father's words held true. This young man was indeed consistent in word and deed, his temperament remarkably steady, a rare gem indeed. Observing Gu Changxing's calm, poised demeanor and his ethereal aura, Zhuo silently mused, feeling an increased fondness for him. How dare this harlot flirt with the handsome boy right before my eyes? Chen Fan, who was closely monitoring Zhuo's expressions, felt his ire intensifying at the sight of her smiling favorably at Gu Changxing. Junior sister, I still have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any further. Chen Fan finally managed a strained smile towards Zhuo. After casting a lingering glance at Gu Changxing, he turned and departed. Does this senior brother harbor animosity towards me? Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, Gu Changxing could not help but glance at the enchanting raven-haired girl. Somewhat it may be my fault, involving you, junior brother. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words and watching Chen Fan's vanishing figure, Zhuo's brows furrowed slightly. Chen Fan is rather petty and vengeful. It seems I must be cautious to avoid implicating junior brother Gu. At this moment, gazing at the composed and earnest young man before her, Zhuo mused inwardly. Soon after, she took Gu Changxing, who had reached the late stage of qi refinement, to the internal affairs hall. After spending half an hour, she successfully arranged for Gu Changxing's identity as an inner disciple, presenting him with the jade token of the Alchemy Peak discipleship. Henceforth, you shall be a disciple of the Alchemy Peak. Every disciple of the Alchemy Peak possesses a personal cultivation site. Where would you prefer yours to be located on the main peak? After handing the identity jade token to Gu Changxing, Zhuo inquired. The modest bamboo hill that had been Gu Changxing's previous site was rather rudimentary and lacked spiritual energy. Now that he was an inner disciple, the fire sect provided benefits to its inner disciples, one of which was the opportunity to select a cultivation site within the inner sect. As for those who became inner disciples of the Immortal Peak, they were afforded the chance to choose a site atop the Immortal Peak itself. Elder Sister Zhuo, I wish to remain near the Medicine Valley for the convenience of harvesting spiritual herbs, Gu Changxing replied, feigning contemplation for a moment before responding to Zhuo's inquiry. As a true monarch of the nascent soul, he felt indifferent towards the Immortal Peak. Even the natural spiritual energy he could summon was superior to the spiritual veins and gathering formations on the Immortal Peak. From now on, please call me Senior Sister. Beneath the moonlit lake lies a second-tier spiritual vein. Let's establish your cultivation site by the shores of the moonlit lake. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Zhuo's beautiful eyes sparkled, and after a moment of reflection, she spoke. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhuo. Gu Changxing expressed his gratitude, looking at the young woman in the green dress who had made arrangements for him. It seems I shall be neighbors with Senior Sister Zhuo from now on. The Moonlit Lake is the expansive celestial lake spanning 10 miles adjacent to the Medicine Valley's third management site, and at this moment, Gu Changxing felt a ripple of emotion within him. Chapter 26. The two-element demon ceiling formation as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks. A new courtyard was erected by the Moonlit Lake. The courtyard spanned 100 zhang, featuring a small building, bamboo groves, and flowing streams, delicate and exquisite. This new courtyard became Gu Changxing's cultivation site, constructed collaboratively with Zhuo, a foundational true cultivator. The courtyard was merely half a mile from Zhuo's residence. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhuo. Beneath the crimson evening glow, Gu Changxing offered a silk handkerchief to the stunning young woman, who had a few drops of fragrant sweat glistening on her fair forehead. The handkerchief was a prop he often used to feign wiping away sweat, of which he had prepared over 100. Erecting a 100-zhang courtyard, even with Zhuo's foundational cultivation prowess, had been quite taxing. It's no trouble. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me. Facing the cultured and refined Gu Changxing, Zhuo wiped her sweat and smiled in response. After reminding the new junior brother Gu Changxing to diligently cultivate, Zhuo returned to her own cultivation site and commenced her breath control training. Gu Changxing ventured to the old temple beside the 106th spiritual herb garden, relocating all his belongings. At this moment, the moon hung low over the willows, casting a gentle luminescence upon the moon-watching lake, which shimmered with delicate reflections. A mild breeze brushed across the surface, creating ripples that shattered the moon's reflection into 1,000 fragments. The scenery here was exquisite, from the loft of the new temple, Gu Chongqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the lake's undulating waters. As his divine consciousness swept across the expanse, it encompassed the moonlit wind, the ethereal lake, the drooping willows, the lush green mountains, and the fragrant herb garden, all coming into his view. Of course, within the neighboring temple. Zhuo Zhiyue had concluded her meditation, now donned in her alchemist robes, diligently refining pills. The girl, with her raven hair and delicate figure, was a vision of grace, her loose robes failing to conceal her enchanting silhouette. Zhuo Zhiyue was concocting a qi-nourishing pill, first grade, and from Gu Chongqing's discerning perspective as a fourth-grade alchemist. Her technique was remarkably proficient, suggesting she was on the cusp of becoming a second-grade alchemist. However, there were still numerous imperfections in her method. Should Gu Chongqing offer her guidance at this juncture, she would undoubtedly circumvent many detours in her journey. Let us observe this for now. Withdrawing his divine consciousness, Gu Chongqing lifted his gaze to the resplendent crescent moon in the sky and softly murmured, "Master, I seek an audience." At that moment, as he lingered in contemplation, a pulse emanated from the pair of mandarin duck jade pendants at his waist. Responding to the call of his beloved Qingmei, Dantaiyu, Gu Chongqing allocated a fragment of his consciousness, and the figure of the Empress Master materialized once more. Is there something amiss? On the other side, within a courtyard atop Zizhu Peak, enveloped in a radiant five-colored light, the ethereal form of the Empress appeared before Dantaiyu. Observing his beloved Qingmei, who had solidified her cultivation and made commendable progress in the fiery scriptures, Gu Chongqing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Master, I wish to visit Brother Chongqing in a few days," Dantaiyu inquired with her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Brother Chongqing has poor roots. I would like to seek your unmatched wisdom, Master, for any methods to enhance his roots." Upon meeting the Empress Master, Dantaiyu, now at the foundation establishment stage, posed her question with a hint of shyness. "Brother Chongqing? In my view, it is more of a romantic interest." Gu Chongqing, disguising himself as the Empress, felt a mischievous thrill at her words and could not resist teasing her. "Master, you see through my thoughts." Dantaiyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she shyly grasped her skirt, appearing rather endearing. To enhance one's roots, one must seek divine pills, rare heavenly materials, or secret techniques. Among these, heavenly materials are the most elusive. As for the pills that can elevate one's roots, they must be crafted by a master alchemist. Regarding secret techniques, there are numerous paths, the most common being the dual cultivation of yin and yang, the Empress Master articulated with a melodious tone, her voice drifting like a gentle breeze. "Considering my current situation, the third method appears to be the most feasible." Dantaiyu mused quietly to herself after the Empress Master's explanation. "Master, how does one practice dual cultivation of yin and yang?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Dantaiyu bit her pink lips and turned her gaze once more towards the Empress Master. Dual cultivation, indeed, entails lying together on the same bed to cultivate. Faced with the perplexing question posed by his childhood companion, the disguised Empress Gu Chongqing felt a flush of embarrassment cross his face as he offered a somewhat reluctant explanation. "Is that so?" Listening to the words of her master, the Empress, Dantaiyu's eyes sparkled with contemplation. After addressing several queries regarding cultivation, the Empress once again withdrew from the conversation. "Is Little Moon planning to enhance my innate abilities? How adorable she is. After all, I am a true monarch of the nascent soul." On the other side, Gu Chongqing could only smile wryly after regaining his focus. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's miscellaneous hall, within a serene and secluded chamber, Elder Yin, with a dark expression, spoke to a figure clad in a black robe, a golden core elder. "Tomorrow, I shall journey to the southern region. You are to investigate a certain individual for me and arrange for his demise." "What is his identity?" Elder Yin inquired, his aura infused with a faint demonic energy. Intrigued by the mention of this individual, "It appears his name is Gu Chongqing. He was previously a laborer in the Spirit Herb Garden and has just become a disciple of the Alchemy Peak today." Contemplating the inquiry from the Golden Core cultivator Yin Wuji, Chen Fan furrowed his brow before expressing his indignation. "How unjust." "Haha, no problem." Merely a lowly Qi refinement disciple, Yin Wuji sneered, a cold smile creeping across his face as he perceived the murderous intent in Chen Fan's eyes. "I will take the path through the southern region to the demonic abyss, and I may not return. If the opportunity arises, help me kidnap Zhuo. If I cannot possess her, then neither shall anyone else. I shall utterly destroy her and claim her with spirit root." At this moment, dressed in white, Chen Fan spoke again, his face marred by malevolence. Haha. Now that resembles a true demon cultivator. Kidnapping the granddaughter of the sect leader is no problem. Observing the sinister expression on Chun Fan's face, In Wuji smirked with delight. After concluding his conversation with the demonic spy In Wuji, Chun Fan did not return to his own abode but instead sought out his grandfather, Chin Sungha, as one of the esteemed elders of the Flame Fire sect. Chin Sungha's abode was situated atop a majestic celestial peak within the heart of the sect. Grandson pays his respects, Chin Fan said as he bowed before his grandfather. Seated on a mat within the intricately adorned, resplendent celestial hall, your father, uncle, and several of your brothers have ventured to the southern region under the guise of exploration, seeking a return through the demonic abyss. Now, my direct lineage has only you remaining. Justice and evil cannot coexist. Zhuozhuo is not a suitable match for you. As Zhuo Lingfeng hails from the Qingzhou Xianyan Palace, the Zhuo family is primarily a god transformation lineage with a legacy in alchemy, holding a respected position in the Xianyan Palace. Observing Chun Fan's mediocre qualifications, the elder offered counsel. Grandfather, I have made up my mind to set forth tomorrow. Chun Fan replied earnestly, undeterred by his grandfather's advice. Very well. Our Chun family has its roots in the demonic abyss and has been lurking within the Flame Fire sect for generations. Now, as great matters are at hand, it is time for the Chun family to return to its ancestral land. I shall assist the envoy in dismantling the two instruments demon sealing formation, thereby releasing the esteemed lord of the Crimson Flame Demon. When the Blaze sect is obliterated, I shall return to my ancestral homeland. Upon hearing Chin Fan's words, Chin Sungha, who held great esteem for the descendants of his bloodline, nodded in appreciation. Chapter 27, Perfected Nascent Soul. The Blaze sect, shrouded in mist, is a valley of medicinal herbs infused with spiritual energy. Following his induction as an inner disciple, Gu Changshan's life underwent little transformation. He continued to rise with the sun and retire with the dusk, engaged in his daily herb-gathering routine. However, his harvesting scope expanded significantly, evolving from 2 modest medicinal gardens to 5. This enhancement substantially increased his accrued lifespan, allowing him to harvest no fewer than 1,000 years of life essence daily. Beneath an azure sky, Gu Changshan, employing his formidable nascent soul consciousness to ascertain that no one was near, activated his frenzied harvesting mode. He revealed his golden core cultivation, unleashing a torrent of vast magical energy that enveloped the 100-acre medicinal field, intertwining and manifesting as colossal handprints. You have successfully deprived the moon's spirit grass, first-grade herb, of 30 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the bitter blood vine, second-grade herb, of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the root-ending flower, first-grade herb, of 40 days of lifespan. As the notifications flooded in, Gu Changshan's lifespan rapidly surged, and within a mere quarter of an hour, he had harvested every herb in the low-grade gardens. After completing 1 garden, he employed the same method to reap the remaining 4, taking less than half an hour in total. The 5 medicinal gardens he oversaw were typically devoid of visitors, and with Zhuozhuo placing her trust in him, there was no need for her to inspect during the day. Thus, the risk of exposure was negligible, which explained Gu Changshan's audacity in his actions. The exhilarating sense of unrestrained freedom was indeed delightful. Upon completing the harvest of the 5 low-grade medicinal gardens, Gu Changshan felt elated and subsequently opened his cultivation panel. Name, Gu Changshan. Chronological age, 1, 815. 100. Constitution, 5 elements spiritual body, capable of lifespan evolution. Cultivation, nascent soul 5th layer, capable of lifespan evolution. Techniques, Purple Star Emperor Fire Scripture, Earth Level Supreme, perfected. God-slaying Sword Technique, Earth Level Supreme, perfected. Xuanwu Turtle Breathing Technique, Earth Level Inferior, perfected. Fire Cloud Divine Palm, Earth Level Inferior, perfected. Capable of lifespan evolution. 5 Elements Escape Technique, Earth Level Medium, perfected. Phantom Hand, Yellow Level Superior, perfected. Phoenix Rejuvenation Art, Xian Level Inferior, perfected. Soul Piercing Needle, Yellow Level Superior, perfected. Others, Alchemy, 4th tier, 1000 Silk Guide. Dan Scripture, capable of lifespan evolution. Formation Technique, 3rd tier, Formation Primer, capable of lifespan evolution. Artifact Refining. 2nd tier, capable of lifespan evolution, having just harvested over 10,000 years of lifespan. If I were to reap the entirety of the over 100 low-grade fields within the 3rd medicinal valley, I would likely possess sufficient essence to break through to the transformation god realm. Gazing at his cultivation panel, Gu Changxing couldn't help but indulge in his aspirations. However, to fully take charge of the entire Third Medicine Valley, he must at least attain the foundational mastery akin to that of Zhuozhirua. It appears that he must exhibit a modicum of talent. At this moment, a contemplative glimmer arose in Gu Changxing's profound gaze. Since recently ascending to the status of a Yuaning true monarch, he had discreetly employed his formidable spiritual sense to survey the entirety of the Lihua sect, discovering no presence of transformation stage powerhouses. Within the Lihua sect, the most formidable individual was merely at the late stage of Yuaning, posing little threat to him. Furthermore, his lifespan had accumulated significantly, and he intended to undertake several breakthroughs that very night, thus ensuring greater security. 15,000 years of lifespan should suffice for me to reach the consummate stage of Yuaning. At that juncture, I can reveal a hint of my alchemical prowess and subsequently take charge of more spiritual herb gardens. At this thought, Gu Changxing began to craft his plans. He then directly invoked the 5 elements escape technique, instantaneously returning to the new dojo by the moon-watching lake. As evening descended, a group of herb-gathering disciples congregated outside the steward's courtyard. Zhuozhirua, having completed her alchemical endeavors, commenced the inventory of spiritual herbs as per her usual routine. From this day forth, the delivery of herbs would transition from daily to once every 10 days. The remaining time should be devoted to rigorous cultivation, for the outer sect competition was fast approaching. Upon concluding the inventory, Zhuozhirua addressed the gathered disciples. With the autumn season drawing to a close, the ripening period of the spiritual herbs was gradually waning, entering a growth phase. Thus, the frequency of harvesting should be appropriately tempered to align with the growth process of the herbs. The year-end is upon us, a perfect time for earnest cultivation. The outer sect competition, who will emerge as the victor this time? Upon hearing Zhuozhirua's words, dozens of miscellaneous disciples could not help but engage in hushed whispers. Eventually, before the night enveloped the sky, they all dispersed, returning to their respective dwellings. Junior Brother Gu, now that you are a disciple of the Alchemy Peak, you must acquire a certain level of alchemical skill. Even if you do not become an alchemist, becoming a spiritual herb cultivator is commendable as well. Here, I have compiled the Spiritual Herb Compendium, Fundamentals of Alchemy, and Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Pills. You may peruse them at your leisure. That night, Zhuozhirua sought out Gu Changxing, bringing with her several volumes related to alchemy. Thank you, senior sister. I shall study diligently, Gu Changxing replied as he accepted the books from the exquisite hands of his enchanting senior sister. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late, so I shall not intrude upon you further. Observing Gu Changxing, who possessed an ethereal charm and an aura of elegance, Zhuozhirua, with her cascading locks reaching her waist, offered a few words of advice before turning away, her spirits lifted. Senior sister, take care, Gu Changxing called after the graceful figure of the beautiful senior sister. Not only is she striking in appearance, but her thoughts are also astute, he mused as he regarded the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Admiring the elegant script written upon the pages of the books, a faint smile crept across his face. Subsequently, he directed his spiritual sense towards the adjacent courtyard where senior sister Zhuozhirua was quietly engaged in her cultivation. Upon confirming her tranquil state, Gu Changxing's figure flickered and he departed from the dojo. This time, he had no intention of venturing into the Tianluo mountain range, for it lay perilously close to the Lihua sect. Given his extraordinary ability to harness the spiritual energy of the universe at the nascent soul stage, it would be impossible not to attract the attention of the elder masters of the Lihua sect. Furthermore, the Lihua sect was his former stronghold during his last breakthrough. He had inadvertently alerted a nascent soul true monarch from the sect, and this time, he sought a more remote location for his advancement. The Huanggu Dao state, vast and expansive, spanned millions of miles. The righteous sects, Lihua sect, Qingyun Gate, Danding sect, and Baiwa Pavilion, occupied 70% of the territory, while the remaining lands were held by the Baigu sect, Insha sect, and Wanma Gate. Among these, the territories of the righteous sects were situated in the north, while the demonic sects claimed dominance in the south, divided by the majestic mountains known as the Sunset Mountain Range. The Lihua sect was located in the southwestern region, bordered to the north by the Danding sect, to the east by the Qingyun Gate, and to the northeast by the Baiwa Pavilion. Gu Changxing journeyed northward, and after half an hour, having traversed over 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers, he arrived at the Funyo Ridge, a place he had previously selected. Funyo Ridge, falling within the jurisdiction of the Danding sect, was not merely a ridge but rather a grand mountain range. Its main ridge stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with dark green peaks resembling a reclining blue ox, hence its name. The entirety of Funyo Ridge was even more expansive than the Tianluo mountain range, densely forested and teeming with countless lurking beasts. Gu Chongsheng ventured deeper into Funyo Ridge, finding a valley rich in spiritual energy, where he promptly expended 1,000 years of his lifespan to establish a longevity barrier. Observing the remaining 14,000 years of lifespan displayed on his cultivation panel, he resolved to dedicate 10,000 years to the pursuit of his cultivation. You have invested 10,000 years of lifespan into the cultivation simulation. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 1,000 years, and through diligent efforts, your cultivation has reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 3,000 years, and through relentless training, your cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 5,000 years, absorbing the 5 elemental energies of the universe, and your cultivation has ascended to the 8th layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 7,000 years, persevering like water eroding stone, and your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 9,000 years, and with the aid of the 5 elemental spiritual body, you broke through to the completion of the nascent soul. You practiced the Zawadi fire scripture for 10,000 years, attempting to break through to the transformation stage, but you faced the 5th, 9th heavenly tribulation and failed to transcend the tribulation as the system relayed prompts of lifespan simulations. Gu Chongsheng felt as though he had traversed through the passage of 10,000 years. His mind brimmed with countless memories, and his cultivation soared rapidly through the layers, 7th, 8th, 9th, and finally reaching completion of the nascent soul. With the elevation of his cultivation, the spiritual energy outside the longevity barrier trembled, transforming into a cataclysmic tide of spiritual energy that surged toward the location of Gu Chongsheng. At this moment, his dantian resembled a funnel, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding thousands of miles. An astonishing phenomenon unfolds. Could it be that heavenly treasures are emerging from Funyo Ridge? It appears as though a grand cultivator is on the verge of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, numerous nascent soul true lords and golden core elders within a vast radius direct their gazes towards the depths of Funyo Ridge. Among the 4 orthodox sects, the Danding sect dispatches 2 nascent soul true lords, adorned in cloud-patterned robes, who swiftly soar from their sect towards the source of the anomaly. Chapter 28. The Danding sect in the ancient Tao state of Funyo Ridge, deep within the mountains that stretch for tens of thousands of miles. The sky above churns with clouds for thousands of miles, exhibiting myriad atmospheric phenomena. The tidal essence of spiritual energy resembles a colossal dragon drawing water, enveloping the land for miles, creating an extraordinary spectacle. What a formidable sensation! At this moment, within the lifespan barrier, Gu Chongsheng, feeling the immense power of his perfected nascent soul, could not help but exclaim. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his nascent soul transformed into a 9-inch golden figure, exuding an air of majesty and profound mystery. Furthermore, the range of his divine sense expanded from over 1,000 miles to an astonishing 8,000 miles. It seems that cultivators are approaching. With his formidable divine sense unfurled, Gu Chongsheng perceived all movements within an 8,000-mile radius. Observing the 3 nascent soul cultivators rapidly nearing, he remained unperturbed. Lu Zhenhai, nascent soul 6th layer 12003500, bone age lifespan. Gu Changming, nascent soul 5th layer 8903100, bone age lifespan. Li Yunxi, nascent soul 5th layer 1504500, bone age lifespan. Among the trio of nascent soul cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, each is a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. The strongest among them is merely at the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage, even if the 3 were to join forces. Gu Chongsheng could easily subdue them with a single hand. At this moment, he slightly concealed his aura and altered his appearance, withdrawing the lifespan barrier to reveal his cultivation at the 8th layer of the nascent soul stage. Elder Gu Changming of the Danding sect, greetings. Elder Lu Zhenhai of the Danding sect, greetings. Elder Li Yunxi of the Northern Morning Dynasty, greetings. The trio swiftly approached Gu Chongsheng, bowing respectfully. After all, the overwhelming aura emanating from his 8th layer nascent soul cultivation left them profoundly astonished. It is noteworthy that within the entire ancient Tao state, No one of higher cultivation than the late-stage nascent soul practitioners had emerged. Observing this unfamiliar grand cultivator, Gu Changming and Lu Junhai of the Danding sect, clad in their cloud-patterned robes, displayed utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Li Yunxi, the sovereign of the Northern Morning Dynasty, donned a purple celestial gown and a veil. Her beautiful eyes filled with respect. This true lord is merely transcending to a new realm. What brings you here? Do you intend to target this true lord? Gazing at the three with their respectful demeanor, Gu Changxing, having transformed from a celestial youth into a strikingly handsome young man, exuded an aura of chilling menace. A torrential sword intent surged, cleaving through the clouds above, tearing apart the sky for thousands of miles. Is such sword intent? Elder, please quell your anger. We harbor no ill intentions. Elder, we merely wish to admire your esteemed presence. Witnessing the half of the sky torn apart by sword intent, Lu Junhai and Gu Changming of the Danding sect, along with the Empress Li Yunxi of the Northern Morning Dynasty, all turned pale, their hair standing on end, and they humbly spoke. In the later stages of the Yuanying realm, it is indeed rare to encounter a formidable practitioner. But to find one possessing unparalleled sword intent is even more extraordinary. Humph, I doubt you dare to gaze upon the three trembling figures, whose dignified appearances are overshadowed by Gu Changxing, whose piercing eyes resemble cold stars. At this moment, he exudes the demeanor of a youthful Taoist. Strikingly handsome and exuding an air of majesty, his stern visage imbued with an aura of authority. Does the esteemed senior, endowed with the mightiest sword intent, hail from the Lingxiao sword sect? The trembling Gu Changming of the Danding sect inquired, sensing that Gu Changxing bore no murderous intent, merely seeking to intimidate them. I am but a solitary cultivator, not affiliated with the Lingxiao sword sect, Gu Changxing replied nonchalantly to Gu Changming's inquiry. He was aware of the Lingxiao sword sect, known as the supreme sanctuary of swordsmanship in the Sword Province, famed for producing unparalleled sword cultivators. It has been jested that 8 out of 10 of the world's mightiest sword cultivators originate from Lingxiao. As chronicled in various works, such as records of wandering through the 5 provinces, Songshuan Miscellany, and essays from the Sword Province. A solitary cultivator? Esteemed senior, would you consider visiting our Danding sect as a guest elder? At this moment, the eyes of the 2 Yuanying masters from the Danding sect sparkled with excitement upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, and they promptly extended their invitation. Observing the eagerness of the Danding sect's members, Li Yunxi from the Beichen dynasty appeared anxious. She too wished to invite Gu Changxing to her own dynasty as a guest elder. However, upon realizing that the Beichen dynasty was merely a Yuanying-level force, inferior to the Danding sect, her courage began to wane. After all, the esteemed senior before her was a master of swordsmanship at the later Yuanying stage, far beyond what her dynasty could attract. To become a guest elder of the Danding sect? Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback by the invitation from the 2 Yuanying true lords. He felt a stir of interest. Should he accept the position of guest elder at the Danding sect, he could leverage this identity to establish a medicinal valley, significantly enhancing the longevity he could harvest. Indeed, my father is Gu Hong, the esteemed elder of the Danding sect and a 5th-grade alchemist. If you were to join our sect, you would enjoy preferential treatment in alchemy. Seemingly sensing Gu Changxing's intrigue, Gu Changming coaxed him gently. To refine a furnace requires 80% success, does it not? Gu Changxing remarked upon hearing Gu Changming's words. The alchemist Gu Hong was also mentioned in the records of ancient Dao province, where it was noted that he is the only 5th-grade alchemist in the ancient Dao province, having lived for over 3,000 years and virtually monopolizing the market for 5th-grade spirit pills, albeit with stringent conditions for his alchemical services. Ha ha ha, my friend, you jest. The notion that one must achieve 80% success is merely a misunderstanding and slander against my father. Gu Changming replied with an awkward smile, quickly adding, This true lord can indeed become a guest elder of the Danding sect, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom and do not wish to be constrained. Moreover, I seek an unclaimed medicinal valley to cultivate some spiritual herbs. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changxing addressed Gu Changming and Lu Junhai, assuring them, Rest assured, the Danding sect will not impose any restrictions upon you. You need only to lend your name. Should the sect face a crisis in the future, your involvement on 1 or 2 occasions would suffice. As for the unclaimed medicinal valleys, our sect possesses several. Feel free to choose as you wish. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's concession, Gu Changming was overjoyed and responded, Your Excellency, may I implore you to also take on an honorary title within the Northern Qin dynasty? We have a small secret realm that is rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivating spiritual herbs, which we could offer to you." At this moment, unable to contain herself, Li Yunxi of the Northern Chun dynasty interjected, "Your Majesty has a profound scheme. Do you intend to ensnare our esteemed elder? Do not think the Danding sect is unaware that small secret realm is currently occupied by demonic beings." Before Gu Changxing could respond, Lu Zhenhai, the senior elder of the Danding sect, let out a cold chuckle. "A small secret realm? Demonic beings? Could you elaborate?" Listening to the exchange between Li Yunxi and Lu Zhenhai, Gu Changxing regarded the queen with keen interest. 3 years ago, the small secret realm of Northern Qin underwent a strange transformation. An ancient formation was activated, and a formidable demonic entity of the nascent soul stage, accompanied by several golden core demons, descended and took control of the realm. Li Yunxi conveyed softly in response to Gu Changxing's curiosity. "With your cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul, are you not capable of subduing that great demon?" Gu Changxing inquired through thought transmission. "The great demon is at the late stage of the nascent soul and possesses a treasured artifact. I have faced her thrice, and each time I was defeated." Li Yunxi explained, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. "I, the true monarch, have promised you. I shall visit the Northern Qin dynasty in due course." Gu Changxing stated after a moment of deliberation. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Li Yunxi expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. "Your Excellency, it is important to note that among those demonic beings is a formidable creature of the late nascent soul stage, which poses a significant challenge." The two representatives from the Danding sect cautioned Gu Changxing as he agreed to the request of the Northern Qin's ruler. "Fear not. I have slain more than one mighty nascent soul practitioner," Gu Changxing replied nonchalantly to Gu Changming and Lu Zhenhai's warnings. Of course, he was lying. He had never killed a nascent soul practitioner. However, with his perfected nascent soul cultivation, he was not far from being invincible among his peers. Hiss at that moment. The three were once again stunned by Gu Changxing's audacious claims. Chapter 29. The initial Cloud Medicinal Valley. After agreeing to become an honorary elder of the Danding sect, Lu Zhenhai and Gu Changming presented Gu Changxing with a jade token symbolizing his new status. They then led him to select from the medicinal valleys. Most of the unclaimed medicinal valleys were located near the Danding sect's headquarters. Ultimately, Gu Changxing chose the Chuyan Medicine Valley, located on the outskirts of Funyuling. The Chuyan Medicine Valley, imbued with ethereal energy, boasts pristine mountains and clear waters, and beneath it lies a high-quality spiritual vein of the 3rd tier, making it a veritable land of exceptional beauty. Encompassing an area of more than 10 square miles, the valley features nearly 9,000 acres of medicinal fields, surpassing even the 3rd Medicine Valley of the Flame sect. Originally, this Medicine Valley was the private domain of a golden elixir elder from the Danding sect, who, at merely 70 years of age, had attained the peak of the golden elixir realm and was a 3rd-tier alchemist, truly a prodigious talent. Unfortunately, this genius was recommended by the Danding sect to further his studies in the renowned alchemical sanctuary of Yaowang Valley in Laizhou. Alas, over a decade ago, he fell victim to the taboos of Yaowang Valley and was personally slain by a god transformation master. This matter is considered a secret of the Danding sect. However, after Gu Changxing took over the Chuyan Medicine Valley, the esteemed elder Gu Changming disclosed this secret to him. "The guest elder, from now on, this valley belongs to you. Esteemed elder, we shall not intrude upon your affairs. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to command us." After the smooth transition of the Medicine Valley, the esteemed elder Gu Mingchong and Lu Zhenhai from the Danding sect clasped their hands in farewell. "Why do you tarry?" Once the two Yuanying true monarchs of the Danding sect departed, Gu Changxing turned to the ever-present Empress Li Yunxi of the Beiqin dynasty. "Esteemed elder, if needed, Yunxi can assist you in managing this Medicine Valley." In response to Gu Changxing's probing gaze, Li Yunxi, adorned in a violet glazed fairy gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, replied without hesitation, "Very well, these are the spiritual herb seeds I have previously collected. As for the remaining vacant land, please procure some high-tier spiritual herb seeds on my behalf. I will compensate you for the price difference." Upon hearing Li Yunxi's self-recommendation, Gu Changxing did not decline. Instead, he handed her a storage ring containing over 1,000 spiritual herb seeds. "Rest assured, although our Beiqin dynasty does not align with the Danding sect, we possess considerable resources. I will ensure the Chuyan Medicine Valley is well managed." Li Yunxi, exuding an aura of authority, nodded earnestly in response to Gu Changxing's counsel. I shall not reside here for long. This is a communication jade talisman of mine. When the spiritual herbs mature, please refrain from harvesting them without my permission. As an alchemist, I must personally gather the herbs. At this moment, Gu Changxing presented a transmission jade talisman to Li Yunxi, reiterating his instructions. Ah, esteemed elder, you are also an alchemist? Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Li Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment as she nodded. A powerful Yuanying master. Not only a swordsman, but also an alchemist. At that moment, she felt immensely fortunate. With such a formidable figure present, the Beichen dynasty's foundation grew even stronger. Indeed, my alchemical skills are on par with Gehong of the Danding sect. If you assist me diligently in the future, I shall prepare several batches of pills for you at no cost. Of course, the materials will be at your expense. Observing the astonished Empress Li Yunxi, Gu Changxing enticingly painted a bright future ahead. In his grand design, once the initial cloud medicine valley is firmly established, he intends to create additional medicinal valleys. With Li Yunxi, the pragmatic empress, undoubtedly serving as the most effective instrument. To his astonishment, the senior is akin to the famed pill king, Gehong. Rest assured, esteemed elder, within a fortnight, Yunxi shall cultivate spiritual herbs for you. The astonished empress wholeheartedly believes in Gu Changxing's words. Here, this essence-nurturing pill is a preliminary reward from me, your humble servant. As for the matter of the secret realm, I shall seek you out in the northern Qin dynasty in a few days. Recognizing Li Yunxi's keen understanding, Gu Changxing presented her with a jade vial before departing from the initial cloud medicine valley. Ah, it is indeed a supreme essence-nurturing pill. The elder is truly a fifth-grade pill king. Such a fifth-grade spiritual elixir, inscribed with pill patterns, is likely beyond even Gehong's capabilities. After Gu Changxing's departure, the empress's gaze fell upon the spiritual pill within the jade vial, leaving her once again in a state of astonishment. A fifth-grade pill king, a formidable sword cultivator. With an eighth-layer nascent soul cultivation, and seemingly quite youthful, such prowess could command a place even among the four great sacred lands. Beneath the luminous moonlight, clad in a flowing purple gown, Li Yunxi's enchanting eyes shimmered, her heart stirred with rippling emotions that lingered. Ever since the northern Qin's secret realm was overrun by demonic creatures, she had been fearful that these beings would escape and annihilate the entire northern Qin dynasty. Now, with Gu Changxing, the esteemed sword cultivator, as her protector, her anxieties had significantly abated. Meanwhile, Gu Changxing employed the five elements escape technique, making his way towards the fire sect. As he traversed the Funyo Ridge, he meticulously gathered spiritual herbs from the mountains. The Funyo Ridge is vast and expansive, even larger than the Tianlu mountain range, with a richer concentration of spiritual energy, thus abundant in medicinal resources. Scattered throughout are low to mid-grade spiritual herbs, alongside high-grade ones, and even traces of precious medicines. You have successfully deprived the purple spirit ginseng, 9th-grade spiritual herb, of 1 year of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the transformation fruit, 2nd-grade precious medicine, of 8 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the 3-leaf blue lotus, 1st-grade precious medicine, of 6 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the primordial spirit flower, 2nd-grade precious medicine, of 9 years of lifespan. This time, he harvested primarily high-grade spiritual herbs and low-grade precious medicines. Such esteemed plants are typically guarded by beasts at the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or even nascent soul realms. However, under the full pressure of his perfected nascent soul, those formidable beasts all prostrated in submission, trembling in fear. This allowed him to traverse the area as if it were uninhabited, making his harvest exceedingly effortless. In just half an hour, his figure spanned a vast radius, reaping hundreds of high-grade spiritual herbs and low-grade precious medicines, garnering nearly 6,000 years of lifespan. Adding this to the previously calculated remaining lifespan of over 4,000 years, I now possess over 10,000 years. Upon returning, I shall thoroughly delve into the intricacies of my cultivation techniques. Gazing at the panel displaying an impressive 10,000 years of lifespan, Gu Changxing nodded in satisfaction. Seizing the cover of night and the silvery moonlight, he returned to the fire sect. Half an hour later, at the fire sect, in the 3rd Medicine Valley, by the moon-gazing lake. At the hour of the pig, Sister Zhuozhuo from the neighboring courtyard had just completed her cultivation. Draped in a flowing azure gown that elegantly concealed her alluring figure, she reclined upon a jade bed, her serene and exquisite visage embodying the essence of a slumbering beauty. A gentle smile graced Gu Changxing's lips as he withdrew his senses. Sisters Wazhua possessed a tranquil and tender beauty, distinctly different from the youthful charm of Dan Tai Yu and the frosty aloofness of Yun Qingyao. The passage of time was peaceful, and the shimmering waters of Wangyue Lake exuded a mystical aura. The willows along the shore swayed gently in the breeze, and as Gu Changsheng observed this scene, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. Chapter 30. Nighttime assassination within the Liuhua sect's medicinal valley. Spiritual energy swirled around. Stars twinkled overhead, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Having reached the perfected stage of the nascent soul, Gu Changxing seemed to have uncovered certain secrets. To his astonishment, beneath the 10 medicinal valleys lay a 6th-grade sealing array, potent enough to cloak the entire Liuhua sect with formidable consciousness. Coupled with the discerning gaze of a 3rd-grade array master, Gu Changxing was able to discern the subtle signs of the ground beneath him for the first time. Furthermore, he could sense the boundless demonic energy permeating beneath the array. This 6th-grade sealing array appeared to be the legendary 2-instruments demon sealing array, ceaselessly operating, where yin and yang intermingled, converting the relentless demonic energy into ethereal spiritual essence, which was supplied to the extensive medicinal valleys spanning hundreds of miles. The beings of the demonic path suppressed beneath this array undoubtedly surpassed the nascent soul true monarchs, and there were likely more than one. As he felt the overwhelming demonic energy below, Gu Changxing could not help but narrow his eyes. According to his understanding of the fundamentals of arrays are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. A 6th-grade array was more than capable of easily suppressing a transformation god. It was no wonder that those demonic spies sought to destroy the spiritual herb fields. These thousands of herb gardens served as the focal points of the array. By disrupting these focal points, the integrity of the 2-instruments demon sealing array would be significantly compromised. Upon realizing the implications of previous events, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Changxing's gaze. He had already regarded the 10 medicinal valleys as his personal domain, certain that they would provide him with boundless longevity. He had no desire for the herb fields to be ravaged by spies of the demonic sect. Moreover, he was even less inclined to allow the true demons beneath the 2-instruments demon sealing array to emerge. With no room for complacency, Gu Changxing meticulously scanned every corner of the Liuhua sect with his expansive consciousness, confirming that there were no transformation gods present. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's miscellaneous hall, Yin Wujie, clad in a black robe, cast a dark and sullen glance at the 2 foundational true cultivators in the hall. Useless. In 2 days, you haven't even killed a single Qi refinement disciple. Elder Yin, Gu Changxing is not at the dojo. We have no idea where he has gone. The 2 foundational true cultivators wore expressions of helplessness in the face of Yin Wujie's reproach. After receiving orders to eliminate the inner sect disciple Gu Changxing, they had been lying in wait multiple times. Then, Gu Changxing seemed to materialize out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. More elusive than even the golden core true man. Are you searching for me? At that moment, the candlelight in the hall flickered unexpectedly, and Gu Changxing, clad in a blue robe, appeared directly behind Yin Wujie, resting a hand casually upon the latter's shoulder. A shiver ran down Yin Wujie's spine as a chilling aura of death surged towards him. At this juncture, Gu Changxing cast a glance at the cultivation levels and lifespans of the 3 present, 1 golden core true man and 2 foundation establishment cultivators, all seemingly having practiced a life-depleting demonic technique. Elder Yin, Gu Changxing is behind you. Quickly eliminate him. At this, Li Yuan and Tuoba Kuan, filled with excitement, pointed towards Gu Changxing standing behind Yin Wujie. You 2 worthless fools, your brains have turned to mush. I can't even move right now. Yin Wujie lamented. Feeling utterly helpless, who could have known that Gu Changxing was an ancient monster disguised as a cunning old fox? Had he known earlier, he would have kept his distance. He cursed Chen Fan, that useless wretch, for this predicament. At this moment, Yin Wujie could sense that the old fox Gu Changxing posed a greater threat than the esteemed elder Chen Songhe of the Fire Sect. Senior, it was Chen Fan who ordered me to kill you. He also wants me to abduct the granddaughter of Sister Mei. Realizing there was no escape, Yin Wujie decisively betrayed Chen Fan. After all, as a practitioner of the demonic path, one must prioritize their survival over that of their companions. Quiet. He will soon accompany you. Gu Gu Chongxing disregarded Yin Wujia's pleas, viewing him merely as an insect. He made his move, summoning 3 strands of the Violet Emperor fire. With 3 resounding blasts, the 3 demonic spies were consumed by the overwhelming power of the Violet Emperor fire, reduced to mere nothingness. You have successfully stripped Yin Wujia, Golden Core 6th layer, of 20 years of lifespan. You have successfully stripped Li Yuan, Foundation Establishment 9th layer, of 8 years of lifespan. You have successfully stripped Tuoba Kuan, Foundation Establishment 8th layer, of 7 years of lifespan. These practitioners of life-depleting demonic arts, even in death, contributed little of worth, barely more than the harvest of a few spiritual herbs. Observing the scant lifespans he had collected, Gu Chongxing couldn't help but curse. Yet, he mused, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, better something than nothing at all. Master Songha, the soul lamp of Wujia has extinguished. Could it be that Qi Songhai, Qin Munyan, and the others have discovered this? As Gu Chongxing extinguished Yin Wujia, within the palace beneath the immortal peak of Elder Chen Songha's abode, several golden core true men, along with 2 nascent soul true lords, turned their gazes towards Elder Chen Songha of the Fire Sect. Do not act recklessly. Remain within the Qitian array while I assess the situation outside, Chen Songha advised. Responding to the uncertain expressions of the golden core true men facing the demonic nascent soul true lords. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished within the dimly lit subterranean hall. The overwhelming aura of true fire was palpable. Could it be the 9 suns blazing fire? In that moment, the esteemed Elder Chen Songha found himself in the outer sect's miscellaneous hall, perceiving the lingering fluctuations of magical energy that had yet to dissipate, prompting him to furrow his brow in consternation. At this juncture, Gu Chongxing, having just vanquished 3 traitorous demon ancestors, had not departed but rather activated the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, concealing himself in the shadows. It appeared that Chen Songha was indeed a high-ranking elder of the Blazing Fire sect, yet he bore the scent of demonic cultivation within him. It was evident that the Blazing Fire sect had been infiltrated by the demon faction, rendered as porous as a sieve. As Gu Chongxing discreetly observed Chen Songha's every move, he could not help but frown. Suddenly, 2 more sounds of breaking air echoed through the hall, heralding the arrival of esteemed elders Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan. Old Chen, what transpired? How did 3 elders fall? They inquired, their expressions shifting as they sensed the residual magical energy. Oh, the essence of the fallen seems to belong to the demon faction? In response to Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan's inquiries, Chen Songha adeptly replied, the 3 from the outer affairs hall, Yin Wujia and the other 2, were indeed agents of the demon sect, and I have eliminated them. Is that so? Excellent work. The demon scoundrels deserve to be eradicated. Qi Songhai exclaimed in approval, while casting a discreet glance at Qin Munyan. It appeared that Chen Songha was attempting to deflect suspicion, as the lingering fire-based magical energy suggested the involvement of another. As for Yin Wujia and his companions, they were indeed agents of the demon sect. Seemingly catching the unspoken communication in Qi Songhai's gaze, Qin Munyan discreetly conveyed through thought, it seems this is an unexpected development. Let us observe and see Chen Songha's next move. Upon receiving Qin Munyan's telepathic message, Qi Songhai reciprocated in kind. After exchanging greetings with Chen Songha, the 2 esteemed elders took their leave. It appeared that these 2 respected elders were not agents of the demon sect, but rather allies. Gu Chongxing, gazing at the retreating figures of Qin Munyan and Qi Songhai, withdrew his attention from the hall above. Curse it, I nearly revealed myself. They seemed all too genuine in their performance. This indicates that the wielder of the true fire divine ability is someone else entirely. Once Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan had departed, Chen Songha, sensing the residual energy of the true fire divine ability within the hall, murmured to himself, I have endured nearly 3 millennia within the Blazing Fire sect. Could there truly be a Yuan Ing true monarch I do not recognize? After contemplating for a moment, unable to discern the identity of the unknown Yuan Ing, the puzzled Chen Songha furrowed his brow and exited. Ah, there lies an array, seemingly the 5th grade spirit array. The Qitian formation. Within it are 2 Yuaning auras and 8 golden core auras. Goodness, the entire place is teeming with the treacherous disciples of the demonic sect. Chen Songha's Taoist temple is truly a den of sorcery. Upon witnessing Chen Songha's departure, Gu Chongxing stealthily followed to his sanctuary. However, upon arriving at Chen Songha's cave dwelling, He was momentarily taken aback after a covert inspection, escaping while simultaneously breaking the deceptive heaven formation. And subduing 3 Yuan Ying and 8 Jin Dan cultivators presents a formidable challenge for me. Although it is within my capability to eliminate them in a mere quarter of an hour, such an act would inevitably expose my presence. Sensing the dynamics within the deceptive heaven formation, Gu Changsheng could not help but furrow his brow. He promptly employed the 5 elements escape technique and departed from Chun Song's cave, returning to the shores of Moonlit Lake. After all, the scheming minions of the demonic sect cannot dismantle the 2 instruments sealing demon formation in the short term. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Gu Changsheng resolved to wait until he transcended to the transformation god stage before taking action to eradicate Chen Songha and his ilk. Chapter 31. By heavens! The plum blossom aids my cultivation the following day. As the sun ascended into the sky, the gentle morning breeze caressed the willows along the lake, causing Moonlit Lake to ripple softly. Having dispatched the nefarious agents of the demonic sect the previous night, which stirred 3 venerable elders, Gu Changsheng now wandered aimlessly about the medicinal fields, appearing completely indifferent, despite his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. As the harvest season had passed, the 5 medicinal gardens he had contracted yielded little today, barely enough to satisfy a craving. After a few breaths, he had finished gathering the meager bounty, acquiring a paltry 10 years of lifespan. Now, it rests upon Li Yunxi. Once the Chuyan Herbal Valley gets on track, there is also that small secret realm to cultivate into a medicinal field. Gu Changsheng could not help but lament the scant harvest. Brother Changsheng, I've come to find you. In the low-tier medicinal garden numbered 106, Dan Taiyue, clad in a dark blue celestial gown, approached Gu Changsheng, who was returning from the herb gathering. Under the newly risen morning light, the girl's exquisite visage glimmered softly, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. The gentle breeze fluttered her skirt, accentuating her graceful stature, both delicate and alluring. Although not as voluptuous as Zhuazhuo, Dan Taiyue's form was perfectly proportioned, neither too plump nor too slender, just right for a gentle embrace. Little moon. It's been a while. Upon seeing the enchanting little plum blossom, Gu Changsheng smiled gently. Although he uttered the words of reunion, he saw her every day. For he was her divine mentor, and a thread of his consciousness lingered daily at her slender waist, encased in the paired jade. Qi refinement at the 7th level. Splendid. At this moment, walking cheerfully beside Gu Changsheng, Dan Taiyue beamed even brighter upon noticing his cultivation level. Let us return. The sun in the fields is rather fierce. Gu Changsheng affectionately patted her head and smiled. He then led Dan Taiyue back to the temple by Moonlit Lake. As they walked together, the 2 strolled side by side. Midway, the girl's delicate hand gently brushed against Gu Changsheng's larger hand, and without hesitation, he clasped her fair, jade-like fingers. Today, the enchanting senior sisters Wavo arose early. Yet she chose to remain indoors, diligently refining alchemical elixirs within the sanctum's pill chamber. Consequently, Gu Changsheng and Dan Taiyue did not encounter her. Brother Changsheng. The scenery of this new sanctuary is truly exquisite. On the 2nd floor of the loft within the new sanctuary, Dan Taiyue beamed like a bell, gazing at the shimmering moon-watching lake while basking in the gentle breeze. Perhaps due to her recovering foundation and her recent breakthrough in the foundational stage. Coupled with Gu Changsheng's own progress in cultivation, Dan Taiyue was particularly joyful today. After I transcended to the 7th layer of qi training, I was favored by Elder Zhua and joined the Alchemy Peak, where I now oversee 5 low-tier spiritual herb gardens. Observing Dan Taiyue's lively demeanor, which she only displayed in her most charming light, Gu Changsheng spoke slowly. Elder Sister Zhua? Is she the Zhiruo from Alchemy Peak? Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Dan Taiyue's beautiful eyes glimmered with intrigue. As a core disciple of Zizhu Peak, she had previously encountered Zhua Zhiruo while debating with Yunqing Yao. Thus she was familiar with her. Indeed, she is Elder Sister Zhiruo. Her sanctuary is just next door. In response to Dan Taiyue's inquiry, Gu Changsheng, standing alongside her in the loft, gestured towards the courtyard 300 zhang away. You reside so close to each other. Brother Changsheng, is Elder Sister Zhiruo not exceedingly beautiful? Following Gu Changsheng's hand, Dan Taiyue, with her foundational cultivation, extended her consciousness and indeed sensed Zhua Zhiruo's aura. At that moment, she couldn't help but squint her lovely eyes and cast a mischievous glance at Gu Changsheng. Senior sister is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, as well as gentle. Gu Changsheng replied unhurriedly to Dan Taiyue's question. His words were but the truth. The alluring senior sister possessed a gentle disposition and was a rare beauty. After all, one cannot see the foot while looking down, yet the branches bear fruit. Humph, am I not beautiful or gentle? Upon hearing Gu Changshen's words, Dan Taiyu pouted her rosy lips, her enchanting eyes filled with a hint of playful grievance. Is our little moonbeam feeling envious? Observing his childhood companion's sulking expression, Gu Changxing reached out to gently caress her delicate, fair cheek, feeling its softness beneath his fingertips. I am not envious. After all, I cannot compare to elder sister Zhurua in beauty. In response to Gu Changxing's teasing, Dan Taiyu shot him a playful glare, her expression adorably naive. You see, I have only known her for a few days. You and I have grown up together as childhood sweethearts. At this moment, Gu Changxing could not help but wrap his arm around Dan Taiyu's slender waist, his voice softening. The first time Gu Changxing embraced her, Dan Taiyu's cheeks flushed a vibrant shade. She felt her body soften, her heart racing, nearly losing her balance. Brother Changxing, I am a true cultivator of the foundational stage. How dare you embrace me? Are you not afraid that I might strike you? At that moment, facing Gu Changxing's penetrating gaze, Dan Taiyu's cheeks reddened further as her fragrant lips parted slightly. How could our little moonbeam, so beautiful and kind-hearted, ever bring herself to strike me? Gu Changxing replied tenderly, captivated by the exquisite fairy in his arms. In the presence of Gu Changxing's praise, Dan Taiyu felt her delicate form grow increasingly soft. Her charming face flushed as she buried her head in his embrace. I plan to visit the state of Chu soon. Will you accompany me, little moon? Gu Changxing gently inquired, caressing Dan Taiyu's flowing locks. I shall not return. Recently, my master mentioned that the Taichu spirit mine frequently yields celestial treasures and Earth's essence. I wish to seek them out, Dan Taiyu replied, leaning against Gu Changxing's sturdy frame, her eyes shimmering like silk. What purpose do you have in seeking Earth's essence? Gu Changxing asked, momentarily taken aback by her words. Foolish boy, it is for you. I consulted my master, who said that Earth's essence can enhance one's aptitude. Dan Taiyu retorted, casting a playful glance at him. Upon hearing her words, Gu Changxing fell silent, his gaze upon her turning ever more tender. Such an adorable little childhood friend, he could not let her down. Come with me, my master mentioned another method to enhance aptitude. Seemingly struck by a thought, Dan Taiyu grasped Gu Changxing's hand and led him toward the inner chamber. What method? Gu Changxing queried, observing her blushing countenance filled with eager anticipation. Dual cultivation. My master said that it can also enhance aptitude. Brother Changxing, allow me to assist you in your practice, she declared, pushing him onto the bed with a rosy face as she leaned closer. This may not be appropriate. I am not yet prepared, Gu Changxing stammered, feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of the enchanting and ethereal Dan Taiyu. In that moment, visions of exquisite scenes and enchanting whispers filled his mind. What is there to prepare? It is quite simple, Dan Taiyu replied, lying beside him, her hand clasping his. And then, the moment seemed to linger. Is this it? No subsequent steps? Gu Changxing asked, perplexed, as he turned to look at the blushing little friend beside him. What more is there? ISNT dual cultivation, simply lying on the same bed and cultivating together? Dan Taiyu answered, her face aglow with shyness. Is this what you call dual cultivation? Gu Changxing mused inwardly, realizing he may have overthought the situation. However, gazing at the pure and innocent expression of his childhood friend, he began to question his own thoughts. Brother Changxing, while I am here, quickly gather your energy and cultivate, to see if you can enhance your aptitude, she urged, nudging him with her elbow, her voice soft and sweet. Faced with his childhood friend's encouragement, Gu Changxing resigned himself to complete this farcical dual cultivation, thus commencing his practice. Ah, indeed. One can enhance their capabilities. The speed of energy absorption has noticeably accelerated, and I sense a breakthrough approaching. Half an hour later, observing the eager expression on the face of the young girl, Gu Changxing's acting skills came to the fore. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, the delicate hand of Dan Taiyu, which grasped his, tightened further, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. Boom. After another quarter of an hour, the formidable figure of Gu Changxing released less than a fraction of his aura, elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement. Brother Changxing, let me accompany you in dual cultivation for a while longer. You must quickly solidify your cultivation. Upon witnessing Gu Changxing's breakthrough to the 8th level of qi refinement, Dan Taiyu's face radiated joy. All right, Gu Changxing replied with a wry smile, continuing the dual cultivation as per Dan Taiyu's insistence. An hour later, however, Dantayu, who was supposed to be assisting him, had fallen asleep. The innocent sleeping posture of the young girl was endearing, causing Gu Chongqing's lips to twitch. The act of dual cultivation was originally a shared endeavor, yet it had devolved into a solitary effort for him. No, it had always been a solitary struggle of his own to absorb energy and cultivate. You truly are a clever one, to have conjured such a method of dual cultivation in your mind. Gazing at the girl in her flowing green dress, with her serene breathing and gently rising chest, Gu Chongqing couldn't resist the temptation to gently poke her soft, fair cheek with his finger. At times, this young girl could be adorably foolish. Chapter 32. The female sect leader, Yun Chumo, enjoys reading stories as dusk approached. The fiery sun hung low in the sky, akin to the blushing cheeks of a fairy. The clouds, each uniquely shaped, drifted like celestial ribbons in the azure expanse, swaying gracefully with the breeze, casting enchanting shadows. Beneath the clouds, the undulating mountains stretched to the horizon. How delightful! Dantayu, still in a sleepy haze, rose from her bed and stretched her delicate form. Lifting her gaze, she noticed that Gu Chongqing was no longer beside her. Her beautiful eyes wandered outside, where she beheld a young man in a green robe, leaning against the railing, his garments fluttering in the gentle wind. At that moment, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated his handsome features, rendering him ethereal, like an immortal descended from the heavens. Dantayu felt a moment of daze. For an instant, she perceived Gu Chongqing as a celestial being amidst the mortal realm. Brother Chongqing, rubbing her eyes, she approached him with soft steps. The little moon has awakened, Gu Chongqing teased, turning to face his young companion. Yet, only you could manage to fall asleep during dual cultivation. Ah, Brother Chongqing, it's getting late. I must return now, Dantayu replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly descended the tower. This girl, is her face really so easily flushed? Watching Dantayu's retreating figure, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle. Such a life is rather amusing. Gathering spiritual herbs during the day and playfully teasing the innocent young girl when time permits makes for quite an entertaining existence. Just now, that was indeed Sister Dantai. And I didn't expect junior brother Gu to be acquainted with her. Shortly after Dantayu departed, Zhuozhuruo, clad in a flowing white dress, arrived at Gu Chongqing's dojo. As she stepped out, she caught a glimpse of Dantayu hastily leaving, which piqued her curiosity. Sisters what? Both Xiaoyu Liang and I hail from the same place and have grown up together, Gu Chongqing explained with a smile in response to Zhuozhuruo's inquisitiveness. Is that so? Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's words, the strikingly beautiful Zhuozhuruo, enveloped in her white gown, appeared contemplative. At that moment, as he beheld the ethereal beauty of Zhuozhuruo up close, Gu Chongqing felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him, unlike his usual calm demeanor. After all, the chaotic training session with Qing Mei earlier had left his heart unsettled. Thus, inhaling the enchanting fragrance wafting from Zhuozhuruo, his gaze became entranced, inevitably roaming over her exquisite form. Her stunning visage, delicate chin, and below that, her fair neck and alluring figure, presented a sight most captivating. The slender waist, delicate enough to be held in a single hand, was particularly enticing. As the gentle breeze caressed her white dress, her long, elegant legs occasionally peeked out, along with her trim waist, concealed by her lustrous black hair, leaving Gu Chongqing in a daze. Zhuozhuruo's curvaceous silhouette could rival the formidable and enchanting Yujie. Zhou Ziyun. Gu Chongqing had been left with a lasting impression of Zhou Ziyun after catching a fleeting glimpse of her that fateful night. A mere glance had captured his attention and stirred his heart. Now, comparing the enchanting Zhou Ziyun with Zhuozhuruo, it was evident that both possessed unique charms, each a breathtaking beauty in their own right, destined to be timeless. Scoundrel! It seemed that Zhuozhuruo had sensed the fervent gaze directed at her, usually quiet and gentle. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance as she cast a glare at Gu Chongqing. Here, I had intended to explain something to you, but now you can figure it out for yourself. With that, she tossed a tome on alchemy to him, and, feeling flustered, turned to leave. Ah! It's all Xiaoyu Liang's fault for being so abrupt with sister. Gu Chongqing lamented inwardly as he watched her retreating figure. Nevertheless, the fleeting glimpse of Zhuozhuruo's flustered expression left a gentle ripple in his heart. Junior brother Gu truly has audacity, having a childhood friend. He still gazes at me like that rascal. Zhuozhuruo scolded herself quietly upon returning to her dojo, her flawless face adorned with traces of embarrassment and annoyance. In the ancient realm of Dezu, in the southern borders, the Sunset Mountain Range stretched majestically across vast lands. At the edge of the mountains, the imposing Liyuan ancient city loomed over the earth. Within its walls, the 100 Flowers Pavilion held court amidst a courtyard filled with pavilions and celestial towers. Sister will be coming to oversee the southern borders in a few days. Sister Chimo, when will your fire sect fulfill its promise to deliver the transformation elixir to the 100 Flowers Pavilion? In a flowing white gown, the enchanting Yu Yuchang gazed at Yun Chimo, her delicate lips parting as she inquired, "Rest assured, Yuchang, I have gathered all the necessary herbs for the refinement of the transformation pill. In a day or two, I shall seek out that esteemed alchemist to assist in the concoction." In response to Yu Yuchang's inquiry, Yun Chimo, adorned in an elegant black dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty, could not help but offer her reassurance. Is it truly possible for that esteemed alchemist to refine a 5th-grade transformation pill? Yu Yuchang questioned with a hint of skepticism, considering that the pill promised by the Flame sect was intended for her use. Recently, she had acquired a superior spirit crystal from the Taichu spirit mine, advancing her cultivation from the 8th to the 9th level of the Golden Core, bringing her closer to the nascent soul realm. Thus, she was particularly invested in the matter of the transformation pill. Behold, this is the transformation pill refined by that esteemed elder, Yun Chimo declared, producing a radiant pill from her storage ring. Goodness, it is indeed a top-tier transformation pill, Yu Yuchang exclaimed in astonishment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. The alchemical prowess of that esteemed elder is truly remarkable, rivaling even the illustrious Gu Hong of the Danding sect. Yuchang, allow me to let you in on a little secret, Yun Chimo said with a hint of pride. I share a profound friendship with that elder, a bond akin to that of Guan and Bao, where we lament the time lost in not having met sooner. Such a grand fortune for you, Sister Chimo. That is a veritable 5th-grade alchemist. Even a celestial being would treat them with utmost respect. Yu Yuchang's eyes shimmered with envy upon hearing Yun Chimo's words. If only our 100 Flowers Pavilion could forge a connection with such a 5th-grade alchemist, our sect's foundation would surely flourish. At that moment, a wave of contemplation washed over Yu Yuchang as she mused quietly to herself. Sister Chimo, might you permit me to accompany you on your visit to that elder? She implored, gently clasping Yun Chimo's arm. Yuchang, your request places me in a difficult position, Yun Chimo replied, subtly wrapping her arm around Yu Yuchang's slender waist, her expression revealing her inner conflict. I am aware of your fondness for novels, Sister Chimo. Recently, I stumbled upon a rare edition by Bai Shaoxing entitled The Mysterious Male Cultivator Behind the Invincible Female Sect Master, Yu Yuchang offered, hoping to sway Yun Chimo with her knowledge of the recent literary trends. In the past 2 to 3 years, several female cultivators from the 100 Flowers Pavilion had learned of a certain nascent soul, true monarch from the Flame sect who had a penchant for such trivial novels. The mysterious male cultivator behind the invincible female sect master? Is that a new work by Bai Shaoxing? Very well, I shall grant your request, dear Yuchang. Yun Chimo's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of the novel. It had been ages since she had encountered a new release from Bai Shaoxing. Since her first encounter with Piercing the Heavens, she had eagerly devoured each of Bai Shaoxing's new works, revisiting them time and again. Chapter 33, Star-Plucking Hand. Bewildering seal. As the night deepened, a luminous full moon hung in the sky, surrounded by thin clouds stretching for miles. Beneath the tranquil night, Gu Changsheng, clad in a flowing azure robe, sat by the moon-watching lake, gazing pensively at his cultivation panel. Lost in thought, among the various techniques, aside from the yellow-grade superior phantom hand, the yellow-grade superior soul-stirring needle, and the Xian-grade inferior phoenix nurturing technique, all other arts had attained the earth grade. At this moment, he possessed over 10,000 years of lifespan and intended to elevate his techniques levels. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest in the simulation. Upon selecting the yellow-grade superior technique Phantom Hand, the system provided a prompt. Without hesitation, Gu Changsheng decided to invest a millennium of his lifespan. You have invested 1,000 years of lifespan into the simulation of Phantom Hand. After practicing Phantom Hand for a century and performing 1,000,000 iterations, you have comprehended the Xian-grade inferior Shadowless Palm. After 3 centuries of training Phantom Hand, based on Shadowless Palm, you have evolved the Xian-grade superior Phantom Vanishing Palm. After 6 centuries, having integrated your understanding of Phantom Hand, Shadowless Palm, and Phantom Vanishing Palm, you have achieved insight into the Earth-grade inferior Fearless Great Hand Seal. After a millennium of cultivation, you have grasped the essence of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, and merged 4 techniques, comprehending the Earth-grade supreme star-plucking hand. With each prompt echoing in his mind, Gu Chongqing acquired a plethora of profound techniques. The memories of 1,000 years of cultivation were indelibly imprinted in his consciousness, allowing him to achieve remarkable integration. The star-plucking hand, as its name suggests, embodies the power to pluck stars, signifying immense strength, and indeed, it is formidable in its essence. When mastered to perfection, and provided one's cultivation is sufficient, it is said to pluck the stars from the heavens. However, given Gu Chongqing's current perfected nascent soul realm, he could at most extract a towering mountain from afar. Once he fully mastered the star-plucking hand, Gu Chongqing turned his attention to the mind's secret technique, soul-stirring needle, classified as yellow-grade superior. You have invested 1,000 years of lifespan into the simulation of soul-stirring needle. After practicing soul-stirring needle for a century, you have grasped the secrets of the mind, attaining the Xian-grade middle soul-breaking nail. After 3 centuries, connecting your understanding of soul-stirring needle and soul-breaking nail, you have achieved the Xian-grade supreme falling soul needle. After 6 centuries of cultivation, through analogy, you have attained the earth-grade middle soul-extinguishing stab. After a millennium of practice, you have comprehended the imprinting force of heaven and earth, achieving the earth-grade superior bewildering seal. A series of prompts resonated in Gu Chongqing's mind, accompanied by boundless insights into the arts. At this moment, he was immersed in the intricate mysteries of countless mind techniques, unable to extricate himself. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes, a transcendent gleam flickering within his gaze. The secret art aimed at the divine soul and primordial spirit truly exuded an extraordinary mystique. Contemplating the enigmatic wonders of the mind's shocking seal, Gu Chongqing murmured to himself. 2,000 years of life exchanged for 2 earth-level spells and several intermediate secret techniques was indeed a delightful bargain. Should he not now take decisive action against the venerable elder Qin Songhe and the myriad infiltrators of the demonic sect? In this moment, invigorated by a surge in power, Gu Chongqing felt a restless yearning. Now equipped with a complete arsenal of combat techniques, including the Yuan infant divine ability of Ziwei Imperial Fire, the sword intent of divine slaughter, the mind-shocking seal, the star-plucking hand, and the fire cloud divine palm, each of which was undoubtedly a supreme spell. He could stand unrivaled among his peers, and he possessed 5 of them. Yet, he resolved to remain patient. Who could say what further measures the demonic sect's infiltrators might have? He would wait until reaching the transformation stage before making his move. With a powerful consciousness discreetly casting a glance at the celestial peak of Elder Qin Songhe's Taoist sanctuary, Gu Chongqing spoke with composure. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the Lihua sect lay Fufeng City, home to the opulent Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Granduncle, why has the master alchemist you mentioned yet to arrive? In a brightly lit loft, a stunning maiden clad in a pink glass fairy dress, her dual ponytails cascading over her chest, gazed with her large eyes at the branch president, Qian Yud, unable to suppress her question. Indeed. It has been over 10 days. Before Qian Yud could respond, a gaunt elder seated nearby, Zhuo Lingfeng, interjected. In pursuit of a meeting with the esteemed Master Yao Yan, who had crafted top-tier foundation establishment pills, this 4th-tier alchemist had nearly spent half a month within the Four Seas Chamber. During this time, he had been coaxed by Qian Yud into concocting various elixirs for the chamber. Observing the shifty-eyed Qian Yud, Zhuo Lingfeng felt a growing agitation. Were it not for the latter's status as a member of the prominent Qian family, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing. Dear sister, do not be anxious, neither should you, Duo. According to our agreement, the elder alchemist will surely arrive tomorrow, Qian Yud replied with a smile, facing the skeptical gazes of Qian Duo and Zhuo Lingfeng. Damn it, if that Master Yao Yan does not show up tomorrow, you can expect to be on the receiving end of a beating, Qian Laojiu, Zhuo Lingfeng declared indignantly after hearing Qian Yud's words. However, he continued, speaking of which, for the upcoming alchemy conference in Yunzhou, does your Qian family truly intend to send Master Yao Yan? Though he may possess the strength of an alchemist king, there will also be alchemist kings from the Pill Emperor Valley participating, not to mention other formidable figures from sacred lands and lineages. At this moment, casting a glance at Qian Duo and Qian Yud, Zhuo Lingfeng felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Grandfather Zhuo, Master Yao Yan was recommended by Granduncle Jiao. And besides, due to age restrictions for participants, the Qian family cannot find another alchemist king. Qian Duo, garbed in a flowing pink dress, interjected, providing clarification upon hearing Zhuo Lingfeng's remarks. The maiden Qian Duo, possessing a beauty that could rival the most exquisite of flowers, was both captivating and alluring. Her graceful form adorned with delicate curves, her ponytails cascading down, artfully concealing her enchanting silhouette. The Qian family, who preside over the vast Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, astonishingly cannot locate a young alchemist. Upon hearing Qian Duo's words, Zhuo Lingfeng expressed a sense of lamentation. Over the past decade, the Divine Weapon Pavilion in Jianzhou has aggressively expanded its alchemical endeavors, leaving our Qian family's Four Seas Chamber in a state of suppression. They have poached numerous young and gifted alchemists from our ranks. In response to Zhuo Lingfeng's lament, the shifty-eyed Qian Yude's expression grew solemn, and he suddenly sighed with earnestness. The Divine Weapon Pavilion enjoys the backing of the Lingxiao sword sect. Our Qian family simply cannot compete with them. At this moment, Qian Duo, with her twin ponytails cascading over her chest, parted her delicate pink lips and shared her own sentiments. As the second daughter of the Qian family, she too felt a sense of helplessness regarding the gradual decline of the Four Seas Chamber. However, it is fortunate that her sister, Qian Baobao, possesses extraordinary talent and has entered the sacred realm of Tongxian. Now, Qian Baobao has become a true disciple of the sacred realm, with promising prospects to compete for the position of Saintess. TSK, those sword practitioners, instead of honing their sword hearts, have taken to business. It truly echoes the saying that one's adversary may not always be a competitor in the same field, but could very well be from a different realm altogether. Listening to the secrets of the Four Seas Chamber and the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Zhuo Lingfeng, indulging in the gossip, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Chapter 34. Befriending through alchemy. As the sun rose steadily, a new day unfurled as expected. Today seemed to mark the day previously agreed upon with the Four Seas Chamber. After bidding farewell to his beautiful senior sister, Zhuo, and informing her of his departure, Gu Changxing made his way to Fufeng City. In Fufeng City, at the Four Seas Chamber, Gu Changxing, having disguised himself as the alchemist Yao Yan in his 30s, arrived punctually, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Elder Yao, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. In the main hall of the loft, the lecherous Qian Yude approached with a leering smile upon seeing the black-clad Yao Yan, Gu Changxing. Following him were the fiery Zhuo Lingfeng and the second daughter of the Qian family, Qian Duo. Old Qian, I trust you are well, Gu Changxing, in the guise of Yao Yan, responded slowly as his gaze swept over the cultivation panels of the three. Qian Yude, Golden Core 7th Layer 435700, Bone Age. Zhuo Lingfeng, Nascent Soul 1st Layer 6303310, Bone Age. Qian Duo, Foundation Establishment 5th Layer 20800, Bone Age. In just half a month, Qian Yude, though aged, had broken through from the 6th to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. As for the young Zhuo Lingfeng, this was Gu Changxing's first encounter with him. However, he had heard of the latter's reputation, as everyone in the entire fire sect knew of the young lad who always greeted others with a playful "you sister." Moreover, being the grandfather of the beautiful senior sisters Wajirua, Gu Changxing had to be acquainted with him. As for the generous and affluent bear-like girl, Qian Duo, to be honest, upon first meeting her, Gu Changxing was profoundly taken aback. At such a young age, she possessed such impressive attributes. It was akin to a peak of snow that had surpassed even the beauty of senior sisters Wajirua and the grand presence of Zhou Ziyun. Dear friend, I am Zhuo Lingfeng, the esteemed leader of the alchemy peak of the fire sect. I have come here, drawn by reputation, to engage in a discussion about the art of alchemy. At this moment, as Gu Changxing was taken aback by Qian Duo's striking figure, the slender Zhuo Lingfeng approached with a smile. Ah, it is the esteemed Peak Master Zhuo. What a pleasure to meet you. I am eager to share insights on alchemy with you, replied Yao Yan, Gu Changxing, graciously acknowledging the invitation. After all, this gentleman is the grandfather of Zhuo, and he had left a pleasant impression. It would be remiss to dismiss someone who extends kindness. Why not commence now? I can hardly contain my excitement. Zhuo Lingfeng remarked eagerly upon hearing Yao Yan's agreement. My dear, Elder Yao still has alchemy to attend to. Perhaps we should postpone our discussion, interjected Qian Yude, unable to restrain himself as he observed Zhuo Lingfeng monopolizing Yao Yan's attention. How dare you, Qian Laojiao? Do you wish for a thrashing? As a fervent devotee of alchemy, Zhuo Lingfeng was not one to tolerate such interruptions and became quite agitated. He had spent over half a month in Fufeng City, eagerly awaiting the chance to meet the master who had successfully concocted the exquisite foundation establishment pill, 3rd grade. It is crucial to remember that the fire sect is currently flourishing in the southern territory, necessitating a substantial supply of pills daily. Dear Qian, a discussion on alchemical techniques will not consume much time. Here is a suggestion. Master Zhuo, let us each prepare a batch of pills using our most proficient techniques. We can then critique each other's work and invite Elder Qian, along with this enchanting lady, to offer their insights as well. What do you think, Master Zhuo? Seeing the tension between the two, Yaoyan Gu Changxing could not help but propose this solution. This approach is excellent. Conducting a live demonstration of our pill making will surely showcase our respective expertise, Qian Duoduo remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement at Gu Changxing's suggestion. To forge friendships through alchemy is indeed a thoughtful consideration, Qian Yud added, after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Dear friend, I am a 4th grade alchemist. Should we compare our creations, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Zhuo Lingfeng stated, casting a glance at Yaoyan Gu Changxing. After all, Qian Yud had mentioned that although Yaoyan could produce the finest foundation establishment pills, his alchemical skills were only at the 3rd grade, not that of an alchemist king. No matter, Yaoyan replied with a gentle smile. I welcome you to exert your full capabilities. I wish to witness the artistry of an alchemist king. Such audacity. Observing the poised Yaoyan Gu Changxing and listening to his exchange with Zhuo Lingfeng, the captivating Qian Duoduo silently mused to herself. Would you like to begin, dear friend? Or shall I? Zhuo Lingfeng inquired, brimming with anticipation. To showcase one's alchemical prowess before lower-ranked alchemists is undoubtedly a display of ostentation, a temptation that no alchemist of renown could resist, and neither could Luo Lingfeng. Please, esteemed elder, he implored, his eagerness palpable. Yaoyan Gu Changxing paused, momentarily taken aback by Luo Lingfeng's impatience, before breaking into a smile. Once he makes his move, this young lady may well find herself in a rather embarrassing situation. Very well, my young friend, I shall now demonstrate my skills, Luo Lingfeng replied, his excitement evident in his tone. As their conversation unfolded, the 4 of them arrived at the fragrant alchemical chamber. Upon entering the spacious room, Luo Lingfeng summoned a cauldron adorned with cloud patterns from his spatial ring. Today, I shall concoct a 4th grade transformation pill to forge bonds through alchemy. Do pay close attention, he proclaimed. With the cauldron now in place, Luo Lingfeng, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, began to channel his spiritual energy to preheat the cauldron. The flame he wielded resembled a celestial spirit fire, radiating a brilliant azure glow, both resplendent and extraordinary. During the preheating process, he employed a unique technique to refine the spiritual herbs required for the transformation pill. As the cauldron reached the appropriate temperature, Luo Lingfeng's aura shifted dramatically, marking the official commencement of the alchemical process. He formed intricate hand seals while guiding the flame with his mind, gently roasting the floating cauldron, as one by one, the meticulously refined herbs were cast into the cauldron. The Earth Spirit Fire, ranked 98th on the Celestial Fire ranking. Truly remarkable. Observed the enchanting maiden Qian Duoduo, her delicate lips parting as she whispered in awe. The Celestial Fire ranking? What is that? Yaoyan Gu Changxing inquired, curiosity piqued by the girl's words. The Celestial Fire ranking is a list cataloging the various formidable spirit fires across the Zhangchuan continent, she elucidated softly, her voice imbued with an ethereal quality. Thank you, fair maiden, for enlightening me, Yaoyan Gu Changxing replied courteously, always respectful in the presence of such grace. It appears the Celestial Fire ranking is not as impressive as it seems. Even this Earth Spirit Fire, ranked 98th, pales in comparison. Not to mention my Ziwei Imperial Fire, which far surpasses even the Jiutian Spirit Fire. He mused inwardly, observing the azure flame under Luo Lingfeng's command. That elder Yao, as soon as I mentioned Duoduo, he vanished without a trace. How is it he now engages in conversation? Qian Yud pondered, watching Yaoyan Gu Changxing converse with Qian Duoduo. Given the current situation, it seems that this grandfather of Zhira is rather lacking. A mere 4th grade transformation pill, and yet it takes him such an inordinate amount of time. I estimate it will take at least another quarter of an hour. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to refine my own alchemical skills, he thought. Observing the intricate and dazzling hand movements of Luo Lingfeng as he executed the alchemical techniques, Chapter 35. The Fifth Rank of Alchemy. A collective astonishment as Zhuo Lingfeng engaged in alchemical refinement. Gu Changxing opted for the alchemy option, prompting an immediate response from the system. Let us invest a millennium to test the waters, he resolved, contemplating his remaining lifespan of 8,000 years. You have invested 1,000 years of lifespan to comprehend alchemy. After 100 years of study in alchemy, you have refined 300 spirit pills daily and grasped the methods for concocting 3,000 types of first to third rank spirit pills. After 300 years of study, your proficiency in fourth rank alchemy has reached perfection, and you have compiled a volume titled 10,000 Pills. After 600 years of study, you have acquired the secret technique of the cloud pattern pill hand, creating the Pill King Classic, elevating your alchemical skills to the fifth rank. After 1,000 years of study, you have mastered over 100 methods for concocting fourth and fifth rank spirit pills, and you have pioneered the sixth rank spirit pill, the return to void pill, achieving perfection in fifth rank alchemy. As the millennium of lifespan investment unfolded, a cascade of notifications illuminated Gu Changxing's mind, revealing countless profound truths of alchemy, akin to a divine enlightenment. In this moment, his spirit was wholly immersed in the extraordinary ocean of alchemical knowledge, each intricate memory captivating him. Just then, Zhuo Lingfeng's alchemical process neared completion. He formed a hand seal and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. 7 exquisite, fragrant supreme transformation pills soared forth, gracefully captured into a jade vial. With a success rate of 70% for these high-grade pills, it was clear that Master's mastery in refining the transformation pill had reached an extraordinary level. Observing the pills produced by Zhuo Lingfeng, the opulent Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled with delight, and he promptly offered his praise. Ha! As expected from the young lady of the Qian family, she truly possesses an eye for quality. Upon hearing Qian Duoduo's commendation, Zhuo Lingfeng stroked his beard and chuckled with pride. My young friend, what do you think of this transformation pill? At this moment, he extended one of the transformation pills toward Yaoyan, Gu Changxing. Indeed, it is a rarity. Master's alchemical skills are exceptional, Gu Changxing replied, glancing at the supreme transformation pill in his hand, then at the beaming Zhuo Lingfeng. Though he initially wanted to express his skepticism, questioning the worth of a creation that had consumed a millennium of lifespan, he refrained, recognizing the eager desire for approval reflected in Zhuo Lingfeng's expression. Ha, my young friend. You flatter me. Zhuo Lingfeng beamed with even greater delight upon receiving Gu Changxing's acknowledgement. The elder Yao not only achieved a 70% success rate, but also produced a top-quality pill. At this juncture, observing Zhuo Lingfeng's triumphant demeanor, Qian Yud could no longer contain his criticism. My young friend, may I inquire what sort of pill you wish to concoct? Zhuo Lingfeng, ignoring Qian Yud's interruption, turned his curious gaze toward Yao and Gu Changxing. At this moment, both Qian Yud and Qian Duoduo cast inquisitive looks in response to Zhuo Lingfeng's inquiry. Facing the curiosity of the three, Yao Yan, Gu Changxing, spoke softly. Originally, he intended to concoct the 6th grade return to nothingness pill, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Firstly, the 6th grade return to nothingness pill was too extraordinary. Using it to communicate with Zhuo Lingfeng felt akin to an adult bullying a child. Moreover, the concoction required over 20 rare herbs along with a primary herb, which he estimated would be nearly impossible to gather even for the entire Four Seas Merchant Association. Thus, after much deliberation, Gu Changxing opted for the 5th grade transformation infant pill. The 3rd grade transformation pill, although commendable, was even more challenging to refine than the 3rd grade foundation establishment pill. At this moment, Zhuo Lingfeng misheard the transformation infant pill as the transformation pill and proceeded to comment incisively. Zhuo Fengzhu, you misheard. I intend to refine the 5th grade transformation infant pill. Noticing Zhuo Lingfeng's misunderstanding, Yao Yan, Gu Changxing, couldn't help but clarify. Gasp. You actually intend to refine the 5th grade transformation infant pill? Upon hearing Yao Yan's words, the stunningly beautiful fairy Qian Duoduo instinctively covered her rosy lips with her jade hand, astonished to the point of her breath quickening. Her wide-eyed expression, paired with her breathtaking beauty, was simply enchanting. The 5th grade transformation infant pill? My young friend, you jest, do you not? At this juncture, Zhuo Lingfeng, regaining his composure, looked at Gu Changxing with a mix of shock and skepticism. The 5th grade transformation infant pill was notorious for being exceedingly difficult to refine, having caused him numerous failures. In the entire ancient Dao province, perhaps only the esteemed elder Gohong of the Pill Cauldron sect could successfully concoct it. Indeed, it is the 5th grade transformation infant pill that enhances the infant formation rate by 10%. In response to Qian Duoduo's astonishment and Zhuo Lingfeng's doubts, Yao Yin Gu Changxing spoke nonchalantly. Elder Yao, have you previously concealed your alchemical skills? Are you truly a pill king? At this moment, having been stunned for a while, Qian Yud ventured a speculative question. The three of them might as well take a look. In response to Qian Yud's conjecture, Gu Changsheng did not provide a direct answer. Then, under the watchful eyes of Zhuo Lingfeng, Qian Yud, and Qian Duoduo, Gu Changsheng summoned a pill furnace. The furnace was rather ordinary, classified as a 5th-tier magical artifact, incomparable to the 6th-tier spirit artifact pill furnace Zhuo Lingfeng had just used. Buzzing at that moment, a ghostly blue spiritual flame ignited in Gu Changsheng's hand, beginning to scorch the pill furnace. It was indeed the Jiutian spiritual fire, ranked 36th on the heavenly fire rankings. Witnessing the Dan fire in Gu Changsheng's hand, the flawless Qian Duoduo was once again taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Slightly inferior to the Juyang blazing fire, could he truly be a pill king? With his gaze fixed on the ghostly blue spiritual flame, Zhuo Lingfeng's emotions surged, equally astonished. Boom! At this moment, Yao Yin, Gu Changsheng, directly tossed all the rare herbs into the pill furnace. Was he not placing them in order? Gu Changsheng's alchemical technique was straightforward and forceful, leaving Zhuo Lingfeng both alarmed and apprehensive. It is indeed a profound alchemical secret that simplifies the complexities of potion crafting. In contrast to Zhuo Lingfeng's murmurs, Qian Duoduo's eyes shimmered with a violet gaze as she observed Gu Changsheng's alchemical process, seemingly discerning the underlying truths. As time gradually passed, the fragrant aroma emanating from the cauldron intensified. Moments later, Gu Changsheng concluded his alchemical endeavor, extinguished the 9 heaven spirit fire, and effortlessly drew 8 radiant transformation pills into a jade vial. True to his promise, he successfully crafted 5-grade transformation pills. After the alchemical process, Yao Yan, Gu Changsheng, beamed at the 3 stunned onlookers. "Our premium transformation pill," Zhuo Lingfeng exclaimed, astonished at the spirit pill adorned with cloud patterns. In that moment, he felt like a mere jester in a mundane play, his face stinging as if he had been soundly slapped, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into a crevice. The success rate of pill production had astonishingly reached 80%. Qian Yud, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Although he had previously speculated that Elder Yo was a pill king, he had underestimated the latter's prowess. No, it was a 10-grade success rate. He had surreptitiously utilized his spiritual sense to crush 2 of the transformation pills. Observing the humble and poised Yao Yin, Gu Changsheng, Qian Duoduo silently acknowledged her astonishment, for she had uncovered Gu Changsheng's secret, a perfect success rate in pill crafting. And a 5-grade pill king, such a rarity could likely be found nowhere else in the entire Zhongshuan continent. Overwhelmed by shock, the young maiden found her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling with fervor. The breathtaking figure of the twin-tailed fairy was captivating, whether viewed from the front, side, or back, leaving Gu Changsheng momentarily unsettled. Chapter 36. Fairy, why do you visit at midnight? With the alchemical exchange concluded, the 4-grade pill king, Zhuo Lingfeng, humbly acknowledged his defeat. Though his pride had been severely bruised, he accepted his loss with grace, utterly impressed by Yao Yin's, Gu Changsheng, extraordinary alchemical skills. Following his astonishment, Zhuo Lingfeng sought Gu Changsheng's guidance on the techniques for crafting transformation pills, and Gu Changsheng generously shared his insights. With his newfound knowledge, Zhuo Lingfeng felt revitalized after previously experiencing 2 consecutive cauldron explosions. He promptly departed from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, eager to return to the Liuhua sect. He intended to utilize the sect's 9-yang spirit fire to refine transformation pills once more. Once Zhuo Lingfeng had left, Yao Yan, Gu Changsheng, began his own alchemical work for the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Spending an entire afternoon, he produced over 1,000 first to 3rd-grade spirit pills. With a perfect success rate, he discreetly kept 1/3 of the pills for himself, presenting a reported 70% success rate to the outside world. Nevertheless, even with this, Qian Yud remained profoundly grateful, offering a generous reward, which Gu Changsheng exchanged entirely for high-grade spirit herb seeds. After all, he had plans to establish a medicinal valley, necessitating the collection of various spirit herb seeds. As time flows, beneath the great sunset, the night deepens. Gu Changsheng did not return to the fire sect. Instead, He remained at the Four Seas Commerce Association. His intention was to procure some precious medicinal seeds through the association's channels. These seeds are exceedingly rare, and the branch in Fufeng City currently possesses only a limited supply, necessitating a request for a batch from the main association in Yunzhou. Thus, Gu Changxing planned to stay here for a few days. Under the luminous moon, a gentle silver light cascaded down, while clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring a portion of the starry expanse. A soft breeze rustled the leaves in the courtyard. Clad in a green robe, Gu Changxing sat leisurely in the serene courtyard, leaning against a bamboo chair, gazing at the vast heavens above. Presently, even in the entirety of the ancient Dao region, few exist who could pose a threat to him. Unless the concealed old beings of the transformation stage were to emerge, or powerful individuals from other realms were to descend. Cultivation encompasses not merely the absorption of qi, but also the refinement of one's heart and mind. Both should be cultivated in harmony, with a balance between tension and relaxation. The myriad of heaven and earth, intertwined with rules, perpetuates the cycle of reincarnation. Likewise, cultivation should manifest one's own intentions, allowing these intentions to shape the rules, which in turn evolve the world. As he contemplated the vast expanse of the sky and the endless stars, Gu Changxing, feeling a sense of enlightenment, sought longevity and practiced in accordance with his desires, believing that one day, his every word and action would transform into the very fabric of the universe's rules. Elder Yaoyan, may I enter? At that moment, as Gu Changxing was lost in thought, a gentle, melodic voice wafted in from outside the courtyard. He beheld the enchanting fairy Qian Duo. Adorned in a pink celestial dress, her twin braids cascading gracefully over her chest, standing quietly at the entrance. The maiden's tall and delicate figure, coupled with her breathtaking beauty, was captivating. A colorful ribbon encircled her slender waist, fluttering softly in the breeze. Beneath the pink hem of her dress, her fair legs peeked out, tantalizingly concealed. "Fairy, what brings you here at such a late hour?" With a wave, he opened the door, and gazing at the alluring figure draped in pink, Gu Changxing could not help but inquire. "Elder Yaoyan, you were concealing your true abilities during the day, were you not?" Qian Duo, with her dual ponytails framing her delicate features, replied with a playful glint in her lavender eyes as she bit her pink lip. "Fairy, what do you mean by that?" Gu Changxing, taken aback by her words, feigned ignorance and responded with a question. "Elder, you clearly possess a tenfold success rate in pill refining, yet you discreetly shattered two." The glimmer of mischief sparkled in the young girl's violet eyes as she observed Gu Changxing's attempts at subterfuge. The world is indeed a marvel, filled with the unexpected. How could she have discerned the truth? As Qian Duo unveiled the mystery with her straightforward words, Gu Changxing narrowed his eyes in surprise. Even Zhuo Lingfeng of the nascent soul stage and Qian Yud of the golden core stage had failed to perceive the secret within the pill furnace. Yet this foundation-building maiden had seen through it. A sense of astonishment arose within Gu Changxing. If I am not mistaken, it seems that the elder has also employed a transformation technique and concealed her cultivation level. Seeing Gu Changxing fall into silence, Qian Duo blinked her violet eyes, which sparkled with wisdom. "Did you truly perceive all of this?" For the first time, her use of the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique was seen through. Gu Changxing gazed directly at the girl in the pink dress, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. "From my perspective, your aura suggests you have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. However, to have concealed your presence from Master Zhua of the nascent soul stage, you must indeed be a true nascent soul master. Yet what startled me even more was the observation of your youthful appearance. How astonishing!" Faced with Gu Changxing's surprise, Qian Duo pressed her delicate pink lips together and murmured, her voice faltering as she hesitated to finish her thought. "How astonishing?" Gu Changxing inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the beautiful girl who seemed on the verge of speaking. "You are not even 30 years old." As she spoke, Qian Duo nervously retreated a few steps, realizing that the aura surrounding Gu Changxing was steadily growing perilous. A faint glint of menace flickered in his profound gaze, as if he were about to devour her whole. Panic coursed through her veins. Would he resort to silencing her? Observing the magical barrier rising around the courtyard, Qian Duo felt a wave of regret for her earlier words. Indeed, misfortune often stems from one's own utterances. She had inadvertently revealed the existence of a hidden nascent soul master, one who was also a fifth-tier alchemist, and yet possessed a youthful appearance of less than 30 years. Such a taboo was beyond her capacity to bear, even with her status as the legitimate daughter of the Qian family and the 6th-ranked fairy in the Yunzhou fairy list. The prospect of being silenced was perhaps the least of her worries. Should this elder be of the demonic sect, she might even face unspeakable tortures. As this thought crossed her mind, Duo broke into a cold sweat, astonished that he had uncovered her secret. Your violet eyes are truly extraordinary. I wish I could study them closely. With a formidable aura cloaking the surroundings, Gu Chongqing advanced toward Duo, step by deliberate step. Please, senior, don't. Hearing Gu Chongqing's intention to extract her eyes, Duo trembled in fright. Her prominent figure quivered, causing Gu Chongqing's resolve to waver. How do you think I should deal with you? If I spare your life, my secret will be known to another. Gazing upon the trembling beauty, who was now reduced to a pitiful sight, Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of lethal intent glimmering within their depths. Senior, I don't know. Overwhelmed by the chilling aura of death emanating from Gu Chongqing, the once proud second daughter of the Qian family found herself collapsing to the ground, weeping helplessly. Crying? Do you think tears will resolve anything? Gu Chongqing scoffed at the sight of the frightened beauty, whose lamentations only served to deepen his indifference. At this moment, he realized that apart from her remarkable physique and those peculiar violet eyes, as well as her identity as the daughter of the Qian family, Duo was not fundamentally different from other women. She seemed not exceptionally intelligent. Why, you want to kill me? I'm scared, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face in the presence of Gu Chongqing's cold scoff. Get up, Qian. At this juncture, Gu Chongqing, who had no intention of harming her, helped the Navi girl to her feet. Why, I am not Qian. I am Duo, she cried out after being lifted. No, from now on, you shall be called Qian. To conceal the secret from earlier, as a punishment, you are forbidden to leave my side without my permission, Gu Chongqing replied, his tone somewhat indifferent upon hearing her words. Wah, senior, Qian sounds so unpleasant. How about calling me Qian instead? As long as you don't silence me, I will obey you, Duo said, biting her rosy lip while glancing at Gu Chongqing's handsome, yet slightly frosty visage, tears still glistening in her eyes. Qian, remember that calamity often arises from careless words, Gu Chongqing cautioned, his gaze fixed on her enchanting violet eyes. He tucked her twin ponytails behind her ears and gently wiped the remnants of tears from her exquisite face. Her cheeks were warm and smooth. Though the tears had been cooled by the gentle breeze, her slightly flushed face radiated warmth. Senior, she murmured, captivated by the youth's striking features illuminated by the moonlight. Feeling the tender touch upon her cheek, momentarily entranced. Chapter 37. The Purple Spirit Body, the Purple Spirit Clan. In the transformation of the Qian family as the night thickened and the moonlight bathed the earth, the serene courtyard echoed with the soft, plaintive cries of the celestial maiden. Senior, please, don't touch there anymore, it tickles. At first glance, it seemed as though a fairy was being cruelly tormented by a villain. However, upon closer inspection, a young man clad in azure was gently cradling the beautiful maideness face, tenderly caressing the corners of her eyes. At this moment, the enchanting Duo had ceased her tears. The traces of sorrow on her stunning face had vanished, replaced by a rosy blush. Your violet eyes contain profound mystical patterns, indeed marking you as a unique being. After studying her for a while, Gu Chongqing released her delicate face and withdrew his hand. Senior, my father once mentioned that my sister and I inherited our mother's unique constitution. However, my elder sister Bao inherited more than I did. I have merely acquired a part of it. As she gazed at the contemplative young immortal, Duo's violet eyes sparkled, and she spoke softly. At this moment, two loose ponytails cascaded over her chest, concealing the prominent curves of her figure. Cici, does your mother and sister also possess a unique constitution? Gu Chongqing inquired, slightly taken aback by her statement. Until now, aside from his own elemental spiritual body, he had yet to encounter another unique constitution. Today, he was unexpectedly confronted with 3 instances, which left him somewhat astonished. Perhaps, compared to the vast and boundless world of cultivation, the ancient Tao state indeed felt rather diminutive. My mother hails from the Purple Spirit Clan, originating from beyond the Zhongxian continent. She departed when my sister and I were quite young. My father once remarked that the Purple Spirit Clan is also a lineage of the human race. However, unlike other human clans, they possess a formidable bloodline physique. In terms of bloodline, my sister and I can also be considered part of the Purple Spirit Clan. In response to Gu Chongqing's curiosity, Duo gently parted her delicate lips and began to narrate. The Purple Spirit Clan, you say? What lies beyond the Zhongxian continent? Upon learning that the Purple Spirit clan belongs to the human race beyond the Zhongxian continent, Gu Chongxing could not help but feel intrigued. According to the clan's secret records, beyond the Zhongxian continent lies an expansive and boundless ocean, yet its specifics remain shrouded in mystery. Observing the handsome youth with a hint of curiosity upon his exquisite countenance, the enchanting Qian Duo pursed her lips and shook her head, indicating that she too was unaware. The Qian family is a revered clan of transformation, and the secrets unknown even to them likely pertain to a higher realm of cultivation. However, as the breathtaking maiden spoke, she subtly swayed her body, causing her twin ponytails to bob enticingly, which stirred a sense of yearning within Gu Chongxing, unsettling his heart. "Tell me about your sister," Gu Chongxing inquired, reaching out to grasp the ponytail that adorned the maiden's chest, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "Senior, my sister and I share the same mother. Her name is Qian Baobao, and our family affectionately calls her Beirjie," she replied. "3 years ago, my sister entered the Yunzhou Tongxian sacred ground, and she is now a true disciple of the sacred site, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and is nearing the stage of forming her core." Upon hearing Gu Chongxing mention her sister, Qian Duo gazed at the handsome youth fiddling with her ponytail, biting her pink lips as she murmured, "Does your sister resemble you exactly?" Gu Chongxing, noticing the rosy blush spreading across her fair cheeks, inquired with great interest. "Indeed, we are twins, and our features are nearly identical. If we stood side by side, even you, senior, might struggle to tell us apart. The only distinction is that my aptitude is inferior to my sister's." Qian Duo spoke with pride when mentioning her extraordinary sister. Yet a hint of melancholy tinged her violet eyes as she concluded. "Foundation establishment at the 5th level, you are not lacking," Gu Chongxing remarked, brushing her ponytail behind her exquisite ear, his gaze meeting hers, which radiated the aura of a nascent soul. Faced with the celestial youth who playfully toyed with her ponytail and bore an overwhelming nascent soul pressure, Qian Duo felt her body grow weak. "Senior, you must not regard me thus." At that moment, feeling the intensity of his gaze, the sensitive-bodied maiden found her legs giving way, and she sank to the ground. "I did not take your life earlier. In a sense, I could be considered your savior. The debt of gratitude is greater than the heavens. So what harm is there in stealing a glance?" Gazing down at the ethereal maiden Qian Duo, who sat at his feet, Gu Chongxing grasped her delicate chin, gently lifting her flawless, enchanting visage, and spoke from a position of dominance. His tone was utterly commanding, imbued with an air that brooked no refusal. At that moment, he resembled a supreme predator, while Qian Duo appeared as a tender and fragile prey, entirely at his mercy. "Humph, the words of my senior are mere sophistry. I simply cannot." In response to the piercing, electric gaze of the fallen immortal youth, the stunning fairy pursed her rosy lips, haughtily letting out a soft, defiant hum. Following the gentle sound, a flush crept across her exquisite face. The intensity of his gaze was so overpowering that it made her feel somewhat weak in the knees. In an unexpected surge of emotion, she found herself secretly wishing for the celestial youth to tease her. This sensation was peculiar, enchanting enough to leave her beautiful eyes glazed with a dreamy haze. "Don't look. Then you may leave." Just as the fairy began to feel lightheaded, the youth suddenly released his hold. Without the support of his warm hand, the entranced Qian Duo lost her balance, collapsing onto the cold stone bench beside her. A gust of cool wind swept by, rousing the beautiful girl from her daze, leaving her with a profound sense of loss, a hollow ache in her heart. However, what troubled her more was Gu Chongxing's earlier words. His command to leave left her feeling both aggrieved and despondent. As she gazed at the beautiful girl, tears welling in her eyes and a pitiful expression on her face, Gu Chongxing, losing all interest, turned to depart. "Wu Senior, please don't go, seeing him about to leave." Qian Duo clung tightly to his long leg. "I have already allowed you to leave. Why do you not go?" Feeling the softness against his leg, Gu Chongxing spoke in a calm tone. "No, Wu, I beg you. Senior, do not leave me." Hearing the chill in his voice, Qian Duo, feeling both wronged and forlorn, cried out in desperation, "Now you have a chance to leave alive. Should you choose not to, you may find your existence more torturous than death." Observing the pitiable beauty before him, Gu Chongxing's voice turned cold as he offered his warning. "Senior, I refuse to leave." In defiance of his admonition, the stunning maiden raised her tear-streaked, enchanting face and gazed pleadingly at the domineering celestial youth. "Little crybaby, have you truly considered your choice?" Gu Chongqing responded from his elevated position, though his tone softened somewhat. Senior, I have made my decision. From now on, I belong solely to you, and you may gaze upon me as you wish. As she listened to the now gentler, magnetic voice of the fallen immortal, Qian Duo felt her body weaken once more, her dreamy eyes fixating on him. It seems I have not disappointed you. Gently stroking the head of the entranced maiden at his feet, Gu Chongqing acknowledged her with a faint smile. Senior, just as you were about to leave, my heart felt heavy, remarked Qian Duo, cautiously expressing her feelings while experiencing Gu Chongqing's gentle touch. And now? Observing the enchanting fairy, whose emotions fluctuated, Gu Chongqing's large hand glided through her hair, tenderly caressing her twin ponytails. The lavender braids cascaded smoothly, their ends fanning out like the resplendent feathers of a peacock. Truly a sight to behold. Now, I feel quite joyful, responded Qian Duo in a soft, melodious tone, noticing Gu Chongqing once again toying with her braid. What is your influence in the Qian family? As the girl began to succumb to her emotions, Gu Chongqing shifted the conversation. Senior, I can mobilize 50% of the resources from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. As for the remaining 50%, it lies with my sister. In response to Gu Chongqing's inquiry, the fairy Qian Duo replied without reservation. Utilize all the resources you can access, and in your capacity. Cultivate some medicinal valleys in the ancient Tao state on behalf of my true self. Upon hearing Qian Duo's words, Gu Chongqing spoke with a hint of determination. Senior, you can count on me for this task. To serve you is a tremendous honor for me, Qian Duo confidently proclaimed, patting her proud chest. However, her tone faltered slightly at the end. However, what? Noticing her hesitation, Gu Chongqing's demeanor grew slightly cold. Once the task is accomplished, could you perhaps reward me a little? Senior? Mustering her courage, Qian Duo said with anticipation, as Gu Chongqing's expression turned slightly frosty. What reward do you desire? Gu Chongqing inquired, bemused by the fairy's cautious yet hopeful demeanor. I wish for a hug from you, Senior, Qian Duo replied, her delicate lips pressed together, her cheeks flushed. Little crybaby. That depends on your performance, Gu Chongqing retorted with a faint smile, releasing her ponytail. At that moment, Qian Duo felt a surge of joy at Gu Chongqing's words. Yet a tinge of disappointment washed over her as he let go of her braid. The ambiguous distance, neither too close nor too far, captivated the budding emotions of the young fairy. Chapter 38. Absolute Connection to Heaven and Earth. Liuhua Sect, Songha Peak. Songha Peak serves as the abode of the esteemed elder Chen Songha. Beneath this peak lies a fourth-grade lower spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy, a truly fortuitous location. According to reliable sources, Qin Munian has recently sought an audience with the immortal Flame Hall. Within a month, a divine transformation expert is expected to descend. In the ancient, dimly lit underground hall, illuminated by ethereal blue candlelight, Chen Songha, clad in a white robe, gazed at the three true monarchs of the Demon Gate. It appears we must expedite our plans. We must disrupt the two elements sealing formation before the divine transformation arrives, allowing the Demon Lord to reclaim dominion over the Tao state. Upon hearing Chen Songha's words, a demonic nascent soul, surrounded by an eerie ghostly fire, spoke with urgency. Regrettably, the ancient Tao state has been sealed off by that formidable entity using overwhelming magical power. Otherwise, our sacred sect's transformation god would also be able to descend upon the Tao state. At that moment, another nascent soul, true monarch, exuding a dense aura of bone-chilling malice, could not help but express his lament. After hearing the words of the second demonic nascent soul, true monarch, all the demonic leaders fell into silence. The great battle between righteousness and evil a millennium ago saw the forces of darkness prevail, with the Righteous Alliance, led by the four sacred grounds and hundreds of sects, being suppressed and driven to disadvantage. However, from the ancient sacred ground of Ling Xiao Sword sect emerged an invincible sword god. This sword god, decisive in battle, wielded a sword intent that surged like a tempest, achieving divine mastery in the sword path. With sheer force of will, he single-handedly reversed the tide for the Righteous Alliance. In the end, he unleashed his sword techniques, in concert with several sixth-tier formation masters, severing the void pathways from the abyss of demons, the spirit realm, the extreme sea, and the demon cavern to the ancient Tao state. Nonetheless, the sword state, Qing state, Yun state, and Lei state were also affected by this severance, making it exceedingly difficult for transformation gods to descend upon the ancient Tao state. However, difficulty does not equate to impossibility. the four sacred grounds possess their own means. After all, the sword god and his fellow formation masters who enacted this severance are all part of the righteous alliance, as they are allies. It is only natural that they would leave some avenues of retreat for their own. Fortunately, since that battle, the sword god has departed from the Tsangshuan continent. At this moment, a gray-robed demonic true monarch, an 8th-level nascent soul, spoke with relief. Indeed, had he not left, it would have been a nightmare for our sacred sect. After hearing the gray-robed true monarch's words, Chen Songha and the other 3 nascent soul true monarchs all nodded in agreement. The 4 true monarchs sensed a shift in the 2-element seal array, just as the 4 demonic nascent souls were deliberating their plans. A gold core infiltrator from the demonic sect returned to the ancient aura-laden subterranean hall in a flurry. What on earth has happened? Seeing the flustered and fearful gold core true man, the 4 nascent soul true monarchs, led by Chen Songha, all turned their gazes towards him. The array seems to have been reinforced and sealed. The areas that were previously damaged have now been restored. Faced with the 4 enigmatic and watchful nascent soul true monarchs, the demonic gold core true man turned pale, his legs trembling, regarding the infiltration and sabotage by the fire sect. The previous 4 nascent soul true monarchs were merely the commanders, while the execution was left to 9 infiltrated gold core true men and dozens of foundation establishment true cultivators, alongside hundreds of chi refinement practitioners. Recently, after Gu Changsheng had slain 1 gold core, namely Yin Wuji's, who was hidden in the miscellaneous hall, only 8 demonic gold core spies remain. Damn it, it must have been Qi Songhai and Qin Monyan who took action. Upon hearing the words of the gold core demonic cultivator, Chen Songha and the 3 nascent soul true monarchs could not help but change their expressions. They all simultaneously thought of Qi Songhai and Qin Monyan, the 2 esteemed elders of the fire sect. Certainly, what they remain unaware of is that another individual is responsible for mending the 2 instruments sealing formation. That fateful night. After vanquishing Yin Wudre and uncovering the nefarious plots of the demonic sect, Gu Changsheng, leveraging his identity as a 3rd-tier formation master, commenced the covert restoration of the formation's runes. Gu Changsheng's mastery of formation techniques, enhanced by the evolution of his lifespan, allows him to rival an ordinary 4th-tier formation master. Thus, after his clandestine repairs, the 2 instruments sealing formation was restored and would remain unassailable for at least 2 to 3 months. I propose we act decisively. The 4 of us should join forces to eliminate Qin Monyan and Qi Songhai, and subsequently obliterate the 5th-tier spiritual vein at the foundation of the Liuhua sect. Once the 2 instruments sealing formation loses its spiritual essence, it shall inevitably collapse, suggested a demon lord, his figure enveloped in a ghostly flame. Indeed, the words of the Yuming elder ring true. I wholeheartedly concur, echoed the ghostly bone sovereign, his voice laden with malevolence. Upon hearing the sentiments of the Yuming elder and the bone sovereign, the 3rd Yuaning 8th-layer true lord, donned in gray robes, felt a surge of murderous intent. It was evident that he too aligned with their proposition. Qin Monyan hails from the Qin family of the Xianyunshan, a lineage whose true fire divine abilities once dominated 5 states and 4 regions, rendering him far from ordinary. Moreover, he has attained the 9th layer of Yuaning. Capturing him may prove more challenging than anticipated. Additionally, Zhuo Lingfeng of the Alchemy Peak can summon the 9 Yang blazing fire, a spiritual flame that once belonged to a deity of transformation. Should it erupt, its might is not to be underestimated, rivaling that of an exceptional Yuan Ing cultivator. Observing the eager yet bloodthirsty demeanor of the 3 demonic true lords, Chen Songha interjected with caution. Following his admonition, the fervor of the 3 Yuaning true lords subsided. Indeed, with 4 late-stage Yuaning masters, it is highly improbable that they could seize the Liuhua sect, which, as one of the 4 righteous sects of the ancient Tao state, possesses considerable depth. Allow me to devise a strategy. In due course, I shall divert the attention of Qi Songhai and Qin Monyan. Once I have drawn their gaze away, you shall strike to dismantle the formation, Chen Songha proposed, conjuring a plan of expediency. An excellent method. The 3 Yuan Ing 8th layer true lords, including the Yuming elder and the bone sovereign, nodded in agreement. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze sweeping across the land. In Fufeng City, at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, within an expansive high-tier spiritual herb garden, Gu Changsheng, clad in a blue robe, rolled up his sleeves and began employing the star-plucking technique to harvest various high-tier spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived the Xianyu fruit, grade 8 spiritual herb, of 230 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the Sanyang tree, grade 9 spiritual herb, of 310 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the Yun Wu grass, grade 8 spiritual herb, of 240 days of lifespan. With each notification, his lifespan surged exponentially. Half a moment later, upon harvesting all the mature high-tier spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, Gu Changxing directly reaped over 3,000 years of life essence. At this juncture, he could not resist glancing at his cultivation panel. Name, Gu Changxing, bone age, 1, 811. 200, root bone, 5 elements spiritual body, capable of lifespan evolution. Cultivation, perfect nascent soul, capable of lifespan evolution. Techniques, Ziwei Emperor Fire Scripture, Earth Level Supreme, perfect. God-slaying Sword Technique, Earth Level Supreme, perfect. Xuanwu Tortoise Breathing Technique, Earth Level Inferior, perfect. Fire Cloud Divine Palm, Earth Level Inferior, perfect. Capable of lifespan evolution. 5 Elements Escape Technique, Earth Level Medium, perfect. Star Plucking Hand, Earth Level Supreme, perfect. Divine Shock Seal, Earth Level Superior, perfect. Phoenix Nourishing Technique, Profound Level Inferior, perfect. Other Alchemy Technique, 5th rank, Qian Si Dan Jing Wandan Shu Yun Wen Dan Shou Dan Wang Jing, capable of lifespan evolution. Formation Technique. 3rd rank, Formation Basics, capable of lifespan evolution. Refining Technique, 2nd rank, capable of lifespan evolution, not too shabby. At this moment, gazing at the impressive figure of over 11,000 years of life essence displayed on his panel, Gu Changxing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Upon exiting the medicinal garden, Gu Changxing surveyed his surroundings with his divine sense. At this moment, only a handful of attendants remained in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, attending to guests and trading pills. As for the president, Qian Yud, and Qian Duo, they had long since departed. Qian Yud was dispatched back to the Qian family in Yunzhou at Qian Duo's behest, who had exercised her authority within the chamber to summon some resources from the Qian family. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, accompanied by a golden core protector, personally journeyed to the Qixia mountain range to carve out a medicinal valley for Gu Changxing. The Qixia mountain range, situated to the east of the Blazing Fire sect, lies some 70 to 80,000 miles away, falling within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect, one of the righteous 4 sections. To establish a high-tier medicinal valley in the Qixia mountain range, one must secure the approval of the Qingyun sect. However, in the morning, Qian Duo had informed Gu Changxing that she possessed means to negotiate with the Qingyun sect. Her sister, Qian Baobao, was a true disciple of the Tongxian Holy Land, and the main lineage behind the Qingyun sect was also the Tongxian Holy Land. Thus, it was likely that she would encounter little difficulty in this endeavor. At this moment, standing atop the 10-story tower and observing the bustling scene of Fufeng City, Gu Changxing murmured to himself. In his grand design, both Qian Duo and Li Yunqi of the Beichen dynasty were integral to his plans for the medicinal valley. In the future, he would seek out additional agents to overtly assist in the establishment and management of the valley, while he quietly reaped the rewards from behind the scenes. Chapter 39. Yin Chumo seeks alchemy. Sister Gunu Anyuan that night, beneath the luminous full moon, amidst the twinkling stars, a mighty breeze swept through the drifting clouds. Fufeng City was aglow with lights. In various cultivation markets, the sounds of revelry and the allure of fallen fairies echoed, while unseen shadows harbored hatred, conflict, filth, and deceit. Within the lofty Nanzhong Tower of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Gu Changxing stood by the railing, his azure robe billowing in the wind. The profound consciousness that spans 8,000 miles observes the world, perceiving the myriad beings and their experiences, witnessing the cycles of joy and sorrow, the warmth and coldness of human emotions, and the diverse forms of existence. Gu Changxing's expression remains tranquil, neither sad nor joyful, as if he has attained a deeper understanding. Is my friend present? Just then, the resonance of a communication jade talisman interrupted Gu Changxing's contemplative reverie. It was the melodious voice of the long-absent Lu Qi, Yin Chumo. Previously, during their time at the Tianluo mountain range, Gu Changxing had been mentally unsettled by her, and he had marked that encounter in his mind. One day, when his cultivation surpassed that of Yin Chumo, he would not hesitate to give her a sound thrashing. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he estimated that Yin Chumo, as the sect leader of the fire sect, had likely only attained the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. The thought of a fully realized nascent soul overpowering one at the third level was akin to an adult reprimanding a mischievous child, stirring a sense of mischief within Gu Changxing. "Fairy Yun, what brings you to me at this late hour?" he inquired, activating the communication jade talisman and narrowing his deep-set eyes. "Chumo wishes to request your assistance in concocting a furnace of transformation pills. Of course, the remuneration will be quite generous," responded the enchanting voice of the female sect leader from the other end. "Concocting pills is certainly within my capabilities. However, as for the remuneration, I would require you to establish a medicinal valley in the Sunset Mountain Range on my behalf," Gu Changxing replied, clearly stating his terms in response to Yun Chumo's request. He considered the powerful and authoritative beauty of the fire sect, recognizing her as a potentially useful ally in his endeavors. After all, Yun Chumo was a proactive sect leader, and Gu Changxing admired her efforts to harness the full capabilities of her sect to explore the southern territories and mine the primordial spiritual ores. "My friend, a medicinal valley could encompass nearly 10,000 acres of spiritual herb gardens. Even if they are all low-tier gardens, their value is considerable." Upon hearing Gu Changxing's conditions, Yun Chumo, cradling the enchanting Yu Chang of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Then seek another to concoct your pills," Gu Changxing stated decisively, sensing hesitation in her voice. In the entire archaic Dao state, only he and Gu Hong of the Dan Ding sect were capable of crafting transformation pills. And Gu Hong was notoriously frugal, requiring a hefty sum for his services. Thus, Gu Changxing was unperturbed by the potential refusal of the female sect leader. "Do not rush. My friend, I did not say I would refuse. A mere medicinal valley is no trouble. I shall assist you in establishing it," Yun Chumo replied candidly, realizing that Gu Changxing was genuinely upset. "Very well, I shall be in Fufeng City. You may bring the necessary herbs for the pill concoction," Gu Changxing remarked nonchalantly upon hearing the beauty sect leader's agreement. "My friend, may I bring an additional companion?" At this moment, as the terms were settled, Yun Chumo glanced at the enchanting Yu Chang, who was blinking up at her, and could not help but inquire through the jade talisman. Indifferent to Yun Chumo's demands, Gu Changxing replied calmly, promptly severing the communication talisman. Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Liyuan in the southern region, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, it seemed that my dear sister Chumo was indeed correct. This elder is quite agreeable, dressed in a flowing white celestial gown. The enchanting Yu Chang escaped from Yun Chumo's embrace, and then, with her lips slightly parted, she spoke in a melodious voice. "He and I are kindred spirits, naturally easy to converse with." In response to Yu Chang's assessment, the extraordinarily graceful Yun Chumo wore a look of pride. "Kindred spirits? Does that elder also enjoy reading stories?" Upon hearing Yun Chumo's words, Yu Chang's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but ask with a chuckle. As a close friend of Yun Chumo, Yu Chang was well aware of most of her affairs. The once gentle and serene elder, Yun Chumo, had transformed over the past 3 years, becoming cunning and somewhat arrogant. Indeed, it's a long story. I have no idea whether that fellow cultivator enjoys reading stories. When I say kindred spirits, I mean our personalities are quite similar. He loves to conceal his cultivation, then sets traps while remaining hidden himself, and I share a penchant for hiding my own abilities as well. In this regard, we truly are alike. Noticing Yu Chang's misunderstanding, Yun Chumo felt compelled to clarify. At that moment, images of her and Gu Changxing comparing their cultivation levels flashed through her mind. Two cunning individuals continually shifting their powers, revealing their hidden strengths. Transitioning from the foundation establishment stage directly to the nascent soul stage. The mere thought of this brought a smile of stunning brilliance to Yun Chumo's lips. The captivating expression on the exquisite face of the beautiful sect leader was so enchanting that it momentarily rendered Yu Chang speechless. This was the first time Yu Chang had witnessed such a radiant smile from her friend. "Sister Chumo, why don't you two become partners in the Tao?" At this moment, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Yu Chang's eyes as she playfully teased. "Ah, Yu Chang, how dare you jest with the leader of this sect? Watch how I deal with you." In response to Yu Chang's playful banter, the alluring sect leader Yun Chumo felt her cheeks flush. With a swift motion, she embraced the instigator, Yu Chang, once again. Yun Chumo's delicate hands found their way to the soft flesh of Yu Chang's waist. "Sister Chumo, stop it, that tickles." Feeling the tickling sensation at her waist, the usually aloof elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yu Chang, burst into laughter, her graceful figure swaying charmingly. The scene of two stunning celestial maidens, both renowned on the ancient Taoist rankings. Frolicking together would surely inspire Gu Chongxing to recite a verse from a distance. The mountains appear as ridges, while the flowers, in disarray, captivate the eye. In the domain of the Flame Fire sect, within the mortal realm under its jurisdiction. In the country of Chu, at the capital city of Danyang, within the general's residence. Little fox, when do you think brother will return? In a charming pink loft. Upon an exquisite bed, a porcelain-like girl gazed at the twin-tailed fox beside her, softly murmuring, woo-woo as she whispered to herself. The fox, masquerading as an ordinary creature, echoed her sentiments with a gentle wail. Little fox, do you think my brother will come to fetch me once he ascends? Hearing the fox's soft sounds, the porcelain girl resumed her quiet musings. Master, the little sister seems to long for him. The fox, Tu Yao Yao, thought to herself as she observed the girl lost in her own world. At that moment, the night had deepened, and after a while of murmuring, the girl unknowingly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, her cherubic face, with delicate features and a complexion of rosy white, resembled that of a little beauty. As the girl slept, the little fox, Tu Yao Yao, quietly began to channel her energy, guiding the thin strands of spiritual essence from the universe to nourish the girl's body. This was a directive from Gu Chongxing during Tu Yao Yao's previous departure. He had urged the little fox to discreetly assist his sister in refining her essence and strengthening her marrow. Although this could not alter Gunwan's innate 5-element root, it could enhance her constitution and ensure her well-being. Chapter 40. The fifth rank of formation techniques in the deep of night. With clouds drifting far and the moon and stars obscured, the twilight thickened. The entire Fufeng city had grown tranquil, occasionally pierced by distant barks of dogs. Within the ornate loft, adorned with intricate carvings, Gu Chongxing sat cross-legged upon his bed, contemplating his cultivation panel. The prospect of reaching a lifespan of 100,000 years felt distant, and he could only wait until a few medicinal valleys were established before progressing further. For now, it seemed prudent to enhance his overall strength. Gazing at the remaining lifespan of over 11,000 years, Gu Chongxing pondered deeply. His eyes then turned to the section on formation techniques. Currently, his skill was at the 3rd rank, capable of harnessing a portion of the cosmic forces, sufficient to injure a golden elixir practitioner. A combined 3rd rank formation could even suppress a golden elixir master. Elevating his formation skills would provide invaluable auxiliary combat power. Moreover, with enhanced formation techniques, he could directly repair and even fortify the 2-element demon sealing formation. At that point, even if the demonic spies exerted their utmost efforts, they would be hard-pressed to unleash the true demons contained within. With a glimmer of determination in his profound gaze, Gu Chongxing felt a surge of eagerness. He then resolutely committed 1,000 years of his lifespan to the study of formation techniques. You dedicated a millennium of your life to the profound comprehension of array techniques. After a century of contemplation, you grasped the grand currents of the cosmos, mastering over 50 third-tier formations, achieving perfection in the 3rd tier of array arts. Following 3 centuries of study, you understood the cyclical nature of the seasons, culminating in the creation of the 4th-tier formation, the seasonal flow array, elevating your expertise to that of a 4th-tier master. After 6 centuries of meditation, you perceived the ethereal rhythms of heaven and earth, mastering 300 third-tier formations and 50 4th-tier formations. Drawing upon your own insights, you devised the celestial gang array, reaching a state of completeness in the 4th tier. Finally, after a millennium of introspection, you unraveled the profound mysteries of existence, conceiving the 5th-tier formations, the 4 symbols array, and the 24 bewildering array, thus attaining the status of a 5th-tier master. As the millennium of life projection commenced, a cascade of insights flooded your mind, revealing the intricate truths of array techniques. In this moment, you felt as though you were being enlightened by the essence of the array path, rapidly enhancing your understanding. Moments later, with the culmination of your reflections, you opened your eyes, surrounded by esoteric array patterns. Your gaze sparkled with electric intensity, shimmering with myriad array symbols. In an instant, you vanished, reappearing at the Tianluo mountain range. At this juncture, you summoned the powerful resonance of the earth and sky, invoking the array with a mere thought. Instantly, the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles surged forth, converging upon you. The air vibrated with a resonant hum as array symbols manifested around you, coalescing the gathered spiritual essence into the forms of the azure dragon, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the vermilion bird, towering at 100 feet. The 4 symbols emerged, establishing the formation that enveloped a vast area. exuding an aura of lethal intent across the landscape. This fifth-tier four symbols array was indeed extraordinary, capable of subduing even a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Within the heart of the four symbols array, your eyes glowed with fervor as you remarked upon the astonishing cosmic forces at play, sensing a disturbance within the Tianluo mountain range. What could it be? Simultaneously, at the nearby Liuhua sect, the countenance of several nascent soul true monarchs, including Qi Songhai, Qin Munian, and Qin Songhe, shifted in alarm. With a flash, they propelled themselves toward the Tianluo mountain range. After 10 breaths, Qi Songhai, Qin Munian, and Qin Songhe arrived at the periphery of the four symbols array. The overwhelming aura emanating from the formation was palpable. Qi Songhai, the esteemed elder, felt a sense of gravity wash over him. He realized that, with his cultivation at the 8th layer of nascent soul, survival within this formidable killing array was unlikely. It appeared to be the 5th-tier four symbols array recorded in the temple archives. At that moment, Qin Munian, the envoy from the Xianyan Hall, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was there truly a 5th-tier array master within this formation? Could the strange phenomenon from half a month ago also have been orchestrated by a 5th-tier array master? Listening to the exchange between Qin Munian and Qi Songhai, Qin Songhe, who had yet to sever ties with the duo, found himself pondering the implications. Indeed, it is a turbulent season. In response to Qin Songhe's conjecture, the venerable elder Qi Songhai cast a glance at the latter before turning his attention back to the four symbols' great array, unable to suppress his inner reflections. Esteemed elder, might you emerge for a meeting? Qin Munian, taken aback by Qin Songhe's speculation, called out to the depths of the four symbols' great array. The array, being a 5th-grade killing formation, rendered their divine senses and abilities incapable of discerning the circumstances within. Thus, Qin Munian could only raise his voice to the heavens, his words resonating loudly enough to be heard within 100 miles. However, the only response to Qin Munian was an overwhelming silence. No echo emerged from within the four symbols' great array. It appears that the esteemed elder is unwilling to meet with us, Qin Munian remarked after a brief pause. Furrowing his brow, let us return for now. This matter can be discussed later. The venerable elder Qi Songhai advised Qin Munian before casting a detached glance at Qin Songhe. Subsequently, the three venerable elders of the fire sect exchanged contemplative glances at the four symbols' great array before departing from the Tianluo mountain range. They dared not force their way in. After all, the power of the four symbols' great array was sufficient to subdue those in the late stage of yuanying. Once Qi Songhai and the others had departed, Gu Changxing within the array murmured to himself, this four symbols' great array obscures an expanse of over 300 miles. Why not transform this place into a medicinal valley? Observing the rich spiritual energy within the array, Gu Changxing pondered thoughtfully. Within his lifespan's reserves lay a collection of 1st to 3rd grade spiritual medicine seeds, a considerable quantity that now seemed of great use. With formidable spiritual consciousness enveloping the world, Gu Changxing employed his sword intent as a plow, directly cultivating the land. In an instant, the valleys and peaks within a 300-mile radius underwent a tremendous transformations, revealing plots of spiritual medicine gardens. Not all areas were suitable for cultivation. Within the 300 miles, less than 1/10 of the land proved viable. Nevertheless, after a brief period, Gu Changxing ultimately managed to cultivate 30,000 acres of medicinal fields through his immense magical power. Subsequently, Gu Changxing again harnessed his great powers, casting thousands of spiritual medicine seeds into the air and skillfully guiding each seed into the newly established fields. He had planted less than 1/10 of the available land with his accumulated seeds. Once the spiritual medicine seeds were sown, Gu Changxing invoked his grand abilities to summon clouds and rain, nourishing the 3,000 acres of planted fields. Indeed, upon my return, I shall procure more spiritual medicine seeds to ensure these fields are completely sown. Observing the 30,000 acres of medicinal fields with satisfaction, Gu Changxing nodded approvingly. He then utilized the 5 elements escape technique, his figure flashing as he exited the four symbols' great array, leaving the Tianluo mountain range and returning to Fufeng City. Meanwhile, within the fire sect at Songhe Peak, the atmosphere shifted. There has been a development. An unknown 5th-grade formation master has emerged. Qin Songhe anxiously regarded Yuming Shangren, Gigu Shangren, and the bloodthirsty master of the Insha sect clad in gray robes. A 5th-grade formation master? Upon hearing Qin Songhe's words, the 3 formidable figures, Yuming, Gigu, and Xuesha, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. A fifth-tier formation master, in terms of combat prowess, could nearly rival a half-formed deity. I suspect that the restoration of the two-instrument sealing formation is linked to that fifth-tier formation master. At this juncture, Chen Songha narrowed his murky eyes and articulated his conjecture. Based on his recent investigations, Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan had not intervened at all. Rather, they seemed to be biding their time, likely awaiting the arrival of the divine being from the immortal flame palace. Thus, Chen Songha speculated that an unknown fifth-tier formation master had repaired a portion of the two-instrument sealing formation. It appears that the plan has shifted. With that fifth-tier formation master lurking in the shadows, it is unlikely that we can dismantle the two-instrument sealing formation. Upon hearing Chen Songha's conjecture, the three nascent soul true monarchs of the demonic sect, Yuming, Gigu, and Shuesha, could not help but exhibit discomfort. Our only option is to abandon this location. Observing the ethereal Chen Songha stroking his beard, one could not resist suggesting, shall we forego the plan entirely? Are we to refrain from releasing Lord Qi and Majuan? The three true monarchs of the demonic sect regarded Chen Songha's proposition with a mixture of confusion and reluctance. The divine being from the immortal flame palace is on the verge of descending, and with the fifth-tier formation master watching closely, we must relinquish the two instruments sealing formation. Moving forward, we need to retreat and conceal ourselves, subsequently choosing one of the three sealing formations from Baiwa Pavilion, Qingyan sect, or Danding sect to dismantle. In response to the three true monarchs of the demonic sect, Chen Songha laid out his strategy. The formation at Baiwa Pavilion suppresses the six desires demon lord of the Hehuan sacred sect, who possesses strength surpassing even that of Lord Qi and Majuan. Meanwhile, the formation at Danding sect contains the Rakshasa mother of the Azura sacred sect, whose powers are on par with the six desires demon lord. As for the formation at Qingyan sect, it seals the soul refining lord of my Ainsha sect's lineage, the Nine soul refining hall. Upon hearing Chen Songha's plan, the Shuesha true monarch of the Ainsha sect could not help but interject. As for which sealing formation to select next, we shall momentarily set that aside. Let us first deliberate on how to wreak havoc upon the fire sect before we depart. At this moment, after listening to Chen Songha and Shuesha's words, Yuming's entire being emanated a murderous aura. Sensing Yuming's bloodlust, Chen Songha, Shuesha, and Gigu all harbored fierce glints in their eyes. After millennia of scheming, should it all come to naught, it would still be permissible to collect some interest before their departure. Chapter 41. The Armament Pavilion the following day. As the sun rose high in the east, a myriad of purple auras spread across the heavens, enveloping the world in a mist of spiritual resonance. Gu Chongqing had departed from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce early, intending to pay a visit to Linhai City. The spiritual herb seeds in the Four Seas Chamber's inventory had been thoroughly utilized by him. Therefore, he planned to procure a new batch from the Armament Pavilion in Linhai City. For the purpose of cultivating the medicinal field he had established in the Tianluo mountain range the previous night. The Armament Pavilion is a force that rivals, if not surpasses, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. As a guest elder of the Divine Armament Pavilion in Linhai City, Gu Chongqing possessed a certain understanding of its inner workings. He was aware that the headquarters of the Divine Armament Pavilion was located in Jianzhou under the auspices of the Lingxiao Sword Sect. The Lingxiao Sword Sect is regarded as the supreme sanctuary of Jianzhou, with records of its teachings found in various texts such as Chronicles of Wandering the Five Regions and essays from Jianzhou. The Divine Armament Pavilion occupies several square miles in the heart of Linhai City, featuring three main structures: the Pill Pavilion, the Armament Pavilion, and the Talisman Pavilion, each soaring to a height of 10 zhang. These three grand pavilions are arranged in a triangular formation, subtly aligning with the three talents gathering formation of the fourth grade array. From Gu Chongqing's perspective as a fifth grade array master, he estimated that even a nascent soul true monarch would find it challenging to breach the three talents gathering formation in a short span of time. In contrast, the branch of the Four Seas Commerce Association appeared somewhat humble beside the magnificent Divine Armament Pavilion. Observing the imposing structure of the pavilion before him, Gu Chongqing could not help but inwardly express his disdain. Unlike his previous identity as the alchemy master Yao Yan, today he assumed the role of a second-grade weapon refiner. Yao Chun. According to the Tsang Xian Miscellany, there exists a secret regarding the titles associated with the four arts of cultivation. In the Tsang Xian continent, the arts of alchemy, weapon refining, talismans, and formations are categorized as follows. First to third grade are referred to as masters, while fourth to sixth grade are designated as grandmasters, and 7th to 9th grade as esteemed masters. However, in comparison to weapon refining, formations, and talismans, the art of alchemy flourishes far more prominently in the Zhangxian continent, truly outpacing the others. Alchemists often consider the titles of Grandmaster and Esteemed Master to be somewhat undignified, to distinguish themselves from weapon refiners, formation masters, and talisman masters. They devise their own unique titles. 1st to 3rd grade remain as alchemists, while 4th to 6th grade are known as Pill Kings, and 7th to 9th grade as Pill Saints. Such titles as Pill King and Pill Saint greatly satisfy the vanity of alchemists. Elder Yuqin, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. As Gu Changsheng pondered these matters and entered the armament pavilion, he was greeted by a sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm. The sword cultivator's complexion was as radiant as jade, and he was quite handsome. Master Ji, why is your esteemed wife not with you? Gu Changsheng inquired with a smile, glancing at the latter's cultivation panel. Ji, Golden Core 2nd Layer 38700, Bone Age. Ji radiated a faint sword intent, indicating that he had recently entered the realm of sword intent. The sword path encompasses several stages: sword energy, sword intent, sword meaning, and sword heart, with the sword intent being the 2nd stage. My dear wife is striving to break through to the Golden Core realm, so she has returned to the sword sect, Ji replied with a smile. Addressing Gu Changsheng's query, Ji partner, named Yutsai, was also a disciple of the inner sect of the Lingxiao sword sect. The Lingxiao sword sect's support for the Divine Armament Pavilion allows its disciples to undertake various tasks from the pavilion, and Ji and Yutsai are among them. The esteemed fairy has a solid foundation and is bound to succeed in breaking through. I offer my early congratulations to Master Ji. Upon hearing Ji's words, Yao Qin, Gu Changsheng, could not help but exclaim, "Ha ha ha, I appreciate your kind words." In response to Yao Qin's congratulations, Master Ji couldn't contain his laughter, appearing quite pleased. Today, I have come to the Divine Weapon Pavilion not only to deliver a batch of magical artifacts but also to procure some spirit herb seeds. As Ji entered the pavilion, Yao Qin, Gu Changsheng, articulated the purpose of his visit. Oh, may I inquire how many spirit herb seeds Elder Yao wishes to purchase? Ji, who was currently counting the magical artifacts delivered by Yao Qin, Gu Changsheng, could not help but ask, how many are currently in stock? In response to Master Ji's inquiry, Gu Changsheng replied, there are approximately 3 dough of low-grade spirit herb seeds, while the medium and high-grade seeds amount to only half a dough. Upon hearing Yao Qin's, Gu Changsheng, response, Master Ji was slightly taken aback, but soon spoke. Spirit herb seeds vary in size, averaging about the size of a bean. Thus, a dough, as mentioned by Ji, corresponds to roughly over 100,000 seeds. The low-grade spirit herb seeds correspond to grades 1 through 3, the medium grade to grades 4 through 6, and the high grade to grades 7 through 9. The price for each seed ranges from 10 low-grade spirit stones to several hundred or even over 1,000. Gu Changsheng calculated that the total value of the 300,000 to 400,000 spirit herb seeds currently in stock at the Divine Weapon Pavilion should be around 200 high-grade spirit stones. Please pack them all for me, he said slowly after his internal calculations. That amounts to 1 or 200 million low-grade spirit stones, Elder Yao. Surely you jest? Master Ji, having counted the magical artifacts, was left speechless, skepticism evident on his face. This batch of artifacts is valued at merely 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It simply cannot equate to 1 or 200 million. Upon hearing Yao Qin's, Gu Changsheng, declaration, Master Ji was left in disbelief, feeling as though Elder Yao was jesting. 1 or 200 million low-grade spirit stones, when converted to high-grade spirit stones, would amount to 1 or 2,000. Even as a golden core sword cultivator, I do not possess such wealth. Moreover, he was no ordinary sword cultivator. He was the son-in-law of the Yu family, whose partner, Yu Tsai, hailed from the Lingxiao sword sect. The Yu family is a renowned transformation family, and among the prominent transformation families supporting the Divine Weapon Pavilion is the Yu family. As a son-in-law of the Yu family, he currently possessed only a few thousand high-grade spirit stones. Thus, Master Ji found it hard to believe that Yao Qin, Gu Changsheng, could have 1 or 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Suspecting that Elder Yao was merely toying with him, what if we also factor in this vial of 4th-grade transformation pills? In response to Master Ji's skepticism, Yao Qin, Gu Changsheng produced a vial of 1st-grade transformation pills. This vial was crafted casually after he ascended to the rank of 5th-grade Pill King. Since it served no purpose in his longevity space, he decided it would be better to exchange it for some spirit herb seeds. Is this truly a premium transformation pill? At that moment, as Master Ji received the transformation pill from Yaochen, Gu Changxing, he was utterly astonished. The transcendental pill is utilized during the transition from foundation establishment to golden core. An ordinary transcendental pill can enhance the breakthrough rate by 10%. However, an exceptional transcendental pill, infused with intricate pill patterns, can augment this rate by an impressive 15%. One should not underestimate this additional 5%. It is sufficient to thwart countless cultivators, as that seemingly insignificant fraction can feel like an insurmountable chasm. Elder Yaochen stated that a single ordinary transcendental pill costs 1,500 high-grade spirit stones, while the premium variant is priced at 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, after the initial shock, Ji Yu, no longer daring to underestimate Gu Changxing, could not help but inquire further. Upon hearing Ji Yu's candid offer, Gu Changxing nodded in satisfaction. This transaction involved 3.5 dowds of spirit herb seeds, equivalent to 19,010 high-grade spirit stones. The total value of a bottle of premium transcendental pills along with 100 inferior-grade magical artifacts amounted to 24,010 high-grade spirit stones. Consequently, after purchasing the spirit herbs, you would still possess 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to approximately 50 premium spirit stones. At this juncture, faced with such a significant client as Elder Yaochen, Ji Yu's tone took on a more respectful demeanor. Subsequently, he graciously gifted a storage ring containing 3.5 dowds of spirit herb seeds and 50 premium spirit stones. Indeed, henceforth, I shall prioritize trading the spirit pills crafted by my master with the divine weapon pavilion, Gu Changxing remarked, inspecting the contents of the storage ring with satisfaction. Elder Yaochen, these premium transcendental pills were crafted by your esteemed master? Ji Yu could not restrain his curiosity upon hearing Gu Changxing's words. Indeed, my master, Yao Yin, is a fourth-rank pill king, Gu Changxing replied slowly in response to Ji Yu's inquiry. The revelation left Ji Yu astounded. Your master is capable of refining exceptional spirit pills as a fourth-rank pill king? Elder Yaochen, you must lend your support to our divine weapon pavilion's business in the future, Ji Yu said, donning a smile after recovering from his astonishment. Master Ji, we are old acquaintances. I will certainly support your business. However, I must take my leave for the time being. Gu Changxing responded after exchanging pleasantries with Ji Yu and then departed from the artifact pavilion. He had initially wished to converse further with Ji Yu, given the latter's affiliation with the sacred sword sect of Ling Xiao in the Sword State, hoping to glean some information about the sect. However, just moments ago, his spiritual sense had detected a familiar aura, seemingly that of Yi Chun, who had recently ventured to the southern region and was currently purchasing elixirs at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Although Gu Changxing had no intention of engaging with Yi Chun, he discerned a dense aura of demonic energy emanating from him. This energy, while well concealed and capable of deceiving ordinary nascent soul cultivators, could not elude Gu Changxing, who was no ordinary nascent soul true monarch. As Gu Changxing exited the artifact pavilion, Yi Chun also emerged from the pill pavilion after completing his purchases and subsequently navigated several alleys to return to the Yi family estate. Gu Changxing then employed a secret technique and silently followed. Chapter 42. The Killing of Yi Chun and the Withered Bone Elder in Linghai City, the Yi family's estate. The Yi family of Yin Nation is a foundational family with two esteemed foundational cultivators within their ranks. Thus, the estate in Linghai City, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, boasts a certain grandeur. Predecessor, I have already purchased the soul-nourishing pill, at this moment, in a spacious attic several zhang wide. Yi Chun, clad in white, spoke to the air. You are quite commendable, not disappointing me, and it is not in vain that this true monarch assisted you in establishing your foundation. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, a shadow shrouded in black mist emerged from his dantian, coalescing into an indistinct figure. The figure then swiftly moved through the air, directly consuming the soul-nourishing pill from Yi Chun's hand. Predecessor, surely no one will discover your presence? Yi Chun cautiously inquired, gazing at the figure of the demonic infant true monarch, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Half a month prior, he had been cultivating in the Sunset Mountains when this infant monarch had possessed him. Initially, he had been quite apprehensive, fearing that the latter would usurp his body. However, over the past half-month, this demonic true monarch had acted with propriety, even aiding him in breaking through to the foundational realm, which had somewhat alleviated Yi Chun's wariness. Before my true form was shattered, I was at the third level of the infant realm. Currently, in all of Linghai City, there isn't a single infant true monarch. Even if there were, they would be incapable of detecting my presence. The shadow, enveloped in demonic energy, confidently replied to Yi Chen's concerns. Indeed, my previous sensing was correct. The withered bone elder is within this core disciple named Yi Chen. At this moment, while Yi Chen conversed with the shadow, Qi Xianfeng, at the next courtyard of the Yi family estate, could not help but murmur to himself. During his time in the Sunset Mountains of the southern region, Qi Xianfeng had detected the presence of the withered bone elder's infant aura. Upon discovering the trace of the withered bone elder, Qi Xianfeng refrained from immediate action, instead opting to follow Yi Chen back to Linghai City. Yi Chen, the fragmented infant of the withered bone sect's withered bone elder, and the former sect master Qi Xianfeng? Concealed in the shadows, Gu Chongsheng furrowed his brow as he observed the three from a distance. Withered bone elder, golden core level 8, fragmented infant level 3, 2, 590. 2720, bone age, Yi Chen, foundational level 120, 380, bone age, Qi Xianfeng, infant level 64, 104, 100, bone age. After breaking off the engagement with Xiao Yu, I did not anticipate that Yi Chen would seize the role of the protagonist. Observing the cultivation panels of the three and the withered bone elder, replete with demonic energy, looming beside Yi Chen, Gu Chongsheng silently mused. From Gu Chongsheng's perspective, having attained the pinnacle of the infant realm, it appeared that the withered bone elder intended to usurp Yi Chen's body. However, due to the deficiencies in his soul and infant, the likelihood of his success was significantly diminished. Thus, it seemed the withered bone elder would await another opportunity, seeking to restore some of his strength before attempting the secret technique of usurpation. However, from Gu Chongsheng's perspective, it would take at least 100 or 80 years for the withered bones to recover. By that time, with Yi Chen's dual spiritual roots, he would likely have already achieved the golden core stage. After reaching the golden core, the withered bones, facing the remnants of the nascent soul and diminished cultivation, who would seize whom was uncertain. My young friend, the taste of the soul-nourishing pill is delightful. This humble sovereign is quite pleased. Now, I shall impart to you a profound magical technique that leads directly to the nascent soul realm, spoke the withered bones to Yi Chen after consuming the soul-nourishing pill. Upon hearing that the withered bones intended to bestow upon him a direct path to the nascent soul realm's magical technique, Yi Chen's face brimmed with joy. Initially, he had planned to deal with him later, but now it seemed he could not be allowed to remain. At that moment, Gu Chongsheng, observing the scene, felt a chill sweep over him. Subsequently, he unleashed his sword intent through the air. Boom! The formidable sword intent of slaying gods pierced through the void, descending upon the loft where Yi Chen and the withered bones resided, obliterating the entire structure. The abruptness of it all was akin to walking along a road when suddenly a meteor descends from the sky, striking you down. So jarringly unexpected, fated to encounter calamity. I shall traverse the path of severed souls. Yi Chen was indeed the destined individual to meet his end by a falling meteor. You have successfully deprived the withered bones, nascent soul tier 3, of 30 years of life. You have successfully deprived Yi Chen, foundation establishment tier 1, of 40 years of life. The venerable nascent soul sovereign offered less lifespan than a mere foundation establishment practitioner. With the arrival of these two notifications, Gu Chongsheng could not help but smirk, then vanished from Linghai City in a flash. Is that it? Everything transpired in an instant, and Qi Xianfeng, witnessing the obliterated loft, was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, all he felt was shock, pure shock. He was a nascent soul tier 6 cultivator. To strike before him without detection indicated an unfathomable level of strength. At least a cultivator of nascent soul tier 9 or higher, perhaps even a transcendent being. Is this the sword intent of slaying gods? Qi Xianfeng approached the site of the vanished loft, gazing at the soaring, indomitable sword intent that rose from the ground, and he was once again left in a daze. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the sword intent of slaying gods, as it originated from the slaying gods sword technique. This technique had once plagued him as a curse. He had failed to master it, resulting in a regression in his cultivation. Senior, are you imparting wisdom to me? At that moment, standing at the edge of the powerful sword intent, Qi Xianfeng felt a surge of excitement. As he contemplated the sword intent of slaying gods, he seemed to grasp, albeit vaguely, the profound essence of the slaying gods sword technique. Ha ha ha, Xianfeng is grateful to the esteemed senior and shall henceforth serve you faithfully. Qi Xianfeng, recognizing the moment, bowed before the flickering sword intent in the void. After his respectful gesture, he sat down and began to meditate upon the overwhelming sword intent that surged like a celestial bull. The old rascal, quite amusing indeed, had already departed from Linhai City and was now gazing from afar at the resplendent Fufeng City, much to Gu Chongqing's amusement. In the ancient Tao state, nestled among ethereal mountains, lies the Qingyun sect. This sect, surrounded by celestial peaks that pierce the heavens, boasts an extraordinary ambience and profound heritage. Atop these peaks stand magnificent palaces and pavilions, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations, resembling a paradise on earth. As the true heir of the sect arrived, the esteemed leader, Chu Xinghe, welcomed her with utmost respect, his face beaming with joy. "Do you know why the true heir has come to the ancient Tao state?" he inquired of the elegantly attired fairy beside him. "The true heir certainly comes to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness," Chu Xinghe praised her, acknowledging the significance of her presence. "You are correct. However, beyond the extermination of malevolence, the true heir also seeks to establish several medicinal valleys in the ancient Tao state. After all, as you may be aware, I am in competition for the title of Saintess and thus require ample cultivation resources," the fairy, Qian Baobao, replied with a hint of aloofness. "Willingly, the Qingyun sect shall offer one mid-tier medicinal valley." Chu Xinghe hesitated briefly, sensing the underlying intent in Qian Baobao's words, before reluctantly agreeing. A single mid-tier medicinal valley is highly coveted, even among nascent soul-true monarchs. The Qingyun sect possesses only 3 such valleys in total. That is insufficient. In addition to one mid-tier medicinal valley, the true heir wishes to independently establish several more within the Qixia mountain range, Qian Baobao asserted firmly, her beauty striking and her demeanor as frosty as winter. "Agreed," Chu Xinghe responded without hesitation. Although the Qixia mountain range is rich in spiritual energy, most suitable locations for high-tier and mid-tier medicinal valleys had already been claimed by the Qingyun sect. The remaining areas were only sufficient for the establishment of low-tier valleys. Thus he paid little heed to the matter, as the sun reached its zenith, casting its fierce rays upon the land. Gu Chongqing found himself in the temporary courtyard of Fufeng City. "My friend, allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Yuchong from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, who ranks 5th on the ancient Tao state as fairy list." Yin Chumo, clad in a dark skirt, gestured towards the fairy-like figure in white beside her. Addressing the gentleman in the azure robes, Yao Yin, Gu Chongqing, Yun Chumo, at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and Yu Yuchong, at the 9th level of the golden core stage, were introduced by the fierce fire sect's deputy leader, Yin Chumo. Gu Chongqing glanced at the cultivation panels of the 2 women before addressing Yu Yuchong of the Baihe Pavilion. Yu Yuchong was a paragon of beauty, captivating as a fallen fish or a stunning swan. Dressed in flowing silk, she embodied the grace of a celestial maiden, indeed resembling a fairy more than the cunning Yin Chumo. However, the peerless Yin Chumo was not to be underestimated. Clad in a black robe that concealed her exquisite figure, her long hair cascading to her waist, she was equally enchanting. The 2 enchanting elder sisters, one in black and the other in white, graced Gu Chongqing's secluded courtyard, radiating unparalleled brilliance. "Esteemed elder, it is a pleasure to meet you," Yu Yuchong greeted respectfully, feeling the profound aura emanating from Yaoyan, Gu Chongqing. "Have you gathered all the precious herbs required for refining the transformation pill?" After the pleasantries, Yaoyan turned his attention to the smiling and radiant Yin Chumo. "Naturally, I have everything prepared. Please, take a moment to inspect," Yin Chumo replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief as she handed Gu Chongqing a storage pouch. After inspecting the herbs, Gu Chongqing wasted no time and summoned the spirit tool alchemy furnace. The furnace, named the Purple Gold Cauldron, was a mid-tier spirit tool gifted to him by the generous Qian Duo of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. With a flourish, Gu Chongqing activated the alchemy furnace, manipulating the 9 heavens spirit fire to preheat the Purple Gold Cauldron. Simultaneously, he focused on refining the various precious herbs. Once the cauldron was sufficiently warm, Gu Chongqing directed his thoughts, channeling the refined herbs into the furnace. He then formed the alchemical seals with his hands, employing the secret technique of the cloud pattern pill hand, concentrating on the intricate art of alchemy. What an exquisite technique! The elder is incredibly composed, orchestrating everything with great finesse, observed Yin Chumo and Yu Yuchong, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they watched Gu Chongqing diligently refine the pill. They had witnessed alchemists at work before, but the effortless mastery displayed by Gu Chongqing especially in crafting the challenging transformation pill, was truly extraordinary. At that moment, both stunning elder sisters were filled with awe and astonishment. Sister Chumo, have you considered taking this esteemed elder as a partner? Yu Chang, her eyes shimmering, playfully communicated to Yun Chumo while gazing at the dashing Gu Changxing. Yu Chang, you jest. Seeing you so anxious for me, could it be that you have developed feelings yourself? Yun Chumo retorted with a sly glimmer in her eyes, teasingly responding to Yu Chang's playful suggestion. As the playful banter between the two women unfolded, Gu Changxing's alchemical process was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, he extinguished the spiritual flame and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace, deftly retrieving 8 gleaming transformation pills, which radiated a remarkable aura, into a jade vial held in his hand. He had not disappointed. Subsequently, Gu Changxing tossed the vial containing the transformation pills to Yun Chumo. The success rate was an impressive 80%, and they were all of exceptional quality. Observing the transformation pills in her hands, the strikingly beautiful sect leader, Yun Chumo, and Yu Chang were utterly astonished, their exquisite features expressing sheer disbelief. Surely, even the renowned Pill King Gu Hong could not rival such prowess. After the initial shock, the esteemed elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yu Chang, remarked with her eyes sparkling, "The old peculiar of the Pill Cauldron sect pales in comparison to our esteemed friend Yaoen." Upon hearing Yu Chang's words, Yun Chumo added, "Fairy Yun, the pills have been successfully refined. Let us not forget the matter of the medicinal valley." Gazing at the astonished duo, Gu Changxing reminded Yun Chumo, "Rest assured, esteemed friend. Prior to our arrival, I dispatched disciples to cultivate the mid-tier medicinal valley, and it should be completed within half a month." In response to Gu Changxing's reminder, the proud sect leader confidently declared, "Do not worry, I have taken care of it." Satisfied with her assurance, Gu Changxing nodded in acknowledgement. "Since the pills are complete, we shall not intrude further. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention as the sect leader in the southern region." At this juncture, holding the transformation pills, Yun Chumo gazed at Gu Changxing and cheerfully inquired, "Senior, might I request a means of contact?" As they prepared to depart, Yu Chang, the elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, looked at Gu Changxing with her captivating eyes. In response to Yu Chang's request, Gu Changxing nodded lightly and exchanged a communication jade talisman with her. "Sister Yu Chang, are you seeking to discreetly reach out to our esteemed friend?" teased Yun Chumo, with a playful glint in her eyes. "It seems you have indeed fallen for him." After leaving Fufeng City, while en route to the southern region, Yun Chumo playfully pinched the soft flesh at Yu Chang's waist. "Sister Chumo, the 100 Flowers Pavilion needs a 5th-rank pill king like Senior Yaoen." "I am merely considering the interests of our sect," Yu Chang retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she attempted to clarify. "Ah, Sister Yu Chang, you are merely making excuses." Yun Chumo teased, a hint of mischief dancing in her gaze. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard within Fufeng City, Gu Changxing mused. Once the spiritual herbs in the medicinal valley mature, it will undoubtedly yield a bountiful harvest. After the 2 enchanting fairies departed, he gazed at the vast clouds drifting across the sky. The medicinal valley, known as Chuyun Medicinal Valley, falls within the jurisdiction of the Pill Cauldron sect and is currently managed by the Empress Li Yunxi of the Beichen dynasty. According to recent reports from Li Yunxi, the 9,000 acres of farmland in Chuyun Medicinal Valley have been entirely sown with spiritual herb seeds, with high-tier herbs occupying 80% of the fields, and the remaining 20% sown with mid-tier herbs. The second medicinal valley is the mid-tier herbal valley cultivated by Yun Chumo in the Sunset Mountain Range, estimated to cover around 10,000 acres. The third medicinal valley lies within the 4 symbols array of the Tianluo Mountain Range, encompassing 30,000 acres. He intends to visit tonight to plant the remaining 27,000 acres. The nearly 400,000 spiritual herb seeds purchased this morning from the Divine Weapon Pavilion should suffice for the planting in those fields. As for the final medicinal valley, it is located on the other side of the Qixiao Mountain Range. During noon, news arrived from Qian Duo that she had secured a mid-tier spiritual valley for Gu Changxing. In addition to the mid-tier medicinal valley, Qian Duo plans to establish several low-tier medicinal valleys for Gu Changxing in the Qixiao Mountain Range. She performed remarkably well this time, cleverly impersonating her sister to deceive the Qingyun sect and obtain a mid-tier medicinal valley. She also acquired the cultivation rights to certain areas of the Qixiao Mountain Range. Reflecting on Qian Duo's report from noon, a faint smile graced Gu Changxing's lips, lifting his spirits. Moreover, He was quite pleased with Qian Duoduo's decisive and efficient approach to her tasks. It seems he must reward Shishi generously. Contemplating the tall and graceful figure of the twin-tailed fairy Qian Duoduo, with her alluring curves and captivating beauty, Gu Changshin's deep-set eyes narrowed, a hint of charm emerging on his otherwise ethereal visage. At this moment, after a brief contemplation, Gu Changshin turned his gaze to his cultivation panel. Name, Gu Changshin, bone age, 1, 810. 200, root bone, 5 elements spirit body, capable of lifespan evolution. Cultivation, complete Yuan Ying, capable of lifespan evolution. Techniques, Ziwei Emperor Fire Scripture, Earth level, top tier, complete. God-slaying sword technique, Earth level, top tier, complete. Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, Earth level, low tier, complete. Fire cloud divine palm, Earth level, low tier, complete, capable of lifespan evolution. 5 elements escape technique, Earth level, middle tier, complete. Star plucking hand, Earth level, top tier, complete. Divine shock seal, Earth level, upper tier, complete. Phoenix ascension cultivation technique, mystic level, low tier, complete. Others, alchemy technique, 5th rank, 1000 silk guide Dan Jing 10,000 Dan book cloud pattern Dan Han Dan King scripture, capable of lifespan evolution. Array technique, 5th rank, array fundamentals Tian Gang array technique, capable of lifespan evolution. Refining technique, 2nd rank, capable of lifespan evolution. Gazing at his lifespan of over 10,000 years, Gu Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He then shifted his attention to the refining technique section. He intends to elevate his refining skills, as the 2nd rank pales in comparison to the 5th rank of alchemy and array techniques. After all, spiritual weapons are also a component of comprehensive strength. The levels of spiritual weapons are divided into magical tools, spiritual instruments, treasures, and spiritual treasures. A 2nd rank refiners can only forge ordinary magical tools, insufficient for crafting spiritual instruments. Magical tools are typically the spiritual weapons of qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, while golden core and even yuaning cultivators utilize spiritual instruments. Higher tier treasures and spiritual treasures are even rarer and more precious. At this moment, immersed in contemplation, Gu Changxing devoted a millennium of his lifespan to the art of artifact forging. He spent a century delving into this craft, acquiring over 30 techniques for the creation of magical implements, thus achieving the 2nd tier of mastery. After 3 centuries of study, he discerned more than 200 techniques, successfully forging the inferior spiritual weapon, the flame blade, and attaining the rank of a 3rd tier artifact master. Over the course of 600 years, he mastered thousands of techniques for crafting both magical and spiritual tools, culminating in the creation of the general principles of magical artifacts and initial insights into spiritual tools, elevating his expertise to the 4th tier, earning him the title of a 4th tier artifact grandmaster. After a millennium of profound exploration, he unraveled over 600 techniques for the refinement of spiritual artifacts, forging the inferior treasure, the god-slaying sword, and devising the earthly fiend artifact forging technique, thus achieving the 5th tier and officially becoming a 5th tier artifact master. As a flurry of notifications emerged, Gu Changxin's mind brimmed with a millennium's worth of memories pertaining to artifact forging. At this moment, he felt as though he had been enlightened by the very essence of the path of forging, his skills advancing swiftly towards the realm of profound understanding. The art of forging was indeed vast and boundless. After a moment, Gu Changxing opened his eyes, a hint of ancient wisdom glimmering within their depths. Although his physical age was merely 18, countless lifetimes of experiences had endowed him with over 10,000 years of wisdom, imbuing him with a depth and gravitas uncommon among his peers. At present, his mastery of artifact forging, alchemy, and formations had all reached the 5th tier. The next step was to transcend to the realm of transformation. Then, Gu Changxing closed the lifespan projection panel and remarked to himself. At this moment, the sun began its descent towards the western horizon. The fierce rays softened, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill. As dusk approached, the crimson sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the earth, painting the heavens in vibrant shades of red. Clad in an azure robe, Gu Changxing departed from Fufeng City and arrived at the Tianluo mountain range. Within the bounds of the vast Four Symbols Great Array, spanning 300 miles, the 3,000 acres of medicinal fields he had previously sown began to sprout, with patches of vibrant green emerging across the land. At this juncture, Gu Chongqing wielded his formidable powers, summoning over 300,000 spiritual herb seeds from his storage ring to ascend into the sky, cascading down like raindrops and embedding themselves into the designated fields. The remaining 23,000 acres were now uniformly sown with spiritual herb seeds. Following the planting, Gu Chongqing once again employed his grand abilities to gather clouds and summon rain, infusing the downpour with rich spiritual energy that nourished the fields. Everything was in place, awaiting the time of harvest. Gazing upon the expanse of 30,000 acres, a satisfied smile graced Gu Chongqing's lips. Subsequently, he utilized the 5 elements escape technique to depart from the Tianluo mountain range. Instead of returning to the Liuhua sect, he veered eastward, heading towards the Qingyun sect. Situated 100,000 miles away, in the Qingshan sect, nestled within the Xixiao mountain range, the night sky glimmered with countless stars, while a slender crescent moon hung high above, surrounded by wispy clouds. The Xixiao mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with verdant peaks piercing the heavens, enveloped in ethereal clouds and infused with spiritual essence. Beyond the mountains, hundreds of perilous celestial peaks soared, marking the entrance to the Qingshan sect. As one of the 4 major orthodox sects, Qingshan sect spanned nearly 1,000 miles, exuding a myriad of atmospheric wonders and profound heritage. On these majestic celestial summits, palatial halls and pavilions intermingled with celestial lakes, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a heavenly paradise. 100 miles from the Qingshan sect, a wide river, measuring over 30 zhang in width, flowed serenely, emerging from the Xixiao mountains. On the riverbank lay a medicinal valley, boasting thousands of acres of fertile land. Within this valley, spiritual herbs flourished, their vibrant vitality swaying gently in the night breeze. This mid-tier spiritual herb garden thrived splendidly. Surely, the elders would be delighted upon seeing it. In a courtyard adjacent to the medicinal valley, Qian Duo, donned in a flowing red dress and sporting a single ponytail, stood atop a pavilion gazing at the mist-shrouded valley, murmuring softly to herself, "Second miss, have we perhaps gone too far in impersonating the eldest miss?" At that moment, observing the infatuation in Qian Duo's eyes, her golden core protector could not help but whisper, "Wu Momo, my sister is already aware of this matter." In response to the golden core protector's reminder, Qian Duo spoke with a gentle, ethereal tone. Upon hearing her words, Wu Momo, now free of concerns, retreated. "Senior, it has barely been 3 days since we parted, and I find myself missing you already," Qian Duo murmured, her lips pursed and her beautiful eyes slightly dazed. At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of the powerful, domineering, and strikingly handsome celestial youth. "What are you pondering?" Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and Gu Chongqing, adorned in elegant robes, quietly descended, standing beside the enchanting fairy. "Ah, senior, you have arrived," Qian Duo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sudden appearance of Gu Chongqing. As he stood momentarily entranced, the stunning fairy, possessing an alluring figure, stepped closer, just a foot away from him. "What is the meaning of this?" Gu Chongqing, captivated by the proximity of the breathtaking fairy, gazed intently at her. "Senior, I wish to request a reward," she replied, bravely lifting her exquisitely beautiful face, her delicate lips quivering with anticipation. "And what reward does the fair Qian Duo seek?" Gu Chongqing inquired, gently lifting her exquisite chin with his finger. "The embrace you promised before," she said, her arms outstretched in hopeful expectation. Seeing the adorably dazed and charming fairy, Gu Chongqing wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Then, as she stood in a blissful stupor, he tilted her enchanting face and pressed his lips against her soft, cherry-pink mouth. As the tempestuous presence of the ethereal youth enveloped her, the young maiden's heart raced with exhilaration, her cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson, her curvaceous form yielding softly into Gu Chongqing's embrace. "Are you satisfied now?" Moments later, captivated by the enchanting gaze of the celestial beauty, Gu Chongqing gently released her. "Senior." At this moment, a hint of allure graced her charming visage. Her mesmerizing eyes clouded with delight, for the reward bestowed by her senior surpassed her expectations, filling her heart with joy. "Go tidy yourself indoors. I shall gather some spiritual herbs." Observing Qian Duo's delicate, slightly swollen lips and the gently creased red dress adorning her figure, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but offer his advice. "Understood, senior," Qian Duo replied, her cheeks still adorned with a rosy hue as she gracefully retreated into the loft. Though the celestial maiden was captivating, she unsettled my path. Once she had departed, Gu Chongqing gazed at his hand, which still bore the faint, lingering fragrance of her presence, reminiscing about the soft enchantress, feeling somewhat helpless. He had indeed lost his composure, for it was an ominous sign. Regaining his focus moments later, Gu Chongqing swiftly ascended to the skies above the mid-tier medicinal valley. With a powerful divine consciousness enveloping nearly 10,000 acres of medicinal fields, he invoked the star-plucking hand. In an instant, countless enormous handprints descended upon the fields with effortless grace. You have successfully deprived the withered bloodvine, grade 5 spiritual herb, of 140 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the illusionary spirit flower, grade 6 spiritual herb, of 180 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the royal bloodgrass, grade 6 spiritual herb, of 170 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the spirit fruit, grade 6 spiritual herb, of 170 years of lifespan. As the ethereal handprints flickered, an array of notifications emerged. Each mature spiritual herb was harvested by Gu Chongqing, his own lifespan swiftly augmenting. After a quarter of an hour, upon completing the harvest of all mature herbs, he retracted his divine powers and returned to the loft. In this mid-tier medicinal valley, approximately 30% of the mature herbs remained. This 30% provided Gu Chongqing with an astounding 22,000 years of lifespan. Now, accounting for the previous 9,000 years, his total lifespan soared to an unprecedented 30,000 years. 30,000 years of lifespan. How exhilarating. Gazing at his cultivation panel, which displayed an impressive total of 30,002 years of lifespan, a radiant smile graced Gu Chongqing's lips. Senior. At that moment, Qian Duoduo, clad in a new pink dress, her twin braids cascading elegantly before her proud bosom, approached the loft's railing. Shishi, you have done remarkably well, Gu Chongqing remarked. His mood elevated as he once again wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. It is an honor for Shishi to serve her senior, she murmured, feeling the weight of his authoritative gaze, her form softening under his presence. The exquisite transcendence pill should have reached your sister by now, I presume? Gu Chongqing inquired casually, gently caressing the smooth contours of the celestial maiden's face nestled in his grasp. Previously, when Qian Yud returned to Yunzhou, Qian Duoduo had requested him to concoct a supreme transformation pill intended for her sister, Qian Baobao. After all, Qian Baobao had already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment and was nearing the formation of her golden elixir. With the aid of the supreme transformation pill, it would be significantly easier for her to break through. Senior, today my sister conveyed through sound transmission that she has successfully broken through to the golden elixir stage after taking the supreme transformation pill, Qian Duoduo murmured, her delicate form languishing in the embrace of Gu Chongqing. At the age of 20, a golden elixir practitioner should be more than capable of becoming the next saintess of the Tongxian sacred land, wouldn't you agree? Gu Chongqing inquired. Having learned of Qian Baobao's advancement, my sister expressed that she possesses an 80% certainty of becoming the saintess. The ethereal beauty in his arms responded with a dreamy gaze. She managed the medicinal valley well for me. In the future, I will not treat you unjustly. Gu Chongqing instructed after half an hour, as he gazed at the resplendent starry sky and released the soft celestial maiden from his embrace. Senior, she is devoted solely to you. I shall never disappoint you, Qian Duoduo asserted, her eyes fixed on the transcendent youth with unwavering determination. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chongqing gently caressed her exquisitely painted cheek before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Senior, I feel so blissful, she whispered to herself after his departure. Although a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes, her heart brimmed with unparalleled satisfaction and joy. The tenderness of the young man's recent affection had left an indelible mark upon her soul, and the memory of that domineering kiss sent delightful shivers through her being. Chapter 45. Turmoil in the Liuhua sect. At the third medicinal valley, by the shores of Wangwei Lake, the willows swayed gently in the wind. In the deep of night, tranquility enveloped the scene beneath a thick veil of darkness, the lake shimmering under the moonlight. At this moment, Gu Chongqing walked upon the moonlit path, returning to his sanctuary. In the adjacent courtyard, 300 feet away, the beautiful senior sister had vacated the premises. She had likely been dispatched by the sect to the southern region to deliver spiritual herbs, as she had informed him through a sound transmission talisman the day prior. I shall journey to the southern region once I break through to the transformation stage, he mused, relishing the serene solitude that adorned the bamboo-dotted courtyard. With nothing pressing at hand, Gu Changxing flickered and arrived at the third medicinal valley. There, he quietly employed the techniques of a fifth-tier formation master to begin repairing the two-element ceiling formation. Under the luminous moonlight, streams of spiritual energy were drawn from the spiritual veins beneath the Liuhua sect, converging into the intricate patterns he had inscribed. As the spiritual essence flowed in, the formations seemed to come alive, transforming into radiant streaks of light that melded into the sixth-tier two-element ceiling formation. After dedicating half an hour to his task, Gu Changxing quietly traversed the 10 directions medicinal valley, re-establishing the two-element ceiling formation. The refurbished formation radiated a soft Tao rhythm, absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate the interplay of yin and yang, while dissipating the dense demonic energy lurking beneath. The detestable alliance of righteousness has reinforced the ceiling formation. At this moment, sensing the gradually intensifying power of the formation, within the dark subterranean space, demonic energies surged wildly, and a towering figure of a true demon, standing 3 zhang tall, wore a grim expression. This true demon was enveloped in a crimson aura, his body marred by numerous ghastly wounds, from which flowed blood akin to molten lava. Lord Demon Monarch, has the abyss forsaken us after 10 millennia? Questioned over a dozen true demons, unable to contain their agitation in the face of the enraged crimson flame demon monarch. Once exalted as high-ranking transformation demons, they now languished, their lifespans nearly extinguished after enduring for millennia. The abyss has not abandoned us. I can sense it. Above the formation, there are 4 true monarchs of our demonic sect, replied the crimson flame demon monarch calmly upon hearing their inquiries. Once the formation is shattered, I shall conduct a blood sacrifice of the righteous cultivators throughout the entire Primordial Path province. Listening to the words of the crimson flame demon monarch, the true demons erupted with malevolent fury. How dare you? Just then, amidst their indignation, a voice of wrath resonated from above the formation. Following the sound, beneath the thick veil of night, the entire Blaze sect was in disarray. Infiltrators from the demonic sect within the Blaze sect seemed to have received orders, and now all were mobilized. Hundreds of Qi refinement cultivators, dozens of foundation establishment practitioners, 8 golden core masters, along with 4 late-stage nascent soul grandmasters, all joined the fray. In an instant, the entire sect was engulfed in chaos. The furious voice belonged to Elder Qi Songhai of the Blaze sect. Clad in a resplendent white robe, he unleashed his divine powers, charging with fury towards the nascent soul infiltrator, Chen Songha. Meanwhile, Qin Murnian, a 9th-layer nascent soul cultivator, found himself besieged by the 8th-layer nascent soul masters, Yu Ming and Gigu. As for the remaining Blood Fiend master, he wreaked havoc alongside numerous golden core and foundation establishment infiltrators, slaughtering the elders and disciples of the Blaze sect. Chen Songha, you old wretch, perish. Qi Songhai's fury was palpable as he gazed upon the fallen golden core elders of his sect. Ha ha ha, after tonight, the Blaze sect shall no longer stand among the 4 great righteous sects. Chen Songha coldly retorted, a smirk gracing his lips. For nearly 3,000 years, the suppressed rage within him was unleashed amidst the chaotic slaughter. Such arrogance! At this moment, from the 3rd Medicine Valley, observing the rampaging nascent soul demons, Gu Changxing's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. After vanquishing several foundation establishment and Qi refinement demons that had come to wreak havoc in the herbal garden and harvesting their lifespans, Gu Changxing raised his hand and unleashed a star-plucking strike from afar. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Qi Songhai, what can you do against me? Chen Songha laughed heartily, watching Qi Songhai, consumed by rage, lose his composure and fall into a disadvantageous position. Thunderous roars echoed. Yet before he could fully indulge in his laughter, an immense hand, embodying unparalleled divine prowess, descended from the heavens, with a resounding crash. The celestial technique known as the Star-Snatching Hand, derived from an Earth-grade supreme technique, obliterated Chen Songha, shattering his body, nascent soul, and spirit into oblivion. You have successfully deprived Chen Songha, 8th-layer nascent soul, of 100 years of life. Following the annihilation of Chen Songha, Gu Changxing, located far away in the 3rd Medicine Valley, received a system notification. In an instant, after vanquishing Chen Songha, a formidable sword intent radiated from Gu Changxing, compelling him to strike again, unleashing a barrage of divine slashing sword intents. Among them, 3 particularly potent sword intents surged towards the 3 fiendish nascent soul true monarchs, Yu Ming, Gigu, and Xuesha. 8 lesser sword intents targeted the 8 golden core true monarchs of the demonic sect. In Chitsonghai, as Qin Munian and a cadre of elders and disciples from the blazing fire sect stood in stunned silence, 11 slashing sword intents descended like shooting stars, tearing through the vast expanse of clouds and precisely striking the 3 nascent soul true monarchs and the 8 golden core true monarchs. Flee. A thought of escape flickered in the minds of Yuming, Gigu, and Shueisha, sensing the chilling aura of impending doom. Yet the divine sword intents were too swift, arriving before their intentions to flee could fully materialize. The overwhelming, unmatched sword intents fell upon them. With a resounding crack, the locations of the 3 nascent souls and the 8 golden cores were obliterated by the divine sword intents, leading to their collective demise. You have successfully deprived Shueisha, 8th layer nascent soul, of 240 years of life. You have successfully deprived Yuming, 8th layer nascent soul, of 230 years of life. You have successfully deprived Gigu, 8th layer nascent soul, of 250 years of life. You have successfully deprived Li Baichuan, 8th layer golden core, of 80 years of life. As 11 notifications chimed in, Gu Changsheng, having harvested nearly 2 millennia of life force, merely smirked. He then concealed his accomplishments and returned to his dwelling, reassuming the guise of an 8th layer Qi refinement disciple. Hiss. When did our blazing fire sect possess such formidable cultivators? At this moment, reflecting on the sharpness of that colossal hand and the 11 divine sword intents, Elder Chitsonghai and Qin Munian exchanged glances, utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that their sect harbored such an invincible elder wielding unmatched sword intent. In stark contrast to Chitsonghai and Qin Munian, the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment elders and disciples of the Blazing Fire sect were elated. Unaware of the true number of elders within their sect, they mistakenly regarded the recently revealed Gu Changsheng as one of their esteemed elders. Looking at the crowd of elders and disciples who seemed to have misunderstood, Chitsonghai, who had just eradicated the remaining fiendish infiltrators, appeared somewhat bewildered. Old Chi, this could be considered a fortuitous event. Regardless, the fact that esteemed senior could not restrain themselves from intervening signifies their allegiance to our sect. As for their identity, it is of lesser importance. At this moment, Qin Munian gently patted Chitsonghai on the shoulder and remarked, I share the same sentiment. However, it is regrettable that the esteemed elder has once again concealed his presence, making it impossible for us to pay him a visit. Upon hearing Qin Munian's words, the venerable elder Chitsonghai could not refrain from speaking up. Father, is our sect unscathed? Qin envoy? Just then, Qi Xianfeng, who had hurried back from Linai City, his appearance somewhat disheveled, anxiously inquired, Is everything all right? All is well. An esteemed elder has intervened, Qin Munian replied, glancing at the hurriedly returned Qi Xianfeng. Is that the sword intent of Godslayer? Qi Xianfeng exclaimed, turning his gaze towards the 11 remnants of the sword intent that lingered in the air. The sword intent of Gu Changsheng was immensely powerful. Thus, after vanquishing the Yuanying true monarch of the demon sect and the Jin true man, the residual sword intent remained imprinted in the spot, eternally vibrant. Shall we temporarily refer to that esteemed elder as the Godslayer Sword Sovereign? Chitsonghai proposed, observing Qi Xianfeng captivated by one of the lingering sword intent imprints. Godslayer Sword Sovereign? That title is indeed formidable and seems to suit the esteemed elder we just encountered. I wonder how the ancient sword cultivators of Lingxiao Sword sect will react upon hearing this title. Will they be furious? Upon hearing Chitsonghai's suggestion, Qin Munian from the Xianyandian smiled and nodded in agreement. Godslayer Sword Sovereign? What are those 2 old fellows up to, bestowing such a title upon me? On the other side, Yu Changsheng, eavesdropping on their conversation while possessing an 8th level Qi cultivation, could not help but chuckle. Nonetheless, I have been rather ostentatious tonight. I must lay low for a while and act with discretion, Gu Changsheng muttered to himself, offering a self-reminder. Chapter 46. The 3 sects of the demon sect and the ancient path of void. The following day, as the sun rose, a purple aura flowed from the east. Unlike any other day, the entire region of the ancient path was abuzz due to the recent assault on the Liuhua sect. Have you heard? The Liuhua sect was ambushed by the demon sect last night. I know. The news has already spread through the communication jade talismans of our Qinyan sect. Our Danding sect is no different. Everyone is discussing this matter. Disciples from the 4 righteous sects, stationed near the Liyuan ancient city in the southern realm, gathered together, whispering and deliberating. It is said that the esteemed elder Chinsongha of the Liuhua sect was an undercover agent, colluding with 3 Yuanying demons, 8 Jinan, and numerous spies from the demon sect, wreaking havoc in an attempt to obliterate the Liuhua sect, only to be quelled by the intervention of the Godslayer Sword Sovereign. I have heard that the Godslayer Sovereign is akin to a transformation god, and is also a formidable sword cultivator. I also heard from a senior brother within the sect last night that the Godslayer Sword Sovereign is indeed our esteemed elder of the Liuhua sect. He or she is usually low-key and rarely known to others. In a nearby tavern, the disciples of the 4 sects engaged in fervent discussions, while those unaware of the incident listened with fervor and excitement. Thus, the legendary exploits of the Sword Master of Divine Slaughter, who subdued 4 nascent souls and 8 golden cores with a single strike, swiftly spread throughout the southern region. It was unexpected that Chun Songha turned out to be an undercover agent of the demonic sect. He had once visited our Dan Ding sect a century ago to purchase longevity pills. A sword master of divine slaughter? Is there truly such a formidable sword cultivator in the ancient Path province? Could it be that a senior from the Lingxiao sword sect is masquerading as one? Within the confines of the Dan Ding sect in the northern part of the province, the esteemed elders Gu Hong, Gu Changming, Lu Zhenhai, and a host of other sect elders were filled with astonishment and suspicion. The righteous 4 sects are well acquainted with one another. When did the Fire sect produce a sword master of divine slaughter? Fortunately, those demonic cultivators have been subdued. In the Qingyan sect, located on the eastern side of the province, the sect leader Chu Xinghe, several esteemed elders, and numerous others were engaged in fervent discussions about this matter. What a remarkable sword master of divine slaughter. With him or her present, the Fire sect shall serve as the pillar of the righteous 4 sects, rendering the 3 demonic sects inconsequential. Sect leader, the righteous 4 sects are interconnected. We must cultivate a favorable relationship with the Fire sect. As the saying goes, the one close to the water tower gets the moon first. Let us see if there is an opportunity to invite that esteemed senior to our 100 Flowers Pavilion for a visit. At the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the northeast corner of the ancient Path province, the sect leader Yunishang, along with the esteemed elders of the Nascent Soul realm and numerous elders of the Golden Core realm, were also conversing about the Fire sect. Meanwhile, in the far southern region of the ancient Path province, on the southern side of the Setting Sun mountain range, lay the territories of the 3 demonic sections. Within the domain of the Bone sect, one of the 3 major demonic sects, the plans of the sacred sect had failed after a millennium. The detestable sword master of divine slaughter must be dealt with, and the Fire sect must be eradicated. The Yum master and his associates have proven to be utterly useless. I have always said that they should not have dispatched the Ghost Bone Master and the Blood Slaughter Master in the first place. Within the towering demonic palace constructed of bones, the leaders of the Bone sect, the Insha sect, and the 10,000 demons sect gathered, their expressions grim and their murderous intent boiling. Although this plot had failed, our 10,000 demons sect has already established contact with the Abyss of Demons. The Saints of the Abyss of Demons have summoned a 7th-tier formation master, alongside over 10 6th-tier formation masters, intending to reopen the ancient Void Road and construct a cross-domain teleportation array. As the demonic leaders simmered with anger and indignation, the head of the 10,000 demons sect, Li Wujiang, spoke up. What Li Wujiang stated was not without merit. Our Insha sect has also received instructions from the main lineage of the 9 In Soul Killing Hall. Within 3 years, the main lineage will descend upon the ancient Path province. Upon hearing Li Wujiang's words, the sect leader of the Insha sect, a 9th-layer nascent soul cultivator, could not help but echo his sentiments. Excellent. Once we reopen the ancient Void Road and construct the cross-domain array, the Abyss of Demons shall again reign over the province. At that time, I shall offer sacrifices to the 4 righteous sects. With a sinister laugh, they plotted for the saints of the Abyss of Demons to descend, seize the province, retaliate against the 4 sects, and dominate the Zhongxian territory. After hearing the words of the Insha sect and the leaders of the 10,000 demons sect, the demonic nascent soul true monarchs were filled with excitement. Their demonic energy surged as they eagerly anticipated the moment to strike northward from the Setting Sun mountain range and conquer the righteous 4 sections. In the southern region, at the Li Yuan ancient city, the residence of the Fire sect, the sword master of divine slaughter left me wondering, how could I have been unaware of such a venerable senior within our ranks? In the courtyard of the esteemed elder Yun Laihai, the acting sect master Yun Chumo and Zhuo Lingfeng, who had accompanied the spiritual elixir, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Regardless of past circumstances, the revered sword master of divine slaughter is now recognized as the esteemed elder of our flame sect. Observing the perplexity of the two, Elder Yun Lihai spoke with unwavering conviction. Following the assault on the flame sect the previous night, he had established contact with his fellow esteemed elders, Chi Songhai and Qin Munian, who were tasked with safeguarding the sect. The three shared a unified stance. The sword master of divine slaughter is indeed the reclusive elder of the flame sect. The internal situation of the sect has stabilized. With the presence of that esteemed predecessor, alongside elders Qi and Qin, security is assured. Our immediate focus must be on thoroughly excavating the primordial spirit mine and developing the southern territories. At this juncture, Elder Yun Lihai turned his gaze toward acting sect master Yun Shimo. "Grandfather, I understand," responded Yun Shimo, exuding an air of authority. "Zhuo Fengzhu, you shall continue to oversee the alchemy, ensuring a steady supply for the southern region. This is a monumental plan. If we succeed here, the flame sect will bolster its foundation by at least 30%. After imparting her instructions, Yun Shimo addressed Zhuo Lingfeng. "Rest assured, Elder Yun," Zhuo Lingfeng affirmed with a nod. After conferring with the esteemed elder and the sect master regarding the elixir matters, Zhuo Lingfeng departed the courtyard. "Grandfather, I wish to return to the sect," said Zhuozhuo, the young maiden in a green dress, as she stepped forward, her brow slightly furrowed and a hint of concern in her doe-like eyes. "My dear granddaughter, did you not mention that after delivering the elixirs, you intended to train in the southern region for half a month?" Zhuo Lingfeng inquired, taken aback by her words. "With the sect having faced an assault from the demonic faction, I wish to check if the medicinal valley has sustained any damage," she replied, unable to suppress her worries. "Oh, when did this girl become so concerned about the medicinal gardens?" Zhuo Lingfeng mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Having lived for over 600 years, he could discern that Zhuozhuo's concerns extended beyond the gardens. She seemed to be anxious about a particular individual. Was it not recently that his son, Zhuohongyi, mentioned he had taken an interest in a diligent and handsome junior disciple? Could this be related to that young man? Zhuo Lingfeng, now in the nascent soul realm, recalled his son's casual remarks from days past. "Very well, my dear granddaughter, let us return to the sect and ascertain whether the medicinal gardens have suffered any harm," Zhuo Lingfeng said with a smile, concealing his deeper thoughts. Chapter 47. Who says dual cultivation is forbidden? Let it be destroyed. Flame Sect, Medicinal Valley Number 3. The Sword Master of Divine Slaughter? I shall slay nothing. The world outside buzzed with discussions about the sword sovereign of Godslayer, while Gu Chongqing found himself rendered speechless. He never anticipated that a mere facade of his would gain such renown in the ancient Tao state. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet the task proved exceedingly arduous. Now, the entirety of the ancient Tao state was aware of his identity. Chi Songhai and Qin Munian, those two old scoundrels, appeared to act without intention. Yet there lingered a sense of mischief. He resolved to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. The thought of the two esteemed elders of the fire sect, who had conferred upon him a title the previous night, incited considerable ire within him. He secretly noted their names in his heart, vowing to strike them with a concealed blow when the chance arose, allowing them a taste of their own medicine. Yet, one must ponder, what connection does the sword sovereign of Godslayer have with me, Gu Chongqing? I am merely an 8th-layer inner disciple of the fire sect. With a dismissive curl of his lips, Gu Chongqing, despite his 8th-layer cultivation, made his way to the spirit herb field. It was morning, and the sun blazed in the sky, its heat scorching the earth. In the third medicine valley, mist swirled around. Thanks to Gu Chongqing's restoration and enhancement of the two instruments sealing demon formation, the 6th-grade array drew upon the spirit veins and the demonic energy of true demons, transmuting it into rich spiritual essence through the interplay of yin and yang. This transformation rendered each acre of herb field vibrant with spiritual energy, the herbs flourishing magnificently. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the lush leaves and plump fruits of the spirit herbs to exude a fragrant aroma. At this moment, clad in a blue robe, Gu Chongqing arrived in the fields and, as per usual, began to harvest diligently. You have successfully deprived bitter bamboo, a 1st-grade spirit herb, of 40 days of life. You have successfully deprived billuoting, a 2nd-grade spirit herb, of 80 days of life. You have successfully deprived flame grass, a 1st-grade spirit herb, of 30 days of life. With each notification, as he observed the growing total of lifespan, Gu Changshan's spirits began to lift. Today, his pace was deliberate, akin to that of a novice herbalist, refraining from employing any other mystical techniques. He relished the act of harvesting each mature spirit herb. Gradually, Gu Changshan's movements became more genuine, each gesture imbued with a certain Taoist rhythm. At this moment, his state of mind also elevated. The impatience and distractions of your dissipated, leaving him tranquil and serene, unperturbed by the tumult of the world. For me, this too is a facet of cultivation. To cultivate oneself is to reflect the inner world upon the outer realm. Gazing at the bitter bamboo freshly harvested in his hands, Gu Changshan seemed to attain a revelation, with a profound light flickering within his eyes. All things in heaven and earth possess spirit. These herbs too are imbued with essence. In my youthful days, should I become the Azure Emperor, I shall repay the blossoms of the peach tree in full bloom. Half an hour later, after completing his harvest, Gu Changshan surveyed the vast fields of herbs and contemplatively remarked, "In this world, all things are bound by the cycle of cause and effect. When I attain enlightenment one day, I shall bestow upon the myriad herbs of the world a chance at destiny, as a gesture of gratitude for aiding my own path to enlightenment. Today, I have gained nearly 2,000 years of longevity, which is quite satisfactory." In a moment of contemplation, Gu Changshan glanced at his cultivation panel, observing that his total lifespan had reached over 37,000 years, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After harvesting the mid-tier medicinal valley deceitfully obtained from Qian Duoduo at the Qingyan sect, his lifespan had surged to over 32,000 years. Last night, he vanquished an undercover agent from the demonic sect, reaping approximately 2,500 years of longevity. Thus, with the addition of today's modest 2,000 years, his total lifespan soared to 37,000 years. Once he accumulates 50,000 years, he shall break through to the transformation stage, he mused. Initially, he had intended to wait until he had amassed 100,000 years before making such a breakthrough. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. His alias, the God-slaying sword master, was currently basking in acclaim, and who could predict the troubles it might attract? It is likely that, should the demonic sect decide to assault the Liuhua sect, they would deploy forces equivalent to the God-slaying sword master. Thus, sometimes, fame can become a burden. The affairs of the world are like tides, the grand forces of heaven and earth, the karma of enmity and gratitude, and the clash between righteousness and evil, all mere ripples within the vast currents of the ages. Millions of cultivators are but smaller droplets within this ocean. As a practitioner, one cannot always avoid the relentless tides of fate. Gu Changshan is no exception. He cannot evade the struggle between righteousness and malevolence. For those he cares for are entangled within it, and his home lies here. Thus, he must grow stronger and hasten his breakthrough to the transformation stage. Gazing at the boundless sky, Gu Changshan's eyes shimmered with determination. Moments later, he made his way to the alchemy peak with the spiritual herbs he had gathered today. After delivering the herbs, he returned to his place of cultivation. By now, afternoon was approaching, and the sun blazed fiercely. The moon-watching lake, within a 10-mile radius, was enveloped in rising steam, creating a misty atmosphere that cloaked Gu Changshan's sanctuary in ethereal clouds. Beneath the willows by the lakeside, tender green branches swayed in the breeze. A fairy donned in a deep azure gown stood gracefully beneath the willow tree, her delicate hands clasped together. Gazing quietly at the shimmering waters, a hint of worry reflected in her beautiful eyes. The fairy possessed a flawless complexion, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her slender waist barely graspable. The sheer fabric of her skirt subtly concealed the graceful curve of her form. A gentle breeze stirred, inadvertently lifting her skirt to reveal a glimpse of her fair, exquisite legs. "Little moon, what brings you to my abode today?" Gu Changshan inquired with a smile, as he returned, having cultivated to the 8th layer of qi refinement, while gazing at the enchanting fairy by the shore. After the chaos instigated by the demons last night, and with sect leader Zhou Ziyun far away in the southern region, Zizhu Peak became a primary target for the demonic sect spies. However, due to Gu Changshan's covert protection, Dan Taiwei, the little green plum, did not experience the turmoil of the night too profoundly. At that time, she had been engrossed in her breathing exercises, and by the time she concluded her practice, the chaos had already been quelled. Yet, Dan Taiwei was exceedingly worried about Gu Changshan. Had it not been for the curfew imposed by the esteemed Elder Qi Songhai, temporarily restricting the movement of elders and disciples, she would have sought him out long ago. After completing the inspection of the Zizhu Peak in collaboration with the sect today, she hurriedly sought out Gu Changxing. Brother Changsheng, are you all right? Upon seeing the young man, Dantai Yu rushed over anxiously and leaped into Gu Changxing's embrace. After confirming with her spiritual sense that Gu Changsheng was unharmed and safe, her heart finally settled. Foolish girl. The Medicine Valley is protected by the Golden Core Elder from the Refining Pill Peak. Those demonic spies did not cause significant damage. Gu Changxing gently reassured as he held his childhood companion. His words were entirely truthful. During last night's battle, the Golden Core Elder from the Refining Pill Peak had valiantly resisted a demonic infiltrator. Had it not been for him casually unleashing 11 strands of sword intent, that elder might have perished. Brother Changsheng, you are now an inner sect disciple. I feel this place is unsafe. Shall I ask Master to take you as her disciple when she returns? Dantai Yu lifted her exquisite face, reminiscent of a blooming flower, and blinked her beautiful eyes as she spoke. To have Zhou Ziyun become my master? This girl truly dares to dream, Gu Changxing thought to himself, bemused. Although he was now regarded as a disciple of the Refining Pill Peak, he could not pledge himself to Zizhu Peak, especially since he intended to learn the art of alchemy. Gently caressing the silky strands of her hair, Gu Changxing replied, Alchemy? Brother Changsheng, the art of alchemy is exceedingly difficult to master, and if you spend time learning it, your cultivation will be hindered. A hint of concern flickered in Dantai Yu's beautiful eyes upon hearing his words. Don't worry, it's merely an attempt. It won't delay my cultivation. Who knows? I might even be a genius at alchemy. Gu Changxing smiled reassuringly, noticing the worry in her bright eyes. At this moment, seeing that the young man had made up his mind, Dantai Yu ceased her persuasion. Brother Changxing, let us cultivate together once more. With her enchanting eyes sparkling, she blushed slightly and took his hand, leading him towards the loft. Another round of dual cultivation? In the intricately carved loft, Gu Changxing couldn't help but chuckle at the stunningly beautiful Dantai Yu. The last experience had left a lasting impression on him. As an 18-year-old swordmaster, he found himself in an awkward position, forced to remain properly attired while the alluring and graceful Dantai Yu lay on the bed beside him. Furthermore, he was rendered powerless. This form of dual cultivation was sheer torment. Didn't the last session enhance my cultivation? Although Master mentioned that the first session yields the best results and the second would be halved, any improvement is still worthwhile. Dantai Yu gazed at Gu Changsheng, a hint of shyness in her voice. With that, gathering her courage, the young girl playfully pushed her childhood companion onto the soft couch. She, adorned in a flowing azure gown, reclined upon the bed, her delicate form drawing near to the handsome youth, as she extended her slender, jade-like hand to clasp his. Brother Changxing, hurry and focus on your cultivation, she urged, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue while her enchanting figure, wrapped in a dark blue celestial dress, seemed to radiate an alluring fragrance. Observing the exquisite beauty of the girl beside him, Gu Changxing silently lamented, yet he feigned earnestness in his cultivation practice. With each breath he took, the intoxicating scent from her alluring form enveloped him, and he felt the passage of time stretch agonizingly, each second of meditation bringing him discomfort. Oh, little moon, you truly are a drafty quilt. After a brief moment, as he watched the lovely Dantai Yu drift back into slumber, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Should he, in the guise of the revered empress, clarify her misconceptions about their shared cultivation? At that moment, he scrutinized his ethereal companion and whispered to himself. Chapter 48. The contract of the Third Medicine Valley. As dusk settled, the long winds swept across the firmament, dispersing the myriad floating clouds. A crescent moon quietly ascended the sky, standing in opposition to the setting sun across vast expanses of time and space. In the depths of the cosmos, stars flickered, gradually revealing their brilliance. Within an ancient, intricately adorned loft, Dantai Yu awakened, rubbing her eyes with her delicate hands, and then gazed upon the handsome youth beside her, who lay peacefully with closed eyes. Brother Changsheng, I must return, she murmured, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating as she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek before gracefully rising and departing, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. That girl, Gu Changsheng, feigning sleep after being unexpectedly ambushed by his childhood companion, reluctantly opened his eyes, feeling the warm, moist touch on his cheek, his heart brimming with tenderness. After she left, a little over an hour passed, and as the night deepened, Gu Changxing finally emerged from the loft, his figure melding into the shadows of the night. In the next moment, He found himself amidst the four symbols' great array in the heart of the Tianluo mountain range. Within the array, 30,000 acres of medicinal fields shimmered with a subtle spiritual essence as seeds of spiritual herbs began to sprout beneath the moonlight, emerging from the soil. Gu Changxing wielded his magical prowess, conjuring clouds and rain to irrigate the fields. Following the rainfall, he employed his skills as a fifth-tier array master to inscribe intricate patterns, establishing a grand formation. Instantly, the spiritual energy surged, sweeping towards this location from a radius of 1,000 miles with tremendous force. The Four Seasons Reincarnation Array, an advanced formation conceived by Gu Changxing built upon the foundation of the fourth-tier seasonal cycle array, encapsulated the essence of the four seasons, possessing the power to gather the world's spiritual energy and self-generate rain. Observing the unusual manifestation of spiritual energy from the direction of the Tianluo mountain range, the esteemed elder Qin Munyan of the Liuhua sect regarded it with a sense of familiarity. Do you think that the fifth-grade formation master might be associated with the sword sovereign who slays gods? Upon hearing Qin Munyan's words, Qi Songhai couldn't help but speculate. The existence of such a connection is of little consequence. Today, I inspected the two instruments' demon sealing great formation. It appears to have been reinforced. I suspect it is the work of that fifth-grade formation master. In response to Qi Songhai's conjecture, Qin Munyan remarked, "A formidable sword sovereign who slays gods and a fifth-grade formation master truly bless my fire sect." At that moment, the esteemed elder Qi Songhai gazed towards the direction of the Tianluo mountain range and sighed. With the assistance of the four-season cycle formation, these spiritual herbs will grow at a swifter pace. I estimate that we shall be able to harvest the first batch of mature spiritual herbs in about 6 months. Within the formation, Gu Changxing, standing in midair, surveyed the 30,000 acres of medicinal fields and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he exited the formation, unleashing his formidable spiritual sense. He discovered that Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan, these two old fellows, were quite in sync, lingering within the sect instead of coming to inspect the recent disturbance in spiritual energy. I previously helped suppress the demonic turmoil for the sect. Now, as I gather spiritual herbs, reaping some benefits, that should not be too much to ask, right? At this moment, Gu Changxing looked towards the already mature spiritual herbs within the Tianluo mountain range. He then employed the star-plucking hand, his palm transforming into myriad phantoms, commencing the harvest of the spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived the silver bone flower, 8th grade spiritual herb, of 230 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the heavenly heart grass, 6th grade spiritual herb, of 170 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the Baiyun fruit, 5th grade spiritual herb, of 140 days of lifespan. As notifications streamed in, his lifespan began to surge dramatically. Moments later, upon completing the harvest, Gu Changxing had amassed nearly 4,000 years of lifespan, a total of 40,000 years. At this instant, glancing at the total lifespan displayed on his panel, Gu Changxing nodded in satisfaction before quietly departing the Tianluo mountain range and returning to his dojo. Half an hour after Gu Changxing's departure, Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan arrived at the Tianluo mountain range. So many mid-tier and high-tier spiritual herbs have been harvested again. Observing the dwindling number of herbs with his spiritual sense, Qi Songhai lamented, "When someone takes action, they surely expect compensation. What are these few spiritual herbs worth?" "Oh, old Qi, don't be so disheartened." At this moment, Qin Munyan chuckled as he patted the elder Qi Songhai on the shoulder, then comforted him. "I am not lamenting the spiritual herbs. I am pondering why that esteemed elder, should he desire spiritual herbs, does not simply communicate with the fire sect, but instead resorts to stealthy gathering. How troublesome." Upon hearing Qin Munyan's words, Qi Songhai couldn't help but retort. Those profound and powerful elders often have their own peculiar preferences. For instance, a millennium ago, that sword deity from the Lingxiao sword sect had a penchant for listening to songs in brothels and rescuing fallen celestial maidens. In response to Qi Songhai's banter, Qin Munyan shared a secret about the Lingxiao sword sect with a smile. The esteemed sword god seems to be attempting to refine his blade through those fallen celestial maidens, mused Qi Songhai upon hearing Qin Munyan's words. Refining a sword? How unorthodox for a sword god. Those two old fellows are perpetually engrossed in gossip. Back in his courtyard, Gu Changxing clandestinely eavesdropped on the conversation between the two venerable elders, his lips twitching in exasperation. On the following day, The enchanting senior sister who had ventured to the southern realm to deliver medicinal pills returned to the sect. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing safe and sound, he inwardly sighed with relief. At this moment, beside the tranquil shores of Moonwatch Lake, in a serene courtyard, Gu Chongqing spoke to his beautiful senior sister clad in a flowing green gown. "Senior sister, my technique, the phantom hand, is nearing perfection. Might I collect herbs from the other spirit herb gardens in the third herb valley?" With the gentle morning breeze caressing them, the tranquil fairy, her graceful figure partially concealed by her attire, inquired with glimmering eyes, "Are you seeking to enhance your proficiency in the phantom hand by gathering spirit herbs to achieve perfection?" "Your insight is as keen as ever, senior sister," Gu Chongqing replied with a nod upon hearing Zhuo's words. "Very well. As long as it does not hinder your cultivation," Zhuo acquiesced, observing the mature and composed young man before her. After bidding farewell to the beautiful Zhuo, Gu Chongqing departed her courtyard and proceeded towards the herb valley to gather spirit herbs. "Tonight, I shall teach my junior brother the art of alchemy," the serene fairy murmured, her gaze lingering on the retreating figure of the young man in the green robe. In the third herb valley, there existed over 100 low-tier spirit herb gardens. Gu Chongqing had already harvested the 5 gardens he had contracted the previous day. Today, he aimed to collect from 10 spirit herb gardens, approximately 1,000 acres in total. With his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi training and the aid of the phantom hand, he was confident he would not be exposed. Without further ado, Gu Chongqing earnestly began his task of gathering spirit herbs. "You successfully extracted dragon blood grass, first-tier spirit herb, deducting 35 days of lifespan. You successfully extracted gathering yang grass, second-tier spirit herb, deducting 70 days of lifespan. You successfully extracted moon spirit grass, first-tier spirit herb, deducting 40 days of lifespan." As the notifications chimed in, he expertly harvested one low-tier spirit herb after another, quickly amassing over 100 specimens. Was this the reason for Zhirua's earlier concerns? "The young man in the fields resembles a jade figure, strikingly handsome just as I was in my youth." At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Yuaning true monarch Zhuo Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, finally confirming his suspicions about his precious granddaughter's affections for the disciple named Gu Chongqing. Previously, many outstanding individuals within the sect, including Jian Gu Zhomai, had sought to win Zhuo Jirua's favor, yet all had met with failure. Though at the 8th level of Qi training, Gu Chongqing displayed commendable comprehension, with his phantom hand nearing perfection. Moreover, his temperament was admirable. He remained calm and composed. Mature beyond his years. Let us wait a while longer. If my beloved granddaughter truly harbors affection for him, it is not as though the Zhuo family lacks the mystical artifacts to enhance one's innate abilities. Hidden in the shadows, observing the meticulous and diligent young man, Zhuo Lingfeng could not help but nod in approval. In an instant, he vanished, returning to the alchemy peak. What intentions does my younger sister harbor? Does she wish to recruit me as a grandson-in-law? That cannot be. After Zhuo Lingfeng departed, Gu Chongqing, who had just overheard the murmurs, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware of Zhuo Lingfeng's presence lurking in the shadows earlier that morning. After all, Zhuo Lingfeng was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, whereas he had attained its pinnacle. Even the beautiful senior sister is concerned for me. Such thoughts disrupt my Tao heart. Setting aside these distractions, he resolved to accumulate longevity first, as breaking through to the transformation stage was of utmost importance. At that moment, Gu Chongqing muttered a few words, casting off the turmoil in his heart, and resumed harvesting spiritual herbs. Based on his estimations, he should be able to gather nearly 4,000 years of longevity today. At this rate, he would amass 50,000 years of longevity by the day after tomorrow. With a foundation of 50,000 years of longevity, he would be sufficiently prepared to break through to the transformation stage. The prospect of becoming a transformation stage master in just 3 days filled Gu Chongqing with excitement and exhilaration, causing his harvesting actions to quicken. Chapter 49. The 5 elements divine body. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Gu Chongqing visited the 3rd medicinal valley daily to gather spiritual herbs. He would go during the day and return at night, consistently reaping nearly 4,000 years of longevity each day. Besides his daytime endeavors, he would be summoned by the beautiful senior sister in the evenings, where she would impart alchemical techniques to him. It is indeed amusing that a 5th-grade alchemist is being taught by a 1st-grade alchemist. This peculiar situation brought both anguish and joy to Gu Chongqing. The joy stemmed from moments when the beautiful senior sister would gently guide him through the process of refining spiritual herbs and forming alchemical seals. The anguish arose from his inability to endure the clumsy alchemical techniques of his foolish senior sister. If one were to draw a parallel, his alchemical skills could be likened to those of a doctoral candidate delving into profound subjects, while the beautiful senior sister's skills resembled those of an elementary school student. How could an elementary school student possibly teach a doctoral candidate the simplest arithmetic, all while feigning ignorance? It was utterly exasperating. Under the moonlight, as serene as flowing water, in a secluded and tranquil courtyard adorned with ancient charm and exquisite architecture, mingling with the faint fragrance of a young woman and the scent of elixirs in the attic. Zhuo, clad in a flowing azure dress, gazed earnestly at Gu Changxing and remarked, "Junior brother, you possess remarkable talent in alchemy. It won't be long before you become a first-grade alchemist." "Foolish senior sister, I am a fifth-grade alchemist," Gu Changxing thought to himself, suppressing his inner dissent upon hearing her words. Nonetheless, he smiled and replied to Zhuo, feeling that the act of pretense was truly exhausting. While talent is undeniably significant, one must not overlook the importance of diligence. After returning, the junior disciple should remember to practice alchemy diligently, striving to become an adept alchemist at the earliest opportunity. In response to Gu Changxing's compliments, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the depths of the young girl's beautiful eyes, and she gently advised, "Senior sister, I understand. It is late. You should rest early." Observing the serene and graceful figure of his senior sister, resembling a pure lotus, Gu Changxing nodded and subsequently departed from her courtyard. "I should prepare a proper alchemical furnace for my junior brother. I recall that my grandfather possesses an exquisite one." At this moment, as she watched Gu Changxing's retreating silhouette, Zhuo's beautiful eyes sparkled with contemplation. Could it be that my senior sister genuinely harbors feelings for me? Having returned to his own dwelling, Gu Changxing caught the faint murmurs of the enchanting senior sister, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sometimes, being excessively handsome can be a burden. Even a desire for modesty becomes unattainable. Gazing into the bronze mirror at his countenance, resembling that of a celestial being, he couldn't help but reflect. As his cultivation advanced and his foundation transformed, his physique elevated towards perfection, he became even more handsome than before. Setting aside such thoughts, he noted that his lifespan had already surpassed 50,000 years. "Tonight, I shall strive to break through to the transformation realm." With that, Gu Changxing cast aside his distractions and turned his attention to his cultivation panel. At that moment, the panel indicated that his total lifespan had reached over 50,200 years. Such an extensive lifespan is rare even among transformation realm masters. Where shall I break through? The Tianluo mountain range, Funyuling, Qixia mountain range, or the setting sun mountain range? Gu Changxing pondered briefly before deciding, for the sake of safety, to choose the Tianluo mountain range. In the next instant, he vanished silently from the fire sect. Arriving at the heart of the Tianluo mountain range within the four symbols great array, before breaking through to the transformation realm, I must first refine my foundation and techniques. Sitting cross-legged upon a square stone of blue jade within the four symbols great array, Gu Changxing mused. Subsequently, after activating the lifespan barrier, he regarded the foundation section on his panel. Presently, his foundation was the 5 elements spiritual body, a cultivation physique surpassing single and dual spiritual roots. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest. Upon selecting the foundation option, the system promptly provided a notification. I shall invest 10,000 years and see what level my foundation can evolve into. After contemplating for a moment upon receiving the system's prompt, Gu Changxing eagerly waved his hand, casting down 10,000 years of lifespan. You have invested 10,000 years of lifespan into your foundation for comprehension and cultivation. You have comprehended the essence of the world for 1,000 years, grasping the profound truths of the 5 elements. Your 5 elements spiritual body has reached perfection, and your affinity for 5 elements spiritual energy has doubled, as has your absorption speed. You have comprehended the essence of the world for 3,000 years, discerning the laws of the 5 elements. Your foundation has undergone a profound transformation, and your 5 elements spiritual body has metamorphosed into the 5 elements precious body. You have comprehended the essence of heaven and earth for 6 millennia, persevering relentlessly. Your elemental physique has reached a pinnacle of perfection, and you have grasped the principles of elemental transformation, allowing your elemental physique to transcend into the grand elemental form. After comprehending the cosmos for a millennium, your grand elemental form has achieved its ultimate state, and in the depths of your being, you have discerned a thread of elemental law, leading to the metamorphosis of your grand elemental form into the divine elemental body, as a series of revelations cascaded upon him. The vast insights of 10,000 years unfolded in Gu Changxing's mind. At this moment, a radiant spectrum of divine light enveloped him. The elemental forces of the universe cradling his being, and his roots underwent a profound sublimation. After a brief interlude, as the celestial phenomena dissipated, Gu Changxing opened his eyes. His gaze shimmered with a golden divine light, and his blood had transformed into a resplendent gold, his form and visage approaching perfection. Akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an extraordinary aura. Is this the divine elemental body? How formidable, how exhilarating. A millennium of effort has proven invaluable. As he introspected the surging golden blood within his corporeal veins, reminiscent of a mighty river, Gu Changxing felt immense satisfaction. Moreover, with the divine elemental body, his eyes had awakened a mystical power, seemingly more profound than the violet spiritual eyes of Qian Duoduo. At this moment, every word and action of his was imbued with magical prowess. His very gestures manifested innate divine abilities. With my current strength, even as a perfected nascent soul, I possess the capability to contend against divine transformation masters. Gradually acclimatizing to the formidable divine elemental body, Gu Changxing spoke with newfound confidence. Preparation is key. Before enhancing my cultivation, I shall refine my techniques. At this juncture, with his roots elevated, Gu Changxing turned his attention to the techniques section. His primary cultivation technique was the Emperor Fire Sutra of the Purple Tenuity, classified as an exquisite earth-level method. Earth-level techniques rank among the most formidable in the entire ancient Tao continent. After all, the foundational techniques of the four major righteous sects are merely of earth-level excellence. Legend has it that heavenly-level techniques may only be found within the ancient transformation sects or the four sacred grounds. Regarding the Emperor Fire Sutra of the Purple Tenuity, Gu Changxing resolved to invest a millennium of lifespan into its evolution. You devoted a millennium of your life to the cultivation of the Ziwei Emperor Fire Sutra. After 1,000 years of diligent practice, you grasped a fragment of the fire path's principles, resulting in a transformation of your technique, elevating the Ziwei Emperor Fire Sutra to the lower tier of celestial grade. After 3,000 years, you comprehended the laws of the Great Sun, seizing countless flames of true solar fire, which led to the evolution of your technique into the true solar fire canon, now classified as middle-tier celestial grade. Having practiced the Ziwei Emperor Fire Sutra in the true solar fire canon for 6 millennia, you gained insights from both disciplines, allowing you to refine the laws of the 5 elements through the lens of fire path principles. Consequently, your true solar fire canon further advanced, transforming into the grand 5-element celestial art, now regarded as upper-tier celestial grade. After a decade of years dedicated to the triad of Ziwei Emperor Fire Sutra, true solar fire canon, and grand 5-element celestial art, you attained an understanding of the laws governing the 5 elements. By reversing the principles of yin and yang through the 5 elements, your grand 5-element celestial art evolved into the eternal Yin-Yang Sutra, classified as the lower tier of divine grade. A series of prompts resonated as Gu Changxing appeared to be enlightened by the great Tao. His mind flooded with the profound intricacies of various esoteric techniques. At that moment, he entered a state of transcendental realization. The true solar fire canon, grand 5 elements celestial art, and eternal Yin-Yang Sutra were indeed wondrous. After a brief interlude, Gu Changxing emerged from his epiphany, his gaze radiating boundless Taoist resonance. He had not anticipated that above the celestial grade, there existed divine grade techniques. The eternal Yin-Yang Sutra, a fundamental pathway, was indeed scarce among the 4 great sacred lands. At this moment, while reflecting on the profound techniques swirling in his mind, Gu Changxing murmured to himself, "From the Tao arises one. One gives birth to two. Two begets three, and three manifests all things." The first refers to the essence of the Tao, while the second signifies yin and yang, thus underscoring the potency of the eternal Yin-Yang Sutra. With my divine body of the 5 elements, combined with the lower-tier divine technique eternal Yin-Yang Sutra, I should find it relatively effortless to break through to the God transformation realm. As the foundation and technique converged, Gu Changxing eagerly turned his attention to the cultivation section. Chapter 50. The fourth layer of God transformation, please select the number of years of life you wish to invest in the simulation. As Gu Changsheng selected cultivation, the system provided a prompt. With 31,000 years of life remaining, he resolved to invest 20,000 years. Observing the panel that displayed 31,800 years of life, Gu Changsheng made his decision. You have dedicated 2,000 years of your life to the pursuit of cultivation. You practiced the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra for 1,000 years, attempting to transcend to the divine transformation realm, only to face the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and fail. You continued your practice of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra for 5,000 years, striving to break through to the divine transformation realm. Your primordial infant transformed into a primordial spirit, and upon encountering the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, you withstood it with your 5 elements divine body and succeeded in your tribulation, elevating your cultivation to the first layer of the divine transformation realm. You engaged in the practice of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra for 10,000 years, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, reaching the second layer of the divine transformation realm. After 15,000 years of practicing the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra, you comprehended the primordial spirit, sword, embryo, divine ability, advancing to the third layer of the divine transformation realm. You dedicated 20,000 years to the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra, mastering the Yin-Yang protective divine ability, and breaking through to the mid-stage of divine transformation, achieving the fourth layer. As the celestial prompts echoed continuously, Gu Changsheng felt the surging energy around him. The countless particles surrounding him began to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe. In that moment, Gu Changsheng resembled a colossal black hole, drawing in millions of strands of spiritual energy. The surrounding expanse of nearly 10,000 miles became a whirlwind of spiritual essence, gathering towards him as he prepared to break through, conjuring astonishing phenomena. With a tremendous influx of spiritual energy flooding his body, accompanied by the laws and rhythms of the cosmos, Gu Changsheng's cultivation ascended rapidly. From the completion of the primordial infant to the fourth layer of divine transformation, he experienced a swift elevation in his prowess. Such a remarkable phenomenon. The Tianluo mountain range was in turmoil. Could it be that rare celestial materials were emerging? All beings within the 10,000 miles surrounding the Tianluo mountain range lifted their gazes skyward, tracing the spiraling energy to the source of the extraordinary spectacle. The cultivators of the fire sect, as well as those from the grand cities of Fufeng and Linhai, were all stirred by the event. Surely, this anomaly was conjured by that esteemed elder. On a celestial peak of the fire sect, the venerable elder Qi Songhai gazed towards the heart of the Tianluo mountains, unable to contain his words. They are either setting up a formation or breaking through to a significant realm. Upon hearing Qi Songhai's remarks, Qin Munyan narrowed his eyes in response. Seal off the Tianluo mountain range. We must not disturb that esteemed elder. At that moment, Elder Qi Songhai issued a command to the entire fire sect. Following the order, numerous Golden Core practitioners from the fire sect mobilized to seal all entrances to the Tianluo mountain range. When my great-grandfather broke through to the divine transformation realm, there was not such a commotion. That esteemed Zhanshin sword master possesses immense power. On the pill refining peak, Zhuo Lingfeng, clad in a gray robe, could not help but exclaim. As a direct descendant of the Zhuo family, a lineage renowned for their prowess in the divine transformation realm, Zhuo Lingfeng was well acquainted with the signs of such a grand spiritual phenomenon. Meanwhile, within the four symbols great formation of the Tianluo mountain range, Gu Changsheng, having finally transcended to the divine transformation realm, gazed at his status panel with a smile, joy illuminating his countenance. Name, Gu Changsheng, bone age, 191-1800, root bone. 5 elements divine body, capable of lifespan transformation, cultivation. 4th layer of transformation, capable of lifespan transformation. Techniques. Yin-Yang indestructible scripture. Low-grade divine level, perfected. God-slaying sword technique. Top-grade earth level, perfected. Black tortoise breathing technique. Low-grade earth level, perfected. Fire cloud divine palm. Low-grade earth level, perfected. Capable of lifespan transformation. 5 elements escape technique. Mid-grade earth level, perfected. Star snatching hand. Top-grade earth level, perfected. Spirit shocking seal. High-grade earth level, perfected. Phoenix nurturing technique. Low-grade profound level, perfected. Others. Alchemy mastery. 5th rank. Qian Xiyin Dan Jing 1 Dan Shu Yun 1 Dan Shou Dan Wang Jing. Capable of lifespan transformation. Formation mastery. Fifth rank, formation initial understanding heavenly gang formation, capable of lifespan transformation, weapon refining mastery. Fifth rank, general principles of magical artifacts initial understanding of spiritual artifacts earthly fiend weapon refining technique, capable of lifespan transformation, at the age of 19. Having attained the fourth layer of transformation, Gu Chongqing surveyed his cultivation panel with a nod of satisfaction. In addition to breaking through to the fourth layer, he had also comprehended two formidable divine abilities, Primordial Spirit, Sword Embryo, and Yin-Yang Bodyguard. The Primordial Spirit, Sword Embryo, as its name suggests, enables his primordial spirit to transform into a sword embryo to vanquish foes. The Yin-Yang Bodyguard, on the other hand, is a defensive divine ability that allows his primordial spirit to don a suit of armor resembling the duality of Yin and Yang, safeguarding him from the assaults of opposing primordial spirit techniques. At this moment, Gu Chongqing introspected upon his primordial spirit, observing the 3-foot-tall figure radiating golden light, adorned in a remarkable yin-yang black and white fish taiji pattern, exuding an air of natural law and exceptional prowess. Moreover, hovering above this diminutive figure was a golden sword embryo, brimming with formidable power. How splendid! Perhaps influenced by the 5 elements divine body and the yin-yang indestructible scripture. My primordial spirit seems to have undergone a transformation, Gu Chongqing remarked, contemplating the enigmatic figure before him. Concurrently, with his breakthrough to the fourth layer of transformation, his spiritual consciousness had expanded from a previous range of 8,000 miles to an astonishing 30,000 miles, marking a qualitative leap. He quietly unleashed his formidable spiritual awareness, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Within a radius of 30,000 miles, nearly the entirety of the main territory of the Blazing Fire sect came into view. This included the expansive Blazing Fire sect, the cultivation cities of Fufeng and Linhai, and the 3 major cultivation empires under the sect's dominion, as well as hundreds of mortal nations, with nearly 80% falling within his perceptive grasp. Even his hometown, the state of Chu, was encompassed by his spiritual awareness. Has little Nuan grown so much? As his consciousness settled upon the capital of Chu, Danyang, within the general's residence, Gu Chongqing beheld the sleeping figure of his daughter, Gun. At this moment, the cherubic child, resembling a porcelain doll, cradled a small fox named Tu Yao Yao in her arms, sleeping sweetly. Additionally, he caught sight of his parents, his father, Gu Yuanji, a being of innate realms, and his mother, Morong Shui, who were currently engaged in battle at the borders of Chu against the state of Yan. To his astonishment, Gu Chongqing discovered that his mother, Morong Shui, was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Gazing at her, clad in resplendent silver armor, her figure graceful and tall, embodying the spirit of a valiant woman, he was momentarily taken aback. When he had first arrived at the Liuhua sect, he had been completely unaware of his mother's formidable prowess. It now became evident that his father, Gu Yuanji, and mother, Morong Shui, must have shared a hidden romantic past, akin to a tale where a celestial maiden encounters a handsome, innate martial artist, culminating in their union. However, the Yi family of Yan Kingdom had truly courted disaster by invading the Chu Kingdom. Observing the army from Yan, led by a practitioner at the peak of Qi refinement, Gu Chongqing's expression hardened. With a mere thought, he propelled a blade of grass across the vast distance. Meanwhile, at the border between Chu and Yan, tens of thousands of soldiers from both nations clashed, turning the landscape into a river of blood. Morong Shui, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and Gu Yuanji, at the innate realm, were currently engaged in a fierce battle against Yi Yishan, a formidable opponent who wielded multiple advanced spells and possessed a superior magical artifact. Gu Yuanji brandished a lower-grade magical sword, while Morong Shui employed her magical prowess to control her sword, yet they found themselves gradually at a disadvantage, often facing perilous situations. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuanji, why do you not surrender? Considering your partner is a disciple of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, if you yield, Yin will hold no grudge against you and will even appoint you as the governor of Danong County, Yi Shan boasted. Reveling in the pressure he applied to the Chu general and his partner, Morong Shui. Never. The lands of Chu shall not yield an inch. Gu Yuanji, the handsome and resolute general, retorted coldly upon hearing Yi Shan's words. My husband, I shall always stand by your side, Morong Shui declared, her gaze infused with warmth and determination. Very well, if you refuse to surrender, then you shall perish. Yi Yishan sneered, drawing forth a talisman brimming with ominous energy. This is bad. It is a fourth-tier spirit talisman. Mo Rongshue's countenance shifted dramatically as she recognized the crimson talisman in Yu Yishan's grasp. The spirit talismans were categorized into 12 tiers, with the first 3 corresponding to the power of qi refinement. The fourth-tier talisman, however, held the might of the Foundation establishment realm, equivalent to a strike from a true cultivator of that level. As Yi Yishan prepared to activate the talisman, a verdant leaf pierced through the void, directly penetrating his brow. The leaf, imbued with a subtle sword intent, obliterated Yu Yishan's physical form, leaving only the crimson talisman to drift gently to the ground. That was perilously close. We nearly met our demise. Who might this esteemed elder be that intervened on our behalf? Regaining her composure from the shock, Mo Rongshue picked up the fourth-tier talisman and scanned her surroundings with her beautiful eyes. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. General Gu Yuanji also bowed respectfully toward the void. Father and mother should be safe for the time being. After eliminating the threat posed by Yi Yishan to their lives, Gu Chongqing withdrew his consciousness. You have successfully deprived Yi Yishan, complete qi refinement, of 2 years of life. At this moment, the system also delivered a notification regarding the lifespan deprivation. The Yi clan of Yin Kingdom appears to be a branch of the Yi family from the Great Li dynasty, whose ancient ancestor seems to have recently ascended to the nascent soul realm. Gu Chongsheng, deep in thought, reflected on this. Previously, after slaying Yi Chun and the Withered Bones, he had secretly perused the records concerning the Yi clan within the treasury of the Fire sect. Thus, he was well versed in the matters pertaining to both the Yin and Great Li Yu clans. This situation seemed suitable for the Fire sect to handle, particularly since Yi Chun had colluded with the demonic sect's nascent soul cultivators, which is a grave transgression. At this moment, Gu Chongqing conceived a plan. When he had slain Yi Chun, he had preserved a recording of the latter's conversation with the Withered Bones, and now it would come in handy. As for his parents, he also formulated a strategy. His younger sister, Gu Nannan, was no longer a child, and Gu Chongqing planned to return home after a while. He intended to enhance her aptitude with his formidable abilities and arrange for her to cultivate at the 100 Flowers Pavilion as a prodigy. After all, the 100 Flowers Pavilion only accepted female disciples, and their mother, Mo Rongshui, seemed to have ties to it, making it somewhat of a familial connection. Once Gu Nannan became a disciple there, he would discreetly send her elixirs to prolong life and enhance aptitude, which she could then present to their parents. Although this plan was somewhat convoluted, it would allow Gu Chongqing to maintain his anonymity throughout the process. I have been overly cautious, not even informing my parents and younger sister. At this moment, as Gu Chongqing contemplated his strategies, he couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, the process of secretly cultivating and growing stronger while remaining incognito as an invincible being was indeed exhilarating. Sometimes, he even indulged in the thrill of masquerading under different identities, which had become an obsession he found hard to escape. Chapter 51. 11 True Demons of Refinement in the Fire Sect, within the mortal realm of Chu Kingdom. At a crucial border town, tonight was perilous. Had it not been for that mysterious elder, you and I might have perished. In the city, in a sturdy courtyard built of bricks, Gu Yuanji, just relieved of his armor, looked at his wife, Mo Rongshui, with a face full of trepidation. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to that elder. Regrettably, they did not leave their name, and we cannot repay them. Upon hearing Gu Yuanji's words, Mo Rongshui, clad in a purple gown and naturally beautiful, could not help but respond. My husband, the fourth-tier spirit talismans are exceedingly precious. I suspect there is support for Yin Kingdom from other immortal sects. At this moment, Mo Rongshui gazed at the fourth-tier spirit talisman in her hand. Her brows furrowed with concern. Shui'er, Yin Kingdom's aggression is formidable. I fear Chu Kingdom may not withstand it. To be safe, why don't you take Nannan back to the Morong family? Gu Yuanji could not help but propose at this juncture. In the past, I had a falling out with my family in order to be with you, and I cannot go to the Baihuij now. Moreover, Chongqing is still at the Lihua sect, and I cannot help but worry about him. Upon hearing her husband's words, the resolute Morong Shui shook her head in refusal. Chongqing has been away from home for 3 years to cultivate, and I cannot fathom how he is faring now. After seeing Morong Shui's rejection, Gu Yuanji ceased his persuasion and instead brought up their eldest son, Gu Chongqing. Chongqing was identified as possessing the 5 spiritual roots, which are considered the weakest of cultivation foundations. It is likely that he is struggling at the Lihua sect, facing significant challenges in his cultivation. Upon hearing Gu Yuanji's words, Murong Shui expressed her helplessness. Having once been a disciple of the Baihuij, she understood the importance of one's foundation. A natural endowment cannot be altered. Even the rare celestial treasures that can enhance one's aptitude can only provide a slight improvement. Thus, Murong Shui was acutely aware of her son's predicament. And her heart was laden with worry, for as the saying goes, a mother worries for her child who travels 1,000 miles. Gu Changsheng had ventured far to the Lihua sect, which is thousands of miles from the kingdom of Chu. It is also my fault for lacking the aptitude for cultivation. Otherwise, Changsheng's foundation would not be so poor. After listening to Murong Shui's explanation, Gu Yuanji spoke with a face full of self-reproach. He was, after all, an ordinary martial man without any cultivation aptitude. Even though he had achieved innate martial prowess, he still lacked the capability for cultivation. His bloodline had, to some extent, influenced his son Gu Changsheng's aptitude. This is not your fault. In this world, countless individuals lack the aptitude for cultivation. Changsheng having the 5 spiritual roots can be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Seeing her self-reproaching husband, Murong Shui offered her comfort. I will take the night watch. Shui, you should take this time to recover your spiritual energy. With Yuishan's death, the Yin Kingdom will likely refrain from sending experts for a while. At this moment, Gu Yuanji addressed Murong Shui. That sounds good. Upon hearing her husband's words, Murong Shui nodded in agreement. She then returned indoors to begin her cultivation. Drawing in energy to restore her spiritual power, Gu Yuanji donned his armor once more, armed with his longsword, and proceeded to the gate tower upon the city walls. Meanwhile, at the Tianluo mountain range, after breaking through to the 4th layer of the transformation god stage, Gu Changsheng withdrew the lifespan barrier and quietly returned to the Lihua sect. As for the elders guarding the entrances of the Tianluo mountain range, he did not disturb them. At this hour, the night was already deep, and the darkness thickened. Above, the crescent moon hung quietly, spilling silvery rays that cloaked the earth in a delicate veil. The waves of Wangyue Lake shimmered, and the willows on the shore swayed gently in the breeze. In the adjacent courtyard, the beautiful senior sister was seated on her bed, cultivating in meditation. Within the sect, the 11 strands of sword and tint he had previously left were now surrounded by elders and disciples. Those indelible marks of the god-slaying sword and tint had become a place for enlightenment. A chance encounter can yield unexpected blessings. Observing the elders and disciples who were comprehending their sword intent from a distance, Gu Changsheng found himself both amused and bewildered. Subsequently, he cast forth dozens of jade talismans, which scattered in various directions. These talismans contained irrefutable evidence of Yi Qin's collusion with the ominous figure known as the Bone Elder. It was only a matter of time before this matter would reverberate throughout the sect. When the news reached the Yi family of the Yin Kingdom, and even the Yi clan of the Dali dynasty, they would undoubtedly face retribution. The transformation into a divine being was no guarantee of safety. So it was prudent to remain low profile for the time being, particularly with the imminent arrival of the divine being from the Xianyan Hall. After dispersing the jade talismans, Gu Changsheng whispered to himself. He had previously eavesdropped on conversations between the venerable elder Qin Munian and Qi Songhai. Thus, he was well aware of the impending descent of the divine being from the main branch of the Xianyan Hall. Moreover, the 11 true demons beneath the great formation were, by no means, innocuous. At that moment, Gu Changsheng's profound gaze turned towards the multitude of demons suppressed by the 2 instruments sealing demon array. With his cultivation having ascended to the realm of transformation, he was able to perceive the situation beneath the array clearly. Prison Tower, Transformation Level 9, Remnants of the Void Refinement Level 6, 179-001-9800, Bone Age Lifespan. Profound Malevolence, Transformation Level 2, Remnants of the Void Refinement Level 1, 139-201-5200, Bone Age Lifespan. Kwai Undying, Transformation Level 1, Remnants of the Void Refinement Level 2, 137-901-5000, Bone Age Lifespan. Desolation of Catastrophe, Transformation Level 3, Remnants of the Void Refinement Level 1, 121-101-4900, Bone Age Lifespan. Employing the Lifespan Detection function, Gu Changsheng's expression turned grave as he surveyed the 11 true demons sealed within the array, his lips twitching involuntarily. 11 Void Refinement Demon Lords indeed held a significant regard for the Flame sect. At this moment, he withdrew his gaze and remarked, He felt as if the entire flame sect was precariously perched atop a colossal powder keg. The emergence of even a single true demon from beneath that array could obliterate the sect. Fortunately, all 11 demon lords were severely wounded, their cultivation diminished, allowing the two instruments sealing demon array to maintain its hold. The righteous and demonic war that transpired a millennium ago must have been truly catastrophic. At this point, Gu Changxing could not help but speculate. He had previously perused various texts such as Zhang Xin Travels and Chronicles of the Five Continents, granting him some insight into the righteous and demonic war of 1,000 years past, albeit limited. Now, based on the 11 void refinement demon lords suppressed by the two instruments sealing demon array, he deduced that during that monumental conflict, or calamity, there must have been numerous combatants at the level of void refinement, and undoubtedly, even those above the void refinement realm would have participated. As for the divine beings, they likely represented the lower tiers of combat power. While the nascent soul true lords could very well have been mere cannon fodder, it seemed that the waters of Zhangxian continent ran deep, and the 4 regions of the 5 continents each harbored their own secrets. Among the 4 great sacred lands, there should still exist formidable ancient relics and enigmatic beings. The demonic faction undoubtedly harbored exceptionally powerful true demons. Through various records and clues, Gu Changxing felt as though he had glimpsed a mere fragment of the terrifying iceberg that was the immortal cultivation world. At this moment, he felt he must continue to endure. At the very least, the transformation of spirit was not invincible. He aspired to become the Tao monarch of void refinement, and thereafter, to surpass even that. However, during this period, he needed to reinforce the formation and secretly inscribe several sealing arrays as a precaution. At this time, his divine consciousness enveloped the entirety of the two instruments sealing formation, and Gu Changxing's profound gaze narrowed slightly. Moreover, Gu Changxing planned to wait until his cultivation reached the consummate stage of transformation of spirit. He intended to discreetly strike from beyond the formation to see if he could slay 1 or 2 true demons. For the lifespans of those 11 true demons were indeed enticing. Chapter 52, Lingxiao Sword Sect on the Zhongshuan continent, within the Sword State. As one of the 5 states and 4 regions, the Sword State spans vast expanses, stretching over tens of thousands of miles, boundless and majestic. The Sword State is most renowned for the supreme holy land of swordsmanship, the Lingxiao Sword Sect. In addition, it is home to various cultivation lineages and transformation of spirit families, such as the Medicine Emperor Valley, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Heaven S Mechanism Sect, and the Qianyuan Sect. The Lingxiao Sword Sect, located in the heart of the Sword State, covers an area of 10,000 miles, traversing numerous spiritual veins, exuding grandeur and myriad phenomena, with a profound heritage. Within the sect, towering and exquisite celestial peaks rise majestically, piercing the clouds, radiating an overwhelming sword aura and magnificent sword intent. Between these celestial peaks, mist swirls, spiritual energy pervades, and celestial cranes soar, while elders and disciples ride their swords. Weaving through the air, atop the towering celestial peaks, splendid palaces adorned with golden and azure hues, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters stand, reminiscent of an immortal realm. In a grand and imposing hall, several sword masters bearing spiritual swords gathered. It was rumored that a sword master had emerged from the ancient Tao state, whose mastery of swordsmanship had reached the 3rd realm. Among them, a middle-aged Taoist in a yellow robe, radiating a formidable sword intent, spoke softly. The Elder of Earth Sword was not mistaken. News has arrived from the Danding sect stating that this individual is a supreme elder of the Fire sect, practicing the ancient sword sect's god-slaying sword technique. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged sword cultivator in the yellow robe, the sword sect sovereign, Lu Dingtian, could not help but respond. Clad in a purple robe, Lu Dingtian was handsome, with an aura as deep as the ocean. His sword heart was clear, and every word and action was imbued with sword intent, embodying profound sword principles in his every gesture. In the past, Lu Dingtian's master, the Yuanling Dao monarch, had once proclaimed that his disciple, Dingtian, possessed the bearing of a sword god. Subsequently, Lu Dingtian lived up to his master's expectations, establishing his foundation at 20, forming his core at 30, achieving the nascent soul stage at 50, and transforming into spirit at 100. Now, at the age of 300, he had reached the consummate stage of transformation of spirit, with his swordsmanship attaining the 4th realm of a clear sword heart. Unexpectedly, The lineage of the god-slaying technique from the ancient sword sect had found a successor once more. Listening to Sovereign Lu Dingtian and Elder Earth Sword Gu Changhe, the Elder of Heaven's Sword, Wu Xian, clad in a blue robe, could not help but narrow his profound sword-like eyes. In ancient times, the ancient sword sect essonate formless calamity sword, body-breaking formless sword cannon, divine sword controlling thunder sword classic, and heaven-slaying sword technique had indeed shone brightly, dominating much of the ancient era. Regrettably, the ancient sword sect encountered external calamities in the past, leading to the severance of its four major sword veins. Today, our Lingxiao sword sect has only inherited 3 of these veins, lacking the revered god-slaying vein. At this moment, Elder Luo Lingtian, the steward of the human sword, could not help but remark, the Lingxiao sword sect possesses 3 swords, heaven, earth, and man, each serving as the sect's guardians. The bearers of these 3 swords must be elders whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. And they must also attain the 3rd level of sword intent mastery. Has the sword fairy returned yet? After a brief exchange regarding the god-slaying sword master, the sect leader, Lu Dingtian, shifted the conversation towards Elder Luo Lingtian. The sword fairy has already defeated the yin-yang divine body of the immortal flame palace. She has now arrived in Yinzhou, seeking guidance from the Xin sacred land. Her next destination is Laizhou, where she intends to pay homage to the Taiyin immortal sect. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Elder Luo Lingtian's face lit up with pride. The sword fairy they spoke of is none other than Luo Liuli, the previous holy maiden of the Lingxiao sword sect, revered as the most gifted individual in nearly 10 millennia. She possesses the indomitable sword body and has cultivated both the innate Wuxiang calamity sword and the formless body-breaking sword scripture, rendering her unparalleled in her realm with her formidable sword energy and calamity sword intent. Is it merely because she has a remarkable daughter that you are so proud? At that moment, observing the smug expression on Elder Luo Lingtian's face, the heavenly sword elder and the earthly sword elder silently scoffed. Unfortunately, among their own descendants, none possessed such extraordinary talent. Otherwise, they too would share in the pride. Since the yin-yang divine body has been defeated, what of the divine body from the immortal flame palace? Did she not contend with the sword fairy? The sect leader, Lu Dingtian, could not restrain his curiosity. His interest in the sword fairy stemmed from the fact that Luo Liuli had once been a peer of his, both belonging to the same generation of disciples. He had once taken Yuanshan Daojun as his master, while the sword fairy had been a disciple of the Nangguang sword god. Strictly speaking, the sword fairy Luo Liuli is still his junior sister. Previously, he had suppressed his cultivation to engage in a battle at the same level with his junior sister Luo Liuli, only to be thoroughly defeated. The Nangguang sword god had protected the sword fairy, and according to the sword goddess correspondence, the divine body from the immortal flame palace was in seclusion, striving to break through to the divine transformation realm, thus missing the competition. In response to Lu Dingtian's curiosity, Elder Luo Lingtian offered an explanation. Is that so? What a pity. Indeed, it is a shame. I am quite curious to know who would prevail between the indomitable sword body and the divine body. Upon hearing Elder Luo Lingtian's words, the heavenly sword elder Wu Xuanji, the earthly sword elder Gu Changhe, and several other elders of the divine transformation realm could not help but express their thoughts. However, the flying immortal body from the Xian sacred land, the human king body, and the 2 divine bodies from the Taiyin immortal sect should provide a worthy challenge for the sword fairy. If she can triumph over these for contemporaries, she is likely to achieve a complete sword heart and solidify her sword soul. Listening to the discussions among the 3 sword elders and the other elders, a glimmer of amusement surfaced in the deep-set eyes of sect leader Lu Dingtian. The Holy Lord spoke wisely. Upon hearing Lu Dingtian's words, the elder of the sword and the man, Luo Lingtian, could not help but chuckle in agreement. Speaking of the Tongxin Holy Land, it seems they have selected their current holy maiden, who is said to possess a purple spirit body and has just formed her core, having been taken as a closed-door disciple by the flying, immortal Zhao Qingwu. A purple spirit body, you say? In our sect, this generation's sword prodigies, including the Holy Maiden, are not to be underestimated. They all bear the sword body and sword heart. Overall, when we consider the 4 great holy lands, the current generation of prodigies is on par with their predecessors. At this moment, Holy Lord Lu Dingtian, the 3 elders of heaven, earth, and man, along with other elders, shifted their discourse to recent events. In the ancient Tao state, the fire sect has encountered a significant incident today. Early this morning, news spread throughout the fire sect regarding the core disciple Yi Qin's collusion with the demonic sect's Yuanying corpse master, which has even drawn the attention of the former sect master, Qi Xianfeng, who confirmed the matter. The sect was outraged at the core disciples' association with the demonic sect. The Yin Kingdom's Yi family is truly disgraceful and must be eradicated, along with the Yi clan of the Dali dynasty, which also requires reckoning. Within the grand and majestic hall atop the fire sect's peak, the esteemed elder Qi Xianfeng, Qin Money, and the former sect master Qi Xianfeng, and numerous elders expressed their righteous indignation. Having recently experienced chaos due to 4 undercover agents from the demonic sect, the fire sect maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards such matters. Even mere speculation would result in severe punishment. Moreover, this time there is concrete evidence, backed by the former sect master Qi Xianfeng. The Yi family of the Yin Kingdom will face purging, and the Yi clan of the Dali dynasty will be dispatched to the setting sun mountains for reclamation. As for the Dali dynasty, it shall be entrusted to the Zhou family, particularly since Elder Zhou Batian has fallen for the sect. Ultimately, after deliberations among several Yuanying true monarchs and numerous Jindan true people, the fire sect reached a verdict regarding the Yi family. As for Yi Qin's master, the true person Baiyun of Baiyun Peak, who perished during the previous sect turmoil, he was not affected by his disciples' actions, and his family faced no repercussions. Thus, the fire sect has performed commendably in distinguishing between reward and punishment. This execution is satisfactory. The Yi family has been purged, and the conflict in the Chu kingdom should also conclude. Upon learning of the sect's judgment, Gu Changxing, who was in the fields of the number 3 herb valley harvesting spiritual herbs, nodded in satisfaction. He then resumed his diligent collection of the herbs. Currently, having contracted the entire number 3 herb valley, Gu Changxing earns over 4,000 years of lifespan each day. He plans to save up until he amasses 50,000 years of lifespan before attempting a breakthrough to see if he can reach the pinnacle of the Transformation God stage. Chapter 53. The Transformation God of the Immortal Flame Hall. In the fire sect, Dali dynasty, that wretched Yi Qin, a failure in accomplishments yet a master of destruction. It took me considerable effort to break through to Yuanying, and just as the Yi family was on the cusp of becoming a Yuanying clan, you have abruptly thwarted it. In the dimly lit hall, shrouded in the flickering glow of candlelight, Yi Feitian, the venerable ancestor of the Yi clan, clad in a dark robe, seethed with indignation upon receiving the inexplicable decree from the flame sect. Had Yi Qin still been alive, he would have undoubtedly crushed him with his own hands. Ancestor, what should we do now? At that moment, the emperor of the Dali dynasty, Yi Wuliang, gazed anxiously at his furious ancestor. This is all you're doing. You previously supported Yi Qin, intending to propose an alliance with the Yun family. What were you thinking, you foolish brain? The Yi family of the Yin Kingdom is merely a branch of the Yi clan. In terms of bloodline, we are as distant as strangers. Yi Feitian, a nascent soul true monarch, glared at Yi Wuliang, who was at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, with utmost fury. Ancestor, Wuliang is willing to bear the wrath of the sect for the family. Faced with the disappointed gaze of his ancestor, Yi Wuliang gritted his teeth, then spoke with resolute determination. At least there is some sense of responsibility. Upon hearing Yi Wuliang's words, the anger of the Yi clan's ancestor subsided somewhat. However, fortune may arise from misfortune. The southward expansion is a grand scheme of the sect. If we can slay a few demons in the southern territories, perhaps this old ancestor could redeem himself and become an elder of the sect. In that moment, looking at Yi Wuliang, Yi Feitian could not help but express his aspirations. His words imbued with a fighting spirit. As time flowed on, over a span of a little more than 10 days, numerous events transpired. Firstly, the foundation establishing Yi clan of the Yin Kingdom was utterly extinguished by the Flame sect. Meanwhile, the Golden Core Emperor of the Dali dynasty's Yi clan was condemned to 200 years of wall confinement by the sect. Other clan members, including nascent soul ancestors, were all dispatched to the southern territories to mine, without any compensation. Additionally, a significant event occurred in the ancient city of Liyuan in the southern region. Yin Shimo, the acting sect leader of the Flame sect, officially shed the title of acting leader and became the legitimate sect master. As the true sect master, the formidable Yin Shimo summoned the 4 righteous sects with great authority, hosting a grand disciple competition with the Flame sect, Danding sect, Baiwa Pavilion, and Qingyun sect as the main organizers. The competition welcomed not only disciples from the 4 righteous sects, but also practitioners from other schools, dynasties, and esteemed families. The prodigies of the four sects made their appearances, gaining renown in Daozhou, establishing their own reputations. Among them were Lu Xian and Gu Guang from the Danding sect, Chunan and Chu Yang from the Qingyan sect, as well as the true disciples Shangguan Yuchan and Li Qing'an from Baihua Pavilion. All these talents were cultivators at the foundation-establishing level. In the Flame sect, apart from the prodigy Yun Qingyao and the sword master Zhou Mai, disciples such as Dan Taiyu, Zhuo Zhirua, and Qi Yuyan also shone brilliantly. Among them, Qi Yuyan, the daughter of the former sect master Qi Xianfeng, seemed to possess a spiritual body and had previously been kept hidden within the sect. However, amidst the external turmoil and the pursuit of fame and fortune, Gu Chongqing remained unfazed, his heart resolute as a rock. Throughout these 10 days, he rose with the sun and rested at dusk, repeating the mundane yet tranquil routine of harvesting spiritual herbs, living a life of simplicity and peace, a serene passage of time. After more than 10 days of harvesting, the mature spiritual herbs in the Third Medicine Valley were nearly all gathered. Moreover, his total lifespan had reached a new pinnacle, approaching 60,000 years. With this remarkable longevity, a breakthrough seemed imminent in the next day or two. At that moment, clad in a green robe, Gu Chongsheng gazed at the panel and mused to himself. After some contemplation, he departed the valley with the freshly harvested spiritual herbs, making his way to the alchemy peak for delivery. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating fierce warmth, while a gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness. The path from the Medicine Valley to the alchemy peak led through the gate of the fire sect. At that moment, an elderly figure in gray, leaning on a cane, was slowly ascending the steps of the fire sect's entrance. Following him was a young man dressed in black robes. The youth, handsome and resolute, exuded an air of masculinity and a subtle dominance, quite striking indeed. As fate would have it, the three crossed paths. The gazes of the three men met. Gu Chongqing, with his 8th layer of qi refinement, glanced at the elder and the youth, then slightly cupped his fists in greeting and intended to pass by. "Young brother, please hold on," the kind-faced elder in gray called out just as Gu Chongqing was about to leave. "May I inquire what the elder wishes?" Gu Chongqing responded, embodying a humble yet approachable demeanor, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "You must be a disciple of the fire sect. What are your thoughts on the current sect leader?" The elder inquired with a benevolent smile, observing the mature and composed youth before him. "Lord Yun is wise and valiant, a woman of great prowess who stands equal to any man. She is a paragon for our generation of cultivators," Gu Chongqing replied, with a hint of pride in his tone. "And what do you think of the demon sect?" The elder, stroking his beard, posed a more contentious question. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. It is either the demise of the demon sect or our own, Gu Chongqing answered without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, well said, young brother. Continue your diligent cultivation." The elder expressed his delight at Gu Chongqing's response, giving his shoulder a friendly pat before departing. Meanwhile, the young man in black remained silent throughout the encounter. Is that the divine transformation elder from the celestial flame palace, arriving so discreetly and swiftly? Gu Chongqing squinted as he watched the pair retreat into the distance. Zhuo Zhishuan, divine transformation level 7, 31, 209, 900, bone age lifespan, Qin Ruwang, nascent soul level 9. 4, 559, 999, bone age lifespan. The cultivation information of the two was laid bare before him through his lifespan probing ability. It seemed that the elder, Zhuo Zhishuan, was indeed the divine transformation elder that the supreme elder Qin Munian had mentioned. As for the young man in black, Qin Ruwang appeared to be an extraordinary prodigy of the celestial flame palace. The latter's nascent soul level 9 at the age of 45 left Gu Chongqing slightly astonished. The king of Qin appears to possess a remarkable physique, imbued with the essence of fire. At this moment, Gu Chongqing's eyes shimmered with a golden divine light, revealing his innate ability to perceive the king of Qin's constitution through his own elemental body. The powerful bloodline energy emanating from the king was akin to a blazing sun, undeniably formidable. However, when juxtaposed with Gu Chongqing's elemental body, it seemed somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, on the path to the peak of the fire sect, "Master, what makes the young man you inquired about so special? Is it merely his handsome appearance?" The strikingly handsome young man clad in black finally spoke, casting a puzzled gaze toward the elder in gray, left Zhishuan, to discern the subtle from the apparent, to perceive autumn from a single leaf. For an ordinary disciple to possess such insight reflects positively on the entire fire sect. In response to the king of Qin's confusion, the benevolent Left Jishuan smiled warmly. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Left Jishuan's words, the king of Qin pondered thoughtfully. Do you know, my disciple, the purpose of bringing you to the ancient Dao prefecture? At this moment, gazing upon his pupil with a smile, Left Jishuan stroked his beard and inquired. Master wishes for me to cultivate my state of mind and emerge from the shadows of failure, the young man in black, the king of Qin, reflected for a moment before slowly responding to his master's question. Indeed, the path of cultivation is rarely smooth. Even the most extraordinary talents encounter setbacks. I hope you can maintain a tranquil heart in the face of adversity and learn to rise anew. The gray-clad Left Jishuan gently guided him. Master, does the fire body truly pale in comparison to the indestructible sword body? The king of Qin could not help but furrow his brow at the elder's teachings. At this moment, the thought of the female sword immortal, radiant with boundless sword intent, unsettled his heart. The renowned battle, marked by her piercing sword intent, had indeed shattered his once invincible spirit. Foolish child, just moments ago you were so perceptive. Now you are lost once again. Observing the king of Qin fall back into the shadows of failure, Left Jishuan shook his head in resignation. As they spoke, the elder and the young man arrived at the base of the main peak. Left Shu, king of Qin, why have you arrived without a word? We were unprepared for your welcome. At that moment, sensing their presence, the esteemed elder of the fire sect, Qin Monyan, arrived late, closely followed by the elder Qi Songhai. Young Monyan, where's that rascal Left Lingfeng? Left Jishuan asked upon seeing Qin Monyan approach. Left Feng has taken your great-granddaughter to the southern region for the grand competition of the 4 major sects, Qin Monyan replied with a smile. That lad is likely aware of my arrival and is deliberately avoiding me. It seems I must bear the blame for having separated him from that enchantress all those years ago. Upon hearing Qin Monyan's words, Zhuo Jishuan, who had previously donned a benevolent expression, finally revealed a flicker of indignation. Master Zhuo, do take heed. She is now an elder of the Taiyin immortal sect. Her cultivation surpasses yours. Qin Monyan, privy to the underlying circumstances, reminded him with a twitch of his lips. Humph, what of calling her a demoness? Their lineage practices the Taishang Wuqing. It is hardly an exaggeration to label them as such. Had I not intervened back in the day, that lad Lingfeng would have long been slain, and that demoness has since sought out a genius from the Tongxin sacred land. That esteemed genius is now resting beneath 3 feet of grass. Unfazed by Qin Monyan's caution, Zhuo Jishuan proceeded to divulge a plethora of secrets. At this moment, Qi Songhai and Wang Rin from the side gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the younger sister also possessed such a past. The Taishang Wuqing, the Taiyin immortal sect of Lijiao. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, who was attentively observing the fluctuations within the sect, also found himself slightly taken aback, his inquisitive nature stirring vigorously. Chapter 54. A return in splendor. That night, the stars twinkled, and the full moon hung high in the sky. A long wind swept through the vast floating clouds, enveloping the night in its thick embrace. At the Lihua sect's 3rd medicinal valley, by the shores of Wangwei Lake, Gu Changxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering surface of the lake. Once upon a time, countless evenings and nights had passed with 2 ethereal maidens, much like him in this moment, quietly gazing at the lake's surface, waiting for his return. Now, the enchanting senior sisters Wavra and the sweet childhood friend Dantai, you had both ventured to the southern territory, participating in the grand competition of the 4 sects, securing places within the top 15. Encountering, parting, and re-encountering, such is the essence of cultivation. Even soulmates and fellow practitioners must tread their own paths. Observing the ripples unfurling across the lake's surface, Gu Changxing spoke with a serene countenance. Zhuo Jishuan has reached the 7th level of transformation. It would be prudent to seek a more secluded place to break through. Withdrawing his gaze, Gu Changxing murmured to himself. He then closed the door to his training chamber and ambled out of the medicinal valley, making his way toward the mountain gate. After 3 years of cultivation, it was time for him to return home. Before the mountain gate, he gazed up at the towering entrance adorned with the fiery red ancient characters of the Lihua sect. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. His parents, younger sister, and that little fox from afar all danced vividly in his mind. Despite being a formidable deity of transformation, capable of causing tremors throughout the ancient Daozhou with his every word and action, he remained merely a powerful individual, not a heartless immortal. He harbored emotions and cherished connections. With this thought, Gu Changsheng, clad in his azure robe, smiled with grace before turning away, his tall figure gradually vanishing into the thick night. He planned to first return home, and subsequently seek a suitable place to achieve his breakthrough. Under the dominion of the Flame Sect, 3 grand dynasties, numerous sects, and hundreds of mortal kingdoms flourish, spanning an expansive territory of over 100,000 miles. The 3 grand dynasties are known as the Great Li, Great Xia, and Great Yin. Among them, Gu Changsheng's homeland, the state of Chu, lies under the rule of the Great Yin dynasty, bordering the Great Li dynasty's state of Yin. The capital of Chu is Danyang, where the general's mansion is centrally located, covering an area of 1 mile. Within its grounds, exquisite courtyards and towering pavilions rise, accompanied by ornamental hills and pools, as well as a small lake spanning half a mile. The following day, as the sun ascended slowly into the sky, casting a clear light, Danyang City came alive with activity. Clad in a blue robe, Gu Changsheng, greeted by the morning breeze, modestly strolled into the city before returning home. With the demise of the Yi family in the state of Yin, hostilities between Chu and Yin had ceased, allowing Gu Changsheng's parents to remain in their residence. At this moment, in the courtyard of the general's mansion, the early rising beauty, Murong Shui, donned in silver-white armor, practiced her swordsmanship. "Mother, I have returned," Gu Changsheng announced as he pushed open the gate and caught sight of Murong Shui in the courtyard, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Murong Shui turned her gaze and, upon seeing the handsome youth in the blue robe, was momentarily taken aback with joy. Changsheng, recovering from her surprise, Murong Shui discarded her sword and rushed forward. As she approached, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, she embraced the boy she had not seen for 3 years. "Changsheng, you rascal, finally decided to come back." At the sound of commotion, Gu Yuanji, who had been practicing swordplay in another part of the courtyard, emerged, smiling as he playfully scolded his son. Despite the reprimand, his ruggedly handsome face radiated delight. "Father, mother, please do not cry. I am not missing any limbs." After greeting his father, Gu Changsheng turned to his tearful mother, Murong Shui, and reassured her. "You little brat, after 3 years of cultivating, you Haven Tea brought back a fairy wife. Your father and I are eager for grandchildren." Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Murong Shui chuckled through her tears, releasing her son and gazing at him with a teasing glint in her eye. As a former disciple of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Murong Shui had certainly seen the world. Now, observing her son, whose visage was strikingly handsome and whose aura resembled that of an ethereal being, she felt a fleeting sense of disbelief. The once naive and youthful boy had seemingly matured, exuding a calm confidence that brought great comfort to Murong Shui. "Mother, is Gun Wan still sleeping in?" In response to his mother's teasing, Gu Changsheng, wishing to sidestep the topic of a fairy wife, inquired about his younger sister, Gun Wan. With a slight probing of his senses, he perceived that in the adjacent pavilion, his porcelain-skinned sister was curled up with a little fox, a bubble of snot adorning her tiny nose, eliciting an amused smile from Gu Changsheng. The young girl, Nan, had been incessantly mentioning you. If she knew you had returned, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng speak of Gu Nan, Murong Shui couldn't help but smile. "Changsheng, how has your training been at the Lihui sect?" At this moment, Gu Yuan, who stood by, inquired with a hint of concern. Responding to her husband's question, Murong Shui turned her beautiful eyes towards Gu Changsheng. "Father, mother, I have already reached the 8th level of Qi training and have also entered the inner sect of the Alchemy Peak." Facing the concerned gazes of his parents, Gu Changsheng, now a venerable figure of transformation, exuded the aura of an 8th level Qi practitioner and replied with a smile. "Ah, the 8th level of Qi training. It seems that besides diligently cultivating, you must have encountered some fortuitous opportunities," Murong Shui remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she sensed the aura surrounding Gu Changsheng. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are worthy of being my family's prodigy," Gu Yuan said with a hearty laugh, filled with immense pride and joy over his son's achievements. "I have been studying alchemy and am close to becoming a first-grade alchemist, so I seldom lack resources." Observing the elation of his parents, Gu Changsheng continued. And then he produced 2 rejuvenating pills, handing one to each of his parents. "You haven't even established your foundation yet you are so extravagant. You should save your spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills instead of purchasing these for us," Murong Shui said. her beautiful eyes misting with tears as she gazed at the rejuvenating pills, feeling both touched and pained. She envisioned the arduous journey her son had undertaken in his training. Listening to the gentle admonishments of his mother and father, Gu Changxing conversed with them for quite a while before making his way to Gu Nanan's residence. Stealthily entering the softly pink room, he beheld the porcelain doll sleeping soundly on the bed, a tender expression surfacing in his eyes. After 3 years apart, Gu Nanan had grown taller, her cheeks plump, embodying the essence of a little fairy. Wu master at that moment, sensing the arrival of someone. The two-tailed fox nestled in Gu Nanan's arms opened its eyes. Yao Yao, disguise yourself well, Gu Changxing said, gently ruffling the fox's head upon hearing its human-like speech. Wu the fox, feigning the guise of an ordinary creature, nuzzled against Gu Changxing's warm hand, letting out a couple of soft whines. After petting the little fox, Gu Changxing turned to his sister, Gu Nanan, who lay with her mouth slightly ajar, drooling. He reached out to pinch her chubby little cheeks. Feeling her cheeks being squeezed, Gu Nanan opened her sleepy eyes wide. Slurpquable upon seeing that handsome and familiar smile, she drooled a little and called out incoherently. Then, the little girl excitedly scrambled up from the bed and leaped towards Gu Changxing. Nanan, did you miss me? As he caught the porcelain doll who had leaped into his arms, Gu Changxing smiled and affectionately ruffled her little head. Brother, every day I think of you. Just now, I dreamed that you secretly took me out to buy candied hawthorn. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's inquiry, the exquisitely delicate Gu Nanan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and exclaimed, Look, my little foodie, I have a spirit fruit for you. At that moment, Gu Changxing retrieved a nourishing fruit from his storage ring and handed it to Gu Nanan. The nourishing fruit is a third-grade spiritual herb known for its body-rejuvenating properties. Wow, it's so sweet. You should have some too. Gu Nanan's eyes lit up as she took a bite of the spirit fruit and then held it up to Gu Changxing's lips. Nanan truly is my dear little companion, always aware of the joy of sharing delicious treats with her brother. After savoring a bite of the nourishing fruit, Gu Changxing affectionately ruffled his sister's braided hair. At the same time, he discreetly infused the fruit's medicinal power to enhance her health. Life at home was delightful, with the family of four enjoying happiness together, allowing Gu Changxing to forget the worries of cultivation and elevate his state of mind. During these days, his sister Gu Nanan clung to him constantly, and he relished every moment, taking her on adventures throughout Danyang City. Simultaneously, he discreetly added longevity-enhancing and aptitude-improving elixirs to their meals, helping his parents and sister to extend their lifespans and slightly improve their innate talents. Chapter 55, The Sword God, Nangongqing. In the vast expanse of the Azure continent lies Yuzhou, one of the 5 states, equally grand in scale as Jianzhou. Yuzhou is ruled by the Tongxian Sacred Land, one of the 4 great holy sites. Besides the Tongxian Sacred Land, numerous other sects and divine clans thrive in Yuzhou. The Tongxian Sacred Land, situated in the southern part of Yuzhou, spans a territory of 10,000 miles. Beneath its grounds lie countless spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy, creating an enchanting paradise. At this moment, thousands of elders and disciples gathered in the expansive stone square before the mountain gate of the Tongxian Sacred Land. In the center of the square, on a floating arena, stood 2 prodigies, one male and one female. The young man wore a golden robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding a powerful aura of complete nascent soul. The female cultivator, carrying a sword sheath on her back, radiated boundless sword intent, resembling a sharp divine sword. Clad in an ice-blue celestial dress, she possessed a graceful and slender figure, with exquisite fair features that could captivate any heart, embodying unparalleled elegance. Which is stronger, the human king body or the indestructible sword body? One elder pondered. I believe Elder Ji Qianyu, who possesses the human king body, will triumph. It's hard to say. The female sword cultivator has already defeated hundreds of sects, and not long ago, she vanquished the flame sun body of the Xianyan Palace. Her invincible momentum has been firmly established. At this moment, as they gazed at the 2 exceptional prodigies, both under 60 years of age, standing on the floating arena, the elders and disciples of the Tongxian Sacred Land engaged in animated discussions. Sword God Nangong, who do you believe will emerge victorious? At this moment, amidst the sea of clouds, a middle-aged Taoist radiating an aura reminiscent of fathomless depths gazed upon a stunning beauty standing 10 zhang away. This middle-aged man was Ji Huanyu, the sovereign of the Tongxian Sacred Land, clad in a flowing blue robe, his countenance resolute, and his eyes profound. His cultivation had reached the realm of the Taoist monarch of void refinement, earning him the title of Huanyu Daojun. The enchanting woman he inquired about was the sword deity of the Lingxiao sword sect, known as Nangong Qing, with the surname Nangong and a given name derived from the exquisite phrase Qing bin Jiaran. Draped in a white gown and adorned with a veil, the sword goddess Nangong Qing possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin as delicate as jade and her demeanor as frosty as the cold. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing gently in the wind. Her aura exuded a sense of simplicity and purity. Akin to a divine sword returned to its sheath, its sharpness subdued, appearing like an ordinary enchanting woman. However, Ji Huanyu dared not underestimate her, for he was acutely aware that this female sword deity had already attained the realm of sword domain, standing among the highest echelons of sword cultivation within the Lingxiao sword sect. A century ago, Nangong Qing had single-handedly traversed the vast Songshuan continent with nothing but her sword. She had boldly ventured through the abyss of demons and the cavern of beasts, her sword's brilliance casting a chill across 5 states and 4 regions, her prowess rivaling that of the invincible sword deity from 10 millennia past. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Ji Huanyu, the sovereign of the Tongxian sacred land, the sword deity Nangong Qing parted her crimson lips and spoke serenely. Indeed, my disciple possesses a 60% chance of losing, while your disciple's momentum is formidable. It seems that in less than a century, the sword sect shall once again give rise to a female sword deity. Upon hearing Nangong Qing's words, Ji Huanyu responded with a hint of resignation. The indestructible sword body grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents rivaling the divine body, while the human sovereign body ultimately falls slightly short. I possess 3 human sovereign seals. I humbly request the guidance of the esteemed sword fairy. At this moment, in the center of the grand floating arena spanning 1,000 zhong, the golden-robed Ji Qinyu addressed the female sword fairy Luo Liuli. The human sovereign seal was one of the supreme techniques of the Tongxian sacred land, divided into 3 forms: the mountain embrace seal, the ocean cover seal, and the sky turn seal. Each seal harmonized with the laws of heaven and earth, their power magnifying with each successive form. Very well, replied the female sword fairy Luo Liuli, her demeanor composed. As she transformed her body into a sword, an array of ethereal, invisible sword energies surged around her, infused with the intent of heavenly calamity piercing through the void of the cosmos. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, the human sovereign body wielding the seals against the indestructible sword body. Both, having attained the consummate stage of the nascent soul, unleashed the might of transformation. In that fleeting moment, their divine powers illuminated the heavens and the earth, causing the 100-zhong arena, reinforced by a 7th-grade formation, to tremble violently. Below the arena, the elders and disciples gathered to observe felt as though the very ground beneath them was quaking. At this juncture, the outcome of their confrontation had been determined. The golden-robed youth had been struck by the innate formless calamity sword, a thin stream of faint golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. It appears I have lost, he remarked with a wry smile, gazing upon the frosty figure before him, radiant like a divine sword. The human king body is formidable, surpassing even the sunfire divine body. Observing the despondent expression of Ji Qianyu, the female sword immortal, Luo Liuli, remarked with a hint of indifference, before departing the arena with her sword box slung over her back, turning her back on the sacred land of Tongxian. Farewell, Lord Huanyu, the sword god, Nangong Qing, said to the master of the sacred land, Ji Huanyu, upon witnessing her disciple's victory, and she too followed in the direction of Luo Liuli's departure. Qinyu, how do you feel? Once Nangong Qing and Luo Liuli had left, Master Ji Huanyu ascended the arena, addressing Ji Qinyu. Master, I have disappointed you. Ji Qinyu, bearing the weight of shame, responded to Ji Huanyu's inquiry. I am not disappointed in you. Competing against the immortal sword body is no fault of yours, Ji Huanyu reassured, reflecting on the legendary sword god from a millennium ago, who had dominated the 5 regions with his annihilation sword body, noting that the immortal sword body is equally formidable. While it may not measure up to the best, the human king body is still impressively powerful. However, in this world of myriad physiques, the human king body is but one among many. Ji Qinyu lamented, recalling her junior uncle who had retreated into seclusion. Had he been here, his flying immortal body would have surely triumphed over the female sword immortal. Your Uncle Zhao's flying immortal body excels not in combat, but in cultivation. As time progresses, the prowess of the flying immortal body intensifies, hastening its cultivation until ascension to immortality, Ji Huanyu commented after listening to Ji Qianyu. Though the immortal sword body is indeed powerful, in Ji Huanyu's view, the most exceptional talent of the sacred land is the flying immortal body, which promises achievements that could rival that of the sword god who departed from the Zhongshuan continent a millennium ago. In the state of Chu, within Danyang City, in the residence of the Grand General, Gu Chongqing spent a delightful 6 days with his parents and sister. On the evening of the 6th day, with reluctance in the eyes of his family, he donned a green robe and departed from home. This time, to evade the attention of the transformation god Zhuji Xian from the Flame sect. Gu Chongqing planned to venture to the Sunset Mountains in the southern region of the ancient Path State. The Sunset Mountains lie far from the gates of the Flame sect, rendering them beyond the immediate reach of the transformation god. Moreover, the proximity to the domain of the demon sect deters most righteous transformation gods from descending. In order to avoid exacerbating the conflict between righteousness and evil, after the battle a millennium ago, both sides reached an unspoken agreement. Transformation-level combatants would not intervene directly. With this covenant in place, the demonic abyss has refrained from breaching the ancient void route to deploy transformation-level forces into the ancient path state for millennia. Likewise, the 4 great sacred lands of the righteous path and the various sects of the righteous alliance seldom see transformation gods descending lightly. The Sunset Mountains stretch over 100,000 miles, separating the territories of the 4 righteous sects from the 3 demon sections. Compared to the Tianluo Mountains, Funyo Ridge, and Qixiao Mountain Range, the Sunset Mountains are undeniably vast and boundless. With Gu Chongqing's swift pace, he departed from the state of Chu and journeyed towards the Sunset Mountain Range, arriving in a mere hour. He stealthily descended upon the rugged and primordial expanse of the mountains, suffused with an air of desolation. Within the Sunset Mountain Range, towering trees formed a dense canopy, shrouded in mist, where the essence of nature lingered, and ferocious beasts roamed freely. The core of this terrain was deemed a forbidden zone. Gu Chongqing even encountered numerous ethereal beasts at the nascent soul stage, all of which had gained sentience and could assume human forms. Moreover, in the innermost depths of the mountains, he sensed the lurking presence of formidable creatures. Additionally, under the watchful gaze of his profound consciousness, a plethora of high-grade spiritual herbs and treasures manifested before him. Once he attained a breakthrough, he would harvest these bounties. For the Sunset Mountain Range was a land unclaimed by either the righteous sects or the demonic factions. As he beheld the matured, high-grade herbs, Gu Chongqing's eyes shimmered with fervor. Subsequently, he sought a secluded peak, rich in spiritual energy, and unfurled a longevity barrier. Within the confines of this barrier, spanning a radius of 1 mile, he sat cross-legged upon a 3-foot square slab of azure stone, his gaze fixed upon his cultivation panel. Presently, the panel indicated he possessed a lifespan of 60,003 years, ample enough to elevate his cultivation from the 4th to the perfected state of the transformation realm. That night, the floating clouds obscured the stars and the bright moon, enveloping the world in a thick, velvety darkness. The Sunset Mountain Range, cloaked in shadows, resembled a colossal beast lying upon the earth, vast, untamed, and fearsome. Silence reigned, broken only by the eerie roars of beasts echoing through the forest, instilling dread. Within the longevity barrier, Gu Chongqing now focused on the section labeled Cultivation. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest in your cultivation. As he selected his cultivation, the system provided a familiar prompt. With a total of 60,000 years of lifespan at his disposal, he decided to invest 50,000 years as a test. You have invested 50,000 years of lifespan into your cultivation. You practice the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 6,000 years, harnessing the essence of the 5 elements. And your cultivation has broken through to the 5th layer of the transformation realm. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 14,000 years. Your primordial spirit underwent a transformation, and you comprehended the peaceful chaos sword technique, a low-grade celestial skill, elevating your cultivation to the 6th layer of the transformation realm. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 24,000 years. Through relentless dedication, you shattered the barriers of the late transformation stage, advancing to the 7th layer of the transformation realm. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 36,000 years, achieving comprehension of the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sword intent. Your cultivation now reaching the 8th layer of the transformation realm. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 50,000 years. Your Yin-Yang protective barrier transformed into the true Tai Chi essence, and with unstoppable momentum, your cultivation ascended to the 9th layer of the transformation realm. As the system notifications resounded, the atmosphere around Gu Chongqing thrummed with energy. 12 trillion particles, with an astonishing energy, inhaled and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth, creating an extraordinary phenomenon. In this moment, his cultivation ascended rapidly, leaping through 5 minor realms, from the 4th to the 9th layer of the transformation God stage. After a brief interval, as the ethereal spectacle dispersed, Gu Changxing's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the transformation God stage. With this elevation, his primordial spirit expanded from 3 feet to 9, enveloped in a grand Taiji diagram. The sword of his primordial spirit resonated with a low hum, poised for action, emanating a forbidden radiance. Furthermore, the range of his consciousness extended from 30,000 to 80,000 miles, nearly encompassing half of the setting sun mountain range. The source of the previous phenomenon seemed to be nearby, yet there was nothing to be found. Brother Kuenyo. Could it be that the celestial materials and earthly treasures have fled on their own? At this moment, following Gu Changxing's breakthrough, 2 uninvited guests approached the boundary of his lifespan. These 2 humanoid beings, imposing in stature, exuded a formidable aura akin to a boundless abyss, replete with a dense demonic energy. Kue Xianyo, Transformation God Realm, 2nd Layer, Lifespan 121-002-2900. Charred Dragon, Transformation God Realm, 1st Layer, Lifespan 120-002-0100. Through the lifespan detection function, Gu Changxing discerned the cultivation information of these 2 demonic entities within the boundary. It seemed that the transformation god creatures lurking deep within the setting sun mountain range had been drawn here. Upon seeing these 2 demonic beings, Gu Changxing's gaze narrowed involuntarily. The 2 creatures outside his lifespan boundary were indeed among the powerful auras he had sensed earlier. It appeared that several demonic beings at the transformation god level resided deep within the setting sun mountain range, just as Brother Jiao had suggested. The source of the phenomenon had indeed evaded capture. It could very well be a celestial entity that had gained sentience. At this moment, the Kue Xianyo, possessing a trace of the Kuenyo bloodline, expressed his regret after a fruitless search. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with fate. There is no need for sadness, Brother Kuenyo. Upon hearing Kue Xianyo's lament, the charred dragon, radiating a faint aura of a dragon, interjected. The true monarchs of both the righteous and demonic paths are on their way. At this, Kue Xianyo turned his gaze towards the void's other side and slowly suggested, "Let us conceal ourselves for now." Upon hearing the words of the Neo demon, the transformation god stage Jiao demon couldn't help but squint slightly. Subsequently, the 2 demonic beings retracted their auras, hiding in the shadows of the void. The phenomenon has vanished, and yet there is nothing to be seen? Just moments ago, the spiritual energy surged like a river, creating such a formidable spectacle. How could it simply disappear? After the 2 demonic beings concealed themselves, the righteous true monarchs, led by Yunlai Hai, descended upon the scene. Among them were Yun Chumo, the leader of the fire sect, and Zhuo Lingfeng from the alchemy peak, along with 1 true monarch each from Baiwa Pavilion, Danding sect, and Qingyun sect, totaling 6 true monarchs. At this moment, Gu Changxing cast his gaze toward Baiwa Pavilion, scrutinizing the cultivation panels of the Yuanying true monarchs from Qingyun sect and Danding sect. Yu Nishang, Yuanying 1st Layer 694999, Bone Age Lifespan. Wang Jingtian, Yuanying 5th Layer 13014100, Bone Age Lifespan. Lu Yuani, Yuanying 6th Layer 8903400, Bone Age Lifespan. Among them, apart from the recently ascended Yuanying monarch Yu Nishang of Baiwa Pavilion, the true monarchs from Danding sect and Qingyun sect were all of mid-Yuanying cultivation. Buzzing. Following the emergence of the 6 righteous Yuanying true monarchs, a sound of breaking the void resonated through the sky as 3 Yuanying figures, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy, descended from the demon gate. Yunlai Hai, surrender that celestial treasure. Upon their arrival, one of the late Yuanying demons cast a grim look at the 6 from Yunlai Hai. "Hand over the treasure, and we shall spare your lives." The other 2 late Yuanying demonic cultivators also locked their aura onto the 6 righteous figures, speaking coldly. With 3 against 6, the advantage appeared to lie with the demon gate, for they were all formidable late Yuanying cultivators. At that moment, observing the tense standoff between the righteous and demonic factions, Gu Changxing, concealed within the lifespan barrier, turned his attention to the 3 Yuanying figures from the demon gate. Yu Hongqiu, Yuanying 8th Layer 27803890, Bone Age Lifespan. Yin Zuoyi, Yuanying 7th layer 28113410, Bone Age Lifespan, Kuei Tushiang, Yuanying 7th layer 30193580. Bone Age Lifespan, the auras of the three Yuanying demons were distinctly different, seemingly representing the Insha sect, the Whitebone sect, and the 10,000 Demons Gate. These human factions are embroiled in infighting again, remarked the hidden transformation demon lord, Jiao Heilong, unable to restrain himself. The conflict between the righteous and demonic factions benefits us, providing an opportunity for the demon race to thrive. Had they not been at odds and united against us, the demon caverns would have long been eradicated. Upon hearing Jiao Heilong's complaint, another transformation demon lord, Kuei Xianyo, interjected, the 10,000 Demons Palace, Qingqiu, Sea Demon Pavilion, for Symbols Mountain, Nine Spirits Palace, and my Dragon Cavern have been scheming for millennia. I wonder when our demon gods will awaken? At this juncture, Jiao Heilong shifted the conversation to a secret of the demon caverns. According to our assessments from Four Symbols Mountain, at the current pace, it will take another 50 years. However, the six divine sects have their own arrangements. We need only monitor the movements of the righteous and demonic paths in the ancient Daozhou. After listening to Jiao Heilong, Kuei Xianyo replied nonchalantly, "The awakening of a demon god? I seem to have stumbled upon a significant secret within the lifespan barrier." As Gu Changsheng eavesdropped on the secretive exchange between the two transformation demon lords in the void, his eyes narrowed. From their conversation, it was evident that these two demonic beings hailed from one of the four domains known as the Demon Caverns. Gu Changsheng, having perused the Cultivation Compendium Songxian Travelogue, had gleaned some knowledge about the Demon Caverns, albeit only a fragment of its mysteries. The six great demon clans, namely the Myriad Demon Hall, Qingqiu, the Sea Demon Pavilion, the Four Symbols Mountain, the Nine Spirit Palace, and the Dragon Cave, represent the pinnacle of the demonic path, akin in status to the four sacred grounds of the human realm, due to the extended lifespans of the demon race. The heritage of these six clans can be traced back to several epochs, rendering them even more ancient than the four sacred sites. You Hangqiu, of the Dark Sect, do you intend to wage war against the righteous path now? At this moment, the two opposing factions faced each other, the aura surrounding Yunlai Hai. Clad in a white robe, boiling with intensity as he coldly regarded Yu Hangqiu, the nascent soul master of the Insha sect, who had just demanded celestial treasures. The three of us can eradicate all of you. The expressions of Yu Hangqiu, Kuei Tushiang, and Yin Zunyi, three formidable nascent soul practitioners of the Dark Sect, darkened. Their auras ominous and frigid, exuding an air of imminent combat. What fear is there in battle? Come forth, demons, let us spill blood upon the Sunset Mountains. In response to the formidable trio, the righteous faction's several nascent soul, true monarchs were equally fervent, unafraid of the impending clash. Let the fight commence. Why waste words? Observing the tension between the righteous and demonic sides, two hidden transformation realm demon lords whispered to each other, seemingly eager for the spectacle. I merely wish to quietly break through. Why must they court death? In the lifespan barrier. Witnessing the impending confrontation between the three nascent soul masters of the Dark Sect and the two lurking transformation realm demons, Gu Changsheng sighed softly. Faced with the offering of longevity, how could he refuse? With a wave of his hand, Gu Changsheng unleashed three strands of sword intent that pierced through the void. In an instant, a magnificent display of sword light erupted across the skies as the three strikes of divine sword intent swiftly descended upon Yu Hangqiu and his companions. Before anyone could react, the lightning-like sword intent obliterated the three demon leaders. Did they just perish? That was divine sword intent. The divine sword monarch is lurking in the shadows. Only after the three late-stage nascent soul demons were torn apart by the sword intent did Yunlai Hai and his companions fully comprehend the situation, their shock palpable. Simultaneously, Gu Changsheng received system notifications regarding lifespan. You have successfully deprived Yu Hangqiu, 8th layer nascent soul, of 450 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Kuei Tushiang, 7th layer nascent soul, of 390 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Yin Zunyi, 7th layer nascent soul, of 370 years of lifespan. Effortlessly slaying the three nascent soul demons granted him over 1,000 years of longevity. The divine sword monarch? This is bad. It's a human transformation realm sword cultivator. We must flee. At that moment, the hidden transformation realm demon lord, Niu Kuei Xian, turned pale as he witnessed the invincible sword intent emanating from the void. His heart racing in terror. Just now, They surprisingly failed to notice the god-slaying sword sovereign, indicating that the latter's realm surpasses theirs. Upon realizing this, the initial stage of transformation, Ke Xian-yo and Jiao Heilong exchanged a glance, then emerged from the clouded void and swiftly retreated into the distance. The two transformation demon lords had just been accompanied by a demon of the transformation realm. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the transformation demon lord, radiating boundless demonic energy, Yun Lai Hai, Uni Chong, Zhuoling Feng, Yun Chu Mo, and the other six were taken aback, their expressions shifting in alarm. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, more intense than when they encountered the three late-stage nascent soul fiends. The prey that had nearly been captured could not be allowed to escape. Moreover, as they were not of our kind, their hearts must be treacherous and deserving of extermination. Observing the two transformation demon lords who had already fled beyond 1,000 miles, Gu Chongsheng narrowed his eyes within the lifespan barrier. Was at this moment, Gu Chongsheng's primordial spirit figure opened its golden eyes. Subsequently, the primordial spirit sword embryo hovering above his head buzzed with resonance, infused with forbidden sword light as it vanished into the void. Moments later, deep within the Sunset Mountain range, a golden sword intent surged forth, piercing through half the night sky. Following this, the two immense demonic energies faded away. At this time, a system prompt also resonated before Gu Chongsheng. You have successfully deprived Ke Xian-yo, Transformation Layer 2, of 500 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Jiao Heilong, Transformation Layer 1, of 2,000 years of lifespan. Buzzed with the prompt's explanation, Gu Chongsheng's primordial spirit, sword embryo returned. The primordial spirit, sword embryo re-hovered above the head of the primordial spirit figure. However, after slaying the two transformation demon lords, the sword embryo seemed to radiate an even sharper edge, its forbidden light growing more enchanting. Chapter 57. The supreme quality of the Hunyuan sword classic. The two transformation demon lords have perished. Deep within the Sunset Mountain range, sensing the distant dissolution of those two powerful demonic energies, the esteemed elder Yun Lai Hai was utterly astonished. Those were two transformation demon lords. The god-slaying sword sovereign of old actually severed them with a sword. Truly deserving of the title, the lineage of god-slaying within the ancient sword sect shines throughout history. Upon hearing Yun Lai Hai's words, Yun Chu Mo, Uni Chong, Lu Yuan Yi, Wang Jingtian, and Zhuoling Feng were all taken aback, overwhelmed by shock and awe. Previously, when the god-slaying sword sovereign quelled the chaos of the fire sect, his reputation echoed throughout the ancient Dao state. At that time, the four major righteous sects believed that the god-slaying sword sovereign might merely be a nascent soul true monarch or an early-stage transformation sword cultivator. Yet now, from tens of thousands of miles away, he has severed two transformation demons. Such an achievement is indeed monumental. This indicates that this enigmatic god-slaying sword sovereign is at least a transformation sovereign. Gratitude to the god-slaying sword sovereign for the timely rescue. At this moment, after the initial shock, the esteemed elder of the fire sect, Yun Lai Hai, and the sect leader, Yun Chu Mo, were the first to respectfully bow towards the void. They expressed their thanks for the senior's assistance. Thank you, god-slaying sovereign, for your intervention in slaying demons and vanquishing fiends. At this moment, regaining their composure, Uni Chong and the others also bowed in gratitude towards the void. There remains a semblance of politeness, which renders my efforts worthwhile. Within the confines of the life boundary, observing the six individuals bowing to the void, Gu Chongsheng could not help but remark. Although Gu Chongsheng stood to the west, the six were bowing towards the east, having erred in their direction. Yet, their sincerity was palpable, and Gu Chongsheng chose not to dwell on the mistake, especially as a few familiar faces were among them. However, he offered no response to their expressions of gratitude. The esteemed elder must have already heard us. Let us take our leave. At this moment, after respectfully standing in silence before the tranquil void, the venerable elder Yun Lai Hai addressed the group. Predecessor Zhan Shun, we shall take our leave first. Subsequently, the six individuals bowed once more to the void before departing. The Zhanshan sword master of your Lihua sect is exceptionally unassuming. Were it not for their intervention on 2 occasions, the entire Huanggu Dao state would be oblivious to their presence. Indeed, their humility aligns perfectly with the sword cultivator's philosophy of simplicity and authenticity. While en route back to the Li Yuan ancient city, Wang Jingtian of the Qingyan sect, Yunishang of the Baiwa pavilion, and Lu Yuani of the Danding sect could not restrain their admiration. The Zhanshan sword master is the most enigmatic elder of our sect. They have diligently honed their skills over millennia, ultimately forging an unmatched path in the Zhanshin swordsmanship. Amidst the astonishment of the three sect leaders and elders, the elder of the Lihua sect, Yun Lihai, could not help but boast. Indeed, it is said that the Zhanshin elder possesses a natural affinity for the sword path. Endowed with innate sword bones and a heart as delicate as a blade, from a young age, they were a prodigy in swordsmanship, their talent rivaling that of the sword god of the Lingxiao sword sect. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, the sect leader Yun Chumo, undeterred, chimed in. The two were engaged in such boastful exaggerations that they even fabricated tales of the Zhanshin swordmaster. Listening to their discourse, the three from the Baiwa pavilion, Qingyan sect and Danding sect were wholly convinced. Even Zhuo Lingfeng from the Lihua sect's alchemy peak nodded in reverence. These two, how do they resemble those old rascals Qi Songhai and Qin Munyan, reveling in fanciful tales? When did I ever possess innate sword bones or a heart of exquisite craftsmanship? With a powerful consciousness observing the six individuals, Gu Chongxing found himself unable to suppress a chuckle as he listened to Yun Lihai and Yun Chumo extolling their own virtues. Particularly, when the alluring sect leader Yun Chumo claimed he had innate sword bones, though meant as a compliment, it struck Gu Chongxing's ears as somewhat jarring, akin to an accusation. Ah, Yun Chumo, previously you toyed with my emotions in the Tianluo mountain range, and now you speak of my innate sword bones. New grievances mixed with old. Should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure your posterior is well-deservedly punished, and I shall not be called the Zhanshin sword master. At that moment, with narrowed, starry eyes fixed upon the alluring sect leader's retreating figure, Gu Chongxing spoke coldly. Achoo! Just then, the beautiful sect leader Yun Chumo, who had returned to the Li Yuan ancient city with the group, unexpectedly yawned. Sister Chumo, what troubles you? Yun Yishang, the sect leader of the Baiwa pavilion, turned her gaze towards her. Sister Ni Chang, it's nothing, it must be an illusion. In response to Ni Chang's inquiry, Yun Chu Mo replied with a smile. Just a moment ago, she sensed a profound malice, but she believed it to be merely her imagination. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Mountain range, within the lifespan barrier, after silently cursing the refined sect leader Yun Chu Mo, Gu Chongsheng gazed at his cultivation panel. Name, Gu Chongsheng, bone age, 1, 918. 000, root bone, 5 elements divine body, capable of lifespan derivation. Cultivation, 9th layer of transformation, capable of lifespan derivation. Techniques, Yin-Yang indestructible scripture, grade lower god, perfected. Calming chaos sword technique, grade lower heaven, perfected. God-slaying sword technique, grade top earth, perfected. Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, grade lower earth, perfected. Fire cloud divine palm, grade lower earth perfected. Capable of lifespan derivation. 5 elements escape technique, grade middle earth perfected. Star snatching hand, grade top earth perfected. Mind shocking seal, grade upper earth perfected. Phoenix rejuvenation technique, grade lower profound, perfected. Others, alchemy, 5th grade. Qian Xiyin Dan Jing 1 Dan Shu Yun Wen Dan Shou Dan Wang Jing, capable of lifespan derivation, formation. 5th grade. Formation initial understanding Tiangang formation, capable of lifespan derivation, refining. 5th grade, artifact general outline spirit artifact initial understanding earthly calamity refining technique, capable of lifespan derivation. With 18,000 years of lifespan remaining, perhaps I should enhance my spells. Gu Chongxing mused, unable to resist voicing his thoughts. As his cultivation advanced, it seemed his offensive spells had diminished. Presently, his most formidable technique was merely the calming chaos sword technique, grade lower heaven, which could be wielded through his primordial spirit. The previous techniques, God-slaying sword technique, star snatching hand, fire cloud divine palm, and mind shocking seal, had all fallen behind. I should first enhance the God-slaying sword technique. After all, my alter ego is the God-slaying sword sovereign. The grade top earth swordsmanship appears unworthy of one who possesses an innate sword bone and a delicate sword heart. At this moment, surveying his array of offensive methods, Gu Chongxing opted for the God-slaying sword technique. With a decisive flourish of his hand, he invested a millennium of lifespan. You have devoted 10 millennia of your life to the profound understanding and cultivation of the divine slaying sword technique. After a millennium of practice, you have achieved a comprehensive mastery of this technique, uncovering a fragment of the essence of swordsmanship, culminating in the perfection of your divine sword intent, and elevating your swordsmanship to the 4th realm of clear sword heart. After 3,000 years of further cultivation, you have perceived the meaning of slaying the heavens, transforming your divine slaying sword technique from a peak earthly grade to a mid-grade celestial level technique known as the heaven slaying sword technique. With an additional 6,000 years dedicated to mastering both the divine slaying and heaven slaying sword techniques, your sword heart has reached its ultimate state, achieving the fifth realm of divine sword soul. You have seamlessly interconnected the principles of the divine slaying, heaven slaying, and slaying path sword techniques, leading you to comprehend the supreme mid-grade technique known as the slaying path sword technique. After an entire decade of millennia spent honing the divine slaying, heaven slaying, and slaying path sword techniques, your mastery of swordsmanship has ascended to the sixth realm, known as the sword domain. Your divine slaying, heaven slaying, and slaying path have all reached perfection, allowing you to merge the essence of the slaying sword path with the indestructible yin-yang sword intent, culminating in the acquisition of the mid-grade divine text, the primordial sword canon. As a multitude of insights flooded his mind, Gu Chongqing was enveloped by the profound truths of swordsmanship accumulated over a millennium. Once more, he felt as though he had been enlightened by the supreme sword path, with arcane principles of swordsmanship shimmering around him. His swordsmanship rapidly ascended, his sword intent traversing the expanse of his clear sword heart, divine sword soul, and sword domain overshadowing the heavens. Upon reaching the sword domain, the area within 1,000 miles around him transformed into his personal domain. Within this domain, countless sword energies and intents intertwined, creating a realm reminiscent of a world of swords. Moments later, as Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze sparkled with myriad sword principles. What an extraordinary primordial sword canon! It truly lives up to its reputation as a divine technique, amalgamating the indestructible yin-yang sword intent with the slaying sword path. As he absorbed the mystical text within his mind, a satisfied smile graced Gu Chongqing's lips. This sword domain possesses remarkable utility. Within it, I am akin to the heavens. Gazing upon the domain that enveloped a 1,000-mile radius, Gu Chongqing could not help but exclaim, "The investment of 10 millennia has proven invaluable. The three sword techniques of the slaying lineage would surely entice even the most esteemed sanctuaries, not to mention the primordial sword canon. However, with only 8,000 years of life remaining, it is time to reap the rewards." While reflecting on the worth of his 10 millennia of effort, Gu Chongqing glanced at the sparse 8,000 years of lifespan left. He then dispelled the lifespan barrier and, with a flicker of his figure, began to harvest the precious herbs and spiritual plants within the Sunset Mountain range. Having recently vanquished 2 transformation stage demon lords and 3 true monarchs of the demonic sect, there were scarcely any formidable beings within a 10,000-mile radius, granting Gu Chongqing significant convenience. You have successfully deprived the purple Ganoderma, a 9th-grade spiritual herb, of 1 year of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the dragon spore fruit, a 2nd-grade treasure, of 8 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the blood crystal grass, a 1st-grade treasure, of 6 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the celestial fairy, a 3rd-grade treasure, of 12 years of lifespan. As Gu Chongqing harvested one high-grade spiritual herb after another, a series of system prompts echoed, rapidly augmenting his lifespan. Within half an hour, Gu Chongqing's presence spanned a radius of 30,000 miles. He had gathered nearly 20,000 mature spiritual herbs and treasures, accumulating a staggering total of 40,000 years of lifespan. This figure does not even account for the intrinsic value of the herbs and treasures he collected. The Sunset Mountain Range is indeed a natural treasure trove. In just half an hour, the acquisition of 40,000 years of lifespan is truly exhilarating. At this moment, gazing at the total of 48,000 years of lifespan on the panel, Gu Chongqing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 58, The Sword Fairy. Luoyuli on the Azure Profound Continent, in Yunzhou, 80,000 miles from the holy land of Tongxian, atop a mist-shrouded peak infused with spiritual energy. The Sword Fairy. Luoyuli, donned in an ice-blue glass fairy dress, with a sword sheath on her back, fixed her gaze towards the direction of Lijiao. After a brief glance in that direction, she turned her attention towards the ancient path state. "Master, let us venture to the ancient path state," she proposed thoughtfully, her demeanor as frosty as the winter. "Are we not going to the Tang sect in Lijiao?" Upon hearing Luo Liuli's words, the striking and elegant sword god, Nangong Qing, was momentarily taken aback. "We shall not," replied the fairy, her tone serene as she regarded her master. "For you, those 2 tiny divine bodies present quite a formidable challenge. Each one rivals the undying sword body, and as they are siblings, Their shared mental connection allows them to work in tandem, rendering them virtually invincible within the same realm. Observing her disciples' resolute determination, Nangongqing remarked, "You wish to challenge the sword sovereign of the ancient path state," as her master attempted to persuade her to confront the two Tang divine bodies at the Tang sect. Luo Yoli shook her head and resolutely stated, "The ancient sword sect possesses 4 supreme sword arts, of which I wield 2, the primal formless calamity sword and the formless body sword manual. The sword art of slaying the divine practiced by the sword sovereign originates from another lineage. The sword art of slaying the heavens. Thus, at this moment, I find myself more intrigued by the sword sovereign than the 2 Tang divine bodies." The sword sovereign? At the mention of the sword sovereign from the ancient path state, Nangongqing raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She had certainly heard of this newly emerged sword cultivator. However, as a Tao lord of refining void, standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship on the azure profound continent, the sword intent of slaying the divine held little distinction for her. Hence, she did not regard it with much concern. Observing the fervor in her disciples' eyes, Nangongqing began to ponder thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey," the female sword deity, Nangongqing, remarked gently, gazing at the resolute young woman after a moment of contemplation. On the other side, at the Sunset Mountains, the next day dawned with the sun gradually rising, casting golden beams of light upon the untamed peaks, where ethereal purple mist swirled, enveloping the atmosphere with spiritual energy. Gu Changxing, clad in a blue robe, stood atop a towering green peak that pierced the clouds, basking in the celestial purple aura while surveying the undulating mountains below. After experiencing a breakthrough in his cultivation the previous night, he had chosen not to rush back to the Flame sect, having ventured out this rare occasion. He intended to explore the southern region thoroughly. Moreover, the esteemed Zhua Zhishuan from the Immortal Flame Hall still remained at the Flame sect, a cunning old man with whom Gu Changxing preferred to delay an encounter. Before proceeding, however, he wished to enhance his other techniques. The Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, utilized for concealing one's aura, and the 5 elements escape technique, used for swift travel and evasion, were both of relatively low rank. It was time for an upgrade. He decided to first elevate the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique. At that moment, Gu Changxing opened his cultivation panel and focused on the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique within the list of skills. He then invested 10,000 years of his lifespan into it. You have invested 10,000 years of lifespan in the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique of the earth-level low grade for its evolution and cultivation. After cultivating the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique for 1,000 years, you comprehended the profound principles of the universe and have attained the true martial turtle breathing technique of the earth-level high grade. After cultivating the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique and true martial turtle breathing technique for 3,000 years, you have gained insights into both techniques and comprehended the hibernating dragon technique of the heaven-level low grade. After cultivating the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, true martial turtle breathing technique, and hibernating dragon technique for 6,000 years, you have harmonized the principles of aura concealment and comprehended the 4 symbols returning to origin technique of the heaven-level high grade. After cultivating the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, true martial turtle breathing technique, hibernating dragon technique, and 4 symbols returning to origin technique for 10,000 years, you experienced an epiphany and comprehended the returning to void deceiving heaven technique of the divine level mid-grade. The 10,000 years of lifespan investment concluded swiftly, accompanied by a series of notifications. Gu Changxing's memory expanded with numerous techniques, and a profound aura of concealment enveloped him. Indeed, he had acquired 4 aura concealment techniques. At this moment, Gu Changxing wore a satisfied smile. Among the 4 techniques, the true martial turtle breathing technique surpassed the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, enhancing his concealment ability significantly. The hibernating dragon technique was even more enigmatic, allowing one to attain a more extended lifespan through slumber. As for the 4 symbols returning to origin technique, it not only concealed one's aura, but could also seal the cultivation of others. Lastly, the returning to void deceiving heaven technique was exceptionally formidable. It completely obscured the practitioner's aura, intertwining with the principles of fate, causality, and time. By mastering this divine technique, one's enemies could not discern their causal connections or fortunes. Furthermore, the returning to void deceiving heaven technique could fabricate one's cultivation aura on a causal level, deceiving the heavenly laws. At this moment, Gu Changxing activated the returning to void deceiving heaven technique, and his aura transformed, returning to its essence, as all energies reverted to a state of chaos. Subsequently, He fabricated an aura of a 19-year-old at the 9th level of chi cultivation, while his original chi essence, that of a 19-year-old at the 9th level of transformation, receded into chaos. At this juncture, having adapted to several techniques for concealing his presence, Gu Chongqing turned his attention to the 5 elements escape technique and promptly invested a millennium of lifespan into it. You have devoted a millennium of life to the 5 elements escape technique of the Earth grade, conducting profound analysis and cultivation. After a millennium of practice, you have evolved the laws of the 5 elements, transforming your 5 elements escape technique from Earth grade mid-tier to Earth grade top tier. After 3 millennia, you have utilized the 5 elements to reverse yin and yang, attaining comprehension of the yin-yang escape technique at the heaven grade mid-tier. After 6 millennia of practice in 5 elements escape technique and yin-yang escape technique, you have harmonized the 2 spells, creating the yin-yang 5 elements escape technique at the heaven grade top tier. After a millennium of cultivating 5 elements escape technique, yin-yang escape technique, and yin-yang 5 elements escape technique, you have grasped the essence of the universe's yin and yang, entering a profound state of enlightenment, leading to the realization of the shrink the earth to an inch at the divine grade high tier. A series of prompts indicating the retreat of lifespan echoed around Gu Chongqing as he entered a state of enlightenment. His surroundings were enveloped in the 5 elements and the laws of yin and yang, while his mind was flooded with countless mysterious techniques, with a resonant hum. As the enlightenment progressed, his form flickered in and out of existence, instantaneously appearing thousands of miles away and just as swiftly returning to his original position. At that moment, his figure darted left and right, up and down, within a span of 10,000 miles, the barriers of distance rendered meaningless to him. The technique to shrink the earth to an inch, though a spell, possessed the might of divine sorcery. After a brief moment, as his comprehension came to a close, Gu Chongqing could not help but exclaim. He then took a gentle step forward and found himself 1,000 miles away. The vast expanse of 10,000 miles beneath his feet seemed to shrink to mere inches. Truly remarkable. With such divine ability, the entire ancient state lies at my feet. And on occasion, I might even venture to observe other great states. At this moment, savoring the profundity of the shrink the earth to an inch, Gu Chongqing was immensely satisfied, his lips curving into a slight smile. Chapter 59. The 4 Symbols Mountain of the Demon Domain. In the Zhongshuan continent lies the Demon Abyss, also known as the Demon Domain, one of the 4 realms, a territory ruled by the demonic race. Situated beyond the 5 states, the Demon Domain is vast and boundless, comparable in size to the 3 sword states. Furthermore, its existence dates back to the ancient era of the Zhongshuan continent. Within the confines of the Demon Domain dwell tens of thousands of diverse demon species, with countless beings governed by the 10,000 Demon Hall, Qingqiu, Sea Demon Pavilion, 4 Symbols Mountain, 9 Spirits Palace, and Dragon Cavern. These 6 great demonic lineages are the very heavens of the Demon Domain. Beyond these 6 sacred lineages, the Demon Domain is home to hundreds of sects and forces of varying sizes. At the 4 Symbols Mountain, within the towering halls of the Demon Palace, several powerful beings of the Transformation Realm, Void Refinement Realm demons, and demon kings have gathered. Our esteemed bull demon sovereign has fallen, exclaimed a formidable bull demon with antlers, standing 2 zhang tall, his expression grim. News has also emerged from the Dragon Cave. The Black Dragon Demon Lord has fallen. Another formidable being, a sacred elephant demon lord standing 3 zhang tall and bearing 2 pairs of fearsome tusks, now wears a grim expression. I am well acquainted with the sea-overturning demon lord of the 9 Spirits Palace. He has been lying low in Yunzhou, and according to the messages he has relayed, a powerful sword cultivator has appeared in the ancient Path province, with both the Black Dragon and the Celestial Ox Demon Lords suspected to have been slain by this sword cultivator. At this moment, a peculiar entity with a human head and demon body, possessing 4 hooves, spoke up. Another sword cultivator. That legendary human sword deity once intruded upon our demon domain and brazenly interrupted the sacrificial ceremony meant to revive our demon sovereign. Upon hearing the words of the 4-hoofed demon lord, the previously grim-faced celestial ox demon lord and the sacred elephant demon lord both turned pale. Observing the furrowed brows of the 2 demon lords, the other void refinement demon lords and transformation god demon lords stood united in their animosity. A millennium ago, during the great battle between the righteous and the demonic, 6 major forces of the demon realm summoned myriad demon spirits with the intent to revive their demon god and retaliate against humanity. However, that invincible sword deity, After vanquishing the demonic sect, descended upon the demon realm and single-handedly disrupted their meticulously prepared revival ceremony, which had been in the making for countless years. Since time immemorial, humans and demons have been at odds. Now, with the revival of the demon god imminent, I believe it prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. At this moment, observing the wrathful expressions of the demon lords and princes, a 6-zhang tall demon king, bearing the bloodline of a Qilin, spoke coolly. His body, adorned with red dragon scales, bore the head of a dragon, the body of a deer, the tail of an ox, and the hooves of a horse. Emanating a formidable aura, let it be known, we shall heed the commands of the Qilin demon king. Upon hearing the words of the 6-zhang red Qilin demon king, all the demon lords and princes bowed respectfully. In a few days, the demon king of the Bai family from Qingqiu will ascend the throne. Four-toothed, white elephant demon lord, you are to visit Qingqiu on behalf of the Four Symbols Mountain and bring along 3 strains of 9th-grade medicinal kings. With this, the Qilin demon king addressed the void refinement demon lord of the sacred elephant clan. After delivering his orders, he turned and departed from the majestic demon palace. 3 strains of 9th-grade medicinal kings. It seems the Qilin demon king holds great expectations for the Bai family demon king. Among the 3 clans of Qingqiu, the Bai, Tu, and Su families, this generation has seen the rise of the Bai family, the decline of the Tu family, and the subjugation of the Su family beneath the Bai family's influence. The Bai family demon king is said to possess considerable talent and strength, reportedly nearing the completion of his 7th tail. Rumors have circulated that the Bai and Su families have recently allied to suppress the Tu family, resulting in the deaths of many Tu family members who resisted subservience. After the Qilin demon king departed, the void refinement demon lords and transformation god demon lords whispered among themselves, engaging in hushed discussions. On the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range lies the magnificent ancient city of Liyuan. At noon, the city is a bustling sea of humanity, with voices rising in a cacophony. The sheer number of practitioners creates a throng, with streets, markets, and taverns filled with those journeying to the southern borders. Even the entertainment houses within the city are overflowing, as enchanting fallen fairies clad in light silk skirts struggle to attend to the throngs, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Have you heard? The esteemed Zhanshan Zun has arrived in the Southern Territory, according to revelations from our sect's venerable elder, just the night before last. The Zhanshan Zun made his move in the Sunset Mountain Range, vanquishing 3 formidable demon lords and 2 ethereal beings of the demon race. Such prowess in effortlessly slaying beings of transformation suggests that the Zhanshan Zun possesses unparalleled cultivation. Within the confines of a 3-story tavern, a gathering of sect disciples on the 2nd floor engaged in lively discourse. The news of the Zhanshan Zun had left the surrounding listeners utterly astounded. I tell you, as per the information obtained from our esteemed elder at the Danding sect, the renowned female sword immortal from the Ling Shao sword sect is set to visit our ancient path state. Is this truth? That illustrious female sword immortal, barely 60 years in age, has attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and is on the verge of transcending to the realm of transformation. What could her intentions be for coming to our ancient path state? At this moment, a foundational stage elder from the Danding sect discreetly divulged information, prompting a flurry of speculation among the disciples of the Qingyun sect and other righteous factions, their expressions filled with curiosity. Why would a transcendent female sword immortal come to the ancient path state? Surely, she is not seeking a companion? Even the casual listeners brimmed with intrigue. It is said that the purpose of her visit is to challenge the venerable Zhanshan Zun. Seeing the captivated audience hanging on his every word, the elder from the Danding sect finally spoke, offering a slow elucidation. Such a challenge from a female sword immortal against the Zhanshan Zun is indeed a monumental event, one destined to be inscribed in the annals of the state's cultivation history. Who do you believe would emerge victorious, the female sword immortal or the Zhanshan Zun? Upon hearing the words of the Danding elder, disciples from the Qingyun sect, Baihe Pavilion, Laihua sect, and other sects, as well as the scions of imperial lineages and noble families, were left astounded and filled with curiosity. My friend, what are your thoughts on this matter? At that moment, near the tavern window, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a white robe, adorned with a pendant of dark jade, inquired of a neighboring youth dressed in blue. What matter? Startled by the sudden approach of a youthful girl disguised as a boy, Gu Chongqing momentarily hesitated. He merely sought to enjoy a drink and eavesdrop on the gossip among the cultivators, seeking a fleeting taste of life, and was taken aback by the unexpected engagement. Gu Chongqing questioned whether his striking appearance had caught her attention, or if it was the extraordinary aura he exuded. It concerns the battle between the female sword immortal and the Zhanshan Jianzun. Who do you think will prevail? The alluring youth in white pressed further, unable to contain his inquisitiveness at the sight of the bewildered, handsome boy. This matter has yet to unfold. The female sword immortal has not even arrived. Moreover, even if she were to come, do you truly believe the Zhanshan Jianzun, who has always maintained a low profile, would engage with her? In response to the persistent inquiries of the captivating youth in white, Gu Chongqing casually remarked, "Indeed, he spoke some truth." The Zhanshan Jianzun had little desire to engage with the female sword immortal. After all, should he acquiesce, it would open a door he preferred to keep closed. In the future, it is certain that more female sword deities, sword enthusiasts, and sword practitioners will seek him out for a duel. That would undoubtedly be a nuisance. He merely wishes to quietly cultivate until he becomes invincible. I believe the sword sovereign of God will undoubtedly accept the challenge, remarked the enchanting youth, his eyes glimmering as he listened to Gu Chongqing. What do you believe? Only my opinion matters, for I am the sword sovereign of God. Gu Chongqing could not help but scoff internally at this proclamation. Well, as long as you are content, he responded nonchalantly, his disinterest evident. Although he could clearly discern the true visage of the girl disguised as a boy before him, her beauty was breathtaking, surpassing even that of the exquisite Xia Qingmei and the enchanting Shiji, outshining them both. Yet, on the path of cultivation, beauties, fairies, goddesses, enchantresses, saintesses, demonesses, mature women, and lovely matrons abound, he could not possibly entertain every single one he encountered. Who do you think would ultimately triumph between the two of them? Despite Gu Chongqing's apparent reluctance to engage, the stunning girl, still clad in male attire, persistently inquired, "Why are you so invested in this matter?" Gu Chongqing asked, somewhat exasperated by the incessant chatter of the young man in white robes. If this fairy were his own, he would surely give her a few playful smacks for her excessive prattling. Let me share a secret with you. The female sword fairy is my sister, and I was the one who informed her that a powerful sword sovereign of God resides in the ancient Dao province, she whispered, leaning closer to Gu Chongqing. As she drew near, a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, wafted into Gu Chongqing's nostrils, unsettling his composure. However, at this moment, he was not concerned with such distractions. Upon hearing the girl's words, he could not help but narrow his deep-set eyes and employed a lifespan probing technique. Luoli, Foundation Establishment Level 9, 20999, Bone Age Lifespan. As the lifespan probing function activated, the cultivation information of the girl disguised as a boy appeared before Gu Chongqing. I did not expect the female sword fairy to be summoned by you. Are you not afraid that the sword sovereign of God will come looking for you in the dead of night? Gu Chongqing remarked, half-jokingly threatening her after reviewing Luoli's cultivation details. I am not afraid at all. My sister is the female sword fairy, and my aunt is the female sword deity. Luoli replied confidently, adorned in her white robes. Ah, a true progeny of the celestial realm. Gu Chongqing's lips twitched slightly at Luoli's words, inwardly musing. He felt capable of defeating 10 female sword fairies, perhaps even rendering her unable to stand. Yet, against a female sword deity, he harbored no such confidence. After all, according to the records in Songxian Travelogue, anyone bearing the title of sword deity was undoubtedly a being beyond the transformation stage. Very well. In response to your earlier inquiry, I must confess that I believe the sword sovereign of God-slaying will emerge victorious. At this moment, gazing at the ethereal offspring of the celestial realm before him, Gu Chongqing unconsciously shifted the topic, his tone softening slightly. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It appears our heroic visions are aligned. When Gu Chongqing anticipated a rebuttal from the young maiden, he was taken aback when the stunningly beautiful Luo Li merely smiled. Her response unexpectedly delightful. What? You do not support your sister? Gu Chongqing asked, slightly bewildered by the girl's cheerful expression. Allow me to let you in on a secret. I am indeed a follower of the God-slaying sword sovereign. I have journeyed to the ancient wilderness to seek him, or her, as my mentor, so that I may learn the divine sword techniques and ultimately surpass my sister in the art of the sword. As Luo Li leaned closer to Gu Chongqing, her voice lowered to a whisper, he was momentarily entranced by the delicate fragrance that wafted from her, leaving him astonished by her words. May we cross paths again, dear friend. At that moment, while Gu Chongqing was lost in thought, the girl, having derived emotional satisfaction, bid him farewell with a smile before gracefully descending from the tavern, her figure vanishing amidst the throng of people. Wait, you wish to take me as your master? Observing Luo Li's slender silhouette, Gu Changxing paused, a grin threatening to escape his lips. Just then, the disciples of the righteous sect nearby resumed their chatter. Have you heard the latest? The fire sect's fairies, Jirua, Qingao, and Wangwei, have ambushed the enchantress Lu Ruyan at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain range, leaving her gravely injured and fleeing. An eye for an eye. I recall that the enchantress Lu Ruyan had once wounded Wangwei. Now, having been targeted by Wangwei and her companions, it seems that fate has come full circle, bringing her just retribution. Indeed, Lu Ruyan has fallen into misfortune. Ever since her ancestor perished, she has become the focus of Xuancha's attention, who appears intent on taking her as a concubine. You actually feel sympathy for the enchantress? You must be an undercover agent for the demonic sect. I shall sever ties with you. I harbor no sympathy for that enchantress. I am merely captivated by her allure. After all, it is well known throughout the ancient wilderness that Lu Ruyan is the very embodiment of a succubus. At this juncture, disciples from the Qingyan sect, the Danding sect, and others engaged in fervent discussions. Gu Changxing, intrigued by their gossip, narrowed his eyes slightly, then rose to depart, melding into the crowd before disappearing from sight. Chapter 60, Enchantress, do you dare to test the sword, Sovereign? As evening approached, the sun gradually descended, and the night began to drape its veil. Under the deepening twilight, the Sunset Mountain range loomed like a slumbering behemoth, wild and formidable, its peaks undulating. Cough, cough. In the depths of the mountains, within a valley surrounded by towering cliffs, a breathtaking celestial maiden delicately covered her mouth, unable to suppress a violent coughing fit, blood staining her lips. Clad in a flowing black gown, her alabaster neck graced by the fabric, her attire accentuated her proud curves, resembling snow-capped peaks. With cascading violet hair that flows down to her waist, the tips of her locks sway gently in the breeze, partially concealing her elegantly arched silhouette. Beneath her slender waist, her pale, elongated legs peek out from beneath her skirt. In this moment, she appears weary, her exquisitely fair and enchanting face rendered pallid, evoking a sense of delicate vulnerability. Even the righteous path has forsaken martial ethics, as three individuals assail me alone. At this juncture, the maiden in the black gown partakes in a soft murmur, her voice carrying a hint of resignation and indignation. Her enchanting, obsidian eyes reflect a touch of dishevelment and despair. Ah, what a stroke of fortune, to stumble upon this opportunity without effort. Just then, a cold chuckle resonated through the thicket, revealing a middle-aged man clad in crimson robes, an insidious grin adorning his face. His aura was chaotic and unruly, his visage remarkably ordinary, even bearing a trace of lewdness and malevolence, yet he was undeniably a genuine nascent soul true monarch. Upon sighting the red-robed man, the black-clad maiden's expression shifted dramatically, her beauty paling visibly, her delicate form trembling slightly. Ah, Lu Ruoyan, you cannot escape the grasp of this old ancestor. The malevolent elder's gaze narrowed as he surveyed the disconcerted beauty before him, drinking in her alluring physique with unbridled lust. Even if I, Lu Ruoyan, were to destroy my own path, I shall not allow you to bully me. In the face of the elder's unabashed, fervent stare, Lu Ruoyan clenched her teeth defiantly. At this moment, her heart brimmed with profound reflections, reminiscent of a tiger fallen to the plains, subjected to the whims of lesser beings. Before her grandfather, the esteemed Xiangu, had met his demise, she had been a true disciple of the Whitebone sect, basking in glory as a rising star of the demonic path. Back then, the elder would not have dared to confront her, nor would he have risked gazing at her with lecherous eyes. After all, the elder had ascended to the nascent soul, true monarch realm through dubious means, his combat prowess ranking among the lowest of the demonic sect's elite. However, since Xiangu's fall, Lu Ruoyan had come to understand the fickleness of human relationships and the harsh realities of the world. The once mighty Lu clan had been devoured by a host of nascent soul practitioners and golden core families, leaving not a trace behind. Now, she resembled a stray dog, relentlessly pursued and coerced by the elder. The methods of this old ancestor shall not permit you to end your own life. Observing the despairing sorceress Lu Ruoyan, the elder unleashed a spell radiating a pinkish hue. With a soft gasp, the enchanting Lu Ruoyan, enveloped in her flowing black gown, was caught off guard and succumbed to the spell's effects. In an instant, her graceful form weakened, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, she lost all control over her body, unable even to summon her consciousness, leaving only her vibrant eyes capable of movement. In a sinister tone, The Ancient One proclaimed that the Six Desires demon light originated from the powers of the Six Desires demon monarch. Those afflicted by this curse must engage in dual cultivation to break free, and even after such an endeavor, the recipient of the primal Een would remain eternally devoted. At that moment, gazing at the enchanting sorceress Lu Ruyin, who lay weakened upon the ground, her exquisite visage tinged with a delicate blush, the esteemed Xian Cha spoke with fervent intensity. Upon hearing Xian Cha's words, Lu Ruyin felt a profound despair, her enchanting, clear eyes clouded with shadows of hopelessness. Ah, what a magnificent vessel of temptation, Xian Cha mused, his gaze lingering on the stunning figure of the fallen sorceress in her dark gown, licking his lips in anticipation. He yearned to strip her bare and engage in the dual cultivation he so desired. Just as Lu Ruyin succumbed to despair, a mocking voice echoed from above. Following the sound, a young man clad in azure descended upon the clouds. It was none other than Gu Changxing, who had developed an interest in the tales surrounding the sorceress after hearing about her in the Yuan city. Given that Lu Ruyin had harmed his beloved childhood friend, he resolved to capture her upon learning of her escape, yet he stumbled upon this unfolding scene instead. At this moment, the cultivation levels of Xian Cha and Lu Ruyin were crystal clear to Gu Changxing. Young man, saving the fair maiden requires strength. I advise you not to overestimate yourself, Xian Cha remarked coldly, sensing the faint aura of the Foundation establishment realm emanating from Gu Changxing. He had felt it earlier. But the sudden interruption of his ambitions was infuriating. Saving a maiden? Gu Changxing was taken aback by Xian Cha's words. His intentions were not to play the gallant hero. In a moment of fervor, Xian Cha unleashed a powerful spell toward Gu Changxing, his eyes ablaze with desire for the enchanting sorceress. However, before the spell could touch the hem of Gu Changxing's garment, it was obliterated by a radiant sword light. The brilliance of the sword surged forth. And in the face of Xian Cha's terror, he was torn asunder, reduced to nothingness. You have successfully deprived Xian Cha, second layer of Yuaneng, of 200 years of life. As the remnants of Xian Cha faded, a system notification followed. Are you the sorceress Lu Ruyin? I shall take you back for Xiaoyu to deal with, Gu Changxing murmured. Observing the delicate form of the black-gowned sorceress slumped against the blue stone, he stepped forward, lifting the exquisite and alluring Lu Ruyin effortlessly. Upon contact with Gu Changxing, a radiant glow enveloped Lu Ruyin, igniting the Six Desires demon light left behind by Xian Cha. Her enchanting silhouette transformed into tendrils of silk, entwining around Gu Changxing. Beneath the black skirt, the slender, fair legs entwined around Gu Changxing's waist, while the delicate, frost-like wrist coiled around his neck. At that moment, with a beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, Lu Ruyin resembled a koala. Simultaneously, the girl's tender, rosy lips pressed against Gu Changxing's handsome cheek. Is this the trial you present to this sword sovereign? Gazing at the enchanting demoness with her mesmerizing eyes, inhaling the fragrant aroma that emanated from her body, and feeling the soft warmth that dampened his cheek, Gu Changxing found his composure wavering. Enveloped in a flowing black celestial gown, Lu Ruyin had succumbed to her instincts. Driven purely by desire, faced with the breathtakingly beautiful enchantress, Gu Changxing confronted two dilemmas, to act or not to act. Chapter 61, The Female Sword Immortal Slays the God-slaying Sword Sovereign in the Ancient Tao State. The Hengduan Mountains lay between the territories of the Dan Ding sect and the 100 Flowers Pavilion, spanning 60,000 miles and dividing the power of the two major sections. The following day, with the sky clear and the breeze gentle, the sun ascended high. Upon the highest peak of the Hengduan Mountains, Zhuyan Peak, stood the female sword immortal in an ice-blue celestial dress, her sword box, imprinted with cloud patterns, beside her, radiating boundless sword energy and intent. Meanwhile, the graceful, veiled sword deity, Nangong Qing, stood atop the floating clouds, quietly guarding Luolioli. The news of the female sword immortal's challenge to the god-slaying sword sovereign at Zhuyan Peak had spread by dawn. As time passed, a multitude of righteous cultivators and rogue practitioners began to gather beneath the peak. Among them were several nascent soul true monarchs, a dozen golden core true masters, and countless foundation establishment practitioners, along with thousands of qi refining cultivators. Indeed, the female sword immortal is formidable. Even from this distance, I can sense her imposing sword intent. Aside from her overwhelming strength, she was also breathtakingly beautiful, said to be ranked second on the sword state immortal list, with her master, the sword deity Nangong, holding the first position. In light of the female sword immortal's bold challenge, the onlookers from the ancient Tao state speculated fervently. Do you think the god-slaying sword sovereign will come? Listening to the discussions from the cultivators at the foot of the peak, Luo Yuli remarked calmly. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Perched atop the towering Zhuoyun peak, she sat gracefully in midair, closed her enchanting eyes, and began to regulate her energy, awaiting the arrival of her opponent. Meanwhile, several 100,000 miles away, in the Sunset Mountains, within a tranquil valley by a lakeside, Gu Chongqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a blue robe. Behind him, the enchanting fairy in the black celestial gown, with her long, delicate legs taut, stood blushing, gazing shyly at the back of the transcendent youth. Senior, the enchanting demoness Lu Ruyan, her cheeks flushed, shyly directed her gaze towards the boy's slender, fair fingers. As she gazed at the youth's fingers, vivid memories of the enchanting scenes from the previous night flooded her mind. Initially, she had anticipated humiliation at the hands of the formidable Xian Cha. Yet the strikingly handsome senior before her had come to her rescue and alleviated the torment inflicted by Xian Cha's renowned technique, the Six Desires demonic light. Although the process of dispelling the poison had been fraught with unexpected twists and turns, it had left a profound impression on Lu Ruyan. The mere thought of her earlier embarrassment caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. You should know that I am a righteous cultivator. I could easily end your life, demoness. Gu Chongqing remarked coolly upon overhearing Lu Ruyan's murmured words. In comparison to the righteous path, I harbor an even greater disdain for the practitioners of the demonic sect. He continued, Senior is Ruyan's savior. Even if you were to kill me, I would accept it willingly. After all, rather than struggling to survive in this precarious existence between the righteous and the demonic, it would be far better to perish at your hands. In response to Gu Chongqing's indifference, the exquisite demoness, draped in a black gown, parted her pink lips, her enchanting eyes reflecting a profound sense of desolation. Weren't you already dead at my hands last night? Gu Chongqing teased, sensing a hint of despair in the demoness' tone as he idly traced the fingers of his hand behind him. Senior, at that moment, Lu Ruyan felt her body weaken in response to his sudden jest. Indeed, during the process of detoxification, she had uttered a phrase about dying. It was hardly her fault. After all, her unique constitution, the rare furnace body, rendered her delicate and prone to emotional turmoil. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your life. However, since you have nowhere else to go, I would like you to tend to my medicinal fields. Once the spiritual herbs have matured, I will return to personally harvest them. Gu Chongqing stated with a casual air, his gaze resting upon the captivating visage of the demoness. After assisting Lu Ruyan with her detoxification, he had cultivated nearly 100 acres of medicinal fields abundant in high-grade spiritual and treasure herbs. Surrounding the fields, he had also established a fifth-tier formation. The 21st Spirit Alarm Array, and now required a caretaker for the herb garden. Lu Ruyan was the perfect candidate. Ruyan shall dutifully obey Senior's command. Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, her previously dim gaze now brimming with life. They say women are made of water. I was skeptical until I met you. Gu Chongqing remarked playfully before taking his leave, his words lingering in the air as they left an indelible impression on Lu Ruyan. As she watched him depart, reflecting on his words, Lu Ruyan felt her legs weaken, causing her to collapse onto the ground. With her family annihilated and herself coerced by a tyrant, she had anticipated a bleak and tragic fate. Yet unexpectedly, she had encountered a gentle senior from the righteous path, who not only saved her and healed her wounds, but also offered her refuge and protection. The esteemed elder, Lu Ruyan, murmured softly in the desolate medicinal herb garden, her graceful figure draped in a flowing black gown. In the future, I shall repay your kindness with a bond of gratitude. Truly a sorceress, she stirs my heart's resolve. After departing from the Sunset Mountain range, Gu Chongqing could not help but reflect inwardly. In comparison to the virtuous celestial maidens such as Dan Taiyu, Zhuo, Qian Duo, and Yun Chu Mo, the sorceress indeed possesses an alluring charm that is both enchanting and distinct. Yet, in contrast to the more mischievous little sorceress, that female sword immortal proves to be even more vexatious. Why must she persistently pursue this sword sovereign? Having voiced his musings, Gu Chongqing's profound gaze unconsciously drifted northward, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Naturally, he was well aware of the female sword immortal's challenge at the Ziyun Peak in the Hengduan Mountains, as his spiritual sense encompasses a vast radius of 80,000 miles. It is nearly noon. One cannot help but ponder whether the sword sovereign will accept the duel. On one side stands the invincible female sword immortal, a paragon of beauty and enlightenment at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while on the other side is the god-slaying sword sovereign, who has vanquished 2 divine demons. I find myself at a loss as to whom to support. I believe, however, that the female sword immortal shall emerge victorious, for I am fond of her. At this moment, within the bustling tavern of Liyuan ancient city, a throng of cultivators engaged in fervent discussion. The spirit of gossip reached its zenith as wagers were placed. By now, don't let this opportunity slip. Bet on the sword sovereign for a payout of 3-1. Bet on the female sword immortal for a payout of 5-1. Bet on a tie for a payout of 2-1. Even a golden core elder, driven by the prospect of profit, set up a betting table on the spot. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, clad in a modest azure robe, ascended to the second floor, ordered a pot of spiritual wine, and seated himself discreetly by the window. Oh, what a coincidence! Upon seeing Gu Changsheng, Luo Li, who had disguised herself as a man the previous day, approached him with familiarity, taking a seat opposite him. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Gazing at the youthful maiden adorned in white, whose exquisite features radiated charm, Gu Changsheng spoke slowly. He was aware of her presence but had chosen not to acknowledge her. However, he did not anticipate her approach, which felt even more persistent than that of the sorceress. Do you think the god-slaying sword sovereign will make a move today? Inquisitively, the disguised Luo Li smiled as she regarded the handsome youth clad in a white robe. And do you wish for the sword sovereign to act? Upon hearing Luo Li's question, Gu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, then countered. As a devoted supporter of the god-slaying sword sovereign, I naturally hope for his intervention, and I am confident he shall prevail. In response to Gu Changsheng's query, Luo Li's enchanting eyes sparkled, her lips parting as she spoke with conviction. Indeed, I believe he will. Oh, is that so? Gu Changsheng replied with a faint smile, admiring the confidence radiating from the beautiful young girl before him. He then extended his hand out of the window and plucked a vibrant green willow leaf that was close to the second-floor window. What are you doing, friend, plucking leaves? The girl disguised as a boy, Luo Li, looked at Gu Changsheng's peculiar actions with a face full of confusion. What do you perceive as a sword? In response to the young lady's bewilderment, Gu Changsheng, with the willow leaf delicately pinched between his fingers, smiled and inquired. A sword? Naturally, it is an invincible weapon. Let me tell you, my sister possesses a sword box named Shinshao, which is a treasured heirloom of the Lingshao sword sect, containing 8 divine swords of spiritual treasure caliber. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Luo Li, still in her male disguise, leaned closer and whispered softly in his ear. A waft of fragrance once again reached Gu Changsheng's nose, stirring memories of the torment he endured at the hands of the witch the previous night, awakening a restless urge within him. You are mistaken, in my view. A sword can be both tangible and intangible. It is not confined to form. All things in heaven and earth can serve as a sword, until one reaches a state of having no sword in the heart, achieving the realm where the formless sword surpasses the tangible. Observing the girl, who seemed lost in her understanding, Gu Changsheng could not help but speak. After finishing his words, he cast the delicate and tender willow leaf from his hand. All things in heaven and earth can serve as a sword, no sword in the heart. At that moment, the young lady did not notice the willow leaf that Gu Changsheng had thrown, as she was immersed in his profound words. Buzzing in a place unseen by the cultivators of the southern region, the willow leaf that Gu Changsheng had cast suddenly erupted with sword intent, soaring into the clouds. It pierced the sky like a shooting star, radiating brilliant divine light as it flew northward. What is that? Such an astonishing phenomenon. It appears to be a sword. A sword that divides the heavens. Such powerful sword intent, such formidable sword energy, my treasured sword is beyond my control. At that moment, a multitude of cultivators across the vast ancient Daoxing region looked up at the sky, astonished by the sword that cleaved the heavens in twain. Here it comes. A willow leaf? Atop the Hengduan Mountains in the northern region, the female sword deity, Nangong Qing, narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression shifting slightly as she turned her gaze southward. Such profound swordsmanship. I have not come to the wrong place. The female sword immortal was the second to sense that formidable sword aura, and she gazed at the streak of light resembling a falling star with eager anticipation. Look, the sword sovereign is coming. This phenomenon is truly incredible. Those unaware might think a meteor has descended from the heavens. As the sword light approached, the cultivators gathered beneath the Zuayan peak also raised their heads in astonishment. At that moment, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the female sword immortal soared into the sky, bearing the mightiest sword intent, heading towards the radiant sword light. Boom! In an instant, the two sword intents collided, shaking the very heavens and earth, and a deafening roar of sword energy echoed through the skies. bang as the sword light dissipated. The onlookers beheld the female sword immortal plummeting from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the Zuayan peak. Hiss, the female sword immortal has been defeated. Look. That is the god-slaying sword sovereign. She was vanquished by nothing more than a single willow leaf. Hiss, a leaf has triumphed over the sword immortal. How formidable must the god-slaying sword sovereign truly be? At this moment, the onlookers gazed in astonishment, their hearts seized with disbelief. That willow leaf, embodying the supreme swordsmanship, now stood atop the peak of Zuayan, radiating boundless sword intent and energy. Meanwhile, the peerless and astonishingly talented female sword immortal knelt partially on the ground, a trace of blood staining her lips. Chapter 62. The Sword Sovereign's renown shakes the ancient path state in the ancient path state, northern region, the Hungduan mountain range. Zuayan peak. Master, I have been defeated. The enchanting gaze of the female sword immortal, Luo Lioli, fixated upon the willow leaf above, which blossomed with the essence of swordsmanship. As she spoke to her side, the sword god, Nangong Qing. We misjudged. That individual, like my master, is a practitioner of the sixth realm of swordsmanship. Moreover, he or she must have inherited the sword of decapitation technique from the ancient sword sect. Observing the bittersweet smile upon the face of the female sword immortal, the sword god, Nangong Qing, replied with her own captivating gaze. The sword of decapitation? Upon hearing her master's words, a hint of confusion crossed the exquisitely beautiful visage of the sword immortal. The sword of decapitation technique is derived from the mid-grade heavenly method known as the sword of heaven's decapitation. In turn, the sword of heaven's decapitation is rooted in the supreme heavenly method, the sword of decapitation. This sword technique is the most formidable of the ancient methods. My master suspects the god-slaying sword sovereign may be a descendant of the ancient sword sect. As the female sword immortal pondered the implications, Nangong Qing, with her crimson lips parting gently, began to elucidate, simultaneously offering her conjecture regarding the identity of the god-slaying sword sovereign. The sword of decapitation, you say? In the wake of the sword god's clarification, Luo Lioli could not help but reflect deeply. It is possible that the god-slaying sword sovereign possesses the cultivation of a void refinement Tao Lord, so there is no need for you to wallow in self-pity. At this moment, noticing the female sword immortal lost in thought, Nangong Qing could not resist providing words of comfort. Master, I believe that the presence of you and the god-slaying sword sovereign, both paragons of swordsmanship, is a boon for Zhongxian. It allows us, the rising talents, to glimpse the path ahead. Upon hearing her master's encouragement, the female sword immortal transformed her sorrow into joy, her eyes rekindling with fervent battle spirit. Indeed, with a clear sword heart, one is not far from the sword spirit's divine understanding. Observing the brightening gaze of her disciple, the sword god, Nangong Qing, nodded in satisfaction. As time flowed, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The tale of the god-slaying sword sovereign's victory over the female sword immortal had now spread throughout the entirety of the ancient path state. The Flame Sect, the Azure Cloud Sect, the Alchemy Cauldron Sect, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion, along with countless other sects, were left in shock. Truly worthy of being our sect's strongest elder, the god-slaying sword sovereign has undoubtedly elevated the prestige of our Flame Sect. Within the main peak's celestial palace of the Flame Sect, Elder Qi Songhai was ecstatic. Indeed, the Lingxiao sword sovereign's female sword immortal was excessively arrogant. Her defeat at the hands of the god-slaying sword sovereign is indeed exhilarating. Listening to Qi Songhai's words, Elder Qin Munian could not help but express his sentiments. The illustrious sword master of the god-slaying sword. I surmise that he is indeed the god-slaying sword master of the Xianyuan Palace, as the Flame Sect merely serves as a branch of the Xianyuan Palace. At this juncture, the benevolent Zhuo Zhishuan, clad in a gray robe, suggested, this matter necessitates an inquiry with the venerable god-slaying sword master himself. However, the esteemed sword master is known for his low profile and enigmatic nature. We may not have the fortune of encountering him. Upon hearing Zhuo Zhishuan's proposal, Qi Songhai and Qin Munian could not help but frown slightly. The formidable Luo Lioli possesses combat prowess rivaling the initial stage of the transformation god realm. And if the god-slaying sword master could vanquish her from tens of thousands of miles away, he must surely be at the Tao Lord level. It is truly my desire to pay my respects to him. Listening to the words of their master, Zhuo Zhishuan, and the two elders from the Flame Sect, the talented Qin Renwang from the Xianyuan Palace felt a surge of aspiration. At this moment, The lingering shadow left by the female sword immortal seemed to dissipate significantly. If even the female sword immortal could be defeated, why could I not also experience a setback? The Qin Renwang, bearer of the Sunfire body, consoled himself, increasingly convinced of his enlightened path. In the northeastern corner of the ancient Tao state, at the eastern side of the Hongduan mountain range, lies the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The god-slaying sword master indeed stands as the preeminent figure of the ancient Tao state, having triumphed over the female sword immortal. I believe that the 100 Flowers Pavilion must swiftly engage in a deeper collaboration with the Flame sect. Perhaps we might have the opportunity to meet the venerable god-slaying sword master. A gathering of elders and high-ranking members of the 100 Flowers Pavilion convened, engaging in fervent discussion. The 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dan-Ding sect reside near the Hongduan mountain range. Thus, several nascent Soul True monarchs and Golden Court True people witnessed firsthand the scene of the god-slaying sword master defeating the sword immortal with a single leaf. Consequently, the elders of the 100 Flowers Pavilion held the god-slaying sword master in the highest esteem, their admiration palpable, almost wishing to prostrate before him. On the other side, in the southern borders of the ancient Tao state, near the ancient city of Liyuan, the whispers of the gathered cultivators echoed throughout the taverns. The sword immortal was defeated by a single leaf. Truly, the sword master is a miraculous figure of the ages. Indeed, it was unexpected that the venerable god-slaying sword master so effortlessly overcame the currently renowned female sword immortal. It is said that the leaf traversed from the southern borders to the Hongduan mountain range, crossing a vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles, a feat of extraordinary prowess. At this moment, within the bustling taverns filled with cultivators, discussions flourished. According to messages relayed by elders of the Dan-Ding sect, the leaf continued to emanate an unparalleled essence of swordsmanship even after defeating the female sword immortal. The 100 Flowers Pavilion also disseminated news, urging disciples to return to the sect and then head to Ziyun Peak in the Hongduan mountain range to comprehend the sword intent of the venerable god-slaying master. What are we waiting for? We must depart quickly, or we may miss our chance for a position. At this time, the disciples of both the Dan-Ding sect and the 100 Flowers Pavilion murmured among themselves. Concurrently, disciples from both sects in the southern borders hastily returned to their respective sects, abandoning even the lucrative mining expeditions. Compared to the abundant resources of spirit stones and herbs in the southern borders, they seemed far more invested in grasping the swordsmanship of the god-slaying sword master. With the experiences of two sects' disciples as a cautionary tale, the disciples of the Qingyun sect, Flame sect, and other paths, along with wandering cultivators, were all in a state of agitation. They discreetly purchased spirit boat tickets or utilized teleportation arrays to hasten their journey to the northern borders. The venerable god-slaying sword master triumphed over his sister with a mere leaf? In a courtyard within the ancient city of Liyuan, Luoli, donned in a flowing white robe and disguised as a male, exhibited a trace of perplexity in her radiant eyes. At that moment, she found herself reminiscing about the handsome youth clad in a green shirt from the previous day, the very same youth who had, before her eyes, cast aside a willow leaf. It seemed implausible. Such coincidences were rare in the world. Moreover, the esteemed sword master of Godslayer should ideally be a dashing middle-aged gentleman, not a strikingly handsome youth. At this juncture, the breathtakingly beautiful Luoli succumbed to self-doubt, only to mutter to herself, "That fellow mentioned yesterday that all things in heaven and earth could become a sword. And he also spoke of the notion that a heart devoid of a sword surpasses one that wields it." Yet, the more she pondered, the more she felt that something was amiss. Eventually, her eyes sparkled with realization, leaving her utterly astonished. Could it be that he truly was the sword master of Godlayer whom I aspired to apprentice under? In that moment, Luoli felt as though an electric current coursed through her delicate frame, her heart brimming with an unprecedented excitement. How mischievous of the esteemed master to toy with her in such a direct manner. Nevertheless, she had to admit, the sword master was indeed amusing. Perhaps even more so than her aunt. Reflecting on their encounters at the tavern on the previous day and the day before, the enchanting maiden narrowed her beautiful eyes in contemplation. To her astonishment, a mere flick of her hand had reverberated throughout the entire ancient path state. Meanwhile, within the 12 divine array of the Sunset Mountain Range, Gu Changxing, having withdrawn his divine consciousness that spanned 80,000 miles, chuckled helplessly. He had not sought fame. Yet it seemed impossible to remain inconspicuous. Nonetheless, that female sword fairy was undeniably formidable, while her master, the female sword deity, was truly terrifying. As he pondered, Gu Chongqing recalled the prowess of the female sword fairy Luo Li and her master, the female sword deity Nangong Qing. Yesterday, he had not only inscribed a mark of swordsmanship upon that willow leaf, but had also etched a trace of divine consciousness through that seemingly inconsequential fragment of consciousness. He gleaned insights into the cultivation realms of the master and disciple. Luo Yoli, perfected nascent soul 498999, bone age lifespan, Nangong Qing, perfected void refinement 390499999, bone age lifespan. The female sword fairy possessed a perfected nascent soul, which typically granted a lifespan of merely 3,000 years. However, Luo Li, endowed with an indestructible sword body, shattered convention, achieving a lifespan nearing 9,000 years. As for her master, the female sword deity Nangong Qing, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of void refinement, with an astonishing lifespan approaching 50,000 years, truly a prodigious figure. Gu Chongqing's fleeting glimmer of divine consciousness, upon merely gazing at Nangong Qing, could not withstand the intensity and dissipated on its own. That woman was exceedingly formidable. It would be prudent to lay low for a while, biding his time until she departed from the ancient path state before making his exit. At that moment, recalling the perfected female sword deity, Gu Chongqing could not help but murmur, "Esteemed master," just then, as Gu Chongqing was lost in thought, Lu Ruyan, draped in a flowing black gown that accentuated her graceful figure, approached him, biting her soft, luscious lips, her beautiful eyes shyly gazing at him. "What is it?" As Gu Chongqing gazed into the enchanting and bewitching eyes of the sorceress, Lu Ruyan, he couldn't help but narrow his gaze. The torment of the previous night seemed to linger, unresolved. In response to Gu Chongqing's puzzlement, the sorceress took a deep breath and mustered her courage to speak. "Very well. Come here." Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words and observing her beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, along with her alluring physique, Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Then remarked, "This sorceress appears to be quite the handful. She behaved thus last night, and now she intends to act similarly tonight." Gu Chongqing had no intention of indulging her. This evening, he was determined to bring the sorceress to tears, leaving her in a state of despair. Chapter 63. The winds rise across the 5 states, the divine body of Qinghuan on the vast Xianxin continent, in the sword state, at the Lingxiao sword sect. Upon the majestic and towering celestial peaks, within the resplendent halls adorned with intricate carvings and golden brilliance. The unexpected news struck with astonishment. The female sword immortal had been defeated. The holy master, Lu Dingtian, gazed incredulously at the 3 esteemed elders of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is all that girl, Luo Li's fault, for covertly urging the female sword immortal to challenge the sword god of ancestral path. In response to the holy master Lu Dingtian's words, the humanity sword elder, Luo Lingtian, could not help but interject. He had 2 daughters. The elder was the female sword immortal, Luo Yoli. Given her exceptional talents, he typically referred to her as the female sword immortal rather than by her name. His younger daughter, the quirky Luo Li, had been named with the hope that she would at least inherit half of her sister's prowess. However, contrary to his expectations, Luo Li possessed only a spiritual body, her talents pale in comparison to the indomitable sword body of the female sword immortal. Luo Lingtian, as a father. "I believe you are not being impartial," said the humanity sword elder. "I find that Luo Li girl quite admirable. It is a pity she is not my daughter." At this moment, the heaven sword elder, Wu Xuani, chimed in. "Indeed, Luo Lingtian, you dwell in fortune yet remain oblivious to it. The girl Luo Li, with her water spirit body, is also a prodigy. How can you disdain her?" The earth sword elder, Gu Changka, could not refrain from adding his critique. "Old Luo. Old Wu, we are clearly discussing the sword god of ancestral path. How did the conversation shift to your daughter?" In light of the disparagement from the heaven and earth sword elders, Luo Lingtian expressed his indignation. "What is there to discuss about the sword god of ancestral path? The sword god of Nangong is present in the ancestral path. With her around, the sword god of ancestral path's antics are inconsequential." The words of the heaven sword elder held merit. Based on past actions, the sword god of ancestral path had not acted excessively. Moreover, he was also a high-ranking member of the fire sect, likely affiliated with the immortal flame palace, though the 4 sacred lands were interconnected. And while the Lingxiao sword sect acted dominantly, there was no need to antagonize their kin in the path of swordsmanship. Upon hearing the humanity sword elder mention the sword god of ancestral path, the heaven sword elder, Wu Xuani, and the earth sword elder, Gu Changhe, voiced their perspectives. "Very well, I shall contact the female sword god and entrust her with this matter, ideally persuading the sword god of ancestral path. After listening to the words of several elders, the holy master of the Lingxiao sword sect, Lu Dingtian, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at the Xianyandian in Qishou, according to the transmission from Elders Wu, the sword sovereign of divine slaughter indeed operates discreetly, and is undoubtedly a senior elder of the Lihua sect. Moreover, judging by his victory over the female sword immortal, he must have acquired the complete legacy of the sword Dao from the ancient sword sect. Within the grand hall of the Qianglu Yuyun, observing the assembly of elders, the sect master of Xianyandian, Zimengfei, spoke up. Since the sword sovereign of divine slaughter is a senior elder of the Lihua sect, he naturally holds a position as an elder in our Xianyandian as well. Indeed. And we, Xianyandian, must also support that esteemed sword sovereign. We cannot allow the other three sacred grounds to mock us, echoed the elders in agreement. After listening to the elders' sentiments, the Taoist lord of refining void, Zimengfei, gave a nod. Once the divine body emerges from seclusion, I shall send her to Daozhou. At that moment, the sect master Zimengfei shifted her tone, adding, however, the Qingyuan divine body is the foundation of our sect. Should she venture to the ancient Daozhou, there are bound to be certain risks. Upon hearing her words, Elder Qin Donglai of the Law Enforcement Hall furrowed his brows slightly. Elder Qin speaks the truth. Daozhou is linked to the void ancient road. Although the sword god has severed this path, one cannot dismiss the possibility of demons and fiends from the demon abyss descending upon us. Elders with Qing Feng, emanating an aura of perfected transformation, concurred. Moreover, we must remain vigilant against threats from the Lingyu and Jihai regions. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has already declared that this era will be one of great conflict. The divine body must seize fortune and cannot afford any losses. In response to Zhu Qifeng and Qin Donglai's concerns, the esteemed elder of Xianyandian, Taoist Lord Yinyang, spoke calmly. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I shall accompany our sect master when the time comes. Facing the collective worries of the assembly, sect master Zimengfei could not help but express, the divine body, Xilinglong, is my daughter, and I, as her protector, must accompany her to ancient Daozhou. Observing the resolute determination of their sect master, Yinyang, Qin Donglai, Zhu Qifeng, and the other elders nodded in silent agreement, refraining from dissuasion. They could discern the high regard sect master Zimengfei held for the sword sovereign of divine slaughter. Given the recent feats displayed by the sword sovereign, it was evident that he possessed strength comparable to that of a Taoist lord. Thus, it was only fitting for the sect master of Xianyandian to personally pay her respects. Regarding the sword sovereign's recent victory over the female sword immortal, news had spread beyond the Lingxiao sword sect and Xianyandian, reaching the Tongxin sacred ground in Yunzhou, the Taiyin immortal sect in Laizhou, and other sects across the 5 regions. The various sects reacted with a mix of astonishment and varied responses. In the ancient Daozhou, in the southern borders, at the Sunset Mountain Range, Gu Chongqing paid no heed to the outside commotion and clamor. The affairs of the sword sovereign were of no concern to him. He was merely a minor practitioner in the qi refining realm. For the past few days, he had remained in the Sunset Mountain Range. Despite his desire to return to the Flame sect, he found himself deterred by the recent visit of the transcendent female sword deity, who had attained the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. She remained at the Flame sect, alongside elders with Zhishuan from the immortal Flame Palace. Meanwhile, her disciple, the enchanting sword fairy Luo Lioli, was engrossed in contemplating the willow leaf cast by Gu Chongqing atop the Zhuiyun Peak in the Hengduan Mountains. However, Gu Chongqing enjoyed a carefree existence in the setting sun mountains. During the day, he would meander through the mountains, gathering ripe spiritual herbs and treasures. In the evenings, he took it upon himself to discipline the audacious demoness Lu Ruyan, who seemed to grow bolder with each passing day, as if daring him to challenge his resolve. Such behavior warranted a firm reprimand. Additionally, he would extend his divine consciousness to observe his beautiful senior sisters, Zhuozhuo, the little green plum Dantaiyu, and Yun Xingyao. The trio had already made a name for themselves. The little green plum was hailed as the Moonlight Fairy by southern cultivators, while Yun Xingyao was known as the Qingyao Fairy, and Zhuozhuo earned the title of Zhirua Fairy. All 3 had recently ascended the newly refreshed ancient Dao State Fairy ranking. Aside from these 3, he took interest in the imposing sect leader Yin Shimo, as well as the enchanting Yuni Zhuang, Yu Chang, and Li Qihan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. After all, admiring beautiful women had become a delightful pastime for Gu Chongqing. In moments of boredom, he would wander around the ancient city of Liyuan, savoring a pot of spiritual wine at a tavern while indulging in the latest gossip. Each visit, however, he would encounter the sword fairy's sister, Luo Li, who seemed to linger in the tavern daily, oblivious to his true identity due to his altered appearance. Why hasn't the sword sovereign returned? Does he not wish to see me? At that moment, within the rustic tavern on the second floor, Luo Li, dressed in male attire and a flowing white robe, scanned her surroundings with her beautiful eyes. Upon not spotting the person she awaited, a hint of disappointment clouded her gaze. How persistent this young lady is. Observing the flicker of disappointment in Luo Li's eyes, Gu Changsheng, clad in dark attire and seated in a corner of the tavern, shook his head gently and resumed sipping his spiritual wine. He had no intention of engaging with Luo Li at present. Considering her aunt was the illustrious sword deity Nangong Qing, a woman of breathtaking beauty that he regarded with a degree of caution. Once he amassed a lifespan of 50,000 years, he would attempt to break through to the consummate state of the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, having taken a sip of the slightly potent spiritual wine, Gu Changsheng contemplated his remaining lifespan. Previously, after ascending to the 9th tier of the spirit transformation realm and enhancing his spells, he had 2,800 years left. However, after several days of herb gathering in the setting sun mountains, his lifespan had now reached 40,000 years. At this rate, with a few more days of harvesting, he would soon accumulate 50,000 years, at which point he could challenge the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 64. The consummate spirit transformation. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, several days had quietly passed. Throughout the vast expanse of the 5 continents and 4 realms, a current of change surges forth. With the ancient Tao state experiencing a tempest of fervor as countless cultivators spontaneously journey to the Hongduan Mountains to pay homage to the sword path imprinted upon the willow leaves by the revered sword sovereign. In the southern territory, at the Liyuan ancient city, the sword sovereign's unintentional act has prompted countless elders and disciples to venture northward. Consequently, the progress of mining the Taichu spirit mine has been significantly delayed. Within the headquarters of the Flame sect in the city, the commanding and graceful sect leader, Yin Chimo, clad in a flowing white skirt, bears a hint of exasperation in her beautiful eyes. The allure of the indomitable sword intent of the god-slaying sword sovereign on cultivators is undeniably profound, driven by the age-old truth that men perish for wealth, just as birds die for food. Nevertheless, with the sword sovereign present, it is likely that those demonic rogues will be restless and refrain from attacking the spirit mine. Hence, a gradual extraction is acceptable. It will eventually be completed. Upon hearing Yin Chimo's words, the venerable elder, Yun Lihai, could not help but interject. By the way, there is another matter. Your senior brother, Qi Xianfeng, has comprehended the god-slaying sword technique. In a few days, I too shall journey northward to the Hongduan Mountains to delve into the sword path of the esteemed sword sovereign. At this juncture, Elder Yun Lihai shifted the subject. Speaking slowly, Qi Xianfeng has grasped the god-slaying sword method? Grandfather, you too wish to contemplate the sword intent of the esteemed sword sovereign? Yun Chimo was momentarily taken aback by her grandfather's words. A sense of urgency welled up within her. She had been preoccupied with sect affairs lately, neglecting her own cultivation. As she absorbed Elder Yun Lihai's words, a thoughtful glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. Grandfather, I no longer wish to be the sect leader. Let Qi Xianfeng take my place, she finally declared after a moment of reflection. With the flame sect revitalized and on a steady course, Yun Chimo felt her mission had been fulfilled. She had indulged in the role of sect leader, and now it was time to step down. Chimo, the role of sect leader still requires your guidance. However, I must admit your recent cultivation has indeed been lackluster. In my opinion, you should elevate Qi Xianfeng to the position of vice sect leader, while you devise a comprehensive development plan for the sect, allowing him to execute it. This way, you can assume a more relaxed role, enabling you to focus on your cultivation without hindrance. Truly a win-win situation. Upon hearing Elder Yun Lihai's counsel, a subtle smile graced Yin Chimo's lips. At that moment, far away in the flame sect, Qi Xianfeng, engrossed in contemplating the god-slaying sword intent, inexplicably sneezed. Why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me? He murmured softly, surrounded by a faint aura of the god-slaying sword chi. Perhaps the esteemed sword sovereign has noticed my sincerity and cast a glance my way, he speculated, chuckling to himself as he shook his head. Before resuming his study of the 11 sword intent imprints left by the god-slaying sword sovereign. Thanks to his reverent worship and profound understanding of the sword intent of the sword sovereign, he has successfully cultivated the god-slaying sword technique to an introductory level, attaining the first realm of swordsmanship, the sword chi. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Mountain Range, as night descends, the starry sky dazzles, with the bright moon hanging high above and wispy clouds drifting gently. The endless mountains undulate in serene silence beneath the thick night veil, interrupted only by the occasional menacing roar of ferocious beasts. Clad in a blue robe, Gu Changxing flickers beneath the moonlight at each location he visits. He is able to harvest a high-grade spiritual herb or treasure. The distribution of spiritual herbs and treasures within the Sunset Mountain Range is not as concentrated as that in the Medicine Valley, thus slowing his harvesting pace. Nevertheless, Gu Changxing's lifespan continues to grow rapidly. You have successfully deprived the blue blood ginseng, 9th-grade spiritual herb, of 1 year of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the spirit dragon mushroom, 2nd-grade treasure, of 9 years of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the demon soul tree, 1st-grade treasure, of 5 years of lifespan. As familiar notifications sound, Gu Changxing feels a sense of accomplishment upon witnessing the increase in his lifespan. After half an hour, Gu Changxing halts atop a cliff that pierces the clouds. Having just harvested a sky blue lotus, 1st-grade treasure, and his total lifespan has once again reached 50,000 years. At this moment, Gu Changxing opens his cultivation panel. Name: Gu Changxing, bone age, 195-1290, root bone. 5 elements divine body, capable of lifespan transformation, cultivation level, transformation of spirit. 9th layer, capable of lifespan transformation. Techniques: indestructible yin-yang scripture, lower grade divine, perfect. Inch of earth technique, upper grade divine, perfect. Primordial sword scripture, middle grade divine, perfect. Return to void deceive heaven technique, middle grade divine, perfect. God slaying sword technique, supreme grade heavenly, perfect. Heaven slaying sword technique, middle grade heavenly, perfect. Pacifying chaos sword technique, lower grade heavenly, perfect. For symbols return to origin technique, upper grade heavenly, perfect. Coiling dragon technique, lower grade heavenly, perfect. Yin-yang 5 elements escape technique, supreme grade heavenly, perfect. Yin-yang escape technique, middle grade heavenly, perfect. God slaying sword technique, supreme grade earthly, perfect. True martial turtle breathing technique, upper grade earthly, perfect. Xuanwu turtle breathing technique, lower grade earthly, perfect. Fire cloud divine palm, lower grade earthly, perfect. 5 elements escape technique, supreme grade earthly, perfect. Star plucking hand, supreme grade earthly, perfect. Spirit startling seal, upper grade earthly, perfect. Phoenix nurturing essence skill, lower grade mysterious, perfect. Capable of lifespan transformation, other. Alchemy technique. 5th grade, 1000 threads induction, Dan Sutra myriad pills manuscript cloud pattern pill hand pill king sutra. Capable of lifespan transformation, array technique. 5th grade, array fundamentals heavenly gang array. Capable of lifespan transformation, artifact refinement technique. 5th grade, fundamentals of magical artifacts initial understanding of spiritual artifacts earthly fiend artifact refinement technique. Capable of lifespan transformation, with 4 divine grade methods and 7 heavenly grade methods. He wonders if such profound depth can rival those of the top sections. Gazing at his panel information, Gu Changxing cannot help but exclaim. The 4 divine methods encompass the cultivation of atmospheric energy, the path of the sword, the art of evasion, and the heavenly deception technique, collectively enhancing Gu Changxing's overall prowess to its zenith. At this moment, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation spirit realm, coupled with several extraordinary techniques, he possesses the capability to confront weaker Tao lords of the void refinement stage. Naturally, when faced with formidable opponents such as the female sword goddess, Nangong Qing, Gu Changxing would likely choose to retreat. After all, according to his own estimations, that esteemed sword goddess, whom he observed momentarily with his divine sense, undoubtedly surpasses the void refinement realm in combat strength. His plan is to first attain the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, and then amass a lifespan of 100,000 years to challenge the Tao Lord of the Void refinement stage. At this moment, gazing at his impressive lifespan exceeding 51,000 years, Gu Changxing could not help but exclaim. Subsequently, he directly summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, orchestrating a formation to establish a 5th grade 5 elements gathering spirit array and a 5th grade concealment array. Following this, he expended 1,000 years of lifespan to activate the lifespan barrier. Within the confines of this barrier, Gu Changxing scrutinized the cultivation aspect. After a moment of contemplation, he invested 30,000 years of lifespan into a simulation. You have invested 30,000 years of lifespan into the simulation of cultivation. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 1,000 years, attempting to break through to the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, but your atmospheric energy was insufficient, resulting in failure. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 2,000 years, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, and upon choosing to break through again, you successfully attained the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. You practiced the Yin-Yang Indestructible Sutra for 3,000 years, your primordial spirit underwent complete transformation, elevating the calming chaos sword technique from low-grade heavenly to high-grade heavenly, yet you failed in your attempt to break through to the void refinement realm. With a series of notifications, an overwhelming aura surged around Gu Changxing. His 12 trillion particles of energy resonated with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, depleting the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. Due to his absorption, the spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius began to wane. Buzzing moments later, as Gu Changxing opened his eyes, a powerful aura, representing the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, enveloped him. Thanks to the prior arrangement of the two fifth-grade arrays and the presence of the lifespan barrier, the energy from his breakthrough remained concealed. Achieving the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm feels splendid. Relishing in his formidable magical power and invincible abilities, Gu Changxing nodded in satisfaction. After his breakthrough, his primordial spirit, which had grown from 9 feet to 9 feet 9 inches, radiated with golden light, exuding a majestic and mysterious aura. The golden sword embryo atop his primordial spirit appeared even more extraordinary, its forbidden light dazzling with brilliance. Simultaneously, the range of his divine perception expanded from 80,000 miles to 90,000 miles, nearly encompassing 90% of the Sunset Mountain range. In the entire ancient Dao province, aside from the female sword goddess, it seems there is no one who can rival me. I have indeed positioned myself as second to none. At this moment, Gu Changxing, having achieved a breakthrough, jested to himself as he dismantled the barrier and arrays, returning to the spiritual herb garden managed by the enchantress, Lu Ruan. Beneath the moonlight, the spirit herb garden flourished with verdant vitality, as the higher-tier spirit herbs and precious seeds sprouted, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a faint, ethereal charm. At this moment, a sorceress clad in a black gown sat gracefully within a stone pavilion, absorbing energy and cultivating her skills, while the surrounding atmosphere brimmed with potential. The sorceress, with her enchanting and delicate figure, could hardly conceal the alluring contours of her form beneath her flowing gown. Her slender waist, barely graspable, the long, elegant legs subtly visible beneath the hem of her skirt, and her voluptuous curves, all radiated an undeniable allure. Senior, at this juncture, upon seeing Gu Changxing return, the breathtaking sorceress ceased her cultivation, rising to greet him, her arm entwined with his. These past few days, you have wandered the outskirts of the falling mountain range. Please assist me in applying some pressure on the moonlit fairy of the fire sect and the fairy Zhuo, Gu Changxing remarked, holding the sorceress's soft waist. Through his recent observations, he felt that his beautiful senior sister Zhuo and the young maiden Dan Yu had not been diligent enough in their training, and he wished to utilize the sorceress to motivate them. Are they all your juniors? Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, the sorceress, Lu Ruyan, inquired with her captivating eyes. Yes, be gentle with them. Do not harm them, merely instill a sense of pressure. It would be best if you could provoke them with your words, allowing them to feel inclined to confront you, Gu Changxing replied, his hand wandering freely, imparting a gentle reminder. Understood, Senior, Lu Ruyan responded, her delicate form quivering as her enchanting gaze grew misty. Did you not mention that the 3 sects of the demonic faction also possess their own spirit herb gardens? Once you have accomplished this task, we shall visit the demonic sect, where I shall lend you my support. Teasing the captivating sorceress with her alluring eyes, Gu Changxing could not resist adding further. According to Lu Ruyan's intel, the Bone sect, the Insha sect, and the 10,000 Demons sect all had their own medicinal valleys, prompting Gu Changxing to plan a raid. After all, a horse cannot thrive without fodder, and a person cannot prosper without fortune. He envisioned the medicinal valleys of the demonic sect as his personal garden. At that moment, after hearing Gu Changxing's words, the charming and delicate sorceress Lu Ruyan obediently nodded her head, her unusual sensations causing her to tremble to the point of silence. Chapter 65, The Sacred Land of Sword Dao Zhuayan Peak. The female sword immortal awakened Qizhou, vast and boundless, rivaled the expanse of Jianzhou. The Xianyuan Palace stood as the supreme sanctuary of Qizhou. In addition to the Xianyuan Palace, Qizhou was home to numerous void refinement sects, transformation divine schools, and noble families. The Xianyuan Palace, located in the heart of Qingzhou, spanned nearly 10,000 miles, exhibiting a myriad of magnificent phenomena. Crack. At this moment, atop the main peak of the Xianyuan Palace, the winds roared and clouds surged, dark clouds obscuring hundreds of miles. Within the sea of clouds, bolts of lightning soared, heralding a cataclysmic event. The divine body was on the verge of a breakthrough, truly deserving of its title. The divine body was about to transcend to the transformation divine realm, provoking the legendary 9 heavenly tribulations. Rumors circulate that the potency of the heavenly tribulation is directly proportional to the extraordinary talent of the individual undergoing it. According to the records of the Xianyuan Hall, there once existed a prodigious figure who, while facing the divine tribulation, summoned the formidable 4-9 heavenly tribulation. At this moment, as the vast sea of clouds and thunder rumbled above the main peak, the elders and disciples of the Xianyuan Hall engaged in animated discussions, their astonishment palpable. Linglong, possessing the divine body of the Qinghuan, was destined to succeed in her tribulation. At this juncture, the hall's matriarch, Zimengfei, adorned in a flowing crimson celestial gown, gazed with enchanting eyes at the ethereal figure beneath the thunderous clouds. This celestial silhouette, clad in a flowing white dress with cascading ice-blue hair, exuded an aura of both beauty and sanctity, a vision to be revered from afar. This was none other than the most formidable prodigy of the Xianyuan Hall, Xilinglong, who was also the daughter of Zimengfei. Years prior, after Zimengfei transcended to the realm of the void refinement sovereign, she departed from Qingzhou, subsequently vanishing for a time. Upon her return, she bore within her the child destined to possess the divine body of the Qinghuan, Xilinglong. At the moment of her birth, a phoenix phantom descended from the heavens, enveloped in the resplendent flames of nirvana, casting an awe-inspiring spectacle over the entire Xianyuan Hall. Boom. At this instant, amidst the watchful eyes of Zimengfei and the gathered elders and disciples, the long-anticipated 3-9 heavenly tribulation descended, as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, pierced the heavens, aiming for the divine body concealed beneath the tribulation clouds. Crack. Following this, a series of thunderous bolts erupted, with the first wave delivering 9 strikes, blinding white light engulfing the world. Caw. In that moment, from within the blinding white lightning, a brilliant blue divine bird soared skyward, accompanied by a tempest of ice-blue celestial flames. The powerful ice-blue flames collided with the thunderous lightning, causing the very heavens to tremble and a resounding roar to echo for miles. It was the Qinghuan divine fire, intermingled with traces of nirvana flames. Observing the azure divine bird and the ice-blue flames, the elders could not suppress their astonishment. At this moment, the vast expanse of ice-blue celestial flames had incinerated all the lightning. Crack. As the first wave of 9 tribulation bolts was withstood by the divine body of Xilinglong, the tempestuous thunderclouds surged once more, unleashing a second wave of tribulation lightning. Boom. For the second wave, Xilinglong steadfastly endured, her breathtaking figure captivating the entire realm. Truly, she is a reflection of her lineage, Zimengfei remarked, her gaze filled with admiration as she observed her daughter, who had once again shattered the second wave of tribulation lightning. Her mind involuntarily drifted to a formidable figure from her past, a taboo memory she preferred to keep buried. Boom. While the alluring matriarch Zimengfei pondered, Xilinglong confronted the final wave of tribulation lightning. At this moment, Xilinglong had reached the threshold of the divine transformation realm, with the ice-blue divine fire swirling around her in an imposing display. Unsurprisingly, the third wave of tribulation lightning was also vanquished, marking Xilinglong's successful passage through the tribulation and her ascension to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Linglong, once you have consolidated your cultivation, accompany me to the ancient path state. At this moment, as Xilinglong successfully traverses the tribulation, the master of the Xianyan Palace steps forward and speaks. Mother, I understand. Xilinglong replies, nodding without inquiring further. She then turns and heads to the main hall of the immortal peak to begin nurturing her breath and solidifying her cultivation. In the ancient path state, in the northern region, lies the Hengduan mountain range, specifically the Zhuiyun Peak. At noon, the sun hangs high in the sky. On the mist-laden Zhuiyun Peak, a female sword immortal clad in an ice-blue gown sits cross-legged, her divine consciousness enveloping a verdant willow leaf above her. As she meticulously comprehends the profound essence of the sword path within, a gentle breeze stirs, inadvertently lifting the edge of her flowing skirt, revealing a glimpse of her fair, jade-like legs. The sword immortal, Luol Yoli, possesses a statuesque figure and unparalleled beauty, captivating all who gaze upon her. Yet, at her side, there is no one to appreciate her exquisite grace. However, beneath Zhuiyun Peak, a throng of admirers gathers. Closest to the immortal peak are a dozen nascent soul true monarchs, followed by over 100 golden core true practitioners. Beyond them, thousands of foundation establishment cultivators are seated, and on the outermost circle, countless chi refinement practitioners extend as far as the eye can see. At this moment, they all envision the willow leaf radiating with the essence of the sword path, seeking to comprehend the swordsmanship of the sword sovereign. Buzzing suddenly, amidst the crowd, a golden core practitioner from the Qingyun sect is enveloped by waves of sword intent. Haha. I have comprehended it. I finally understand. Thank you, sword sovereign. After grasping the sword intent, the practitioner laughs maniacally, bowing in reverence towards the willow leaf in the sky. Buzzing ha-ha. We too have comprehended it. The grace of the sword sovereign shall be remembered for eternity. At this moment, several foundation establishment cultivators also grasp the sword energy, their faces alight with joy. Did you see? Though they have not fully comprehended the sword path of the sword sovereign, they have entered the first and second realms of swordsmanship. I envy them so much. I must also strive to understand, witnessing the success of others. The cultivators' eyes shine with determination as they delve deeper into their comprehension. Unsurprisingly, due to the presence of a single willow leaf, Zhuiyun Peak in the Hengduan mountain range has seemingly become a sacred ground for the sword path in the ancient path state. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the ancient path state, at the setting sun mountain range, a vexed which sneers at me, Xiong Xiao, on the outermost peak of the mountain, holding a magical artifact and dressed in a dark green gown, Dantai Yu pouts adorably, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. She had intended to train in the setting sun mountain range, but fortuitously encountered the witch Lu Ruyan. As a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator, she was no match for Lu Ruyan, who was at the third layer, and was easily defeated while being mocked for her modest figure. In truth, Dantayu's figure is not small, but when compared to the witch Lu Ruyan, who possesses a furnace body, it indeed pales in comparison. The Empress Master. The wicked sorceress is truly insufferable. I must defeat her. At this moment, Dantayu grasped the paired jade at her waist and called upon the Empress Master. With a hum, as Dantayu summoned her, Gu Chongxing, cloaked in the guise of the Empress, descended in spirit, enveloped in a radiant aura of 5 colors. His voice resonated with the enchanting timbre of a mature woman, leaving Dantayu utterly unaware. Master, I beseech your assistance, she implored, casting a pitiful glance at the Empress, who was enveloped in ethereal light, her demeanor reflecting a sense of grievance. I shall impart to you the supreme celestial technique, the great 5 elements technique. This method is nearly suitable for all constitutions. If you diligently practice, surpassing that sorceress, Lu Ruyan, will merely be a matter of time. Observing the forlorn expression of his beloved disciple, the Empress could not help but respond. The Great 5 Elements technique is a simplified version of the divine grade inferior yin-yang indestructible canon, making it exceptionally suitable for Dantai-US cultivation. Initially, he had intended to teach her the Purple Way Emperor Fire Canon, Celestial Grade Inferior, or the True Solar Fire Classic, Celestial Grade Medium. However, considering that Dantai-Yu was his only cherished disciple, he decided to bestow upon her his second most potent technique, the Great 5 Elements technique. The Celestial Grade Superior technique is indeed remarkable. Even the core technique of the Flame Sect, the 9-Yang Fire Canon, is only of Earth grade and can be practiced solely by the sect leader's lineage. Upon hearing her Empress Masteress words, Dantayu covered her small mouth with her hand, utterly astounded. As the Empress conjured a sphere of divine light that entered Dantayu's brow, the latter froze momentarily, her mind imprinted with an incredibly profound supreme technique. Devote yourself to your training. Feel free to consult your master regarding any uncertainties, Gu Chongsheng, donning the Empress's guise, remarked as he observed Dantayu immersed in the Great 5 Elements technique. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Dantayu replied earnestly, nodding her head in determination. Ha ha ha. This girl truly needs a push. With the sorceress's pressure, her cultivation speed will surely accelerate, the Empress mused inwardly, watching Dantai's earnest demeanor. Soon, the ethereal light that enveloped the Empress dissipated, merging back into the paired jade at Dantai's waist. "Sorceress, you better wait," she declared, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fervent resolve. She was determined to defeat Lu Ruyan, the wicked sorceress, and to see if the latter would still dare mock her for her modest bust. With this thought in mind, Dantaiyu departed from the Sunset Mountain Range, returning to the ancient city of Liyuan. Meanwhile, in the medicinal herb garden within the Sunset Mountain Range, Gu Chongqing delivered a resounding slap to the sorceress with an outstretched hand. "Senior," after being struck by Gu Chongqing, the enchanting sorceress Lu Ruoyan gazed at him with a mixture of intrigue and bewilderment. "Please refrain from mocking the moon-watching fairy for her diminutive stature," Gu Chongqing replied calmly, retracting his hand. His slap served as a form of retribution for his childhood companion. However, one must admit that the sorceress possessed a truly remarkable physique. Her curves were exquisite, perfectly sculpted, and undeniably alluring. Although the blow landed upon her, its impact resonated within him, unsettling his resolve. Chapter 66. As a Sword Sovereign. Shouldn't one consider taking a female disciple? In the realm of Lizhou, the Taiyin Immortal sect stands as a paragon of mystery, tracing its origins back to the primordial epoch. It is the most enigmatic among the four sacred domains, a sect comprised solely of female cultivators. The Taiyin Immortal sect reigns supreme over Lizhou, governing vast expanses of territory. At this moment, atop the mist-shrouded Baiwa peak of the Taiyin Immortal sect, two ethereal maidens adorned in white celestial gowns stood gracefully. I initially anticipated that Luo Lioli would challenge us, yet she unexpectedly ventured to the primordial Dao state and suffered defeat at the hands of the sword sovereign of God-laying. One of them remarked with a hint of indifference. This maiden, known as Yu Qingcheng, was a vision of beauty, her presence eclipsing the moon and flowers alike. She bore the Taiyin divine body and was one of the former saints of the sect. Beside her stood her identical sister, Yu Qingchan, who also possessed the Taiyin divine body. From their breathtakingly beautiful features to their enchanting figures, the two sisters appeared flawless, indistinguishable from one another, possessing not a single imperfection. However, both Yu Qingqing and Yu Qingchan were aware of a subtle difference that lay hidden within them, visible only to those who shared their profound bond, unless that individual were their fated partner. Yet, as disciples of the Taiyin Immortal sect, they were devoted solely to their path and could not entertain the notion of romantic entanglements. It is utterly laughable that the indestructible sword body is deemed the foremost physique in Songxian. Fortuitously, she did not arrive. Otherwise, the defeat would have been rather humiliating. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yu Qingchan spoke with a sense of arrogance, her tone assertive and somewhat brazen. "Sister, do not underestimate the female sword immortal," Yu Qingcheng cautioned, observing her sister's dismissive attitude toward the opponent. "We are, after all, transcendent beings, while that female sword immortal has yet to transcend." In response to Yu Qingqing's admonition, Yu Qingchan confidently continued, "Thanks to our shared lineage and the identical Taiyin divine body, we can communicate telepathically and train together, enhancing our cultivation speed by 50%. Furthermore, their practice method, the Taiyin sect's signature technique, Taiyin refinement, belongs to the category of low-grade divine skills. Such a technique is unparalleled among the four sacred domains, as the strongest methods of the other three are merely of celestial grade. Possessing divine-level techniques is one of the many mysteries of the Taiyin Immortal sect. Beyond these extraordinary techniques, the sect harbors various enigmas, such as the Taishang Wanqing lineage, which instills fear in the hearts of righteous male cultivators. According to external reports, the Feixian body, the Renwang body, and the Qingwan divine body have recently all achieved breakthroughs to the transformation god realm. At this juncture, Yu Qingqing shifted the conversation to other illustrious prodigies who are currently in the spotlight. The Feixian body and the Qingwan divine body are commendable, yet the Renwang body is too feeble. Even a breakthrough to the transformation god realm proves futile. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yu Qingchan, with a serene tone, offered her evaluation. Qingchan, do you wish to venture to the ancient Dao province?" At that moment, as the two fairies conversed, a stunning woman clad in a deep blue celestial gown descended gracefully upon celestial clouds. "Greetings, master." Both Yu Qingqing and Yu Qingchan reverently greeted the enchanting figure draped in a flowing blue gown, who was none other than the holy sovereign of the Taiyin Immortal sect. Dongwang Liyue, possessing unfathomable cultivation. It is rumored that she once clashed with the sword goddess of Lingxiao sword sect, Nangong Qing, and emerged unscathed. However, the three major sacred lands and numerous orthodox alliances refer to her as the moon goddess. Master, what compels you to go to the ancient Dao province? After exchanging pleasantries, the breathtaking fairy Yu Qin, with her beautiful eyes shimmering, inquired with curiosity. According to correspondence from the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, the sword sovereign of god-slaying possesses swordsmanship that rivals that of the sword goddess. As of now, the Hundred Flowers Pavilion has reported that more than 10 individuals have grasped sword intent from the fallen willow leaves of the sword sovereign, while hundreds have comprehended sword momentum. And the number of cultivators who have grasped sword energy exceeds 10,000. In response to her puzzled disciple Yu Qin, Dongwang Liyue gently parted her crimson lips and spoke. Furthermore, the sword fairy Luo Lioli has entered a state of epiphany during her insights. Not only has she perfected her sword heart and advanced to the realm of sword soul, but her cultivation has also broken through to the transformation god realm. Subsequently, Dongwang Liyue added, such formidable prowess from the sword sovereign of god-slaying. Upon hearing her master's words, Yu Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the proud Yu Qin narrowed her exquisite eyes, intrigued. That sword cultivator must hail from an ancient sword sect and likely possesses a top-tier heavenly technique. The sword technique of path slaying. Observing the astonishment of her two stunning disciples, Dongwang Liyue continued. The Taiyin immortal sect boasts a long and illustrious history. In ancient times, it was also a formidable sacred land-level lineage. Thus, the secret texts of the Taiyin immortal sect record numerous secrets regarding the ancient sword sect, including knowledge about the sword technique of path slaying. In that case, the ancient Dao province seems worth a visit, Yu Qin murmured, reflecting on her master's words. Then let us embark on this journey, and I shall defeat Luo Lioli, who has also reached a breakthrough, the lofty and proud Yu Qin remarked. Indeed, I have matters to discuss with Nangong Qing, thus I shall accompany you both. Upon hearing the words of the two enchanting disciples, Dongwang Liyue responded with a smile. Consequently, the three of them departed from the Taiyin Xianzong, heading towards the ancient Dao prefecture. Meanwhile, in the bustling tavern of the ancient Dao prefecture, located in the southern region of Liyuan ancient city, a group of wandering cultivators and righteous sect practitioners engaged in lively conversation. Have you heard? The female sword immortal has attained enlightenment, grasping the essence of the sword intent of the god-slaying sword sovereign. It is said that not only has she achieved understanding, but she has also broken through, attaining the rank of a transformation god. Several righteous disciples and wandering cultivators on the second floor of the ancient-style tavern spoke in animated tones. This maiden possesses an extraordinary comprehension. With merely the remnants of my sword intent, she has comprehended the god-slaying sword technique. And it seems she is on the verge of grasping the heaven-slaying sword technique as well. Positioned by the window, listening to the discussions, Gu Changxing, clad in a black robe, mused to himself. He could sense the situation across the Hongduan Mountains in the northern region. Truly, the indomitable sword body rivals the divine physique. Alas, she already has a master. Otherwise, I would consider taking her as my disciple for guidance. Surprised by the female sword immortal's innate talent, Gu Changxing couldn't help but reflect. However, if she were to be trained to match her sister's prowess in swordsmanship, it would surely be more intriguing. At that moment, Gu Changxing's gaze shifted towards a white-clad youth by another window, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. The white-clad youth was, of course, the youthful maiden Luoli. Disguised as a boy, she had been waiting in the tavern for him, the god-slaying sword sovereign, for over half a month, steadfastly remaining from dawn till dusk, displaying commendable perseverance. Yet, such determination is insufficient to become this sword sovereign's disciple. With a casual glance at the cross-dressing Luo Li, Gu Changxing withdrew his gaze. Just then, as he was lost in thought, the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrated gently. Senior, the first batch of spiritual herbs at the Chuyin Medicinal Valley has matured, totaling over 45,000 plants. Gu Changxing's consciousness delved into the jade talisman, hearing the melodious voice of the North Qin Empress, Li Yunqi. You have done well. I shall come over tonight. After listening to Empress Li Yunqi's report, Gu Changxing's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he conveyed his approval through his consciousness. The harvest season has arrived. Subsequently, Gu Changxing severed the connection with the jade talisman, rose from his seat, and descended from the tavern, his figure vanishing into the throngs of people on the street. Chapter 67. Young Princess Yao Yao. You have grown stronger that night. The vast floating clouds obscured half the sky, dimming the bright moon and stars as the night deepened. In the northern region, on the outskirts of Funyo Ridge, at the Chuyan Medicinal Valley, Gu Changsheng, clad in a green robe, approached quietly under the cover of darkness. Observing the nearly 9,000 acres of lush, vibrant medicinal fields, he nodded in satisfaction. Esteemed elder, you have arrived. At this moment, upon the grand entrance of Gu Changsheng, the resplendent Empress Li Yunxi, adorned in a flowing purple gown and veiled, approached gracefully. Acknowledging the regal presence of the Empress with a slight nod, Gu Changsheng then unleashed his formidable spiritual awareness, enveloping the entirety of Chuyun Medicine Valley. His immense magical prowess manifested as colossal handprints, commencing the harvest of ripened spiritual herbs. You have successfully deprived by Yunzi, grade 9 spiritual herb, of 350 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Karangawa, grade 7 spiritual herb, of 210 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived Xingchen Chao, grade 8 spiritual herb, of 270 days of lifespan. As Gu Changsheng continued his gathering, the system notifications poured in, signifying a rapid increase in his lifespan. Moments later, nearly 45,000 mature high-grade and mid-grade spiritual herbs had been harvested. 3,000 years of lifespan, quite commendable. Observing the addition of nearly 30,000 years to his longevity panel, Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. With this newfound vitality, he now possessed a total of 58,000 years, drawing ever closer to the coveted 100,000. You have performed admirably. I am quite pleased this time, he remarked after concluding the harvest. Turning his gaze toward the exquisite Empress Beichen, Li Yunxi, nascent soul stage 6-1, 514, 500, bone age lifespan. Upon probing her lifespan, it was evident that her cultivation had ascended to a minor realm since their last encounter. It was likely due to the 5th grade Yuaning pill he had provided, which had significantly enhanced her abilities. To serve you, esteemed elder, is a blessing for Yunxi, she replied respectfully, her graceful figure radiating charm. Let us proceed to the Beichen dynasty to address the disturbances within the minor secret realm, Gu Changsheng stated, observing the captivating Li Yunxi. He had previously promised to assist in quelling the chaos wrought by the creatures of the secret realm. And given the Empress's diligent efforts in cultivating the first batch of mature spiritual herbs for him, he resolved to take action promptly. Esteemed elder, during this time, the formidable late-stage nascent soul demon approached me. She expressed no intention of invading the Beichen dynasty, only desiring the minor secret realm. However, I did not acquiesce. As the realm has been promised to you, Empress Li Yunxi said, her lips parting slightly as they journeyed toward the Beichen dynasty. You have done well, with my presence. That late-stage nascent soul demon is of little concern, Gu Changsheng replied with a nod, his tone nonchalant. He had already regarded the minor secret realm as his own possession. Thus he would not allow those creatures to encroach upon it. Meanwhile, within the Beichen dynasty, in the Beichen minor secret realm, the atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy. Cloaked in ethereal mist, under the starry night, a valley adorned with blooming peach blossoms housed several elegant courtyards and pavilions. The air was rife with demonic energy, resonating with numerous powerful auras. At this moment, within an ancient and quaint courtyard, a voice echoed, Princess Yao Yao, your efforts are commendable. You have returned with such an abundance of spiritual elixirs. A beautiful fox demoness, adorned in a flowing white gown with 4 fluffy pink tails swaying behind her, gazed at the dual-tailed girl before her. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments. Ever since their clan had fallen from grace and fled from the demon realm, life had been fraught with hardship. Yet, as the princess of the Fox clan, Yao Yao had bravely ventured into the human-occupied world, occasionally returning with exquisite elixirs, which filled the beautiful woman's heart with both pain and pride. Sister, have you noticed? Yao Yao has grown up, the mature and voluptuous fox demoness mused quietly, admiring the petite and exquisitely beautiful dual-tailed fox girl standing before her. Aunt Rome. This time I wish to take a clan member of the Golden Core realm with me, exclaimed the pink-tailed fox girl, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Yao Yao, have you encountered danger out there? Upon hearing that her little princess intended to take a Golden Core clan member with her, the beautiful fox demoness, Tu Rongrong, narrowed her eyes in concern and asked worriedly, I have not faced any danger. It is a task given to me by my master, Yao Yao replied. retreating slightly under her aunt's apprehensive gaze and softly explaining, "How audacious! How dare they treat my clan's princess as a servant? Who is that person?" The moment she learned that her little princess had been regarded as a mere servant, Tu Rongrong's expression darkened, her fury palpable as her aura surged, causing her 4 fluffy pink tails to rise dramatically, stirring the clouds for miles around. The clan leader is angry. Who has provoked her? Has the little princess encountered peril? Sensing the chaotic, demonic energy, the fox demons in the valley turned their gazes towards the courtyard where Tu Rongrong resided. However, intimidated by her stern demeanor, they dared not approach. "Aunt, my master treats me very well. Those elixirs are all gifts from him," Yao Yao reiterated in the courtyard, trying to calm the furious Tu Rongrong. "Humph, Yao Yao, if these elixirs are indeed earned through servitude, then we would rather forego them altogether." The voluptuous fox demoness grew even more incensed upon hearing the young fox girl's explanation. In her ire, she enveloped the somewhat naive little fox in a tender embrace. In Tu Rongrong's heart, every member of the clan combined could not compare to the significance of Tu Yao Yao. For she was not only the blood of her sister, but also the most gifted fox of the Tu clan, destined to become a demigod with her 9 tails. After a century of care, she had come to regard Yao Yao as her own daughter. "This time, Aunt will accompany you. I shall uncover who dares to treat my Tu clan's little princess as a servant," she declared, holding the little fox tightly and gritting her silver teeth. The Tu clan, after all, was the sovereign of the Qingxiu in the demon realm, with a history that could be traced back to the primordial era. Though currently oppressed by the Bai and Su clans, the princess of the Tu clan shall not be dishonored. "There is no need for you to search for me. I have come on my own." At this moment, as the enchanting woman cradled Tu Yao Yao, a voice resonated from the void. With the sound echoing, Gu Changxing, clad in a blue robe, stepped through the night, appearing before Tu Rongrong and Tu Yao Yao in an instant. As for Empress Li Yunxi, she remained outside the small secret realm, not accompanying them. At this moment, as the lifespan probe activated, the cultivation information of the 2 fox demons, one large and one small, became evident. "Master." Upon seeing Gu Changsheng, Tu Yao Yao leaped from the arms of the exquisite and captivating woman, throwing herself into Gu Changsheng's embrace. "Tu Yao Yao, my little princess, you have grown skilled. How could you conceal this from me?" Gu Changsheng teased, gazing at the delicate and beautifully crafted young fox demon in his arms. "Master, it was not intentional," Tu Yao Yao replied, biting her pink lip in response to his playful banter. "Is it you who treats our clan's princess as a mere servant?" Observing the light-hearted exchange between the two, the alluring woman, Tu Rongrong, squinted her fox eyes, a formidable aura of the nascent soul pressing down upon Gu Changsheng. "A mere nascent soul daring to flaunt in front of me? Considering you are Yao Yao's aunt, I shall spare you this time," Gu Changsheng declared, as golden light flickered in his eyes, binding Tu Rongrong in place. A transformation realm master? Realizing the profound strength emanating from Gu Changsheng, Tu Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically, her alluring form trembling slightly. She sensed his formidable power, which instilled a sense of despair within her, yet fortunately, he bore no murderous intent. "Master, were you not of the Golden Core realm?" Observing Gu Changsheng's effortless restraint of her aunt, Tu Yao Yao's curious fox eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a playful smack on the petite rear of the enchanting fox maiden in his arms, Gu Changsheng remarked, "Being disobedient and hiding things from me warrants a light punishment." "Master, I shall not dare to keep secrets from you again," the little fox demon pleaded, biting her lip. "Senior, please do not humiliate our princess. If you wish to chastise her, let me take her place instead," Tu Rongrong implored, unable to restrain herself upon witnessing Gu Changsheng's playful action. "Aunt Rong, Master has not humiliated Yao Yao," the little fox demon exclaimed, her big eyes pleadingly gazing at Gu Changsheng. "Master, could you please release Aunt Rong from her confinement?" As he gazed upon 2 exquisite and flawless fox spirits, one large and one small, Gu Changsheng could not help but chuckle. Subsequently lifting the confinement he had placed upon the beautiful fox spirit, Tu Rongrong. Chapter 68. The Tu Clan of Qingxiu. Cultivating the Northern Qin Small Secret Realm. The Northern Qin Small Secret Realm spans nearly 10,000 miles, forming a unique small domain. Within it, spiritual energy abounds, adorned with mountains, rivers, and lakes, presenting a picturesque landscape that is indeed a rare treasure. This secret realm is remarkable, rich in spiritual essence, boasting over a dozen areas suitable for cultivating medicinal valleys. Clad in a green robe, Gu Changsheng's consciousness enveloped the heavens and the earth, revealing no secrets in the entire Northern Qin small secret realm. Furthermore, he discovered a damaged 7th-grade teleportation array, likely the one used by Tu Yaoyao and Tu Rongrong upon their arrival. However, the array was severely broken and utterly unusable at present. From the perspective of Gu Changsheng, a 5th-grade array master, it was evident that the 7th-grade teleportation array had been unilaterally destroyed from this side of the secret realm. Moreover, remnants of Tu Rongrong's demonic energy lingered on the array, indicating her involvement, possibly to prevent beings from the other end of the array from descending. Senior, since Princess Yaoyao has already acknowledged you as her master, our Tu clan is also willing to follow you. Tu Rongrong, the beautiful fox spirit, could not help but express as she looked at the formidable, transcendent youth cradling the two-tailed little fox in his arms. After all, the princess of the Tu clan referred to Gu Changsheng as her master. Thus, Tu Rongrong intended to bring the other fox spirits to pledge their allegiance to Gu Changsheng, for he was sufficiently powerful to protect them. Oh, Yaoyao, what do you think I should do? In response to Tu Rongrong's words, Gu Changsheng did not immediately reply, but instead smiled at the pink little fox nestled in his arms. At that moment, the little fox, having transformed from its humanoid fox spirit form, was curled up in Gu Changsheng's embrace, its round fox eyes sparkling as it swayed its two fluffy pink tails. I will heed my master's words, Tu Yaoyao spoke in a soft, tender voice, responding to Gu Changsheng's unspoken inquiry. Then from now on, you shall follow me. But you must remain within this secret realm. Furthermore, without my permission, you are not to leave the secret realm. Gu Changsheng declared while gently stroking the little fox's fluffy tails, addressing Tu Rongrong. His original purpose for coming to the Northern Qin secret realm was to suppress demonic creatures. And now, having gathered them under his command, he had effectively fulfilled his objective. Thank you, Senior, for your hospitality. Tu Rongrong expressed her gratitude joyfully as she bowed deeply, pleased with Gu Changsheng's acquiescence. With the presence of Gu Changsheng, a seemingly transcendent human esteemed being, the Tu clan was temporarily secure. Having fled to the Northern Qin small secret realm, the Tu clan, including the beautiful fox spirit Tu Rongrong and Princess Tu Yaoyao, comprised over 100 individuals. Furthermore, they were all female spirits, each possessing enchanting beauty, akin to bewitching sirens. Among them was one in the nascent soul stage, namely Tu Rongrong, 3 in the golden core stage, while the rest were foundation establishment fox spirits, collectively boasting combat prowess comparable to that of a small sect. At this moment, having accepted the Tu clan, Gu Changsheng summoned the Empress Li Yunxi, while also gathering 3 other exquisite fox demons of the Tu clan at the Golden Core stage. Tu Tian, Golden Core Level 9 510 2000, Bone Age Lifespan. Tu Fei, Golden Core Level 8 490 2100, Bone Age Lifespan. Tu Yuan, Golden Core Level 9 500 2000, Bone Age Lifespan. Gu Changsheng assessed the cultivation levels of the 3 golden core fox demons. Each of them demonstrated remarkable prowess, all at the late stage of golden core, capable of standing on their own. Yaoyao, upon your return, choose one from among them, he instructed, gazing at the 3 graceful and captivating fox demons in the serene courtyard, addressing the little fox nestled in his arms. As Tu Yaoyao was nearing her own golden core formation and could not protect the general's mansion for an extended period, Gu Changsheng planned to dispatch another golden core fox demon. Master, I understand, replied the little fox, while the 3 stunning golden core fox demons nodded in agreement. Additionally, Yunxi, please collaborate with Clan Leader 2 to procure another batch of spiritual herb seeds. Cultivate the areas I have marked and plant the spiritual herbs there, he further advised. Turning to Empress Li Yunxi and the beautiful matriarch of the Tu clan, Tu Rongrong, with a wave of his hand, a map of a secret realm adorned with numerous marked spots appeared before them, which both women diligently noted. Rest assured, Senior, I shall fulfill this task, Li Yunxi promised. We, the Tu clan, will assist you in cultivating the herb fields, Tu Rongrong added, both women nodding in acknowledgement after taking note of the map. According to Gu Changsheng's markings, the North Qin secret realm could yield 2 high-tier herb valleys, 3 mid-tier herb valleys, and 5 low-tier herb valleys, a total of 10 valleys rivaling the herb fields of the Blazing Fire sect, should they be fully cultivated and planted with spiritual herbs. Gu Changsheng would subsequently gain a vast amount of lifespan. Following this, Gu Chongqing provided Li Yunxi with a substantial number of superior spiritual stones to facilitate her procurement of the herb seeds. After receiving nearly 1,000 premium spiritual stones, Empress Li Yunxi departed to acquire the seeds. Meanwhile, the enchanting fox demon Tu Rongrong instructed over 100 clan members to venture into the secret realm to cultivate the herb fields. The cultivation plan for the North Qin secret realm was officially initiated, proceeding smoothly and energetically. Yao Yao, let me escort you back, Gu Chongqing said, concluding matters in the North Qin secret realm. He then departed with Tu Yao Yao and another golden core level 9 fox demon named Tu Yuan Yuan. After Gu Chongqing's departure, the alluring Tu Rongrong, draped in a flowing white celestial gown, couldn't help but speculate. Could Yao Yao's master be the revered god-slaying sword sovereign of the ancient Dao state? Though she had remained within the secret realm for an extended period, she was still well acquainted with the significant events of the human realm in the ancient Dao state. As the frontline battlefield for the clash between the righteous and demonic factions of the human race, the ancient Dao state harbors few esteemed beings of the transformation stage. Among them, the only notable figure is the recently celebrated god-slaying sword sovereign. Thus, Tu Rongrong speculates that the master her Tu clan has recently acknowledged must be this unrivaled sword cultivator. Meanwhile, after escorting Tu Yao Yao and Tu Yuan Yuan to the state of Chu, Gu Chongqing ventures eastward alone to the Qixia mountain range, within the domain of the Qingyan sect. There, the illustrious Dalao fairy, Qian Duo of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, has cultivated 4 low-tier medicinal valleys for him. Including the mid-tier medicinal valley acquired from the Qingyan sect, Qian Duo now oversees a total of 5 medicinal valleys, traversing the vast expanse of over 100,000 li. Gu Chongqing effortlessly completes the journey in less than half an hour, thanks to his spatial manipulation abilities. At this moment, clad in a blue robe, he leisurely arrives at the outskirts of the mid-tier medicinal valley in the Qixia mountain range. The Qingyun Medicinal Valley, nestled by the banks of a pristine river, boasts several quaint and serene courtyards and pavilions imbued with an ancient charm. Under the luminous moonlight, the enchanting fairy Qian Duo stands gracefully at the railing. Adorned in a delicate pink dress, with her twin ponytails cascading elegantly over her ample bosom, her beautiful eyes gaze quietly upon the flourishing medicinal fields, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What are you thinking about so joyful? At this moment, Gu Chongqing silently approaches, wrapping his arms around the fairy's slender waist from behind. Senior. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing's arrival, the Dalao fairy's eyes sparkle with brilliance, her gaze filled with the image of the ethereal youth. Glancing at the fairy's cultivation level, Gu Chongqing's brow furrows slightly. Several months prior, Qian Duo was at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and she remains there now, her aura barely fluctuating, indicating a lapse in her training. Senior, what troubles you? Are you upset with me? Noticing Gu Chongqing's sudden frown, the fairy bites her pink lip, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation as she inquires. Why have you not been diligently cultivating? Observing the fairy's twinkling eyes, Gu Chongqing gently pinches her delicate cheek and reproaches her softly. Senior, I merely wish to assist you in tending to the medicinal fields, Qian Duo replies, her heart warming at Gu Chongqing's reprimand. Her face flushing with a rosy hue as she murmurs. Tending to the medicinal fields is one matter, but proper cultivation is another. I do not wish for you to become complacent in your training. Furthermore, the techniques of your Qian family are merely of the earth grade. Allow me to impart to you a heavenly grade technique. With that, Gu Chongqing slowly speaks while observing the fairy's captivating figure. Then, to her astonishment, he places his finger upon her forehead, directly transmitting a heavenly grade technique. The Sun's True Fire Classic, a mid-grade heavenly technique. At this moment, as she feels the profound technique imprinted in her mind, Qian Duo is left utterly astonished. Although the Qian family of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce possesses formidable cultivation techniques, their highest attainment is merely of the low-grade celestial tier. However now, Gu Chongqing has directly imparted to her a mid-grade celestial method, one that is far beyond the ordinary. Senior, emerging from the profound mysteries of the mid-grade celestial technique, the true fire of the sun, the enchanting maiden, adorned with snow-like beauty, is overwhelmed with emotion as she gazes at Gu Chongqing with sultry eyes. Boldly and passionately, she wraps her arms around his neck and brings her delicate, petal-like lips closer to his. With no hesitation, Gu Chongqing embraces her slender waist and captures the exquisite fairy soft lips. Having been entangled for a time with the enchantress Lu Ruyan, Gu Chongqing's technique is remarkably adept. In a brief moment, the stunning celestial maiden in his arms becomes as soft and yielding as flowing water. Were it not for his support, she might have collapsed to the ground. After half an hour, Gu Changxing gently released the captivating maiden. Seizing the opportunity while she retreated to her chamber to prepare, he ascended to the skies above the mid-tier herb valley and began to harvest the ripened spiritual herbs. Previously, he had collected approximately 30%, while this time, he found over 20% ripe herbs. You successfully siphoned 140 days of lifespan from the Qingyun flower, 5th grade spiritual herb. You successfully siphoned 180 days of lifespan from the ghost vine, 6th grade spiritual herb. You successfully siphoned 170 days of lifespan from the phoenix bloodgrass, 6th grade spiritual herb, as time flowed gently by. With each herb Gu Changxing harvested, the system delivered numerous notifications. After a quarter of an hour, he had collected around 20% of the mature spiritual herbs, garnering nearly 15,000 years of lifespan. His total lifespan now reached over 73,000 years, leaving a mere 27,000 years to attain the remarkable milestone of 100,000 years. At this moment, gazing at the panel gradually approaching the coveted 100,000-year mark, a glimmer of anticipation sparkles in Gu Changxing's eyes. Previously, upon reaching a full century of lifespan, the system introduced a lifespan spatial function. At a millennium, it unveiled lifespan exploration. Upon achieving 10,000 years, a lifespan barrier function was added. Thus, Gu Changxing is exceedingly curious and eager to discover what new function the system will present upon reaching 100,000 years of lifespan. Chapter 69, 7 Celestial Maidens. The Supreme Forgetful One in the ancient Dao province, Northern Territory, atop the peaks of the Hongduan Mountains, an ethereal realm unfolds. Shrouded in celestial clouds and infused with spiritual essence, 3 breathtakingly beautiful elder maidens gather around a stone table, engaged in conversation. They are the resplendent Zai Mingfei, the matriarch of the Yinxia Hall, clad in a crimson celestial gown, Donghuang Liyue, the sovereign of the Taiyin celestial sect, adorned in a deep blue celestial robe, and Nangong Qing, the sword goddess, robed in white. Standing behind each of these illustrious figures are 4 stunning maidens, each possessing their unique charms. Among them are the sword fairy Luo Lioli, the dual divine bodies of the Taiyin celestial sect, the sisters Yu Qi and Yu Qi, and the Qinghuan divine body, Xilinglong. From the Yinxia Hall, 7 enchanting ladies, each possessing a unique grace, divine maidens, elegant matrons, and ethereal beings, gathered in one place, captivating the very essence of beauty and stunning the passage of time. Merely selecting one of them would suffice to secure a place among the top 3 of celestial beauties. After decades apart, the sword god of the south, Nangong Jian, remains as splendid as ever. At this moment, gazing upon the alluring sword goddess, Nangong Qing, the sovereign of the Taiyin celestial sect, Donghuang Liyu, could not help but exclaim, "You flatter me, moon god." Nangong Qing replied indifferently, her veiled face and exquisite features painting a picture of elegance in response to Donghuang Liyu's praise. "I heard that Sister Moon God recently ventured to the extreme seas. Did you find any treasures?" Inquiring about their conversation, the sovereign of the Xianyan Hall, Zi Mingfei, interjected, "Do not speak of it, dear Mingfei. I was rather unfortunate this time. I had the opportunity to discover valuable relics at the site of a tribulation of an immortal sovereign, but I encountered 3 Dao comprehending deities, and I could only bemoan my fate." In light of Zi Mingfei's inquiry, Donghuang Liyu could not help but express her frustration, her words tinged with resignation. Initially, she had followed a treasure map to locate the ancient abode of an immortal sovereign who had undergone tribulation. However, unbeknownst to her, 3 Dao-comprehending deities trailed her, ultimately seizing the immortal sovereign's refuge for themselves. Had she not relied on the secret techniques of the Taiyin celestial sect to escape, her fate would have been dire. For her combat prowess could only contend with 1 Dao-comprehending deity. The extreme seas are merely a corner of the chaotic grave sea, so encountering 3 Dao-comprehending deities is hardly surprising. Upon hearing Donghuang Liyu's words, Zi Mingfei's profound eyes shimmered, and she spoke slowly. "What trials did you endure, dear sister, when you emerged from the chaotic grave sea with child?" The chaotic grave sea is already considered an outer realm, not part of the Zhongxian continent. After listening to Zi Mingfei, Donghuang Liyu could not help but recall that long-ago incident. "Let us not speak of that matter again," Zi Mingfei said, her delicate frame trembling slightly at the mention of the past, then shaking her head, clearly unwilling to elaborate. As far as I know, the Outer Realm's chaotic grave sea was a battlefield from several epochs ago. The Tsangxian continent was not as expansive as it is now, interjected the female sword god, her lips parting gracefully. She had previously inquired about the 4 domains of the 5 states and was aware of some of the forbidden secrets. The Taiyan celestial sect also possesses records of these secrets, Dong Huang Liu acknowledged in response to Nan Gongqing's statement. What are our masters discussing that we cannot hear? At that moment, the silent observer, Yu Qing-chan, could not resist glancing at her sister, Yu Qing-chung, as well as the female sword immortal and the divine being, Ziling Long, who stood nearby. There must be a reason our masters do not wish for us to overhear, Yu Qing-cheng gently explained to Yu Qing-chan. Both Ziling Long and the female sword immortal nodded in agreement with her reasoning. Soon after, the 4 stunningly beautiful celestial maidens ceased to heed the discussions between the 3 regal sovereigns and the sword god. They ventured beneath the verdant willow leaves to delve into the profound mysteries of the sword Tao as articulated by the sword sovereign. As they stood before the ethereal willow leaves, the eyes of Yu Qingqing, Yu Qing-chan, and Ziling Long sparkled with brilliance. Initially, they harbored doubts. Perceiving the sword sovereign merely as a formidable sword cultivator, perhaps no more impressive than Sister Nangong. However, at this moment, enveloped in the aura of the willow leaves sword intent, and imbued with divine bodies, they sensed an extraordinary rhythm of Tao, which left them utterly astounded. What are your thoughts on the sword sovereign? At this juncture, the sovereign of the Taiyan immortal sect, Dong Huang Liyue, shifted the conversation, directing her gaze toward the 4 celestial maidens contemplating the sword art of the willow leaves. Prior to my arrival, I believed the Grandmaster of the Flame sect to be merely a powerful sword cultivator, perhaps rivaled only by Sister Nangong. However, I must retract my earlier judgment. Upon hearing Dong Huang Liu mention the sword sovereign, the sovereign of the Xianyan Hall, Zimingfei, could not restrain herself from speaking. His mastery of the sword Tao surpasses mine. He has forged a path uniquely his own, while my own remains unformed. At this moment, the sword god, Nan Gongqing, also remarked, it appears that the sword sovereign indeed possesses an enigmatic nature, so profound that it provokes my doubt. After all, within his sword intent, I sensed a hint of primordial essence. Listening to Zimingfei and Nan Gongqing's responses, Dong Huang Liu narrowed her deep-set eyes. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Qiyan mountain range, within the Qiyan herb valley of the Qingyan sect, Gu Changxing had spent 2 leisurely days in the company of the great thunder fairy, Qian Duo, before taking his leave. Upon sensing Nan Gongqing's departure from the Flame sect, Gu Changxing returned directly to the Flame sect. At this moment, the sun blazed high in the sky, illuminating the vibrant landscape of the Flame sect's domain. Within the Tianluo mountain range and the 4 symbols grand array, first, let us reap a bountiful harvest. Observing the lush and thriving spiritual herbs, Gu Changxing employed his formidable powers to commence the gathering. The medicinal fields in this section of the Tianluo mountain range were planted with low-tier spiritual herbs. Due to their shorter growth cycle, only about 20% had matured at this time. You have successfully extracted 30 days of lifespan from the firegrass, first-tier spiritual herb. You have successfully extracted 80 days of lifespan from the Bailuo vine, second-tier spiritual herb. You have successfully extracted 40 days of lifespan from the Ku Xian bamboo, first-tier spiritual herb, as Gu Changxing utilized his great supernatural abilities to harvest. A flurry of system notifications rang out. Moments later, he completed his gathering, acquiring over 9,000 years of lifespan. When combined with the previous 73,000 years, his total lifespan reached over 82,000 years, tantalizingly close to the coveted 100,000 years. After finishing the harvest, Gu Changxing returned to the 3rd herb valley. The moon-viewing lake continued to shimmer with glistening reflections, rippling gently with the breeze, while the willows along the bank swayed gracefully. After the enchanting Zhua Zhirua earned the illustrious title of Immortal Zhirua in the Southern Realm, she returned to her sect. Thus, upon Gu Changxing's return, the beautiful senior sister swiftly sought him out. Let me see if you have been diligently studying alchemy lately, she remarked. Her gaze fixed on Gu Changxing within the tranquil courtyard, adorned in a flowing azure dress. Please, do enlighten me, Immortal Zhirua, Gu Changxing responded playfully. Captivated by the gentle demeanor of his senior sister, who was now mere inches away. Humph, you little rascal, have you taken to teasing me? Zhua Zhirua's cheeks flushed unexpectedly at his words, and she shot him a reproachful glare. Afterward, she produced a top-tier alchemical furnace and handed it to Gu Changxing, along with several spiritual herbs required for concocting a grade 1 nourishing essence pill. Buzzing with anticipation, Gu Chongqing wasted no time and began the alchemical process, eager to showcase his skills to his beautiful senior sister. "Ah, indeed, your talent for alchemy is remarkable," is what Jirua observed, her eyes sparkling as she watched him adeptly refine the herbs, skillfully forming the pill through a seamless flow of movements. Complete. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Chongqing, intentionally dragging his feet to conceal his prowess, concluded his alchemical endeavor. He opened the furnace lid and retrieved 5 nourishing essence pills to prevent overwhelming his senior sister. He controlled the success rate to 50%, deliberately crushing the remainder. Consequently, the quality of the pills was diminished from top tier to superior. Hiss. It was astonishing that he achieved a 50% success rate on his first attempt, and each pill was of superior quality. Despite Gu Chongqing's attempts to downplay his abilities, Zhuo was still left in awe. "Brother, you possess the demeanor of a pill king." Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced the handsome youth, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Hiss. Gu Chongqing, caught in her embrace, felt his composure waver, mentally pondering the implications of the moment. Zhuo's ethereal grace and exquisite figure were nothing short of perfection, embodying a golden ratio. Sensing the unusual reaction from Gu Chongqing, Zhuo's face flushed crimson, and she quickly released him. "Focus on your alchemy, and refrain from entertaining any improper thoughts." With a final glare, she departed, her cheeks still tinged with pink. "Curse this brat. My precious Zhuo family's flower is being courted." Observing the tender exchange between the two, Zhuo Lingfeng, who had been discreetly watching, could not help but fume as he saw his granddaughter flee, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Indeed, this disciple seems quite promising," Zhuo Lingfeng mused, recalling his previous encounter with Gu Chongqing. Though his innate talent may be lacking, his character is commendable, and he is diligent in his cultivation, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement at just 19. Moreover, he possesses an aptitude for alchemy, making him a worthy match for my granddaughter Jirua. Faced with Zhuo Lingfeng's sarcastic remarks, the divine transformation master, Zhuo Zhishuan, standing beside him, could not help but say, "Curse it, old ding, had you said this back in the day, it would have been much better." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhuo Lingfeng became somewhat indignant. "How disrespectful. If you hadn't torn me apart from that enchanting woman back then, you'd be rotting beneath a mound of grass 3 yards high by now." In response to Zhuo Lingfeng's grievances, the divine transformation master, Zhuo Zhishuan, retorted, "I know she cultivates the supreme emotionless technique, which requires a deep-rooted emotional connection before she can sever ties with her partner. However, I was only interested in a fleeting encounter, not a heartfelt connection. It was so close, and then you, old dang, disrupted everything." After receiving a reprimand from Zhuo Zhishuan, Zhuo Lingfeng revealed a long-buried truth. "Oh, you rascal. So, you were coveting her body all this while. How shameful. If that is the case, why did you turn against me for hundreds of years?" Upon hearing Zhuo Lingfeng's words, Zhuo Zhishuan was momentarily stunned, then became so enraged that his limbs trembled. "Curse it. You're no better. Don't think I'm unaware of your escapades with female immortals in your youth. I learned from you, after all." In the face of Zhuo Zhishuan's accusations, Zhuo Lingfeng rebutted with precision. This father-son duo was putting on quite the comedic act. Observing the heated exchange between Zhuo Zhishuan and Zhuo Lingfeng, Gu Chongqing could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He found himself questioning whether the gentle and kind-hearted beautiful sister truly descended from this contentious lineage. At that moment, Gu Chongqing felt an undeniable curiosity regarding the supreme emotionless technique of the Taiyin immortal sect. Chapter 70, 100,000 years of lifespan. Dual cultivation of longevity. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had slipped away. For cultivators, time spent in cultivation is often unmarked, and a mere 10 days passes like a fleeting moment. During this period, the ancient dojo remained bustling with activity, as countless cultivators journeyed northward across the Hengduan Mountains, gathering at the Zhuoyun Peak to comprehend the Sword Tao. The willow leaves left behind by the sword sovereign of slaying gods, infused with the essence of both the sword of slaying and the primordial sword Tao, have enabled numerous practitioners to attain enlightenment. Among them, female sword cultivators grasped the sword soul, over 100 awakened the sword intent, and tens of thousands comprehended the sword momentum. In a short time, Zhuoyun Peak had become a sacred ground for the worship of the sword Tao. Amidst the external turmoil, Gu Chongqing remained unfazed, having spent the past few days at the Lihua sect, with his cultivation having reached the 9th level of qi refinement and the ability to refine first-grade spirit elixirs 9 days prior. The beautiful sister had taken him to the pill-refining peak, where he was recognized as a core disciple. Additionally, with her support, Gu Changsheng became the steward of the second medicinal valley. He resided by the shores of the moon-watching lake, living adjacent to the beautiful sister. Most of his time was spent refining pills alongside her, engaging in discussions on alchemical techniques, and subsequently practicing cultivation together. In moments of leisure, he would venture to the second and third medicine valleys to gather spiritual herbs, reaping a daily harvest of 1,000 to 2,000 years of lifespan. At present, it was afternoon, and the vast sky was shrouded in an expanse of drifting clouds, completely obscuring the blazing sun. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it a faint fragrance of the spiritual herbs. As usual, Gu Changsheng, clad in a cerulean robe, emerged from the courtyard of his beautiful senior sister and made his way towards the second medicine valley. Nearly 100,000 years had passed. At this moment, Gu Changsheng could not help but glance at his cultivation panel, murmuring softly to himself. Name, Gu Changsheng. Bone age, 1, 999. 500. Root constitution, 5 elements divine body, capable of lifespan transformation. Cultivation, complete transformation stage, capable of lifespan transformation. Techniques, Yin-Yang indestructible scripture, divine grade low tier, complete. Shrinking the earth to an inch, divine grade high tier, complete. Primordial sword scripture, divine grade mid tier, complete. Void deception technique, divine grade mid tier, complete. Capable of lifespan transformation. Others, alchemy mastery level 5, Dan Wang Jing. Array mastery level 5, Tiangang array art. Artifact refining mastery level 5, Disha refining technique, capable of lifespan transformation. At this moment, his total lifespan had reached 99,500 years, a mere 500 years shy of the century mark. Perhaps tonight he could attempt to break through to the realm of the void refinement Taoist Lord. Gu Changsheng said with a hint of excitement as he surveyed his cultivation panel. According to his original plan, he intended to elevate all his techniques, spells, and cultivation skills before making his breakthrough into the realm of the void refinement Taoist Lord. However, the emergence of several powerful void refinement Taoist lords in the ancient Tao state left him feeling insecure, prompting him to wait until he amassed a full 100,000 years before attempting to breach that boundary. Moreover, he had previously taken in the Tushir clan from the demon domain. From Tu Rongrong and Tu Yaoyao, he learned some secrets about the demon domain and the Qingqiu region. According to the clan leader Tu Rongrong, the rulers of the 6 major powers in the demon domain were all demon kings above the realm of the void refinement Taoist Lord. Furthermore, these 6 forces were in the process of uniting the myriad demon spirits of the demon domain, quietly conducting a ritual for the revival of the demon gods. As for the realm of the demon gods, Tu Rongrong was uncertain. However, she mentioned that the cultivation of a demon god surpassed that of a demon king, effortlessly crushing a demon king as one would squash an ant. It was likely that the top sects across the 5 states and 4 regions of the Zhangxian continent were aware of the matter concerning the demon gods. For now, I shall focus on enhancing my cultivation, setting a modest goal. Within a century, I must attain the strength to slay a demon god, Gu Changsheng pondered, recalling the secrets Tu Rongrong had shared about the demon domain. Lost in thought, Gu Changsheng had already arrived at the lower-tier herb fields. He promptly rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the fields, diligently beginning to harvest with his 9th layer of qi cultivation. In recent days, having been inseparable from his beautiful senior sister, he had been covertly observed by Zhuo Zhishuan and Zhuo Lingfeng throughout the day. Thus, Gu Changsheng feigned seriousness. Even under the blazing sun, sweat trickling down his brow as he meticulously harvested each herb. This young man's temperament is indeed rare, a once-in-a-century occurrence, observed Zhuo Zhishuan. Hidden in the shadows, such a disposition is indeed remarkable. Within a century, he shall surely attain the golden course stage. And the prospect of becoming a true monarch in the nascent soul realm is not without merit. Upon hearing Zhuo Zhishuan's words, Zhuo Lingfeng, who had previously been critical of Gu Changsheng, could not help but nod in agreement. After several days of discord, the father and son seemed to have mended their relationship. At this moment, although Gu Changsheng's consciousness was attuned to their every movement, he remained undetected, treating them as mere air as he focused on his task. You have successfully deprived flame grass, a grade 1 herb, of 30 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived by luo vine, a grade 2 herb, of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived bitter bamboo, a grade 1 herb, of 40 days of lifespan. As each mature low-grade herb was plucked, notifications from the system accompanied the harvest. Time flowed on. The sun gradually dipped towards the west, and Gu Chongqing's total lifespan soared. Approaching dusk, the clouds parted, and the setting sun painted the horizon crimson, casting its glow upon the undulating mountains in the distance. Your total lifespan has reached 100,000 years, unlocking the dual cultivation of lifespan feature. At this moment, as the system notification chimed, Gu Chongqing paused his labor. His total lifespan had achieved 100,000 years, awakening a new function, dual cultivation of lifespan. Dual cultivation of lifespan? At the sound of this notification, Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. He then proceeded to delve into the description of this feature. As the name suggests, dual cultivation of lifespan involves cultivation with a partner. According to the system's explanation, if the dual cultivation feature is activated during cultivation with a partner, one can infuse lifespan into the process, enhancing both parties' innate qualities and cultivation levels. Hiss. Is this suggesting that I should cultivate with 3,000 maidens and ascend in broad daylight? Gu Chongqing's lips twitched at the explanation of dual cultivation of lifespan. He pondered whether the system perceived his journey as solitary and thus bestowed upon him this feature. Yet, it is rather advantageous, as my cultivation and innate qualities improve. The gap between myself and the likes of Little Moon and my beautiful senior sister will only widen. With the dual cultivation of lifespan, I can bridge some of that difference. Contemplating how to utilize the dual cultivation feature, Gu Chongqing could not help but murmur to himself. Let us not dwell on that for now. Enhancing my cultivation is of utmost importance. At that moment, gazing at the 100,000 years of lifespan displayed on the panel, Gu Chongqing felt a surge of eagerness. He was becoming increasingly impatient to break through to the Tao Lord of the Empty Refinement stage. Chapter 71. Breakthrough to Tao Lord of the Empty Refinement. That night, the bright moon hung high, illuminating the myriad stars across the vast sky. A cluster of delicate clouds languidly adorns the horizon as the night deepens. A gentle breeze caresses the shimmering surface of Wangyue Lake, where the willows lean gracefully, swaying their slender tendrils. Gu Chongqing steps out of his courtyard, extending his consciousness. The father and son of the left family have long since returned. Meanwhile, the enchanting senior sister next door has concluded her alchemical endeavors and is now absorbing qi for cultivation. This time, he decides to select the Sunset Mountain Range as the site for his breakthrough. At this moment, Gu Chongqing casts a glance towards the northern borders, and with a flicker of his form, he vanishes from sight. In the northern borders Hangduan Mountain Range, 3 breathtakingly formidable female Taoists, all-powerful beings of the refining void realm, reside. Thus, Gu Chongqing prefers to avoid them and seeks to achieve his breakthrough from a distance. In the ancient state of Huanggu, within the southern border, the majestic and towering Liyuan ancient city remains ablaze with light, even in the depths of night. The city is alive with the bustling sounds of cultivators, taverns, brothels, and shops peddling elixirs, talismans, and array instruments. Yet, over 1,000 miles away, the Sunset Mountain Range lies in serene silence. The mountains, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, resemble a fearsome beast lying in wait under the night sky. Shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of wildness, desolation, and mystery. Moments later, clad in a blue robe, Gu Chongqing descends upon the Sunset Mountain Range, treading upon the moonlight. His consciousness, expansive enough to encompass 90,000 miles, illuminates much of the mountain range. At this moment, within the 24 astonishing divine formations in the mountains, the enchantress Lurian has finished tending to her medicinal fields and is now engaged in qi absorption for cultivation. Meanwhile, a mysterious aura of transformation subtly lurks in the central region of the mountains, which Gu Chongqing deduces to belong to a transformation realm demon. He previously vanquished 2 such beings, leaving behind one that has remained low-key and dormant in the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. It seems that within the heart of the Sunset Mountain Range, there should exist a small secret realm. Without disturbing the demon lurking in the shadows, Gu Chongqing conducts a rough assessment with his consciousness, pondering to himself. The 5 states and 4 domains have a long-standing history, spanning several epochs from ancient times to the present. The known epochs include the recent ancient, middle ancient, upper ancient, distant ancient, great ancient, dark ancient, and primeval. Based on his understanding of the northern Qin secret realm, Gu Chongxing surmises that within the core area of the Sunset Mountain Range's secret realm, there likely exists a passageway to the demonic abyss, demon domain. It could be a cross-domain teleportation array or perhaps an ancient void road not documented in any records. Apart from the demonic abyss, the other three domains also possess profound depths. Contemplating this, Gu Chongxing narrows his eyes. After a moment of reflection, he arrives at a relatively secluded valley, where he establishes a fifth-grade concealment array and simultaneously opens a longevity barrier. Previously, it took him over 20,000 years to successfully break through from the 9th level of transformation to the completion of transformation. To ensure safety this time, he decides to invest 70,000 years of longevity, reserving 30,000 years as a foundation. Gazing at his cultivation panel, Gu Chongxing murmurs softly to himself. He then selects the cultivation option and directly invests 70,000 years of longevity for the purpose of progression. You have devoted 70,000 years of your life to the pursuit of cultivation. You practiced the Yin-Yang Eternal Sutra for a millennium, attempting to break through. Yet your endeavor met with failure. After 3,000 years of practice with the same sutra, you sensed a moment of breakthrough in the depths of your being and chose to advance, only to confront the formidable 8 or 9 heavenly tribulations, ultimately failing to transcend. With 5,000 years of dedicated practice, you achieved a state of perfection in energy absorption, your primordial spirit becoming complete and harmonious. You attempted to break through once more, facing the 8 or 9 heavenly tribulations again, but this time, you succeeded, reaching the first layer of the void refinement realm. After 7,000 years of cultivation, you endeavored to break through to the second layer of the void refinement realm. Yet again you encountered failure. As a series of notifications echoed, Gu Chongxing felt the turbulent energy surrounding him, the 5 elements divine body radiating golden divine light and boundless Tao rhythms. A vast influx of spiritual energy from the world surged towards him, merging into his being. After a brief moment, his cultivation ascended directly from the perfected divine transformation to the void refinement realm, achieving the first layer of the void refinement realm. At that moment, as he inhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, siphoning the energies from a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Sunset Mountain Range diminished significantly. However, thanks to the longevity barrier and the concealing formation he had set during his breakthrough, the extraordinary phenomena of his advancement remained undisclosed. The 8 or 9 heavenly tribulations during his breakthrough were also automatically obscured by the longevity barrier. Is this the realm of the void refinement, Tao Sovereign? What a profound sensation. This power is truly formidable. At this moment, Gu Chongxing opened his eyes, reveling in the transformation and sublime elevation he had undergone, unable to suppress a satisfied remark. After breaking through the void refinement realm, his soul expanded, and his physical form and spirit fused in perfect harmony. The 9'9" golden primordial spirit, now transformed into a towering figure of 30 feet, merged with the void, embodying the power of heaven and earth, majestic and mysterious. The golden sword embryo atop the primordial spirit now radiated an aura of forbidden divine light, both enigmatic and perilous. Moreover, Gu Chongxing's spiritual awareness extended from 90,000 miles to 120,000 miles, encompassing the entire Sunset Mountain Range. Strangely, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Sunset Mountain Range has diminished. Meanwhile, at the outpost outside the primordial spirit mine, the alluring leader of the fire sect, Yin Shimo, furrowed her brow. Perhaps it is due to the mining of the spiritual ore, she speculated. In response to Yun Shimo's inquiry, the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yu Chang, spoke. Indeed. Upon hearing Yu Chang's words, Yun Shimo nodded thoughtfully. Ever since the appearance of the Sword Sovereign of God layer, this mountain range has become increasingly unusual. On the other side, deep within the secret realm of the Sunset Mountain Range, a colossal mountain tiger, towering over 10 feet tall, spoke human words, its eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Initially, the Four Symbols Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the 10,000 Demons Palace had dispatched their forces to remain in the Sunset Mountain Range, observing the movements of humanity. Now, with the Sword Sovereign of Godslayer having slain the bull of the Four Symbols Mountain and the charred dragon of the Dragon Cave, only he, the last of his kind, remained. The message has been reported. Yet I remain uncertain when the esteemed demon lords of the Wan Yao Palace and the Dragon Cave will make their appearance. At this moment, the demon sovereign, Hu Kaishan, exuding an aura of transformation, could not help but speak. He then reigned in his presence and continued to lie in wait within the secluded realm. Having achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, Gu Chongqing tore away the lifespan barrier and the concealing formation, subsequently returning to the medicinal field where the enchantress, Imon Nu, resided. Senior. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing in his azure robe, the enchanting demoness, Lu Rian, draped in a dark skirt that concealed her graceful figure, joyfully approached him. Did you not mention that the Whitebone sect, the 10,000 Demon Gate, and the Insha sect also possess their own medicinal fields? Please take me to the domain of the Demon Gate tomorrow. At this juncture, Gu Chongqing, with an arm around the resplendent beauty of the demoness, replied gently, Senior. The sect leaders and grand elders of the 3 demon sects are formidable cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm and at its completion. Collectively, they boast no fewer than 50 true lords of the nascent soul. Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's words, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes glimmered with concern as she spoke. 50 true lords of the nascent soul. Should they unite their strength and combine it with a killing formation, even the transformation sovereigns would find themselves in peril. Fear not. We do not intend to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. My sole desire for this visit is to acquire a few medicinal gardens, Gu Chongqing reassured her, seemingly unperturbed by her caution. To him, the 50 nascent soul masters were but insignificant beings. However, he had no intention of annihilating the 3 demon sects for the time being. After all, one action could trigger a cascade of repercussions. As the entire abyss of demons stood behind them, the abyss, also known as the demon domain, is one of the 4 realms, and its peril is not inferior to that of the demon domain. He wished to remain in seclusion and cultivate until he attained invincibility. Provoking the true demons of the abyss was not on his agenda. Of course, should a true demon emerge from the abyss and present itself, he would not shy away from additional offerings. Only the medicinal gardens? That is quite manageable. Henceforth, your identity shall be that of a reclusive nascent soul true demon who inadvertently rescued me from the clutches of the malevolent Xianxia, becoming my pillar of support as I return to the Whitebone sect and stand up for myself. Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's proposition, Lu Rian's enchanting eyes sparkled as she devised a plan. Let it be settled. From this moment, I shall be the great demon lord at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, known as the ancestor of the dark river, while you, my little demoness, shall serve as my dual cultivation furnace. In response to the demoness' suggestion, Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes and teased her exquisite face. Then, ancestor, when shall you partake? At that moment, the stunningly beautiful Lu Rian, with her beguiling gaze, bit her delicate, rosy lips and replied, When shall it be, my lord? Ah, such audacity, little demoness. To tempt this old ancestor. Do you dare believe that I would not discipline you, leaving you in a state of desire and despair? Gu Chongqing, gazing at the captivating enchantress, playfully smacked her alluring rear and gently chided her. At this moment, Gu Chongqing had seemingly assumed the role of the ancient river ancestor, while the enchanting sorceress Lu Rian served as his dual cultivation vessel. In his embrace, the young enchantress was soft and alluring, her seductive gaze causing even this formidable figure, the ancient river ancestor, to waver in his resolve. Chapter 72. The ancient river ancestor emerges, pressuring the bone sect in the ancient path state. To the south of the setting sun mountain range lies the extreme southern region. This territory occupies a third of the ancient path state and is governed by the bone sect, the Insha sect, and the 10,000 demons gate. The bone sect is positioned to the west, the Insha sect in the center, and the 10,000 demons gate to the east, with these 3 major demonic sects controlling a vast expanse of land. Within the grand hall constructed of gleaming white bones, more than a dozen nascent soul true monarchs had gathered, the strongest among them having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Recently, the soul lamp of Master Xianxia had extinguished. The menacing white bone throne was occupied by Yin Shitian, the master of the bone sect, who remarked with a dark tone. Master Xianxia coveted the young sorceress Lu Rian, wishing to absorb her essence, yet he met his demise. Ha ha, he deserved it. Now that Master Xianxia has fallen, someone must manage his Xianxia peak. Upon hearing Yin Shitian's words, the assembly of nascent soul demons exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging, and could not help but snicker sinisterly. Furthermore, there was another pressing matter. The 4 great sacred lands had openly breached their covenant, sending several cultivators beyond the nascent soul stage, alongside the god-slaying sword sovereign, who was eyeing them covetously. Thus, the esteemed bone demon lord of the sacred sect would soon descend. At this moment, observing the assembly of nascent soul, true monarchs, Inshirtian spoke again. The sacred sect he referred to was the Bone Sacred Sect, a premier force within the abyss of demons and the main lineage of the Bone Sect. Master, does this imply that the void ancient road and the transference array leading to the ancient path state have been completed? Upon hearing Inshirtian's words, the more than a dozen nascent soul elders of the Bone Sect looked on with confusion. The void ancient road and the transference array have yet to be constructed. The Bone Demon Lord is taking a detour through other states to reach the ancient path state, Inshirtian clarified in response to the demon's inquiries. Just then, a deafening rumble resonated from outside the Bone Sect. Master, esteemed elders, trouble is upon us. A nascent soul true monarch has come knocking. A flustered golden core elder rushed into the grand hall, panic evident in his voice. Such audacity, daring to intrude upon our Bone Sect. They truly court death. Aha. Which nascent soul true demon possesses such boldness? Let us go and see. I am curious to know who has the gall. Upon hearing the golden core elder's report, Inshirtian and the assembly of nascent soul true monarchs wore grim expressions and swiftly made their way toward the Bone Sect's mountain gate. At this moment, outside the towering gate constructed of glistening white bones, the ancient river ancestor, shrouded in a black robe, wore a somber countenance, surrounded by immeasurable demonic energy. Beside him stood the enchanting sorceress Lu Ruyan, clad in a flowing black gown, quietly observing the unfolding events. As for the ancestor of the river of Hades, it is but a guise worn by Gu Changsheng. The aura of pure demonic energy that envelopes him is the result of his acquisition of several demonic techniques from Lu Ruyan, which he mastered through the art of lifespan deduction. Lu Ruyan provided him with multiple demonic practices and spells. He selected the blood refinement technique, low-grade Xian, and the blood transformation hand, low-grade Xian. Through his lifespan deduction, the blood refinement technique was elevated to the infinite sea of blood scripture, mid-grade Tian, while the blood transformation hand ascended to the great blood river seal, low-grade Tian, costing him a total of 6,000 years of lifespan. The esteemed Baigu sect, one of the three principal traditions of the Demon Gate, is rather unimpressive. At this moment, as he gazed upon the crumbling mountain gate formation of the Baigu sect, the ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changxing, exuded a commanding demonic aura and declared with authority, who dares to meddle here seeks death. Just then, over a dozen Yuanying stage masters from the Baigu sect, including Inshirtian, descended, with one of the Yuanying masters charging directly at the ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changsheng. Tuobayu, Yuanying 8th layer 24593510, Bone Age lifespan, casting a casual glance at the approaching Yuanying master from the Baigu sect. The ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changsheng, summoned a crimson river of blood, raising his hand to unleash a formidable technique, the Great Blood River Seal. Boom. In an instant, a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in blood-red demonic energy, and the Yuanying 8th layer elder Tuobayu, who had approached too closely, was struck by the Great Blood River Seal and disintegrated into a puddle of foul blood. You have successfully deprived Tuobayu, Yuanying 8th layer, of 300 years of lifespan. With Tuobayu slain, the ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changxing, received a system prompt. His to kill with a single strike. How ruthless. This demon is exceedingly ferocious. Tuoba's death was most unjust. Witnessing the Yuanying 8th layer Tuobayu being reduced to a pool of vile blood sent shivers down the spines of the Yuanying masters of the Baigu sect, including Inshirtian. It was truly fitting. The figure before them, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodthirst, epitomized the essence of the demonic path. More fearsome than they could ever imagine. The woman by his side appeared to be Lu Ruyan, the demoness who had recently been pursued by the Xiancha master for her essence. Could it be that he descended upon our Baigu sect to defend the little demoness of the Lu family? At that moment, some Yuanying masters caught sight of Lu Ruyan beside Gu Changxing and began to whisper among themselves, unable to contain their speculation. Friend, you assault our sect's mountain gate and slay our esteemed Tuoba elder. Have you not crossed the line? Hearing the elder's conjectures, the grim-faced sect leader Inshirtian narrowed his eyes, directing a piercing gaze at the ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changxing. This ancestor is merely standing up for my concubine. I have not overstepped. It is your Baigu sect that has gone too far. In the face of Inshirtian's murderous glare, the ancestor of the river of Hades, Gu Changxing, surged with a roiling sea of blood, defiantly proclaiming, "I was not mistaken. Lu Rian indeed has ties to him, but I never anticipated she was his concubine. The fortune of this which is indeed remarkable, as she has managed to ally herself with a formidable great demon who has attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing the words of the ancestor of the river of the underworld, a group of nascent soul true monarchs from the Bone Sect suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "Friend, you have slain a supreme elder of the Bone Sect, which could be considered an act of vengeance. Might you not cease your actions here?" At this moment, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the ancestor of the river of the underworld, Gu Changsheng, Yin Shitian could not help but propose a truce. A truce is possible. Yet the Bone Sect must compensate for the losses incurred by my concubine, the ancestor of the river of the underworld, Gu Changsheng declared with overwhelming authority. "Lu Ruyan, the Bone Sect has indeed wronged your Lu family. What compensation do you seek?" Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's demand for recompense, the Bone Sect's leader Yin Shitian pondered for a moment before glancing at the dark-clad witch, Lu Ruyan, standing beside Gu Changsheng. "My Lu family is a nascent soul lineage. My daughter had initially intended to offer the resources of the Lu family to the venerable ancestor of the river of the underworld. Yet they have now been divided by the sect. Therefore, the Bone Sect must compensate with 3 high-tier medicinal valleys," Lu Rian boldly stated, undeterred by Yin Shitian's menacing gaze. "Impossible. Our Bone Sect possesses only 3 high-tier medicinal valleys. We cannot afford to relinquish them all." Yin Shitian's countenance darkened further upon hearing Lu Rian's demands. "Then let it be 1 high-tier medicinal valley, along with 2 mid-tier ones. This is the final offer from me. Should you refuse, I will ensure that the Bone Sect is left with no one standing." In response to Yin Shitian's refusal, Gu Changsheng, disguised as the ancestor of the river of the underworld, spoke with an air of indifference after glancing at the latter's cultivation information. "Leader, this demon is far too powerful. We should acquiesce to his demands for now. Indeed, let us concede for the time being, and when the esteemed Lord Yugu of the Bone Demon arrives, we shall settle the matter thoroughly." Feeling the imposing aura surrounding the ancestor of the river of the underworld, Gu Changsheng, the numerous nascent soul elders of the Bone Sect began to voice their concerns to Yin Shitian. The overwhelming presence of the ancestor was sufficient to render the nascent soul realm seemingly invincible, and the bizarre blood-related divine abilities instilled fear in the hearts of the Bone Sect's nascent soul demons, causing over a dozen elders to relent. "I concede to your demands." Faced with the elders' urging, Yin Shitian's expression remained grim as he reluctantly agreed. He then begrudgingly tossed the keys to the 3 medicinal valleys to Lu Rian. The medicinal valleys cultivated by the Bone Sect were located outside the sect and were generally protected by self-destructing formations, necessitating the use of the formation keys for entry and exit. "Beware, do not attempt any deceitful tricks. I am known as the ancestor of the river of the underworld, born from the blood sea of the abyss." After acquiring what he desired, the ancestor of the river of the underworld, Gu Changsheng, wrapped his arm around Lu Rian's slender waist and left behind a chilling remark. "The abyss houses numerous sanctuaries of demonic arts, including the True Demon Hall, the Hahuan Sacred Sect, the Shura Sacred Sect, the Nine Soul Hall, the Bone Sacred Sect, the Corpse Demon Mountain, and the Blood Sea. Among these, the Blood Sea lineage remains particularly enigmatic, and the techniques Lu Rian provided to Gu Changsheng, namely the blood transformation hand and the blood refinement art, represent the most rudimentary methods derived from the Blood Sea lineage." Lu Rian had also shared with Gu Changsheng certain secrets of the abyss and the intricate hierarchy of power. Hence, Gu Changsheng resolved to don a complete disguise, intending to craft the persona of the ancestor of the Nether River, a formidable demon emerging from the Blood Sea of the abyss. "Oh, the ancestor of the Nether River hails from the Blood Sea. His recent display of divine power must indeed be the legendary celestial technique, the Blood River Great Seal." The Blood Sea, a realm steeped in the most forbidden mysteries of the abyss, presents a significant dilemma. Even the Jadebone Demon Lord may find it challenging to address this malevolent force with ease. At this moment, after the departure of the ancestor of the Nether River, Gu Changsheng, the expressions of the myriad of Yuanying demons from the Bone Sect, including Yin Shitian, transformed dramatically. Chapter 73. 200,000 years of lifespan in the ancient and desolate land of the southern extremes. Within mere hours, the emergence of the demonic titan, the ancestor of the Nether River, had become a sensational topic throughout the territories of the 3 demonic sects, leaving the demon populace in shock. At this juncture, within the myriad demon sect, news spread that the Bone sect had been besieged by a formidable entity known as the ancestor of the Nether River. Furthermore, the Bone sect had suffered significant losses, yielding 3 medicinal valleys, a considerable sacrifice indeed. It was said that the ancestor of the Nether River hailed from the blood sea of the abyss, possessing an extraordinary background. Thus the Bone sect could only endure their silent suffering. Within the grand hall shrouded in dense demonic energy, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect, Li Wujing, exchanged glances with the elders. Such a colossal figure in the demonic realm necessitated alliances. At this moment, Li Wujing narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. We should lend our support. Upon hearing Li Wujing's words, the Yuanying elders of the myriad demon sect nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Insha sect, one of the 3 demonic sects, the formidable ancestor of the Nether River had indeed brought calamity upon the Bone sect. In the ominous and shadowy demon hall suffused with the aura of Yin, the sect leader, Yu Wuchang, could not restrain his remarks. The ancestor of the Nether River has emerged from the Blood Sea. The techniques of the Blood Sea lineage are both arcane and taboo, causing trepidation among other holy sites of the demonic realm. The Bone sect has truly encountered a formidable challenge. Listening to the words of sect leader Yu Wuchang, the other Yuanying figures within Insha sect engaged in animated discussions. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting their own branch. In contrast to the turmoil experienced by the 3 demonic sects, Gu Changxing and the enchantress Lu Ruyan, having successfully intimidated the Bone sect under the guise of the ancestor of the Nether River, now ventured into the Iron Bone Mountain Range. Within the territory of the Bone sect, the Iron Bone Mountain Range lies to the north of the Bone sect, adjacent to the Sunset Mountain Range. A locale rich in spiritual energy, concealing 3 sites beneath which lie veins of spiritual essence. These 3 sites are precisely where Gu Changxing and Lu Ruyan had extorted the 3 medicinal valleys from the Bone sect. The 3 medicinal valleys consist of 1 high-level valley and 2 mid-level valleys, encompassing nearly 10,000 acres of medicinal fields. Moreover, the growth of the medicinal plants is thriving, with approximately 30% of the spiritual herbs now matured. This harvest is indeed bountiful, if only more extortions could be orchestrated. Gazing over the 30,000 acres of lush, spiritually charged fields, Gu Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Senior, should we not pay a visit to the myriad demon sect and Insha sect? The other 2 factions are on par with the Bone sect. The elders should be able to intimidate them as well. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, the enchanting eyes of the demoness Lu Ruyan sparkled with a hint of mischief. Little demoness, you seem to have developed a penchant for robbery. If you continue to extort the 3 demon sects, it would be a futile endeavor, especially considering the formidable presence of the sacred land of the abyss behind them. In response to Lu Ruyan's suggestion, Gu Changxing gently patted her pert backside. He then released the alluring demoness from his embrace and began to employ his extraordinary powers to harvest spiritual herbs. His figure flickered amidst the 30,000 acres of medicinal fields, diligently plucking the ripe herbs one by one and placing them into the space of longevity. You have successfully deprived the Xiangu vine, 5th rank spiritual herb, of 150 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the silver bone flower, 6th rank spiritual herb, of 200 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the blood fiend fruit, 8th rank spiritual herb, of 300 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the other shoregrass, 9th rank spiritual herb, of 1 year of lifespan at this moment. As Gu Changxing harvested the mid-tier and high-tier spiritual herbs, the system notifications resonated. Half an hour later, he had completed the collection of all the mature herbs within the 30,000 acres of fields. The 2 mid-tier herb valleys, spanning approximately 20,000 acres, provided him with nearly 100,000 years of lifespan. The high-tier herb valley, covering around 10,000 acres, contributed an additional 70,000 years. Thus, he reaped nearly 170,000 years of lifespan in total, and combined with the remaining 30,000 years, his overall lifespan surpassed 200,000 years. 200,000 years of lifespan. What a delightful achievement. At this moment, gazing at the impressive figure of 200,000 years on his cultivation panel, Gu Changxing felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Elder, is there a secret to harvesting spiritual herbs? Lu Ruyan, observing his delight, inquired with a hint of astonishment. You would not comprehend the joy I derive from this, Gu Changxing replied calmly to the demoness' curious gaze. Upon returning to the Sunset Mountains, aside from managing the medicinal fields, remember to cultivate diligently. Once you break through to the Golden Core stage, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity. Looking at the charming little demoness, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but weave dreams of the future. At that time, he intended to cultivate together with the demoness, rewarding her with a taste of sweetness. However, before that, he needed to engage in true dual cultivation with his little green plum. He could not let the little demoness have the first advantage. Elder, Nunu eagerly anticipates your opportunity, Lu Rian replied, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity after Gu Chongqing promised her a chance. At this moment, Gu Chongqing cast a spell to seal the 3 herb valleys. Compared to low-tier spiritual herbs, mid-tier and high-tier herbs have a longer maturation period, ranging from 6 months to over 10 years. Therefore, these 3 herb valleys would require some time before they could be harvested again. After sealing the valleys, Gu Chongqing departed from the domain of the demon sect, heading northward back to the Sunset Mountains, near the location of the Lily's Pavilion in the ancient city of Liyuan. According to the secret message from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a formidable being known as the ancestor of the Nether River has emerged from the demonic sect, overpowering the Bone sect and extorting 3 medicinal valleys. In a serene and tranquil courtyard, Yu Chong, clad in a flowing white gown, gazed with enchanting eyes and spoke to Yun Chumo, who stood beside her. What a tumultuous season we find ourselves in, yet we are fortunate to have the esteemed sword sovereign of divine slaughter on our side. Upon hearing Yu Chong's words, Yun Chumo could not help but interject, by the way, where has Xiaowangqing been during this time? At that moment, the poised leader of the sect, Yun Chumo, shifted the topic to inquire about Murong Wanqing, the peak mistress of the Jade Maiden Peak from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Sister Wanqing has returned to the sect with her disciple Qinghan. However, in half a month, she will bring Qinghan and my own apprentice to pay a visit to your fire sect, Yu Chong explained in response to Yun Chumo's inquiry. Visit the fire sect? I, as the sect leader, am in the southern region. Why isn't she coming here? Yun Chumo questioned, somewhat puzzled by Yu Chong's statement. The swordsmanship sanctum at Zhuiyun Peak is rather profound, and one cannot comprehend it in a short time. Thus, I thought it best for Sister Wanqing to guide Yu Chan and Qinghan to the fire sect for deeper understanding. After all, Elder Qi Xianfeng from your sect boldly claimed that the 11 sanctums of sword intent at the fire sect are more suited for lower-tier cultivators to grasp the essence of swordsmanship. Yu Chong elaborated softly, her red lips parting as she explained to the visibly confused Yun Chumo that incompetent Qi Xianfeng, once again, has divulged the secrets of the sect. Upon hearing Yu Chong's explanation, Yun Chumo, draped in a flowing black gown and possessing an ethereal grace, could not suppress a narrowing of her eyes as she scolded. Elder Qi is currently riding a wave of success. After comprehending the divine slaughter sword technique at your fire sect, he journeyed to the northern region's Zhuiyun Peak to delve into the swordsmanship of the divine slaughter sword sovereign. Just yesterday, he grasped the essence of sword momentum. Yu Chong replied with a smile, addressing Yun Chumo's complaints and frustrations. That infuriating Qi Xianfeng. Just a few days ago, I appointed him as the vice sect leader, expecting him to manage the sect affairs in the southern region, but he outright refused. Just speaking of him irks me. Yun Chumo expressed her discontent at the news of Qi Xuanfeng's newfound comprehension of sword momentum. Without comparison, there is no pain. As the sect leader, although I bask in glory for the moment, my cultivation has suffered due to my preoccupation with sect affairs over these past months, she lamented. Sister Chumo, I shall be departing for the northern region tomorrow, Yu Chong remarked, unable to stifle her amusement at the pouting beauty of Yun Chumo. Humph, it matters not. We shall venture north together, Yun Chumo retorted, her determination solidifying as she spoke. She was resolute, believing that if the inept Qi Xianfeng could unravel some of the profound mysteries of the divine slaughter sword sovereigness teachings, then she, too, could achieve the same. After you leave, who will oversee the matters concerning the Taichu spiritual mine? Yu Chong could not help but inquire, recognizing the gravity of the situation as she observed Yun Chumo's unwavering resolve. Zhou Podian from the Zhou family has successfully transcended into the nascent soul realm, and I shall appoint him to oversee matters for a time. Upon my arrival in the Northern Territory, I will ensure that Q Su Nfing is promptly sent back. In response to the concerns of Uyching, Yun Chum, with a glint of cunning in her beautiful eyes, provided an explanation. Chapter 74. The Great Five Elements Celestial Body, the Limitless Primordial Sutra at the El Hu sect, in the Third Apothecary Valley. Under the deep night sky where the bright moon hangs high and stars twinkle, The shimmering waters of Moonview Lake reflect two exquisite courtyards, while the gentle night breeze sways the willows along the shore. Disciple, why have you been so elusive these past few days? Have you been up to mischief? The enchanting senior sister in a green dress gazed intently at the recently returned young man in a blue robe, unable to refrain from asking, Senior sister, what mischief could I possibly engage in? Gu Chng replied, his tone tinged with guilt upon hearing the words of the beautiful sister, Zhu Zhru. Indeed, he had indulged in some mischief recently, for how could he remain indifferent to the temptations of the enchanting witch Liar Yn, who captivates all with her allure? You incorrigible junior brother, still denying it. You carry the fragrance of another woman. Zhu Zhru, with a playful yet vexed demeanor, remarked as she nibbled on her silver teeth, seemingly wanting to bite Gu Chng in jest. Faced with the undeniable evidence presented by Zhu Zhru, Gu Chng silently cursed his luck. The witch, being a natural furnace, exuded an enticing aroma. It is said that one who is close to vermilion turns red, and one who is close to ink turns dark. Those near the witch become even more fragrant, especially given that his hands had brushed against her exquisite skin, thereby absorbing the most intoxicating scent. Senior sister, I happened to see Uncle Zhu sneaking into Yngchn Tower, so driven by curiosity, I decided to pay a visit as well. In a moment of quick thinking, Gu Chng feigned innocence, slowly continuing his tale. The Uncle Zhu he referred to was none other than Zhu Zhru's father, Zhu Heng. Yngchn Tower, situated in Lnhi City, is known for housing alluring celestial maidens clad in revealing attire. Of course, Gu Chng did not slander or wrong Zhu Heng. The latter had indeed visited Yngchn Tower over a dozen times, all observed by Gu Chng's powerful consciousness. In addition to Zhu Heng, his sister, Zhu Lngfeng, had also made her way there. Moreover, the venerable Zzh Suin from the Shi New York Inn Palace had recently made a clandestine visit to the establishment as well. Do not follow his example. Do you hear? Observing the blend of youthful innocence, sincerity, and anxiety on her handsome junior brother's face, Zhu Zhru reached out to gently rub Gu Chng's cheek. I, a dignified Tao lord of the refining void, cannot believe I am subject to such treatment. Yet it feels rather delightful. As he felt the delicate touch of his stunning senior sister cradling his face, an unusual sensation stirred within Gu Chng. Especially when faced with her gaze, which mixed reproach with affection, his heart fluttered with a feeling of excitement. Senior sister, I understand now. There is truly nothing remarkable within Yngchn Tower. All those female cultivators combined cannot compare to your beauty. At that moment, Gu Chng, at the 6th level of the refining void realm, yet possessing the demeanor of a 9th level Qi refining cultivator, boldly proclaimed without a hint of embarrassment. If one were to account for the time extrapolated from his lifespan, he would have surpassed several millennia. Thus, upon uttering these words, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of deceiving the neighboring celestial maiden. Junior brother, you were once so straightforward. Now you've learned to charm, remarked the beautiful senior sister. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue after receiving Gu Changsheng's praise, followed by a playful glare in his direction. Senior sister, do not slander me. I merely speak the truth. You, with your beauty that eclipses the moon and flowers, are truly unmatched. Am I mistaken? Gu Changsheng continued with utmost seriousness, despite the playful annoyance reflected in the eyes of the enchanting senior sister. Subtly, he took her delicate hand, and upon realizing she offered no objection, he gently embraced her slender waist. What are you up to, junior brother? Left Ziyuan, caught off guard in Gu Changsheng's embrace, felt her fair and delicate cheeks bloom like the petals of a peach blossom. I seek nothing but to hold you, for I have missed you dearly these past few days, Gu Changsheng said, gazing upon the serene and ethereal beauty of his senior sister. Left Ziyuan, blushing, fell silent and nestled against Gu Changsheng's chest. I cannot bear to watch. This scoundrel is deceiving my granddaughter, exclaimed Left Lingfeng, who had been covertly observing from a distance, his expression akin to that of a farmer whose cabbage had been pilfered. I find it quite delightful. At this age, it is the perfect time for such tender affections, Left Zhishuan remarked in response to Left Lingfeng's words. However, I never anticipated that Hongyi would venture to the spring welcome pavilion. Should I catch him again, I shall certainly break his legs, Left Lingfeng mused, recalling Gu Changsheng's earlier inadvertent revelation. Like father, like son, you two have indulged, haven't you? Left Zhishuan retorted. puffing his cheeks in mock indignation. After exchanging a few banter-laden remarks, the father and son departed from the third medicinal valley. "Scoundrel junior brother, it is getting late. I shall take my leave," Left Ziyuan said, feeling Gu Changsheng's hand wander, and she gently pushed him away, casting him one last glare before retreating to her own courtyard, her cheeks still aflame. The beautiful senior sister is truly delightful. Not only is she gentle, but she possesses an endearing charm, Gu Changsheng remarked, watching her graceful silhouette depart. Yet, this father and son duo is quite something, always peering in. Were it not for my regard for the beautiful senior sister, I would have certainly given them a good thrashing, Gu Changsheng mused. Shifting his gaze towards the recently returned Left Lingfeng and Left Qishuan, he observed that every time he and the enchanting senior sister shared tender moments, this father-son pair would promptly appear, whispering behind his back. "First, I must enhance my foundational strength and cultivation technique, and then elevate my realm," Gu Changsheng reflected, contemplating his impressive lifespan of 200,000 years. This recent expedition to the southern region had yielded a lucrative profit from the Bone sect. Now, the lifespan he possesses is sufficient to amplify his strength manifold. Immediately, Gu Changsheng established a lifespan barrier, selecting the attribute of bone structure, and subsequently invested 30,000 years of lifespan into it. You have invested 30,000 years of lifespan into bone structure and engaged in profound cultivation. You have comprehended the essence of the universe for 10,000 years, grasping the laws of the 5 elements.